The Enchantress of Medicine with the Heaven-Defying Child and the Black Belly Father Chapter 173 to Chapter 345. In the end, both sides of the road were empty except for the three lonely figures. However, Xiaobao suddenly stops and looks up at Mayan, Nyangqin. Mu Yan smiled and said in a clear voice, "You've followed us all the way here. Don't tell me you still don't plan to show yourself?" As soon as he finished speaking, a stream of light wrapped in a fierce aura rushed toward him. Mu Yan and Xiaobao didn't move, but Yan Haoyan did. His tall and sturdy body rose up and slapped the figure that was pouncing towards him. His cold profound energy was like a surging tide as it pervaded his entire body. Pung! The two Xianxias collided, creating intense sparks. Yan Haoyan used to be a high-rank Earthrealm warrior. Although his cultivation was destroyed, his consciousness was still there. After Mu Yan's treatment, it directly recovered to the early stage of Earth stage. And for more than a month, as the leader of the Ink camp, he's been training together with the people under him. Now, he had already returned to the high rank of Earth realm. Although the newcomer's cultivation was high and his skills were not bad, he was far from being Yan Haoyan's match. Thus, after several breaths of time, the cold light in Yan Haoyan's eyes retracted. His fist turned into a claw and he grasped his opponent's throat. A terrifying murderous aura emanated from his body. It was as if, as long as the other party made the slightest movement, he would break that person's neck. However, in the next moment, a weak and soft voice resounded out, and it caused Yan Haoyan to seem as if he was struck by lightning, causing him to let go of his hand in a daze. "Yan Haoyan, I finally found you." Yan Haoyan staggered a step back and opened his mouth to speak. However, he was now a mute, so how could he speak? However, this tower-like man was currently trembling, and even the rims of his eyes were slightly red. "What? Do you know each other?" Mu Yan, who had unknowingly walked over, looked at Yan Haoyan, then looked at the person in front of him, revealing a mocking expression. Standing in front of Yan Haoyan was a man with red eyes staring at him. He was dressed in a man's outfit. But with her red lips, white teeth, and a face that was like a peach and plum, no matter how one looked at it, she was a beautiful woman disguised as a man. From the very beginning, Mu Yan didn't discover that the people following them had any malice towards them. At first, she thought that it was the young man who bought lanterns in the market. He didn't expect it to be a woman. Moreover, it was a woman who had a close relationship with Yan Haoyan. Hearing Mu Yan's words, Yan Haoyan suddenly regained his senses. He then restrained all of his emotions and shook his head stiffly. Hearing this, the woman's frail body suddenly swayed. She could no longer hold back her tears, and they rolled down her cheeks. After a while, a hoarse and trembling voice came out from the woman's mouth. "Are you still blaming me? If I told you that I didn't want to cancel the engagement that day, would you believe me?" Yan Haoyan closes his eyes, then gently shakes his head and looks at Mayan. Mu Yan said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, since you don't know him, then let's go." The woman's teary eyes slowly turned towards Mayan. Seeing her beautiful face, the sadness in her eyes turns into despair in a split second. Tears rolled down from her eyes. She forced a smile. "So, you already have someone who can accompany you. This is good, really, very good." After saying that, the woman turned around and was about to leave. However, he had barely taken a few steps before his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. He sees that the woman in his arms has a deathly pale complexion, her face full of vicissitudes of life and dust. Her eyes are closed, already unconscious. Yan Haoyan couldn't bear it anymore. He raises his head and looks anxiously at Mayan. He opens his mouth to let out an ah-ah sound. Ever since the Ghost City's beast-fighting coliseum was avenged, Yan Haoyan has been grave and stern, indifferent, he rarely even makes a sound. But now, he seems to be going crazy, his eyes have turned crimson. Mayan teasingly says, "Is this what you meant by don't know?" Yan Haoyan hugs the woman with both hands and kneels down with a thud, his eyes full of pleading. Mayan sighs softly, "All right, take her back, I will save her." On the bed, the woman slowly opens her eyes. She's in a daze for a moment, then she suddenly jumps up. Finally awake, a clear and sweet voice suddenly rings out. The woman turns her head and sees a young girl in white pajamas. She's holding a book in her hand, sitting by the candlelight, absent-mindedly looking at her. Under the candlelight, the girl's countenance is indistinct, faintly discernible like a fairy, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority just by looking at her. The woman sadly lowers her head, her face full of desolation. Tell me, what is your relationship with Xianxia? What do you want to do by following us all the way today? The woman stiffens her neck and coldly says, why should I tell you what my relationship with Xianxia is? Mayan smirks, her eyes calmly staring at her, based on the fact that he's my subordinate now. Gah? The woman is dumbfounded. You're not with him? Not that kind of relationship? After the shock, there's an obvious ecstasy. A bright and beautiful smile floats on the woman's face, adding a bit of charm to her originally pale complexion. Oh? What kind of relationship do you think we have? The corner of Mayan's mouth hooks up into a playful smile. I really didn't think that a block of wood like Xianxia would actually be liked by someone. The woman's expression turns cold, lowering her voice. Xianxia, he's very good. Then, she slows down her tone, almost begging, please tell me, where is Xianxia now? Can I see him? How has he been all these years? Before asking if he's doing well, shouldn't you first tell me your identity? Mayan says. The woman was startled. She wiped away her tears and slowly said, my name is Feng Haitang. I was once Xianxia's fiancé. With the woman's narration, Mu Yan finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that Feng Haitang and Xianxia were childhood sweethearts who grew up together. The two families had arranged their marriage long ago. However, just half a year before the Yan clan was ruined, the Feng clan suddenly requested to cancel the engagement between the two clans. He even betrothed Feng Haitang to another man immediately. At the time of the incident, Feng Haitang was traveling with her master and did not know about the annulment of the engagement. By the time she returned, not to mention her marriage with Xianxia, even the Yan family would have been completely destroyed. Feng Haitang. Mu Yan softly reads the name, her brows slightly wrinkling. She felt that the name sounded familiar. Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and her expression changed slightly. The man your parents betrothed you to, could it be Zhao Tianxiang, the son of Jingqing country's formidable great general? Feng Haitang's eyes widened. How did you know? How did she know? An eerie chill flits through Mayan's eyes. It's true that Zhao Tianxiang is the son of Jingqing country's great general, but this person is a waste without any cultivation talent. Not only was he trash, he was also extremely cruel and tyrannical. His greatest hobby in life was to rape and kill female cultivators who were stronger than him. Among them, the most miserable was Zhao Tianxiang's official wife, Feng Haitang. Because Feng Haitang was the most unruly and stubborn among all of Zhao Tianxiang's women, she was also the most oppressed. In the end, in order to prevent her from committing suicide, Zhao Tianxiang even chopped off her hands and feet and cut off her tongue. Just like that, she lived a life that was neither a human nor a ghost and was humiliated and abused by him every day. Feng Haitang lived like this for 3 whole years before he found an opportunity to commit suicide. In his previous life, it was Gong Qianxue who had arranged the marriage between Feng Haitang and Zhao Tianxiang. At that time, Gong Qianxue's face was full of pity and remorse. She said that she didn't expect Zhao Tianxiang to be this kind of person, saying that she had let Feng Haitang down. Now that he thought about it, all of this, from beginning to end, was arranged by Gong Qianxue. This included the annulment of the engagement between the Feng and Yan families, the annihilation of the Yan family, and the eventual marriage of Feng Haitang to Zhao Tianxiang. In the end, Xianxia's family was destroyed and he was sold as a slave. Feng Haitang lived a short life worse than death. Gong Qianxue, on the other hand, obtained a loyal servant, and even obtained great benefits from Zhao Tianxiang's father. Hee. What a ruthless scheme, what a sinister heart. Unknowingly, Mayan's body exudes a fierce and cold aura. Even though Feng Haitang's cultivation wasn't low, her forehead was covered in sweat and she couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Not far away, a screen shook slightly because of Feng Haitang's muffled groan. Mu Yan abruptly comes back to her senses, restraining the killing intent that surges from her memories. He stared at Feng Haitang. Since you're already engaged, why did you come to find Xianxia? I will never marry anyone else. Feng Haitang said resolutely, when I was very young, I swore that I would marry Xianxia and become his wife. The screen not far from the room swayed imperceptibly again. It was just that Feng Haitang was too agitated to notice. Mu Yan glanced at the screen, then continued, even if his face is now covered in scars, his appearance is no longer there? Yes. Feng Haitang nodded without hesitation. No matter what he looks like, Hao Yan will always be the one in my heart. Mu Yan, however, is not moved. Instead, she is aggressive, even if his family is ruined and he doesn't have an illustrious family background, and he's still just one of my subordinates. Feng Haitang's eyes were so bright that they seemed to be burning. Hao Yan is just Hao Yan. It has nothing to do with his family background or status. Even if his tongue is cut off and he can't speak anymore? Or even a cripple in the eyes of others? Feng Haitang's entire body suddenly trembled, and then tears fell down like a broken string of pearls. Mayan glances at the screen, then looks back at Feng Haitang. He can be said to have nothing now, his body is broken, do you really not care? I don't care. I don't care at all. Feng Haitang couldn't bear it anymore. She jumps off the bed, stepping barefoot on the ground, and says loudly, "Girl, I beg you, tell me where Hao Yan is, okay? I just want to see him, I want to stay by his side. Even if he hates me and blames me, I will never leave him. I, Feng Haitang, have set my mind on him in this life." Her hoarse and trembling voice is filled with a resolute determination without any regrets. At this moment, a gentle smile finally emerges on Mayan's face. She glances at the screen, and unhurriedly says, "Yan Hao Yan, did you hear that?" Feng Haitang stares blankly when she hears that. She abruptly turns around and looks at the screen. She sees the screen slightly sway again, and a tall figure slowly walks out from behind it. It's Yan Hao Yan. Hao Yan. Feng Haitang suddenly throws herself into his arms, tightly hugging him, and lets out a heart-wrenching cry, "Hao Yan, I finally found you. Don't push me away again, okay? I've really been looking for you for a long time." Yan Hao Yan's whole body is stiff, his hands are raised in the air, and he doesn't move for a long time. However, his reddened eyes and trembling muscles betray his current mood. However, after a long time, Yan Hao Yan still resolutely pushes Feng Haitang away. The pity, longing, deep love, and longing in his eyes are completely restrained at this moment. Yan Hao Yan takes a step back, looking at Feng Haitang with a cold and indifferent expression, shaking his head at a distance. His lips noiselessly open and close. "Go, I don't want to see you." Feng Haitang is like being struck by lightning, her tears seem to flow endlessly. She wipes them away, but they keep gushing out. Pain flashes through Yan Hao Yan's eyes, but soon after, he clenches his teeth and salutes Mayan. Without hesitation, he turns around and leaves. It's just that, without waiting for him to leave, Mayan's unhurried words almost make him stumble. "TSK, now you're pretending to have a heart of stone. When she fainted, don't be so anxious that you kept screaming, begging me to save her." Yan Hao Yan stood stiffly on the spot. After a long time, he opened the door in a panic and ran away. Feng Haitang stared blankly at his retreating figure. A hint of joy slowly appeared in her eyes that were originally filled with despair. Could it be that Hao Tian wasn't heartless towards her, but, that blockhead, he just thinks that he's a cripple now, and doesn't deserve you, that's all. Mu Yan said in a timely manner. Yan Hao Yan pushed Feng Haitang away with good intentions. However, he had never thought that such an action could possibly push Feng Haitang into an endless hell. Feng Haitang bit her lower lip, her face alternating between happiness and sadness. Suddenly, she faces Mayan and kneels down with a thud. "Miss June, I would like to ask a favor of you. Tell me about it. I want to recognize you as my master and stay by your side." "Recognize me as your master?" This time, Mu Yan was really surprised. Feng Haitang nods heavily, her eyes brimming with unswerving determination. "You saved Hao Yan's life from the ghost city. You are Hao Yan's savior, so you are also my savior. You are Hao Yan's master, so you are also my master. I beg you to fulfill my wish, let me follow by your side. Even if I have to work like an ox or a horse, I'm willing." She said that she wants to follow by my side, but in fact, she wants to follow by that blockhead Yan Hao Yan's side. "This is my own decision." Feng Haitang raised her eyebrows, her beautiful face revealing an untamed heroic spirit. "I, Feng Haitang, have set my sights on him for the rest of my life. No one can oppose me, including himself. Mu Yan couldn't help but chuckle. After wiping away her tears, this Feng Haitang was really indescribably heroic, hardy, and handsome. Such a woman was stubborn and unrestrained. She was not afraid of the secular world and did not have the reserved shyness that belonged to a woman. It was truly rare to find such a woman in this world. But she liked it. "All right, I promise you. From now on, you will stay by my side." Mu Yan slowly says, "Feng Haitang, I promise that as long as you and Yan Haoyan are by my side, I will definitely keep you safe and sound." In this lifetime, she hoped that she could use her own strength. He wished for this pair of ill-fated Mandarin ducks to be able to live a peaceful and happy life and finally get married. The next day, when Yan Haoyan sees Feng Haitang standing beside Mu Yan, a pair of bell-like eyes almost pop out. Mayan finds it funny. "Starting from today, Haitang will be like you, also my subordinate, and will work hard for me for 5 years. "What? You have a problem with that?" Yan Haoyan opened his mouth wide, but no sound came out. He only looked at Feng Haitang anxiously. But today, the situation was reversed. Feng Haitang doesn't even look at him, but wraps a silk handkerchief for Mayan and hands it to her. "Miss, please use it." "Ah." Yan Haoyan finally couldn't help but let out a hurried exclamation. Feng Haitang came from a wealthy family and had been the daughter of a wealthy family since she was young. How could she be subservient and serve others for his sake? However, before he could speak, the voices of Ru Yan and Old Tao came from the door, asking to see him. Yan Haoyan had no choice but to swallow his words, but his gaze kept darting towards Feng Haitang from time to time. On the other hand, Feng Haitang is looking down, expressionlessly standing behind Mu Yan and Xiao Bao, just like a personal maid. Reporting to Miss, this is the account book for this month's Junji drugstore. Ru Yan hands over a book. Mu Yan casually flipped through it and nodded in satisfaction. "You did very well." Although it's only been half a month since Ru Yan took over Junji drugstore, the results are really good. Nowadays, the shop's income doesn't only come from Mayan's special drafts, but also from other herbs and drafts. But after reporting, Ru Yan and Old Tao didn't leave. Instead, they looked at Mu Yan as if they wanted to say something. "Miss, can we participate in the ink camp's training together?" In the end, it's still Old Tao who can't help but laugh awkwardly. In this half a month, the progress of the dozen or so people from the ink camp is obvious to all. It was not an exaggeration to say that his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Seeing Old Tao and Ru Yan's anxious appearance, Mu Yan couldn't help but laugh. "What, are you jealous?" The two of them chuckled, feeling a little embarrassed, but in the end, they still admitted it openly. That Changyu only used half a month to break through from the profound stage to the early earth stage. If this matter were to spread out, I'm afraid that all the martial artists in Xi'an would be envious. Ru Yan smiled sweetly and said, "Miss, we promise that even if we participate in the training, we will not delay the shop's business." However, Mu Yan shook his head. "This training is not suitable for you." Among the 4 people in the room, Ru Yan and Feng Haitang were Earth Stage Intermediate, Yan Haoyan was Earth Stage High, and Old Tao was already Earth Stage Peak. What draft? Ru Yan gulps. Mayan hooks up the corner of her lips, a smile that isn't a smile. "Oh, it's probably a special draft that's twice as expensive as the filter of barrier breaking." Gulp. Ru Yan and Old Tao both gulped, even Yan Haoyan showed a shocked expression. Twice as expensive as the filter of barrier breaking, what kind of heaven-defying draft would that be? After the shock, they were wild with joy. Ru Yan and Old Tao even bowed deeply. Subordinates will definitely do their best to serve master. Yan Haoyan looks at Feng Haitang, then looks at Mu Yan. His original thought of persuading her to leave had faded. That's because he realizes how powerful this master of his is, and how expensive and heaven-defying the drafts that she provides are. For Haitang to be able to follow Mayan, perhaps it's her good fortune. By the way, Mississippi. Old Tao suddenly stopped smiling foolishly. "These 2 days, it seems like there are always strangers loitering around the drugstore." Rather than saying that they want to buy drafts, it would be better to say that they're here to scout. Halfway through his sentence, Old Tao stopped. Because he discovered that Xiao Bao, who was sitting in Mayan's embrace, was looking at him with a face full of disdain. Eh? Did he do something wrong? Why did little master look like he was an idiot? Did I say something wrong? Old Tao looked at Xiaobao cautiously. Xiaobao pulled a long face and said, "Idiot, they've already been wandering around for 5 days." He only realized it now. Old Tao and Ru Yan looked at each other, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. Even the little master, a 4-year-old child, had discovered it, yet they had not. It was only when the other party came closer that he vaguely sensed it. He had lost all his face. Old Tao sweats. As he looks at Mayan, "Miss, do you need this subordinate to get rid of all these people?" "Of course not." Mu Yan pinches her son's little face, then she says unhurriedly, "These people are the ink camp's best whetstones. If they were disposed of by you, wouldn't it be a big loss?" Late at night, the crescent moon was like a hook. In Mayan's boudoir, she and Xiaobao were sleeping in each other's embrace, having a good dream. He's completely unaware that a group of people have quietly sneaked into Junji Drugstore's backyard. 8 black figures, like ghosts, jumped down from the high roof. Second brother, after observing June Mayan for the past few days, no matter how you look at her, she's just an ordinary alchemist. She's too weak to even stand up to a gust of wind, and she even has a child. "Are you sure this woman killed our commander?" "Humph, you also said that she is an alchemist. Maybe this slut used some despicable method to secretly harm our captain on the Warbeast stage. What's more, the matter of Commander Yan Lai being killed by this woman was told to us by Princess Xianxia. Princess Xianxia has deep feelings for our commander, how could she possibly deceive us? Since this woman killed our captain, we must avenge him." The 8 people gather together, lowering their voices as they quietly discuss how to silently abduct Mayan and avenge their commander, Yan Lai. "Why do I feel that this courtyard is a little strange? Why aren't there any guards? Shanzi, how come your courage is getting smaller and smaller? Among the 8 of us, there are 6 in Earth stage. Don't tell me that we can't even handle a mere apothecary?" Pfft, an irrepressible laughter comes from the corner of the courtyard. "Why are you so impatient? Didn't you say you were going to launch a sneak attack? How am I supposed to sneak attack you when you laugh at me like that? Haha, is there a need to launch a sneak attack against this kind of trash?" This disdainful laughter, as well as the casual words that don't put them in their eyes, made the Raging Inferno mercenary group feel as if they were facing a great enemy. "Who are you? Come out. Oh no, there's an ambush in this courtyard." Amidst the ruckus, Changyu stood up from the bushes, waved his hand and said, "Don't King hide, just attack." "Okay." With a shout, 10 people scurried out in a flash, surrounding the 8 people of the Raging Inferno mercenary group. The people of the Raging Inferno mercenary group were first startled, but when they discovered the cultivation level of the people surrounding them, they couldn't help but laugh out loud. "After boasting so much, I thought they were some powerful figures. So they're just a bunch of King rabble. Ha ha ha, there are more than 10 of them, but only 2 of them have reached the Earth stage. And they still want to fight with us? You're overestimating yourself." The only man in the Raging Inferno mercenary group who is at the peak of Earth stage waves his hand, his eyes revealing an ominous glint. "Brothers, let's go. Kill this group of trash, that June Mayan will still be ours. I heard that bitch is a great beauty. Whoever kills the most people tonight, that bitch will be rewarded to you, and you can play with her for the night. Boss is mighty." The people of the Raging Inferno mercenary group laugh and laugh heartily as they take the lead to attack, completely not putting the people of the ink camp in their eyes. The corner of Changyu's mouth hooks up into a cold smile. He says in a clear voice, "Brothers of the ink camp, let this group of idiots know how powerful we are. Kill." The crescent moon was like a hook, and the night was cool. However, the small courtyard was filled with a chilling killing intent. From time to time, there would be screams and howls of pain. Time passed very slowly. After an entire hour, this battle finally came to an end. Of the 8 people from the Raging Inferno mercenary group, 7 of them were lying on the ground, groaning in pain, unconscious, or with their heads separated from their bodies. The only one who could still stand was the peak of the Earth realm. He was aghast and couldn't believe what had just happened. On the other hand, the dozen or so people from the ink camp. Apart from a few cultivators who were injured, there were almost no casualties. Changyu still had a head in his hand as he stared coldly at the remaining soldiers. "You, who are you people? Why was it that a mere group of profound-level ancient martial art practitioners could cause the elites of the Raging Inferno mercenary group to be unable to retaliate, not to mention that he, Zhao Shan, was at the peak of the Earth rank, the third in command of the Raging Inferno mercenary group. However, he was actually beaten by this motley crew to the point where he was unable to retaliate. How was this possible? Each and every one of the people from the ink camp shows a sinister smile. Someone even licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and said excitedly, "Damn it, I've been training every day for the past few days and have been tortured like a dog. Today, I can finally vent my frustrations on these bastards." As expected, I still like the feeling of crushing my opponents the most. But I have to say, Miss June is really too awesome. It's only been a short half-month of training, and our ink camp is actually able to get rid of a group of peak Earth stages. Chang Yu tossed the head away and wiped his bloody hands on his face. He waves his hand and says, "Brothers, let's kill him." The little master said that as long as we perfectly complete the test today, he would reward us with new drafts, guaranteeing that each of us would advance within a year. Zhao Shan's eyes are filled with amazement. The cultivation of these dozen people in front of him really isn't high. However, they follow orders and prohibitions, advancing and retreating together, as if they're one person. The battle has just begun, but the 8 of them are forced to disperse, except for Chang Yu who's holding him back. The other brothers are surrounded and strangled one by one, and it could be said that they don't have the strength to fight back. The most frightening thing is the internal force that these people use in battle. They're obviously only profound stage, but they're completely unafraid of the pressure of an Earth stage, and even suppress them instead. And such a team is actually single-handedly created by Jun Mayan? At this moment, a thought suddenly flashes past Zhao Shan's ears. Jun Mayan killed Commander Yan Lai in front of everyone in the Ghost City's Beast Fighting Coliseum. He always thought that this was just a rumor, that Jun Mayan had used a crafty plot. But what if this matter was true? A person that even Commander Yan Lai, a peak heaven stage, isn't his match. How could they possibly kill him? So, in tonight's operation, they've come to throw away their lives from the beginning. Thinking of this, Zhao Shan's courage is almost broken, and he turns around to flee. Chang Yu and the others didn't expect that this expert at the peak of Earth stage wouldn't even dare to fight them properly, and would just run away with his tail between his legs. They see that figure cross over the wall, heading towards the neighboring courtyard. Chang Yu and the others shiver inwardly. "We mustn't let him escape, let's chase." However, without waiting for the ink camp to act, a figure flits past like a stream of light, following Zhao Shan over the wall, and falls into the neighboring courtyard. Chang Yu and the others stare blankly. That figure just now was too fast, they simply couldn't see who it was. They're hesitating whether or not to follow and take a look. A childish voice suddenly comes from behind them. "Tonight, your performance was pretty good." The ink camp people turn around, and under the moonlight, they see a handsome fairy-like little boy, expressionlessly looking at them. The bright moonlight falls on his body, as if it's sprinkling his whole body with silver light. The dozen or so people from the ink camp feel it, and they uniformly kneel down, shouting, "Greetings, little master." When they realized that Xiao Bao was praising them, they were shocked. These boorish butchers were so excited that their eyes turned red and their bodies trembled. They wanted nothing more than to howl at the sky. Only Chang Yu was able to keep his composure. "Little master, there's a thief who ran to the courtyard next door." "We need to." "There's no need," Xiao Bao interrupted him. "Niang Qin has already gone over." Ho! The people of the ink camp simultaneously suck in a mouthful of cold air, then they observe a moment of silence for the fish that escaped the net. If Miss June were to personally take action, his fate would definitely be incomparably miserable. Xiao Bao couldn't help but frown slightly as he gazed in the direction of the courtyard with a slightly dazed expression. Actually, he also wanted to take a look at that courtyard. That man seemed to have not appeared for a long time. Zhao Shan fled to the neighboring courtyard in a sorry state. He was worried that he had entered another place full of tigers and wolves. But she finds that the courtyard next to Junji drugstore is completely empty. There's not even the sound of chickens crowing and dogs barking. There was no one chasing after him. Zhao Shan let out a long sigh of relief. This time, he had finally escaped death. "Did Gong Qianxia ask you to come?" This voice can be said to be very pleasing to the ear, but Zhao Shan's hair stands on end. he says with a trembling voice. Who? Come out. Quickly come out. Not far away, there's a flash of light. Under the moonlight, a young girl in black slowly walks over. The hazy night can't hide her devastatingly beautiful appearance. Especially that pair of eyes that seem to be angry and happy at the same time, distant and enchanting. Just looking at those eyes, Zhao Shan's whole body stiffens, unable to move. Until the girl slowly walks in front of him. So close that he can see the girl's delicate and flawless ice skin, so close that he can see the girl's long and dense fan-like eyelashes. And when those eyelashes blink, a cold glint flows out. Zhao Shan suddenly has a flash of inspiration and blurts out, "You're the one who killed our leader, Jun Mayan." Mayan looks at him with a smile that isn't a smile. "So you're from the Raging Inferno mercenary group. Visiting my small courtyard in the middle of the night, what do you want?" You killed our leader, Yan Lai. I'm here for revenge." Mayan shakes her head and sighs. "Who told you that Yan Lai is dead?" What? Princess Xianxia clearly said that you killed him. Do you believe whatever Gong Xianxia says? A lily-white hand gently rests on his shoulder and Mayan chuckles. "Go to the waste disposal center near the east gate of the ghost city, maybe you can still see your leader there?" Zhao Shan's pupils fiercely contract. "Is what you said true? If you don't believe me, why don't you go and see for yourself?" Zhao Shan is even more alarmed and suspicious. You're willing to let me go?" Mayan spreads out her hands, her smile bright and full of temptation. "Go ahead." Zhao Shan swallows, finally unable to resist the temptation. He turns around and leaves. He doesn't notice that there's a faintly discernible silver powder on his shoulder. This powder is the latest draft that Mayan has refined. This draft won't take effect on Zhao Shan himself, but it will take effect on the people he's been in contact with. Moreover, the effect of its effects is very interesting. If Zhao Shan finds Yan Lai and knows the truth of Gong Qianxue saving Yan Lai, he would certainly go back and question Gong Qianxue, right? There's a smile on Mayan's face, but there's no trace of a smile in her eyes. What Gong Qianxue owed her in her previous life, she would take it back bit by bit, with interest. Gently blowing away the remaining powder in her hand, Mayan is about to leave when she suddenly stops. Because she also discovered that this courtyard was terrifyingly empty. There was not a single trace of smoke or fire. Mu Yan frowns slightly and can't help but walk into the house. She pushed open the front door of the living room, and the dust on the beams fell down. Mu Yan's fingers lightly slide over the dusty table. It must have been at least half a month since it was inhabited, right? So, Di Mingju had already left. Without a word or greeting, he came and went as he pleased. Mu Yan stood there in a daze for a long time. Suddenly, the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a somewhat self-deprecating smile. They were strangers who met by chance and had nothing to do with each other. "Come and go as you please?" Wasn't it obvious? What is her relationship with Di Mingju? Why did that man need to inform her before he left? It was just that they had never met before, and there was no chance for them to meet again. Mayan flicks her sleeve, turns around, and floats away. Jun Shang had originally said that he would be back in half a month at the latest. However, half a month has passed and Jun Shang still shows no signs of waking up. Did something happen to the Shoshan continent? A noise suddenly comes from above. Hanyi looks up and hears Miss Mayan's voice. Should I go up and tell Miss Mayan that Jun Shang has something to do and hasn't returned? But after thinking about it, Hanyi still restrains himself and remains by Di Mingju's side. Right now, the most important thing to him was Jun Shang's safety. Hanyi doesn't know that in the near future, because of this decision of his, he would want nothing more than to kill himself. As the reputation of the special drafts that Mayan refined spreads throughout Xi'an. Coupled with Miss Ruyan's proper management, Junji Drugstore's business is becoming more and more prosperous. Even when there's no special drafts for sale, it's still packed with people. However, it was different from the hustle and bustle of the shop outside. At this moment, the small courtyard behind him was very quiet. In the space, the green grass was lush and the breeze was gentle. The fat rabbit rolled over on the grass and couldn't help but raise its head and look into the distance. His bean-like eyes blinked, revealing a trace of doubt. What were the little master and the female devil doing? Why was there a huge cauldron in front of them? The fat rabbit tilts its head and suddenly sits up. It hops towards Mu Yan and Xiaobao's direction. Mother, the only thing I can refine now is the clear heart pill. This is the sky heart flower, this is the crow tongue orchid, and there are 9 three-tailed wind leaves. Xiaobao's little face is taut as he seriously and rigorously places the required herbs in front of Mayan. Mu Yan's line of sight shifts from the pill recipe in her hand to her son's face. She gently pinches his little face. Thank you, Xiaobao. Looking at the furnace in front of her and the draft ingredients on the side, Mayan slightly frowns. There's a trace of hesitation. The current her, in terms of refining drafts, can already be said to have reached great heights. But alchemy was a domain that she had never come into contact with before. Elixirs and draft, there's only a difference of one word, but the difference is like heaven and earth. It could be said that in the Yanwu continent, there are a lot of apothecaries, but alchemists are few and far between. The reason was none other than the fact that one needed a special inheritance to concoct pills. Without that mysterious inheritance, even if you obtained the formula, you would not be able to succeed. But, Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes. With a wave of her hand, the burning match drops down, and the bottom of the pill furnace immediately ignites. It was said that one could not refine pills without inheritance. But she refused to believe it. Especially when he thought of Gong Qianxue and Jian Feng in his previous life. Thinking about how she and her child were going to be refined into pills by Jian Feng. The hatred in her heart surged like a torrential river. In this life, she wanted Gong Qianxue and Jian Feng to die without a burial place, and even more so, she wanted them to lose all their standing and reputation, and lose everything. Mother. Little Bao's voice sounded in her ear. It's time for you to release the skyheart flower. Mu Yan comes back to her senses, the coldness and killing intent in her eyes receding like a tide, turning into gentleness. Later, when Mother is refining, Xiaobao should stay far away. You mustn't let yourself get hurt, understand? This time, Xiaobao did not act stubbornly and obediently nodded. As the temperature of the Dan furnace gets higher and higher, Mayan cautiously puts the herbs into the furnace. The next step was the most important one. He melted all the herbs according to their order and then fused them together. Mayan sits cross-legged next to the Dan furnace. The internal force within her body slowly revolves, sending it into the furnace. As the qi merged with the alchemic fire, the originally orange-red flame was dyed with a trace of blue. And the drafts in the furnace also began to melt one by one. Xiaobao stood in the distance, staring at Mu Yan with wide eyes, his big ice-blue eyes filled with worry. He doesn't know when, but the fat rabbit has also hopped to his side, rubbing against his feet, then tilting its head to watch Mayan's movements. All the herbs have completely melted, and Mayan's forehead is already faintly sweating. But her expression did not change in the slightest, and the profound energy output was incomparably stable. Mysterious energy controls the flame, and the flame forms a wave of air, beginning to fuse the different drafts together. He was about to succeed. But suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a mushroom cloud rose in the air. A huge airwave surged out. Mu Yan quivered and quickly turned around. She hugged Xiaobao and jumped more than 10 meters away. However, the aftershock of the furnace's explosion still affected her body. In an instant, the mother and daughter, as well as the rabbit, were all covered in dust. Mu Yan coughed, looked at the pill furnace that had already exploded into pieces not far away, and sighed. As expected, it did not succeed. If alchemy was that easy, then Yanwu continent's alchemists wouldn't be so scarce. Xiaobao doesn't care about his little face that has been blackened, and promptly comforts Mayan. Nyangqin will succeed one day. The fat rabbit shook its fat body and shook its fur. He raised his mung bean eyes and looked at the female demon and his young master. Should he tell the female devil that alchemy required spiritual power? You can't refine pills just by relying on profound qi. The fat rabbit jumped and was about to jump into Xiaobao's bosom. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the space. What's going on? Why was there so much smoke in the backyard? Is there a fire somewhere? Where are Miss June and young master? Who was the arsonist? Could it be that those thieves haven't given up and are coming to attack us again? Hey, the smoke is coming from Mrs. Room, but I don't see anyone. Nothing was burned down? What the hell is going on? In the space, Xiaobao and Mu Yan looked at each other. Cough, baby, how about Nyangqin take you out to eat? Mu Yan asked with a smile. However, at this moment, her face was covered in dust. When she smiled, only her pearly white teeth could be seen. Her eyes were bright and beautiful, but she no longer had the beauty that could topple cities. Xiaobao is the same. On his originally fair and handsome little face, only a pair of big and watery blue eyes are left, looking at Mayan. It was indescribably cute. Mu Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing, then couldn't help but shake her head. This Tianmo Qin hasn't been upgraded, the stability of the space is too poor. A random explosion actually caused thick smoke to leak out. If the group of people in the courtyard knew that the thick smoke was caused by her failure in alchemy, Mu Yan feels that she can't afford to lose this person. Xian City, guest restaurant. At noon, the restaurant was full of guests, and it was very lively. The guests gathered in twos and threes, chatting as they ate. Suddenly, a soft cry came from the door, causing everyone in the hall to look over. At the door, a group of 3 people strolled in. The 3 of them were all dressed in white, with long swords hanging from their waists. Behind them were a man and a woman. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful. They don't know why, but they can't even see this youth's face. Most people's gazes are still involuntarily drawn to him. Because this man's temperament is extraordinary and refined, cold and clear. Standing in the crowd, he's like a crane in a flock of chickens. Even if he doesn't reveal his face, people still can't help but stare at him. Look at the jade card on their waists, these people are Ziyangzong's disciples. Ah, could it be the Ziyangzong that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the Heavenly Road sect in Huangyao? The Ziyangzong that produced the heaven's prideful son, Bai Chen? The chatter of the crowd reaches Xianxia's ears. Feeling everyone's envious gazes on the 3 of them, her face shows a proud expression. Her gaze involuntarily falls on the masked youth, her eyes brimming with adoration and love. How could these ordinary people know? The person standing before them is the famous dustless swordsman Bai Chen in Yanwu continent. And she is Bai Chen's junior sister. Every day, she can get along with this celestial-like man. Thinking of this, Xianxia's smile becomes even more charming. She steps forward and takes Bai Chen's hand. Senior brother, look over there. There's an empty seat, let's sit there. But before she could finish speaking, the youth coldly withdraws his hand and goes straight to the empty seat. Xianxia stomps her feet, then promptly follows. Arriving in front of Bai Chen, she immediately shows a charming and flattering smile. Senior brother, what do you want to eat? I heard that this restaurant's signature dish is very good, however, Bai Chen still doesn't pay attention to her. On the contrary, there's a faint worry in his eyes. Senior brother, don't worry too much. Another white-clothed youth, Gao Chenyu, comforts, Lin Junior sister is a virtuous person, heaven helps her, she will definitely turn misfortune into fortune. As soon as Xianxia hears the 3 words Lin Senior sister, she immediately grits her teeth. Only after a long while does she suppress the disgust in her heart, saying in a sweet voice, maybe it's because it's Sitong's first time leaving this sect, and she thought it was fun, so she forgot the time. Senior brother, you're so tired of worrying about her here, it's really too. Before she could finish her words, Bai Chen's cold gaze swept over her, immediately causing her to shiver, not daring to continue speaking. Gao Chenyu immediately retorts, Junior sister Lin has always been particularly well-behaved and sensible, how could she disappear for so many days without a word of warning? Do you think it's you? Xianxia is so angry that her nose is crooked. She fiercely glares at Gao Chenyu, then looks aggrieved at Bai Chen. Unfortunately, both of them ignored her. Xianxia was so angry that she fiercely flicked her sleeves, but her hand accidentally hit a passerby. Then, he heard a clear and melodious voice, Manager, bring me all of your signature dishes, quickly. Xianxia withdrew her hand, only to discover that her snow-white sleeves were covered in dust. When he turned around, he saw 2 dusty beggars, one big and one small, sitting not far from his table. The dust on her clothes was from the 2 beggars. Xianxia originally had a belly full of anger, but she couldn't vent it on Bai Chen. Right now, she finally found an outlet to vent. Where did these beggars come from? Do you have eyes? Do you know how much this lady's heavenly silkworm snow robe is worth? If I dirty it, can you 2 poor beggars pay for it? This scream immediately attracts the attention of everyone in the restaurant. And at the next table, Mayan finally realizes that this shrill and noisy voice, like that of a fly, is cursing her and Xiao Bao, tsk. They are actually regarded as beggars, although the clothes they were wearing now were quite shabby. Mayan raises her head with a smile that isn't a smile, and looks towards the source of the voice. However, when she sees that woman's appearance, she can't help but raise her eyebrows. It's really a small world. She didn't expect that she would run into an acquaintance when she casually brought her baby out for a meal. Xianxia, the precious daughter of her adoptive father and mother. In her previous life, Mayan was bullied a lot by this young lady when she was in the Xin family. Even when she was schemed against, lost her innocence, and became pregnant with Xiao Bao, it was all inextricably linked to this woman and her mother. Xianxia can't help but stare blankly at Mayan's eyes that are as bright as stars. She didn't expect that this dirty beggar would have such a pair of beautiful eyes. Moreover, these eyes are very similar to that of the woman she loathed in those days. This makes Xianxia's attitude even worse. What are you looking at? Still not getting out? Is this a place where a filthy thing like you should come to? Really shameless, you want to freeload for food and drink, right? Shopkeeper, what are you still staring at, still not kicking her out for me? This arrogant and despotic appearance makes the surrounding diners shake their heads again and again. Even Gaoqingyu can't help but say, Xianxia, restrain yourself. On the other hand, Bai Yichen has a calm expression from beginning to end, but his probing eyes can't help but size up Mayan and Xiao Bao. Restrain what? Xianxia angrily says, did I say something wrong? Two beggars sitting next to us, won't that affect our appetite? What if Yichen brother isn't happy eating? Xianxia, you're really, as overbearing and selfish as ever. A sigh with a chuckle comes. Xianxia stares blankly. She suddenly turns her head to look at Mayan, her expression cloudy and uncertain. You, how do you know my name? Who are you? Wait, this woman's eyes, and her voice, they're all so familiar. It's almost exactly the same as that hateful woman in her impression. Xianxia's pupils suddenly shrink, and she screams, Jun Mayan. You are Jun Mayan? Mayan chuckles, congratulations, you guessed it right. Xianxia glared at her. Why are you here? Didn't you die with my aunt and the others? 5 years ago, news came from the Su family. The Su family's small courtyard in the Nameless Valley was burned down overnight. There were several charred corpses inside, and their faces could no longer be recognized. In the end, she was able to identify from some clues that her aunt, cousin-in-law, cousin-sister, and Mayan were burned to death inside. But why would Mayan, who should have been dead for 5 years, appear here? Mu Yan says unhurriedly, it seems that you really hope that I'm dead. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Xianxia's expression was cloudy and uncertain. His gaze suddenly fell on Xiao Bao. She was stunned at first, then her eyes widened as if she suddenly remembered something. She said loudly, this is the little bastard you gave birth to with a wild man when you were pregnant before marriage? Mayan's line of sight suddenly darkens, there's a trace of coldness in her eyes, a trace of haze. Xianxia sees her complexion and thinks that she has touched her sore spot. Her complexion immediately turns from gloomy to sunny, and she chuckles, I really didn't expect it, Jun Mayan, that year, not only did you not die, you even secretly hid away and gave birth to this little vile spawn? TSK. You even made yourself so miserable? Don't tell me you've been relying on begging and swindling to support yourself and your son all these years? Xianxia's scream just now had already attracted the attention of most people. At this time, he hears her say that Mayan got pregnant out of wedlock and gave birth to a little bastard with a wild man. All of a sudden, each and every one of them looked at Mayan with a somewhat subtle expression. Even that Gaoqingyu originally wanted to pull Xianxia back, so that she wouldn't be so excessive. When he heard those words, he could not help but be stunned. Even though Mu Yan is currently covered in dirt and dust, judging from her voice and figure, she is at most 18 or 19 years old. He actually had such a big child. Seeing this, Xianxia becomes more and more complacent. With a face full of pity, she says, Jun Mayan, although you and I aren't related by blood, in any case, you've been raised in my Xin family for several years. Nominally, we can also be considered sisters. Seeing you living so miserably, as your elder sister, I also feel very sorry. How about this, you take this money. At least it will be enough for you and your son to have a full meal. After that, he casually threw 2 gold coins on the table, his expression as if he was dismissing a beggar. Here, these 2 gold coins should be enough for you to eat your fill, right? Waiter, what are you waiting for? Get her some food and let them go out to eat. Who knew that the waiter who was pointed at by Xianxia would reveal a hesitant expression? This customer, you just ordered all of our restaurant's signature dishes. What kind of people had they not seen in a big restaurant like the guest-come restaurant? It was very common to see a high-level martial artist who was dressed in rags but could take out a huge fortune. Therefore, although Mu Yan and Xiaobao were dirty, the waiter did not judge them by their appearance at all. Instead, he immediately followed her instructions and asked the kitchen to prepare all the signature dishes of the restaurant. Almost as soon as the waiter finished speaking, someone brought a few dishes over. Just the value of these 2 dishes exceeded the value of all the dishes on Xianxia's table. Because these dishes were actually made with the meat of exotic beasts. Mu Yan leisurely smiled and pulled Xiaobao to sit down. She casually picked up the chopsticks and was about to start eating. Since big sister wants to show your sisterly affection, then I won't stand on ceremony. Today's meal, I'll treat it as big sister treating me. Xiaobao, eat more. Someone's paying anyway. It'll be a waste if you don't eat. Xiaobao nodded with a taut face. Then, he picked up his chopsticks and gave some to Mu Yan before he began to eat seriously with puffed cheeks. When Xianxia saw this scene, she was so angry that her nose was crooked. Jun Mayan, you slut. You want me to pay for your food? In your dreams. I didn't expect you to become so shameless after so many years. Mayan ordered all the signature dishes of Kulai restaurant, and the prices of those dishes aren't low at all. Even if Xianxia took out all the gold coins she had, she still wouldn't be able to afford it. But as it happened, Mu Yan, this shameless slut, had taken her by surprise. Want her to pay for her meal? Dream on. This. Hearing Xianxia's words, the waiter also revealed a trace of embarrassment, and looked at Mu Yan with some hesitation. Mu Yan looks up and is about to speak. Unexpectedly, Bai Chen stood up and slowly said, I'll pay for this young lady. After saying that, he waved his hand and a bag of money flew in front of the waiter. Are these enough? The waiter didn't even need to open it. Just by weighing the weight, he immediately smiled. It's enough. Thank you, young master. As for the rest of the dishes, we will definitely deliver them to this young lady as soon as possible. Mu Yan raises her head to look at Bai Chen, and she can't help but raise her brows again. What a coincidence, it was another familiar face. Even Little Treasure, who was sitting at the side, whispered, Rabbit Lantern. Yes, the masked white-clothed young man before him was the person who'd given the rabbit lantern to Little Bao during the Lantern Festival. Seeing Mayan looking at him, Bai Chen slightly cupped his hands towards her. Based on his actions, it was obvious that he recognized them. Mu Yan couldn't help but chuckle, raising the wine cup in her hand and shaking it, thank you very much. Even though the young lady in front of him was covered in dust, her radiance could not be concealed. Then, Xiaobao also raised his teacup and shook it from afar. His posture was exactly the same as Mu Yan's. Thank you. Bai Chen couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw Xiaobao acting like a little adult. Gao Qingyu sees the smile on the corner of Bai Chen's mouth that's exposed outside the mask. It's as if he's seen a ghost. Seeing your brother Chen actually smiled, don't look at how Bai Chen is recognized as a genius in the Yanwu continent. He's never been high-spirited or carried away with pride. Ever since he was young, he rarely smiled. Even in front of junior sister Lin Sidong, he only smiled occasionally. After junior sister Lin went missing, her temperament became even colder. But who would have thought that today, senior brother Chen would actually smile at a beggar-like girl and a dirty child? Gao Qingyu saw this rare smile. How could Xianxia, who was always paying attention to Bai Chen, not miss it? Her originally pretty face contorted into a hideous grimace at this moment. Jun Mayan. Jun Mayan, this slut, is really a shameless vixen. 5 years ago, she had seduced all the men around her and made them lose their souls. Now, after 5 years, she had given birth to a bastard and had even become a filthy beggar, yet she still had such foxy skills. Jun Mayan, do you still have any shame? You actually let my senior brother pay for you. You actually dared to seduce my senior brother. I will tear your face apart. Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. She takes a vigorous step forward and raises her hand to grab Mayan's face. Ah! Be careful. The crowd cried out involuntarily. Gao Qingyu cried out in alarm, Xianxia, quickly stop, don't go too far. Everyone thought that Mu Yan would be very miserable. Because Xianxia was a disciple of the Ziyang school. However, before Xianxia's palm could land, Xiaobao lightly swung the bone in his hand. Bang! There was a loud noise. Xianxia's body flew out and heavily hit one of the tables. The guests at that table screamed and backed away from their seats. Xianxia, on the other hand, was curled up on the ground, holding her forehead that was full of blood. She cried out and couldn't get up for a long time. Everyone in the restaurant has a stupefied look on their faces. They don't know what happened at all. Why did Xianxia want to beat Mayan, and Mayan was fine, but she herself flew out? Only Bai Yichen's thoughtful gaze swept over Mu Yan and Xiaobao, and a trace of understanding flashed through his eyes. Xianxia struggled to get up from the ground, her eyes almost spitting fire. At this moment, she no longer looked like the ethereal woman she had when she first entered the shop. There was a cut on her forehead and blood was flowing all over her face. His white clothes were stained with food and grease. No matter how one looked at it, he looked so pathetic and funny. Some people could not help but burst out laughing. Ah! B*TCH, B*TCH, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Xianxia couldn't bear it anymore. She pulled out the long sword from her waist and ruthlessly slashed at him. However, before she could swing her sword, her wrist was grabbed by someone. She did not know when Bai Yichen had appeared beside her. He looked at her coldly. Have you had enough? Haven't you lost enough face for the Purple Sun sect? Xianxia could be unruly and willful in front of anyone, but in front of Bai Yichen, she did not dare to be rash. However, the more Bai Yichen protects Mu Yan, the more she hates Mu Yan. Senior brother, do you know who this bitch is? She is our Shen family's adopted daughter, Jun Mayan. In the Shen family and the Su family, there was no one who did not know that this slut was fickle and shameless. She actually went out for a trip and had an illicit affair with a man and even got pregnant with a bastard. My aunt and her family were kind enough to take her in, but they didn't expect that she would set fire to my aunt and secretly run away. All these years, I wonder how many men she's been with to be able to support herself and that bastard. Xianxia gnashed her teeth and said, now that she is in such dire straits, she must have been abandoned by her wild man, so she has been reduced to a beggar. Senior brother, this woman is very cunning. You must not be deceived by her. Xianxia's words made Bai Yichen's face turn even uglier. He flung her hand away. However, before he could speak, a graceful figure of a woman hurriedly walked in from the door. Upon seeing this woman, someone instantly cried out in surprise, Aya, it's Miss Ruyan. It's really Junji Drugstore's Miss Ruyan. Miss Ruyan, why have you come? Does Junji Drugstore have any extra special drafts for sale today? The woman who came in had a rosy face and rosy cheeks. Who else could it be but Ruyan, Xian, who doesn't know Ruyan? Ah, that's the Ghost City's Beast Fighting Coliseum's ghost envoys who are in charge of presiding over the fights. Moreover, he is now the shopkeeper of Junji Drugstore, the hottest pharmacy in Xian. In Xian, which practitioner doesn't want to curry favor with her, hoping to buy a bottle of special draft from her hands? Even when Gao Qingyu sees Ruyan, he also rushes over in pleasant surprise. He respectfully greets her, Miss Ruyan, nice to meet you. They came to Xian this time, in addition to aimlessly searching for the missing junior sister Lin Sidong. It's also because he heard that in Xian, there are some drafts that can break through bottlenecks for sale. Bai Yichen himself did not need it. But Gao Qingyu and Xianxia have already been stuck in their respective bottlenecks for a long time. If he could get a bottle of filter of barrier breaking, that would be a great fortune. Unfortunately, the special drafts in Junji Drugstore are really too hard to buy. So much so that even though they booked it for a month, they still couldn't get it. As soon as she said that, the surrounding people looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a fool. The filter of barrier breaking that was auctioned for 10 million gold coins in the ghost city, and this person actually wants to buy it for 1 million gold coins. I'm not dreaming, right? Xianxia feels even more ashamed, wishing he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. This Xianxia had always been ignorant and incompetent, and she was also arrogant and conceited. She was obviously stupid to death, but she still thought that she was smart and beautiful. They want to buy other people's drafts, but they didn't even clearly inquire about the price, causing him and senior brother Yichen to lose face together. However, Ru Yan clearly didn't have the mood to fuss about it with any of them at this moment. An anxious look appeared on her delicate face. She pushed away Xianxia, who was blocking her way, and hurriedly walked inside. When he sees Mu Yan and Xiaobao sitting in the corner, he immediately smiles. "Miss, little Gongzi, you're really here, that's great. We were very worried when we couldn't find you in the house." When Mu Yan and Xiaobao raise their heads, they see their current sorry state. Ru Yan, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. "Me? Miss, little Gongzi, how did you become like this?" Both of them were black, but their eyes were still bright and enchanting. If not for the familiar figure and aura, she would not have recognized him. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. "That, miss, could it be that the thick smoke in your room is, ahem?" Mu Yan coughs a few times, interrupting Ru Yan's words. He touched his nose awkwardly. When she was refining pills in her space, her furnace exploded. Because she felt ashamed, she didn't even change her clothes or wash her face before she escaped with little Bao. He did not expect that Ru Yan and the others would actually find their way here. She cleared her throat and was about to speak. Suddenly, Xianxia's sharp yell cut in from the side. "Miss Ru Yan, did you get the wrong person? Why did he call her miss? She's just a lowly beggar who gave birth to a bastard child with a wild man. How could she be your miss?" Ru Yan's face immediately darkened. She raised her hand and gave Xianxia a fierce slap. "Who gave you the courage to humiliate our miss?" This slap caused Xianxia to retreat several steps. Half of his face immediately swelled up. But she still had a dull look on her face as she looked at Ru Yan in disbelief. Not to mention Xianxia, everyone in the restaurant was dumbfounded. Ru Yan said that Mayan is her miss, then wouldn't she be the owner of Junji Drugstore? In other words, the godly apothecary who refines those special drafts with sky-high prices. But how was that possible? In the past half a month, he was the hottest, the most mysterious, the most heaven-defying apothecary that many people yearned to climb up to. How could he be such a sloppy beggar? Moreover, she was a promiscuous woman who had an affair with a man early on, got pregnant out of wedlock, and gave birth to a bastard. Xianxia suddenly came back to her senses. She couldn't suppress it any longer and screamed, "Are you kidding me? How could this slut be that god-level apothecary? Jun Mayan, do you think that by finding someone to use as a cover and raise your own identity, you can deceive everyone? I'm telling you, stop dreaming. I've long since thoroughly investigated your background. If you're really a god-rank apothecary, then I, Xianxia, will crawl out of this guest arrival restaurant today." Ru Yan was practically seething with anger. Today, she must ruthlessly teach them a lesson. However, before Ru Yan could make her move, more than a dozen people enter the restaurant's entrance in a single file. Seeing these people, everyone in the audience simultaneously sucks in a mouthful of cold air. God, who are these people that came in? Yan Haoyan, Jin Qingfeng, Old Tao, which one of them isn't a celebrity in Junji Drugstore? The rest, there's a glamorous beauty with a graceful figure. There are also more than a dozen fiends, burly men that can make people tremble with fear with just a glance. Gulp, someone swallows their saliva, their eyes round. What's going on here? The people of Junji Drugstore all ran here. As soon as Ru Yan sees these people, she immediately calls out in delight, "Hai Tang, Old Tao, Qingfeng, Miss is here." More than a dozen people quickly arrive in front of Mayan and Xiaobo. Yan Haoyan, Feng Hai Tang, Old Tao and Chen Qingfeng slightly bow, "Greetings to Miss." The dozen or so people from the ink camp simultaneously bow down, "Greetings to Miss June, greetings to the little master." The entire restaurant is deathly silent, one could hear a pin drop. Only the rumbling roars of those dozen or so people reverberate. Gao Qingyu is dumbfounded. After a long while, he turns to look at Bai Chen. He grabs his sleeve and says in a trembling voice, "SS senior brother, that beggar is actually that god-level apothecary?" Bai Yichen's eyes slightly move, a strange light flashes through his calm eyes. He already knew that Mayan's strength is very strong and not simple, but he didn't expect that it would actually be this extraordinary. Xianxia is completely dumbfounded. Her pair of eyes unwaveringly stare at the respectful people of Junji drugstore, and then look at Jun Mayan. How is this possible? How is this possible? That Jun Mayan, who had nothing, was driven to the Su family by her, suffered all kinds of abuse in the Su family, and even ended up having an illicit relationship with a wild man under her and her cousin's scheme, and got pregnant with a vile spawn. How could she be the owner of Junji drugstore? How could she be a god-level apothecary? Mayan swallows the last mouthful of food, brushes off the dust on her clothes, and stands up. It's just that, her clothes have long been charred from the explosion of the furnace. Feng Haitang immediately looks at the shop assistant. "Can I trouble you for a basin of water and a clean towel?" Although it was a request, Feng Haitang's face was expressionless. Her incomparably beautiful face was cold, but it added to her charm and charm. The waiter of the restaurant swallowed his saliva and nodded repeatedly. He quickly turned around and brought clean warm water and a cloth towel. Feng Haitang and Ru Yan immediately stepped forward. One attends to Mu Yan, and the other attends to Xiaobao. Chen Qingfeng and Old Tao were even smarter. They rushed out of the restaurant and bought 2 sets of clothes from the nearest boutique. The dirt on his face was washed away bit by bit. He took off his outer robe and put on a luxurious robe with fluttering sleeves. When Ru Yan and Feng Haitang retreat, Mu Yan and Xiaobao's true appearances are once again revealed. Everyone in the audience was so shocked that their eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. So beautiful. The godly apothecary whose name Xianxia and is actually such a bright and moving beauty. God, that kid is so cute. Ah, I really want to carry it home. I really want to pinch your cheeks. Just a moment ago, I thought that Ziyangzong's female disciple looks pretty good. Now that she's compared to the owner of Junji drugstore, that's really, let's not compare, it's shameful. That's because Jun Mayan's beauty isn't only limited to her appearance, but also that ethereal and otherworldly, enchanting and bewitching temperament that surrounds her. He was a monster who could steal a person's soul with just a slight frown and smile. As for Xiaobao, there was no need to even mention him. Her exquisite facial features looked like they were carved from the same mold as Mayan. However, in addition to that trace of absolute beauty, there was also a trace of innate dignity and fierceness. She was clearly extremely adorable, but when those icy blue eyes looked over coldly, it caused one's heart to tremble, not daring to act rashly anymore. Mu Yan helps Xiaobao clean the oil stains on his hands, then she takes the cloth towel that Feng Haitang hands over and wipes her hands. Soon after, he looks at Xianxia with a smile that isn't a smile. "You just said that if I were the owner of Junji drugstore, you would crawl out from here? Xianxia, are you going to fulfill your promise now?" Xianxia's eyes are bloodshot, glaring at Mayan like she's seen a ghost. It wasn't until Mu Yan's face was completely revealed that she recalled the time when she was suppressed by Mu Yan's appearance to the point that she couldn't breathe, and was jealous to the point that she wanted to go crazy. 5 years have passed, but not only has Jun Mayan not fallen from grace, she hasn't become ugly either. Instead, she became even more beautiful, and she even became a god-tier alchemist. How was this possible? You can't be Jun Mayan, you can't be Jun Mayan. Xianxia desperately shakes her head like a madwoman, hysterically roaring, Jun Mayan should lose all standing and reputation, miserable and dejected. Jun Mayan, that slut, should not have a good death. Bang! Before Xianxia could finish shouting, Yan Haoyan leaped up and kicked her in the chest. The pain of the broken bones in her chest made Xianxia let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. But before she could get up, she was stepped on by Yan Haoyan, unable to move. Yan Haoyan looked at her coldly. Just one look was enough to make Xianxia's face turn pale and her whole body tremble. The Azura demons that come out of the Ghost City's beast-fighting coliseum aren't just there to scare people. Yan Haoyan raises his head and looks at Mu Yan. The meaning was clear. Should they kill or not? Mu Yan hooks up the corner of her lips and chuckles softly. Haoyan, be a bit more refined. No matter what, this is still my good sister. What's more, I'm still waiting for her to fulfill her promise. If you cripple her, how is she going to crawl out? Hearing this, Yan Haoyan quickly retracted his leg and retreated to the side. The guys from the ink camp, on the other hand, are only afraid of the whole world being in chaos. They immediately shout, "Crawl out! Crawl out! Ha ha ha, bitch, if you don't obediently crawl out, I'll make you crawl out from under my pants." Xianxia looked at the surrounding diners of Kulai restaurant in fear. It was a pity that her expression and words just now were too sharp and unkind, making one feel disgusted. Therefore, now that she's being humiliated and punished, not only is there no one to help her, there are even a few people who take pleasure in her misfortune and shout along with the ink camp, "Crawl out!" Xianxiao's eyes were filled with tears, and her face was filled with humiliation. Harboring a glimmer of hope, she looks towards Bai Chen and Gao Qinyu, "Senior brother, could it be that you want to look on helplessly as I, your junior sister, am humiliated?" "Humph, isn't this what you asked for?" Bai Chen still hadn't spoken when Gao Qinyu indignantly says, "Just now, your senior brother already told you to restrain yourself a bit, but you wouldn't listen. Now that you're being humiliated, don't tell me that you don't deserve it." Even junior sister Lin Sitong's disappearance is also because of this Xianxiao's deliberate obstruction. If it weren't for her family and identity, Gao Qingyu would really like to ruthlessly beat her up. Not to mention Lin Sitong's childhood sweetheart, senior brother Yichen. Now that there's someone who can ruthlessly teach her a lesson, it's really great. Xianxiao looks hopefully at Bai Chen, hoping that he can stand up for her. With Bai Chen's identity, as long as he's willing to reveal his identity and speak up for her, there's simply no one who can refuse to give dustless swordsman Bai Chen face. However, Bai Chen's expression doesn't change in the slightest because of her pleading. The voice that comes out can even freeze people. Keeping one's word is the character that Ziyang's people should have. Don't let people look down on you, and also look down on Ziyang. As soon as these words come out, Xianxiao only feels that the sky and earth are spinning, wishing that she could faint. She fiercely glares at Mayan, shrieking, "Jun Mayan, if you dare to treat me like this today, in the future, my mother and the Shin family will certainly return it to you 1,000 times over." Mayan slowly walks up to her, crouches down, leans close to her ear, and softly says, "Xianxiao, do you think that I don't know that when I was drugged that year, and when I accidentally trespassed into the forbidden area, was it all your and the Su family's plan? The Su family's people have already died in the fire. Can you guess what will happen to you? Tell me, if you were to choose, would you choose to crawl out of here, or die the same way as the Su family's people?" Xianxiao's pupils suddenly contract. Her body trembles, and she looks up at Jun Mayan. There's a faint smile on that beautiful face that's so close at hand. Those eyes are bright and clear, as if they can completely see through her heart. At this moment, Xianxiao actually feels a bone-chilling fear. Under Mayan's gaze, which is like a smile yet not a smile, she stiffly climbs up. Knees bent, hands on the ground, she slowly crawls out step by step. Not bad, you climb really well, very much like a dog." The people from the ink camp nod in praise. This attracts a burst of laughter from the people in the restaurant. Xianxiao clenched her teeth as she crawled. The fear in her eyes slowly turned into bone-piercing hatred. "Jun Mayan, just you wait, I will definitely tear that face of yours to pieces and let you die without a burial ground, Miss, do you need someone to get rid of that woman?" Old Tao approaches Mu Yan and makes a throat-slitting gesture. Mu Yan's eyes darkened. She shook her head and said, "There's no need. I still have a use for her life." Old Tao immediately took his leave. Soon, only Mu Yan and Xiao Bao were left in the room. Mu Yan is thinking whether or not she should go into the space to clean up the mess. Xiao Bao suddenly climbed up the chair and snuggled into her bosom. Before Mu Yan could react, he tightly hugs Mu Yan's neck and leans his little head on her shoulder. Xiao Bao has always been precocious and cold. Even if he's attached to Mayan, he rarely acts coquettishly and clingy like this. Mu Yan quickly hugged his small body in her arms and asked softly, "Baby, what's wrong?" The room is quiet, and there's only the sound of the two people's thin breathing. Just when Mu Yan thought that Xiao Bao wouldn't answer, she hears a low whisper in her ear, "Niang Qin, what is a bastard?" Mu Yan's body suddenly tightens. The hand holding Xiao Bao also trembles slightly. At this moment, she suddenly hates Xianxiao very much. She hates this woman. She actually humiliates her baby like this, making her baby sad. Xiaobao slowly raises his head from the crook of her neck, a pair of deep blue eyes quietly looking at her. Niangqin, is Xiaobao a bastard? Mu Yan suddenly shakes her head, of course not, Xiaobao is Niangqin's most important baby. His long eyelashes tremble, Xiaobao clenches his small fists, then why do they always say that Xiaobao is a bastard? Has Xiaobao shamed Niangqin? The one he cares about the most, the mother he loves the most, the mother he longs to protect for a lifetime. If she's humiliated, hurt, and wantonly insulted because of his existence, Jun Machin. Mu Yan slowly calls out his full name. Her eyes stare at him unblinkingly, without a trace of hesitation or evasion, without a trace of perfunctory or deceit. Niangqin doesn't care what people say or do. Niangqin only cares if Xiaobao is well, if he's happy, if he's by Niangqin's side. The hesitation and panic in Xiaobao's eyes slowly turn into softness and joy. It's like a bright lamp has been lit on the vast ocean. Xiaobao hugs Mu Yan's neck and gently rubs against it. Xiaobao doesn't care what people say or do. Xiaobao only wants Niangqin to be happy, and to be together with Niangqin. Mu Yan tightly hugs his small body, her face revealing a smile so soft that it's almost melting. But her heart hurts, as if someone is stabbing it with a needle. In the end, she let her baby get hurt. Tonight, Xiaobao is particularly clingy to her. When she sleeps at night, he's also tightly clinging to her arms, grabbing her hand. Mu Yan gently pats him. It's not until midnight that she feels the little person in her arms soften and calm down, that she slowly lets herself fall asleep. In a daze, she hears Xiaobao's low voice, as if he's talking in his sleep. Niangqin, does Xiaobao have a father? Having a father, what does it feel like? Mu Yan's slightly closed long eyelashes tremble, as if there are sparkling and translucent tears looming on them. She reaches out and holds the child's soft body in her arms, as if grasping at a life-saving straw. For a long time, she doesn't let go. Jingqing Country, Royal Palace. Late at night, Gong Qianxue hurriedly came out of her bedroom wearing only a single garment. Seeing Zhao Shan kneeling on the ground and Yan Lai lying beside him without limbs and beyond recognition, his eyes immediately widen. What's going on? Gong Qianxue lets out a cry of pain and rushes to Yan Lai's side. How did Big Brother Yan become like this? Zhao Shan lowered his head so that no one could see his expression. But he says in a hoarse voice, I went to Xi'an City to assassinate Jun Mayan, but I didn't succeed. After escaping with great difficulty, I discovered that the head wasn't dead, but had instead become like this, neither human nor ghost. That Jun Mayan is so vicious. Gong Qianxue revealed a shocked and pained expression, sparkling and translucent teardrops dripping down from her eyes. Killing people is just a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. How could she bear to harm Big Brother Yan so miserably? As she speaks, Gong Qianxue crouches down in front of Yan Lai, her face full of pity and guilt. Big Brother Yan, I'm sorry, it's all because of me. She hasn't finished speaking when Yan Lai, who originally had his eyes closed, suddenly opens them. At the same time, Zhao Shan and the fierce flame mercenary group behind him also moved. The sword and saber were wrapped in a fierce killing intent, and in the blink of an eye, they had already neared Gong Qianxue's back. However, it was such a critical moment. Gong Qianxue's face didn't have the slightest hint of panic. The pity and guilt in her eyes receded, leaving only ruthlessness and coldness. With a slight sway of her body, she easily avoids Yan Lai's poisonous hidden weapon. He suddenly raises his hand and ruthlessly slaps Yan Lai's heart. With a pop sound, Yan Lai's heart shatters, his eyes bulge out, and he becomes a dead man. Almost at the same time, Gong Qianxue turned around and grabbed Zhao Shan's neck with one hand. With his other hand, he snatched Zhao Shan's saber and slashed it down. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. Both of Zhao Shan's arms were chopped off. He howled like a pig being slaughtered. Gong Qianxue sneered and slowly stood up with Zhao Shan by the neck. At this time, around her were the corpses of more than 10 members of the Raging Inferno mercenary group. A grave and stern man in black walked to Gong Qianxue's side and stood respectfully. Gong Qianxue coldly looked at Zhao Shan. You want to kill me with just a bunch of trash? Zhao Shan's entire body was trembling in pain, but he still glared angrily at Gong Qianxue and roared in a hoarse voice, You. Back then. You lied to the leader, lied to our mercenary group, you. You will die a horrible death. Gong Xianxia narrowed her eyes and said, how do you know what happened back then? Did Jun Mayan tell you? Zhao Shan opened his mouth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of phlegm mixed with blood on Gong Qianxua's face. You will die a horrible death. A cold light flashed in Gong Qianxua's eyes, and she suddenly exerted force in her hand. With a cracking sound, Zhao Shan's head drooped down softly. She throws the corpse away in disgust and takes the handkerchief that the man in black hands over. Wiping her face and hands, she says through gritted teeth, that Jun Mayan, in the end, I still underestimated her. Princess, do you want me to send someone to kill her? Gong Qianxua narrowed her eyes and slowly said, don't be hasty. Send someone to investigate her identity and background. I've always felt that this Jun Mayan is very important to me. I can't just simply kill her. Yes, princess. Gong Qianxua glanced at the people of the Raging Inferno mercenary group on the ground, frowning. I originally wanted to take these people for my own use. Humph, forget it, they're just a bunch of trash. By the way, I asked you to get in touch with the higher-ups of the Ghost City and find a way to turn Jingqin Country's Ghost City into our force. How's it going? It's a little difficult. The black-clothed man mutters to himself for a moment, and then he says in a low voice, we've already bribed the magistrates of Jingqin Country's Ghost City, but the King of Hell. But don't worry, princess, it's only a matter of time. Halfway through his words, the man in black suddenly frowned and took a deep breath. Then, his expression changed and he took a step back. Gong Qianxua couldn't help but frown when she saw his unusual expression. What's going on? Could it be? Huh, what's that smell? It stinks. She took a deep breath and was almost choked to death by the stench. Ugh. Where did this stench come from? The man in black covered his nose and took a step back without a trace. He wanted to say something but stopped. Princess, it seems to be the smell coming from your body. You. Speak. What? Is that so? A scream that could overturn roofs resounded through the clouds. Even Gong Qianxua's diehard followers, the men who adore her, can only give way when they see her. Because she stinks too much. Unless you plug your nose, you'll vomit out yesterday's meal if you get close to her. Gong Qianxua's lungs are about to explode from anger. She screams with bone-deep hatred, Jun Mayan, just you wait, I'll make you die without a burial. The next day, she directly leaves Jingqin Country and goes to Tiandao sect. In Jingqin Country, she has already searched for all the famous doctors and apothecaries, but none of them can cure this strange poison. In this world, the only one who can help her is Senior Jian Feng of Tiandao sect. Mayan, who's far away in Qiyan Country, doesn't know what's happening in Jingqin Country. At this very moment, she's entertaining an unexpected guest. Xian's Ghost City's Ghost King, Xia Yi. Xia Yi's expression is respectful, and he gets straight to the point. Miss June, coming to find you today is the sincerity of Ghost City. We hope to cooperate with you. Mayan raises her eyebrows. Cooperation? Are you talking about the special drafts? Xia Yi shows a wry smile and nods. You guessed right. I've come here in hopes that Miss June can provide a portion of the special drafts to our Ghost City every month. We'll buy them at double the price of the Junji drugstore. Mayan says with a smile that isn't a smile, you should know my rules. Xia Yi says, Ghost City doesn't want Miss June to break the rules. But the amount of special drafts that Junji drugstore sells every day is very small. I believe that with Miss June's ability, it would be a piece of cake to refine the same amount of drafts. This way, it wouldn't be breaking the rules, right? Xia Yi really doesn't know what else to do. Because of the emergence of the Junji drugstore's special drafts, almost everyone in Xia and who wants to buy drafts runs to the Junji drugstore. The Ghost City's trading house exists in name only. If this goes on, I'm afraid that even the prestige of the Ghost City will be damaged. If it were any other apothecary, the Ghost City would have already seized it by force. But as it happens, they run into this evil star. It doesn't count as breaking the rules. Mu Yan teased, but why should I refine another batch? Xia Yi clenches his teeth, only then does he get up and respectfully hand over a dark purple token to Mayan. This is my Ghost City's Shinshu token, a special token that has never been given out in the last 300 years. Holding this Xianxia token, in any ghost city of the Yanwu continent, one can enjoy privileges second only to the king of hell. As soon as Xiantu gave the order, the infernal judges and ghost servants all obeyed. This is my ghost city's expression of sincerity towards Miss June. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze falling on the Xiantu token as she slowly said, I may not stay in Xian City for long. It doesn't matter at all. As soon as Xiaoyi sees that her tone has loosened, he immediately says excitedly, although there's only one entrance to my ghost city in Qiyan, Jingqing and Huangyao, our hands and informants are all over the cities and towns. No matter where you go, Miss June, our cooperation will continue, and we will not trouble you to run around. Mu Yan ponders for a moment, then slowly hooks up her lips, all right, deal. Having just sent off Xiaoyi, Mu Yan prepares to accompany Xiaobao to practice martial arts for a while. But Haitang comes in and reports, Miss, Xianxiaro requests an audience. Xianxiaro? Requests an audience? This time, Mu Yan is really surprised. But very quickly, she reveals a meaningful smile, please come in. After not seeing her for a few days, Xianxiaro's injuries still haven't completely subsided, and her complexion is pale and sallow. Different from the arrogant and despotic attitude of that day at the restaurant, she immediately shows a tearful expression when she sees Mayan today. Mayan Mimi, it was Big Sister's fault a few days ago. Big Sister was really too surprised. You're still alive, so I got a little carried away. Can you forgive Big Sister? Mayan looks at her indifferently, then spits out 2 words, no. Xianxiaro immediately chokes. Her face distorts for a moment, and it takes a long while before she calms down. With even more tearful eyes, she mournfully says, Mayan Mimi, Big Sister knows that you still blame Big Sister, but in the end, we are a family. Father and Big Brother have been looking for you all these years. Now that they know that you're still alive, they must be very happy. Mayan Mimi, quickly come back to the Shin family with me. Hearing the words father and big brother, Mayan's expression becomes absent-minded for a moment. She spared Xianxiaro's dog life. It's precisely because she wants to know the situation of her adoptive father and brother. She also wants to know what that good adoptive mother of hers did back then. In her previous life, because of the death of the child in her womb, she hated the Su family, hated her adoptive mother, and thus hated her adoptive father and brother. But her adoptive father was kind to her, so Mayan didn't retaliate. From then on, she paid no attention to the family, acting like a stranger. However, after a short 3 years, she received news of her adoptive father's death. Another year passed, and even her brother died unexpectedly during his experiential learning. Only after a long time did Mayan know that her adoptive father and brother had looked for her. What happened to the Shin family in her previous life? Seeing Mayan's indifferent appearance, Xianxiaro can't help but grit her teeth. Finally, she resorts to her killer move, June Mayan, do you know that father is seriously ill now? After all, you've been in the Shin family for so many years. Shouldn't you go back to the Shin family to see father and show your filial piety? Father is seriously ill? Mayan's expression is indifferent and solemn, coldly looking at her. Xianxiaro was really scared by Mayan a few days ago, and she suddenly shivers. But she quickly adjusts her expression, wiping her tears and says, yes, father has been ill for a long time. Shouldn't you go back and see him? June Mayan, although father isn't related to you by blood, he still raised you for so many years. You can't be so cold-blooded and heartless. Mu Yan slowly relaxes her body, leaning on the chair, and unhurriedly says, all right, I'll go back with you. Are you really willing to go back to the Shin family with me? Xianxiaro excitedly jumped up from the chair. 3 days later, wait for me at the gate of Xian. Receiving Mayan's affirmative answer, Xianxiaro excitedly leaves. After walking out of Junji drugstore, the excitement on her face is immediately replaced by resentment and ecstasy. Ha ha ha. June Mayan, you're beautiful now, so what if you know alchemy? Aren't you still being deceived by me, Xianxiaro? Wait till you come back to the Shin family with me, haha. Then what awaits you is a fate more miserable than hell. June Mayan, your good days are over. I will make you pay back the humiliation you gave me a few days ago 1,000 times over. 3 days later, a carriage quietly stops in front of Junji drugstore. Ru Yan, Old Tao, Chen Qingfeng and the people from the ink camp are all respectfully standing in front of the carriage. Mayan nods and looks at Chen Qingfeng. Have you really decided to go to Tianyuan City with me? After all, this is your ancestral property. Chen Qingfeng nods without hesitation. From the day I decided to follow Miss June, I was already Mrs. Person. Wherever you are, my mother and I will be there. What's more, if it weren't for you, Qingfeng would have already lost his only relative, let alone the ancestral property. Mayan sees his resolute expression and no longer says anything more. She carries Xiaobao and boards the carriage. Before lowering the curtain, she can't help but sweep her gaze over the courtyard next to Junji drugstore. Dimingju, in the end, he's just a passerby in her and Xiaobao's lives. Gently shaking her head, Mayan lets go and lowers the curtain. The carriage slowly heads towards Xia and City Gate. City Gate. Senior brother, why don't you come back to Tianyuan City with me? It's rare that Xian and Tianyuan City are so close. My mother really wants to see you. Xianxia sticks to Bai Yichen's side, chattering nonstop. Gao Qingyu can't help but turn his face white, his face full of disgust. Bai Yichen's expression is cold, not even bothering to answer. Xianxia's eyes flash with a hint of melancholy, and she suddenly says in a sweet voice, Senior brother, I'm afraid you still don't know, but this time, Mayan is going back to the Shen family with me. As soon as she says this, Bai Yichen really lifts his head. Even Gao Qingyu can't help but say, you're talking nonsense, right? How could that godly alchemist go with you? Xianxia gets Bai Yichen's attention, and she feels proud. But when she thinks that this attention came because she mentioned Mayan's name, there's a burst of jealousy in her heart. But on the surface, she has to put on a calm and indifferent expression. Mayan is my Shen family's adopted daughter. Now that she's grown up, isn't it only right and proper for her to return to the Shen family to repay the grace of raising her? My mother has found a good school for little sister Mayan. Before he could finish his words, he sees a carriage speeding over. It stops at the city gate, and Mayan, dressed in a moon-white dress, gets down from it. The morning sun falls on her elegant and beautiful countenance, as if it's plated with a layer of light. Gao Qingyu is simply stunned, muttering, so beautiful. Even Bai Yichen's eyes flickered slightly. Xianxia tightly clenched her hands into fists. It took her quite a while to control herself. She stepped forward and said with a smile, Little sister Mayan, why did you only come now? He reached out to grab her hand to show his affection, but was pushed away by Feng Haitang. Her beautiful face was cold and expressionless. Sorry, our miss doesn't like to interact with strangers. You, a mere servant, how dare you point fingers at me? Who do you think you are? As he spoke, he raised his hand and was about to slap Feng Haitang's beautiful face. However, just as she raised her hand into the air, it was ruthlessly grabbed by a thick hand that resembled a cattail leaf fan. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Quickly let go. Xianxia's face contorted in pain, and the bones in her hand made creaking sounds. Only then did Yan Haoyan violently fling her a few steps away. He then looked at Feng Haitang worriedly, but happened to meet Feng Haitang's deep and focused eyes. Yan Haoyan's heart fiercely trembled, and he promptly turned his head away, maintaining his expressionless face. Feng Haitang sighed softly, and slowly stepped back to stand by Mayan's side. June Mayan, this slut, she actually lets her subordinates bully her again and again, but no matter how angry she was, Xianxia did not dare to act rashly this time. She grits her teeth and looks at Mayan, can we go now? Mayan smiles, let's go. When Gao Qingyu sees that Mu Yan really wants to go to Tianyuan City with Xianxia, he can't help but feel a burning passion in his heart. He looks at Bai Yichen expectantly. He had been stuck at the bottleneck for a long time. If he could travel with June Mayan, maybe he could ask for a bottle of filter of barrier breaking. Bai Yichen pondered for a moment, then took a step forward and said, if you don't mind, can you allow us to travel together? Senior brother, are you really willing to go to the Shen family with me to see my parents? When Xianxia heard that Bai Yichen was going to Tianyuan City, she was so excited that she didn't even care about the pain in her hand. Gao Qingyu once again rolls his eyes, simply about to be defeated by this woman's shamelessness. Yichen apprentice brother is obviously talking to Miss June. Who was going to see her parents? Was there something wrong with this person? Bai Yichen doesn't pay attention to Xianxia, but looks at Mu Yan. Mayan leisurely smiles, why not? Xiaobao, don't you agree? Holding Mu Yan's hand, Xiaobao nods expressionlessly. Uncle Rabbit Lantern, he did not dislike. The corners of Bai Yichen's mouth curled up as a gentle smile appeared in his eyes. When Xianxia saw this scene, she was so angry that her whole body was trembling. B*TCH. 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 You can only take advantage of this time to be arrogant. Wait till we get back to the Shin family, I will teach you a lesson. She suppressed her anger and shouted, what are you waiting for? If we don't leave now, we won't be able to reach Tianyuan City by nightfall. Do you want to be buried in the stomachs of strange beasts in Wuwang Mountain Range? Wuwang Mountain Range is a mountain range between Xi'an City and Tianyuan City. There were very special beasts that lurked in the night and came out at night. They were extremely ferocious and often appeared in groups. Ordinary martial artists could not deal with it at all. Therefore, most people did not dare to walk on this mountain path when it was dark. Otherwise, it would be courting death. Just as the crowd was about to mount their horses and carriages, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, a group of people galloped over from the city. This time, it was still a carriage. However, it was not a carriage for people, but a carriage for goods. There were more than 20 carriages, and they were all filled with boxes and cages. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man. His face was ordinary, but the light in his eyes was restrained. Even Bai Yichen was unable to see through his cultivation. A look of astonishment appeared on his face. When the caravan comes near, the middle-aged man dismounts the horse and quickly walks in front of Mayan. He bows and salutes. Ghost City's new magistrate, Dai Xiang, greets Miss June. Hiss. Gao Qingyu inhales a mouthful of cold air. WWWW what? Ghost City's magistrate, wasn't that a Xiantian realm expert? Moreover, that's the Ghost City's magistrate. Why is he so respectful towards Mayan? Shen Xiaoro was even more dumbstruck, unable to react for a moment. However, Dai Xiang did not care about their reactions. He raises his head and shows a fawning smile to Mayan. Xia Yanwang heard that Miss June is leaving Xi'an to settle down in Tianyuan City, so he specially had his subordinates prepare a humble gift for you. He hopes that you and the little Gongzi will be able to live comfortably in Tianyuan City. As he spoke, he turned around and pointed at the cages behind him. After Dai Xiang's introduction, the ghost envoy behind him immediately opens several of the boxes. Inside, the glittering jewels and rare herbs are all revealed. Gao Qingyu swallows his saliva with a gudong sound. Shen Xiaoro stares straight ahead, her eyes full of greed and desire. These things, if they all become hers, Dai Xiang also sees the greed in Shen Xiaoro's eyes. He can't help but laugh contemptuously, and says in a clear voice, Ghost King has ordered that these are gifts from Ghost City to Miss June. If anyone dares to snatch them, then they will be making life difficult for my Ghost City. Clatter, Shen Xiaoro's heart that was just burning hot suddenly falls from the clouds. She gnashes her teeth in anger, looking at Mayan with eyes that can almost spit out fire. So many heavy things, how can we pass through the Wuwang Mountains tonight? June Mayan, do you want to kill us all on the road for your own selfish desires? Mayan still hasn't spoken. Dai Xiang already sneers, this girl, rest assured. How could there be any reason for my Ghost City's gifts to be lacking? This one will accompany Miss June to escort these gifts to the gates of Tianyuan City. This one doesn't care about insignificant strange beasts. Some people don't need to worry about groundless things. Gao Qingyu suddenly widens his eyes, looking at Dai Xiang, then looking at Mayan. The Ghost City's magistrate is actually personally escorting them to Tianyuan City, this June Mayan, what kind of divine being is she? Not to mention Gao Qingyu and Shen Xiaoro, even Mayan herself is somewhat surprised. She and Ghost City only have a cooperative relationship. Hearing that she's leaving, Ghost City actually came to send gifts and send her off. Isn't this treatment a bit too good? What's more, Xia'an's Ghost City is almost emptied by her. How could there be so many gifts for her, Xia'an's Ghost City? Ghost King, are we really going to give so many treasures to June Mayan? The magistrate says with a sullen face, this is half of our Ghost City's treasures. Xia fiercely glares at him, and says gloomily, do you think I want to? But this is an order from the Ghost King himself. He wants us to absolutely serve this Miss June well, we can't neglect her. If the Ghost King himself came, he's afraid that his entire ghost city would be emptied for June Mayan. The same doubts as Gao Qingyu arise in Xiaoyi's mind. This June Mayan, just where did she come from? In the evening, the sun was setting in the west, and the last ray of light on the horizon disappeared. Roars of beasts could be heard from time to time in the Wuwang mountain range. It was as if he could see pairs of green eyes hidden in the bushes. Ah! I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Senior brother, save me! Xianxia screamed and tried to pounce on Bai Yichen, but she missed. She has no choice but to settle for the next best thing. She tightly clings to Gao Qinyu's arm, shivering and shrieking, what should I do? What to do? Although the strange beasts in the Wuwang mountains can only come out at night, each of them is at least in the earth stage. There are only 4 of us. We're dead for sure. But I don't want to die. Gao Qingyu ruthlessly shakes off her hand, furiously saying, Xianxia, you still have the face to say that? If it weren't for you, we would have arrived at Tianyuan City long ago. How could we still be trapped here at night? Gao Qingyu is simply driven mad by this woman's shamelessness. He hatefully swings his sleeve and no longer pays attention to her. Mu Yan, on the other hand, was carrying Xiao Bao as they sat on an enormous rock with a leisurely smile on their faces. It was as if they weren't in the depths of a dangerous place, but were on an outing amidst lush mountains and clear waters. However, he would occasionally look into the distance. TSK. This is a stupid rabbit. Don't tell me it's so happy that it doesn't want to come back. Here's what happened. After entering the mountain path of the Wuwang Mountains, the sun had already begun to slowly sink. Xianxia really hates Bai Yichen's gentleness towards Mu Yan and Xiao Bao, as well as his disdain towards her. Moreover, if Mayan were to die in the Wuwang Mountains, then wouldn't the treasures that Judge Dai Xiang would deliver tomorrow all belong to the Shen family, which would be his? That's why she got hot-headed and dared to do evil. She actually deceived Mu Yan into entering the Wuwang Mountains. Of course, the truth was that Mu Yan herself wanted to enter this mountain range. Since the sun had set, the fat rabbit in the space had become restless. It had a look that said, I'm starving to death. It's not easy to get so much food. Let me eat until I'm full. Thus, Mu Yan smoothly pushes the boat and directly enters the Wuwang Mountains. Xianxia was very pleased with herself. She was sure that Mu Yan wouldn't be able to come out from inside. She didn't expect that after Bai Yichen and Gao Qingyu learned that Mayan is missing in the Wuwang Mountains, they actually insist on going in to look for her. The sky was dark, and the faint roars of beasts could be heard. How could Xianxia dare to stay on the mountain path alone? She could only follow him in. In the end, Mayan found them, but they were also lost in the darkness of the Wuwang Mountains. At this time, Xianxia really went for wool and came home shorn. She was scared out of her wits. But she didn't think it was her problem at all. On the contrary, she thoroughly hates Mu Yan. Bai Yichen suddenly steps forward, standing in front of Mu Yan and Xiao Bao. His gaze, however, was fixed on the nearby shrubbery. I'll hold the exotic beast back later. You take Xiao Bao and leave first. Mu Yan couldn't help but glance at the young man. She could see through Bai Yichen's cultivation. Heaven rank high rank. To deal with the strange beasts of the Wuwang mountain range, 1 or 2 was certainly not a problem. But the problem was that the exotic beasts here almost all appeared in groups. Once they fell into the beast tide, they would die for sure. But even at a time like this, he still wanted her and little treasure to leave first. Just as he was thinking, there was a sudden howl and dozens of red-tailed wolves rushed out, their jaws wide open. Ah ah ah! Xianxia screamed and fell to the ground in fright, almost fainting. In the blink of an eye, Bai Yichen unsheathed his long sword with a clang. The sword light flickered and danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, blood splattered everywhere, and the wolf's limbs flew everywhere. Even Mu Yan praised him from the side, his swordsmanship is extraordinary. For the time being, Bai Yichen was not in any danger. But Gao Qingyu will soon be unable to hold on. Because that idiot Xianxia, after losing her soul in fright, unexpectedly hugs Gao Qingyu's legs. Several wolves rushed over. Gao Qingyu could have dodged, but he was held up by Xianxia. He could only watch as the red-tailed wolf bit down on his head with its bloody mouth. "Elder brother, save me!" Gao Qingyu screams, his eyes already revealing despair. In his heart, he hates Xianxia to the extreme. Seeing his junior brother in danger, Bai Yichen leaps over. His long sword streaks through the air, the sword light is swift and fierce, forcing back most of the red-tailed wolves in the blink of an eye. But there is still one wolf, a fish that escapes the net, and pounces in front of Bai Yichen. Its sharp claws ruthlessly claw down, and with a cracking sound, the mask on Bai Yichen's face shatters. The sword's momentum is blocked. Valentine's Day Theater a long, long time later. Xiaobao takes Bailey Liuing's notebook to Jun Shang. He turns to one of the pages and points with his little finger. Not waiting for Jun Shang to react. Xiaobao already has his hands behind his back, and like a little adult, he leaves. A certain Jun Shang looks down and sees a line of words written in red, February 14th, Valentine's Day. As a qualified lover, you should, Jun Shang looks pensive. At night, Mu Yan comes back. She sees the ground covered in flower petals, the room full of candlelight, and a certain someone wearing silk pajamas, revealing his sexy chest. She is completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? But before she could figure it out, a certain someone pounces on her like a hungry tiger. After a night, Mu Yan finds out that a certain someone is actually giving her Valentine's Day. Her shimmering eyes cast a sidelong glance. On Valentine's Day, you have to give a present. Where's your present? A certain Jun Shang is extremely proud, and also somewhat wronged. He grabs Mu Yan's little hand and presses it against his chest. In this world, is there a better present than Ben Jun's? Ben Jun has already given himself to you? Yan Yan is still not content. Under the moonlight, the youth's peerlessly handsome countenance is revealed to the people, a bit pale. Face like the mid-autumn moon, color like the flowers at the dawn of spring. Beautiful and elegant, a peerless gentleman. This Yanwu continent's #1 genius, who is renowned far and wide, actually has a face like that of a good woman, an elegant and otherworldly appearance. It's no wonder that he often wears a mask. Boundless internal force emanates from Bai Yichen's body. The powerful pressure makes the surrounding red-tailed wolves tremble in fear, and their movements can't help but pause. In the next moment, the long sword soars into the sky, splitting into tens of thousands of sword shadows, rustling down. The sword shadows dissipate, leaving only wolf corpses on the ground. The whole place is silent. For a moment, the strange beasts hiding in the dark are also frightened, not daring to move forward one by one. Xianxia stares at Bai Yichen's peerlessly handsome face with an infatuated expression. She steps forward, wanting to hold Bai Yichen's hand. Senior brother, thank you for coming to save me. If it weren't for you, Xiara would have already died under the claws of the wolves. No matter how senior brother wants me to repay you, Xiara will. But, not waiting for Xianxia to finish her words, Bai Yichen has already walked quickly to Mayan and Xiaobao's side. Are you alright? Mayan looks at his face, her eyes slightly flickering. You're Xianxia's peerless genius, Bai Yichen? That's right, my senior brother is the famous Bai Yichen. Xianxia takes a step forward, fiercely glaring at Mayan. Now do you know my senior brother's status? Do you think my senior brother would take a fancy to a lowly broken shoe like you? I advise you to stop your wishful thinking. Xianxia's voice hasn't fallen when she suddenly hears a loud slap. Immediately after, her face hurts, and half of her cheek unexpectedly swells up for no reason. Xianxia howls like a pig being butchered. But no one pays attention to her. Only Xiaobao coldly glares at her, withdraws his little hand, and takes Mayan's hand again. Mayan chuckles, grabbing her son's little hand tightly. Her other hand turns over her wrist, and a porcelain bottle appears in her palm. This is the filter of barrier breaking. One bottle can let Earth stage and below break through the bottleneck. As soon as Gao Qingyu sees the filter of barrier breaking, his eyes turn green and he swallows his saliva. Miss June, are you willing to sell it to us? I'm willing to pay any price. Mayan casually tosses it, and the porcelain bottle falls into Gao Qingyu's arms. He catches it in a flurry, trembling as he holds the porcelain bottle. Soon after, he looks at Mayan foolishly. Miss June, I haven't paid yet. Xiaobao rolled his eyes. Another idiot. Mayan shakes her head and says, "No need, this bottle of filter of barrier breaking is to repay Bai Gongzi for giving me the lamp that day." Gao Qingyu didn't expect that such a big meat pie would fall on his head. He was so happy that his face couldn't be seen. He thanked Mu Yan again and again, then carefully put away the porcelain bottle. "What about mine?" When Xianxia sees that Gao Qingyu actually has the filter of barrier breaking, she doesn't even care about the pain on her face. All of a sudden, she rushes in front of Mu Yan. "Quick, I also want to break through the bottleneck, quickly give me the filter of barrier breaking." Mayan sneers and looks at her sarcastically. "Xianxia, do you think I would give you drafts?" Seeing the chill in Mayan's eyes, Xianxia shivers. She clenches her teeth and says to herself, "Humph, if you don't want to buy it, then don't buy it. There are already special drafts being auctioned in the Ghost City." As long as she goes home and asks her mother for money, would she still be afraid that she wouldn't be able to get the filter of barrier breaking? "Right, there's something I forgot to tell you." Mayan unhurriedly says, "I've already informed the Ghost City, no matter who buys the drafts that I refine, they absolutely cannot fall into the hands of you or the Su family. Otherwise, if I find out about it once, I'll end the cooperation with Ghost City. Tell me, will the Ghost City still sell you the medicine?" "June Mayan, you slut, I'll kill you." Xianxia couldn't bear it any longer. She makes threatening gestures and pounces towards Mu Yan. Gao Qingyu suddenly rushes out from the side and knocks Xianxia into a rolling gourd. He says to Mayan with a fawning smile, "Miss June, this Xianxia is so annoying, don't pay attention to him. Our junior sister Lin went missing because of her, causing us to be unable to return to the sect now." "Junior sister Lin?" "Yes, junior sister Lin is senior brother Yichen's fiancée, called Lin Sidong." Gao Qingyu indignantly says, "They were childhood sweethearts, and originally they were going to get married next year. Who knew that outside the fog forest, junior sister Lin, who was originally together with Xianxia, would suddenly disappear? We searched everywhere, but we couldn't find her." Lin Sidong, by Yichen, Sidong. Senior Yichen. Senior martial brother. I originally promised to be his bride, miss. I beg you, help me, give it to Xiang's hands, tell him not to be sad." Mu Yan's eyes suddenly widen, and she quickly walks over to Bai Yichen. With a flick of his wrist, a dark green jade bracelet with red veins on it appeared in his palm. "Do you recognize this?" Bai Yichen's pupils shrank the moment he saw the bracelet. He grabbed Mu Yan's wrist and roared, "Where did this come from? Where's Sidong? You've seen her, haven't you? Where is she now?" The gentleman in front of her, who was originally like a jade, suddenly lost all his gentleness. His eyes were filled with eagerness and desire. Mu Yan remembers the little girl who died in the fog forest. Even if his dantian was shattered and he was riddled with wounds, he was in unbearable pain. The only thing she cared about was whether senior brother Yichen would be sad, whether he would be sad. She sighed softly and said, "I'm sorry, she's dead. She died in the fog forest. When I saw her, she was on her last breath. I couldn't save her." Bai Yichen's body swayed, and his entire body stiffened. His gentle voice became rough and sharp, "You're lying. How could Sidong possibly die? Tell me, where is Sidong right now? I'll go look for her immediately." Gao Qingyu also abruptly comes back to his senses. "Junior sister Lin is dead? How is this possible?" He looked at Bai Yichen in fear. If junior sister Sidong were to die, what would senior brother do? Mu Yan takes a step forward. Ignoring Bai Yichen's abnormal behavior, she grabs his hand and shoves the jade bracelet into his palm. She was killed by someone, but before she died, she did not think about revenge, nor did she grieve over her misfortune. She only had one thought in her mind. "Bai Yichen, don't you want to hear her last words?" Bai Yichen abruptly lifts his head, his pair of scarlet eyes firmly glaring at Mu Yan. After a long time, he says in a hoarse voice, What did she say?" "She told me to give this jade bracelet to you, and then she told you that she's sorry, she can't be your bride anymore. However, she hopes that you won't be sad, only if you live well, can she rest in peace." Ah, a pained roar gushes out from Bai Yichen's throat. Powerful internal force gushes out from his body, filling the air. Xianxia and Gao Qingyu turned deathly pale with fright. Even the strange beasts peeping around them retreat one by one because of their instinctive fear. Sidong. Sidong. He can't hold back his tears any longer, and they fall from the corners of his eyes. You clearly said that you would always be with me. Suddenly, Bai Chen abruptly looks at Mayan, his mind almost collapsing. Who was it? Who killed Sidong? Who did it? Mayan calmly looks at him, spitting out 3 words, Gong Qianxue. Huh. Gao Qingyu sucks in a mouthful of cold air, incredulously saying, Gong Qianxue? Could it be that Jingqing country's princess, Heavenly Road sect's outstanding disciple, Gong Qianxue, who entered Heaven stage earlier than senior brother? Also the #1 genius in Yanwu continent today. Mayan slowly nods, and briefly narrates what she knew on that day. Before Lin Sidong died, she only vaguely described what happened. She already couldn't say a single word more. But Xiaobao had witnessed everything that had happened. The sacred beast egg. Bai Chen grits his teeth, enunciating each word. That woman, for the sake of a sacred beast egg, she crushed Sitong's dantian? Mayan's expression is gloomy, and she doesn't speak. Xiaobao suddenly opens his mouth. That sister said that she wanted to give the sacred beast egg to Chen brother, and that it couldn't be given to a bad woman. Then, the bad woman killed her. Bai Chen's hands tightly clench into fists, his body trembling violently. Blood drips down from the gaps of his fingers. Senior brother, since senior sister Lin is already dead, don't think about her anymore. That's her fate. You will definitely meet someone better in the future. Xianxia had just been kicked out by Gao Qingyu, and she only crawls back after a long time of dizziness. She just happens to hear the news of Lin Sitong's death, and she immediately goes wild with joy. Lin Sidong is dead, but doesn't that mean that Chen brother is hers? But before she could finish speaking, she suddenly meets Bai Chen's bloodthirsty eyes. A gentleman as gentle as jade, as elegant as an immortal. At this very moment, he's like a mad beast. She would be torn apart at any moment. Xianxia was so scared that she stumbled and fell to the ground, unable to say another word. Bai Chen looks at Mayan. Please tell me, where is Sidong? Buried? Misty forest. Hearing this answer, Bai Chen did not even ask where he was in the dense fog forest. He turned around and left. What are you planning to do? Mu Yan suddenly called out to him. Bai Chen stopped in his tracks and did not reply. Mayan slowly says, I advise you, it's best not to act blindly without thinking. With your strength, you're not her match. Not only because of Gong Qianxue's cultivation, but also because of the power of Tiandao sect and Jingqing country. Moreover, only a few people knew how much power Gong Qianxue had kept by her side. With just Bai Chen and the Purple Sun sect, there was absolutely no way they could contend against them. Bai Chen spun around fiercely. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with madness. I don't care who she is or what kind of power she has. All I know is that she killed Sidong. Even if I die a horrible death, I will make her pay with her blood. In the end, Bai Chen did not leave right away. That's because the nights in the Wuwang Mountains are too dangerous. He can't abandon his junior brother, Mayan and Xiaobao. However, the strange thing is that, for some unknown reason, the strange beasts of the Wuwang Mountains did not come out again in the latter half of the night. The area therein has simply become a vacuum zone. No wild beast dares to approach. Occasionally, a bird carelessly falls, and immediately cries out in alarm, desperately flapping its wings to escape. Gao Qingyu and Xianxia both think that this is Bai Chen's grief and anger, and the pressure he unconsciously emits to scare away the strange beasts. Only Xiaobao and Mu Yan look down at the white-furred rabbit that's lying on its stomach, snoring loudly. After this night, the rabbit has become a whole circle fatter. But no one noticed that all the strange beasts in the Wuwang Mountains began to disappear without a trace after the fat rabbit returned. As soon as the sky brightens and the line of sight becomes clear, everyone quickly returns to the mountain road. Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang are waiting in front of the carriage. Seeing Mu Yan and Xiaobao arrive, the two don't look anxious or nervous. They just respectfully salute and open the curtain. Mu Yan doesn't leave immediately, but looks at Bai Chen instead. After a night of settling, Bai Chen's expression has already calmed down. Only the rims of his eyes are still slightly red. But Mu Yan doesn't know whether it's calmness or insanity that has settled down. Bai Yichen steps forward and respectfully bows towards Mu Yan. Many thanks to Miss June and the little Gongzi for helping Sidong. I, Bai Yichen, may not be able to repay this great kindness in this life, but I hope that in the next life. Call me Mu Yan. This is my son, Xiaobao. Mu Yan says softly, in a sense, I also owe Lin Sidong a favor. So, you don't have to repay me. If Lin Sidong hadn't contracted the sacred beast egg, Mu Yan would have been a step too late, and Gong Qianxia would have gotten the sacred beast. But Lin Sidong also died a violent death because of her rebirth. This is what she owes Bai Yichen and Lin Sidong. Mu Yan stares at Bai Yichen, and softens her voice, Gong Qianxia and I have an irreconcilable enmity. One day, I will consign her to eternal damnation. Bai Yichen, are you willing to wait? Bai Yichen stares blankly at first, then his eyes reveal a grateful expression. But he still shakes his head. There's not a trace of hesitation in his eyes, even a trace of irrevocable determination. Mu Yan, thank you for your kindness. However, Sidong is my fiancée, and she has been murdered. I don't care who caused her death, I must take revenge myself. Mu Yan knows that Bai Yichen has already made up his mind. No one could change it. She softly sighs again, and throws out a bottle of draft. Drink it at the most critical juncture, perhaps it can give you a slim chance of survival. If you need my help, go to the ghost city to find Shin Tuesday. Even if you want to take revenge, you can only do so with your life intact. Uncle Rabbit Lantern. Xiaobao stepped forward, opened his hand, and placed a black bead in Bai Yichen's palm. This is for you from Rabbit. Bai Yichen was taken aback. He took the black bead, but he couldn't tell what was so special about it. Also, what did the rabbit mean by giving it to him? Glancing at the fat rabbit in Xiaobao's arms, he saw that it had turned over, flicked its paws, and slept soundly. However, since it's Xiaobao's kind intentions, Bai Yichen shows a rare smile. He reaches out and gently strokes Xiaobao's head. Sidong said that after we get married, she will give me a boy and a girl. Maybe our children will be as cute as Xiaobao. However, this wish, he will never be able to realize it in this lifetime. His Sidong has left him forever. Xiaobao's beautiful blue eyes flash, and he stretches out his little hand to wipe away the tears on Bai Yichen's face. His childish voice isn't cold, but has a hint of softness. Uncle, don't be sad, that sister said. She's most afraid that senior brother will be sad. Bai Yichen abruptly straightens up, and no longer lingers, he quickly leaves. Gao Qingyu stares blankly, and without thinking, he quickly follows. Senior brother, wait for me. Senior brother, why are you leaving? Xianxia still hasn't reacted. Seeing that Bai Yichen has left, she anxiously shouts, Senior brother, aren't you going to go back to Tianyuan City with me to see my mother? But the answer she gets is Bai Yichen walking further and further away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xianxia fiercely stomps her feet, gnashing her teeth. Lin Sidong, that slut, even in death, she still wants to forcibly occupy my senior brother. Serves you right to die without a complete corpse, dying in a foreign land. However, thinking that Lin Sidong is already dead, even if senior brother misses her now. After a long time, he will naturally forget her. At that time, she will still be able to forcibly occupy senior brother. Thinking of this, Xianxia's mood finally calms down a little. But she still fiercely glares at Mayan. June Mayan, if it weren't for your big mouth, senior brother wouldn't have left. Who told you to mention that little slut Lin Sidong? Mayan's lips curl up, but the smile doesn't reach her eyes. You can go with Bai Yichen and the others. Xianxia's expression immediately stagnates, and she lets out a hollow laugh. Of course, I have to send you home first, little sister Mayan. Father and mother miss you very much. Alright, don't delay any longer, let's hurry up, we'll reach Tianyuan City soon. As soon as she turns around, Xianxia's face shows a malicious expression. June Mayan, how can I leave if I don't go back to Tianyuan City and send you into the fire pit? The Wuwang Mountains won't trap you to death, but when you enter the fire pit, the things that Ghost City gives you will still be mine. Mayan looks at her back as she quickly boards the carriage. Her eyes narrow, and her face shows a mocking smile. Close to noon, Mayan and her party finally enter Tianyuan City. But before going to the Shin family, Mayan tells Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang not to travel with her. You guys wait here for Magistrate Dai to deliver the gift, and give him the special draft that I've just refined. After that, there is no need for you to come to the Shen residence. Go directly to the city and buy a courtyard for me. Feng Haitang glanced at Xianxia, who was not far away. If we don't follow Miss, what if the Shen family's people bully Miss? Mayan chuckles, don't worry, a mere Su Yuexiang, I don't care. Su Yuexiang is the current matriarch of the Shen family and also Xianxia's mother. Feng Haitang still wanted to say something, but was pulled away by Yan. How Yan? Feng Haitang only knows that Mu Yan is very strong, but she doesn't know to what extent. But who else could understand Mayan's strength better than Yan Haoyan? Feng Haitang's small hand was held in Yan Haoyan's broad and rough palm. Her mind was shaken, and she swallowed back all the words she wanted to say. Just like that, she obediently lets him hold her hand, and obediently lowers her head as she follows behind him, heading towards the center of the city. Her beautiful face, which was usually as cold as ice, had a rare blush on it. It's clear that the two have feelings for each other, but she doesn't know what Yan Haoyan, this blockhead, is tangled up about. Don't wait until it's too late for regrets. Why did you drive away your two servants? Xianxia asks in surprise when she sees Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang leave. Mu Yan doesn't leave, directly treating her as heir. Xianxia's face distorts in anger, but she soon whispers, slut, with that big guy around, I wouldn't dare to touch you easily. Now, you're courting death, driving away the people who can protect you. Your good days are over. Turning around, she immediately smiles, okay, we've been delayed for a long time, let's hurry back to the Shen family. Tianyuan City, Shen family. Xianxia and Mu Yan's carriage has just stopped at the gate. The guards on both sides see Xianxia and immediately run over excitedly. Eldest miss, you're back. If you didn't come back, the Lu family would tear down our Shen family. Xianxia immediately shivers when she hears this, and her face turns pale. Subconsciously, she wants to run. But when she turns around and sees Mu Yan standing behind her, her face immediately changes from fear to joy. She stops and looks at the anxious guard. If the Lu family comes, then so be it. What's there to be afraid of? But the Lu family came. The guard looks at her and hesitates. Moreover, the Lu family came almost every day these days. Madam can't stand it anymore. Okay, I got it. Xianxia says impatiently, mind your own business, don't talk too much. She turns to face Mu Yan, revealing a smile, little sister Mu Yan, let's go in quickly. I think mother will be very happy to see you. Really? I miss her very much too. Mu Yan lifts her eyelids, holding Xiaobao's hand, and slowly follows behind her. The direct culprits of the previous incident have all been killed by her. However, is it really only the Su family who conspired to kill her? Not necessarily, right? In her previous life, she didn't come to settle accounts with them for the sake of her adoptive father and brother. But in this life, since they came to her door, then she will not let go of anyone who tried to frame her. And Xiaobao The front hall of the Shen family was filled with many people. Su Yuexiang, regarding this marriage, you must give me an explanation today. A rotund woman slammed her fat palm on the table and angrily shouted. The force of the slap was so great that the teacups on the table made a clanging sound. Sitting in the seat of honor, Su Yuexiang's beautiful face was filled with panic and grievance, as if she had been greatly bullied. Wiping her tears with a handkerchief, she said, Patriarch Lu, Madam Lu, this matter is really a misunderstanding. It can't be counted. I think it's better to cancel this engagement. Cancel? What kind of joke is this? When Madame Lu heard this, she became even angrier. She smashed the teacup in her hand on the ground and screamed, Su Yuexiang, I'm telling you, there's no way you can cancel this marriage. Even if your daughter dies, she must marry into my Lu family. Sob sob sob. I'm scared. I'm scared. Madame Lu's fury makes the person next to her tremble and sob. That man's body is twice as big as Madame Lu's. Madame Lu is already considered obese, but this man's flesh is completely horizontal. When he sits on the chair, the flesh on his waist bulges out, directly hanging down to the sides. Looking at his appearance, he's clearly an adult in his 20s, but his face is silly. Snot flows down from his nose from time to time, falling into his mouth. He smacks his lips and swallows it down. Madame Lu is fierce towards Su Yuexiang, but when she sees this fatty, her face immediately changes. Oh, Xianxia, be good, mother is marrying you a wife. Wait until you get married, then you can hug your wife to sleep. When Lu Xianxia hears this, he immediately turns crying into joy, clapping his fat hands and shouting, good, good. Marrying a wife. Stripping her naked and sleeping, Xianxia likes it. Su Yuexiang only feels nauseous when she hears this. She wants her pampered daughter to marry this kind of fool? Simply a dream, she holds back her anger and disgust, gritting her teeth and saying, Madam Lu, don't go too far. That engagement is just a child's play, it simply doesn't count. What's more, my daughter is now Zi Yongzong's foundation, and her future husband is Yanwu Continent's famous Bai Chen. I advise you to give up on this idea. My Shen family will not marry our daughter to a. Su Yuexiang still hasn't finished her words. She only hears a loud bang. It's the burly man sitting on the left, slamming his palm on the table. Compared to Madame Lu's palm, which only shook the teacups, this man's palm directly caused a crack to appear on the table. And the hall is also filled with a terrible pressure. Madam Shen, are you saying that my Lu family's son isn't worthy of your Shen family's daughter? Su Yuexiang looks at the fiendish Lu family's master, and suddenly shivers. Her heart is simply regretting to the point that her intestines turn green. At that time, in order to get the Lu family's help, she promised to become in-laws with them. Su Yuexiang's original plan was very good. She wanted to directly pass off that displeasing little goblin as Shen family's daughter, and marry that fool of the Lu family. But she didn't expect that little goblin to be so unyielding. Before she could marry him, she committed suicide. Now, this marriage had actually fallen into the hands of her precious daughter. Su Yuexiang forced out a smile and said, Patriarch Lu, please calm down. I didn't mean it that way. But. She didn't finish her sentence. A high-pitched female voice came from outside, Uncle Lu, don't worry. My mother didn't mean that. Since this marriage was agreed to by my mother, she will naturally keep her promise. As he spoke, Xianxiao's figure leisurely walked over with an arrogant smile on her face. When Su Yuexiang saw her daughter, she was delighted. When he heard Xianxiao's words, his expression changed. Ro you, Xianxiao smiled faintly and said meaningfully, Mother, don't worry. Isn't the Lu family just going to marry a daughter of the Shen family? We'll just marry one of them. Madame Lu and Patriarch Lu, on the other hand, happily said, so to say, Xiao, you are planning to marry into our Lu family and become our Xianxia's daughter-in-law? As soon as Lu Xianxia saw Xianxiao, his saliva flowed even more fiercely. His plump body straightened up and pounced towards Xianxiao. Wife, beautiful wife. Let's strip naked and sleep. Scram, damn fatty. She pushed him away heavily, using her profound energy. Lu Xianxia immediately fell to the ground and fell on his face, crying loudly. Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu's complexions instantly became gloomy. Xianxiao, what do you mean by this? Xianxiao resisted the nausea and hurriedly went forward to help Lu Xianxia up. Only then did he pull out a smile and say, Lu family head, Madame Lu, please don't misunderstand. My Shen family has an engagement with your Lu family, but there's no stipulation on which daughter is to be married over, right? I'm not the only daughter in the Shen family. Madame Lu was startled, what do you mean? A strange smile appeared on Xianxiao's face. Lifting the curtain, she let Madame Lu and the rest look outside. In a pavilion in the courtyard, a girl dressed in white was leaning against the railing. Her black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, and her skin was as smooth as snow. She was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal. What was even more shocking was her temperament. His posture was clearly languid and leisurely, but there was a kind of otherworldly and dignified aura in his every movement. It was as if the Empyrean fairy from the 9 heavens had fallen into the mortal world. Patriarch Lu's eyes widened as he gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Lu Xianxia's saliva dripped down like rain. Beauty. Fairy. Sister Fairy. I want this. Xianxia wants Sister Fairy. I don't want this ugly monster. When Xianxiao heard this, her nose almost became crooked from anger. This fool actually dared to call her ugly? However, thinking of being able to marry Mayan to this disgusting fool, Xianxiao's anger subsided again. She smiled sinisterly and said, how about it? Are Patriarch Lu and Madame Lu satisfied with this future wife? Yes. Very satisfied. Family head Lu nodded his head repeatedly. Seeing this, Madame Lu's face contorted. No. Just because you say she's a daughter of the Shen family, she's a daughter of the Shen family? What if you get a fake to fool my Lu family? Before Xianxia could say anything, Lu Chengkai was already indignant. He sat down on the ground and cried loudly, I want fairy sister, I want fairy sister. I don't want this ugly monster. Good. Good. Then marry this one. Marry this. As long as Chengkai likes it, it's fine. How could Madame Lu win against her son? She was immediately defeated. At this moment, Xianxiao's face finally revealed a complacent smile. Since that's the case, why don't we set the wedding date as soon as possible? I think we should set it for 7 days from now. Men and women of Jianghu, this is an urgent matter. There's no need for 3 matchmakers or 6 betrothal gifts. The Lu family can just send a bridal sedan chair to take her away. When the Lu family heard that they could gain such a big advantage, how could they not be happy? Xianxia continued, but you also know that my fairy-like sister would definitely not be willing to marry young Master Lu. Even if it's the orders of our parents or the words of a matchmaker, if she resists with all her might, my mother and I can't do anything to her. Ha ha ha. You don't have to worry about this. Patriarch Lu patted his chest loudly, but his eyes revealed a ruthless glint. There's no one that my Lu family can't get if we want them. If a little girl wants to resist, she'll have to see if she can get out of my grasp first. While speaking, the Lu family's patriarch emitted an earth-tier pressure, causing Xianxiao's complexion to change, and she retreated several steps. Is that person really Jun Mayan? Su Yuexiang's voice abruptly interjects. Xianxia turns around and nods. Yes, mother, that slut Jun Mayan actually didn't die. I suspect that the deaths of my aunt and cousin are related to this slut. Mother, I made that slut suffer a fate worse than death. It can be considered as revenge for aunt, cousin brother, and cousin sister. Su Yuexiang curled her lips in disdain, then frowned slightly. Su Yuexiang had no feelings for Su Zhiyong's family. The reason was that Su Zhiyong's teen was too useless. His older brother, Su Dingan, was already in his 40s, but he was only in the middle of the yellow class. Su Zhiyong, on the other hand, hadn't even reached the yellow class before he died. He was only at the beginning of ancient martial arts. Back then, they were asked to deal with Mayan because they were the easiest to order around, and no one would notice. If this kind of trash died, then so be it. She, Su Yuexiang, would not care about him. But, how could Jun Mayan come back alive? In Su Yuexiang's mind, she can't help but recall the group of black-cloaked men who asked her about Jun Mayan's background and the bloodline of the unborn child in her belly. That group of black-clothed men was so powerful that it made people shudder. Weren't those people going to kill Mayan? How could he allow this woman to live? Mother, what's wrong? Don't tell me you don't agree to let that slut marry into the Shen family instead of me? Xianxiao's voice rang out, bringing Su Yuexiang back to her senses. Agree, of course I agree. Ro-er, you've really grown up and can share your mother's worries. Hee hee. Jun Mayan was pregnant out of wedlock at that time, and had already lost her chastity. She's a fickle slut, and the Lu family can carry her in a sedan chair. She should be laughing up her sleeve. However, during this period of time, we must find someone to keep a close eye on her. We must not let her run away before the Lu family comes to carry her away. In the courtyard. Mayan peels a grape and sends it to Xiaobao's mouth. She chuckles softly, baby, don't be so serious. If you frown too much, you'll become a little old man. Xiaobao shuddered. That annoying lecher immediately appeared in his mind. Was he going to become a little old man like that lecher? No way. Xiaobao puffed out his cheeks and slightly arched his eyebrows, meaning that he had laughed. However, this little adult appearance makes Mayan convulse with laughter. When he was done laughing, he asked, baby, why are you so angry? Little Bao's expression suddenly turned grim. Because they want to scheme against mother. Just now, he had just casually walked around the house and circulated his Xianqi to the ear acupuncture point. All the sounds in the room were transmitted into his ears. Those scoundrels wanted to scheme against his mother, so he wouldn't let those scoundrels succeed. Xiaobao clenched his small fists. Xiaobao will protect mother. Mu Yan looks at the room that Xianxia entered with a smile that isn't a smile. Xianxia asked her to wait here for a while. She waited here and didn't go in. But that didn't mean she didn't know what was happening inside. Mu Yan withdraws her gaze, picks up Xiaobao and kisses him on the cheek. Don't worry about those boring things. Doesn't Xiaobao want to go with Niangqin to see the place where Niangqin grew up? Xiaobao immediately nods. Although there's no expression on his little face, his pair of blue eyes are sparkling. There used to be a swing here. Father personally made it for me. The first gift my big brother gave me was personally carved by him using the stones here. Xiaobao couldn't help but raise his head and look at Mayan. Does Niangqin have a father? Does Niangqin have a brother? Yes. Although we are not related by blood, they used to be my most important family. But... Mayan stares blankly, then lowers her head and smiles. Xiaobao has to call Niangqin's father and brother grandpa and uncle, understand? Xiaobao nods, not really understanding. Mayan's eyes reveal a touch of remembrance. She has lived in the Shin family for more than 10 years. Everything about her childhood is already blurred, and she can't remember it. Her memories and joy began with the Shin family. However, her pain also began with the Shin family. When her adoptive father brought her back to the Shin family, the mistress of the Shin family was not Su Yuexiang, but an extremely gentle and kind woman, Xing Xiuying. Her brother, Shin Jinglin, was Xing Xiuying's biological son. During the time when Xing Xiuying was alive, Mayan was very happy and very warm. However, the good times didn't last long. When Xing Xiuying was pregnant for several months, Su Yuexiang came to the door with the already 6-year-old Shin Xiao. She claimed that Shin Xiao was the Shin father's flesh and blood. Xing Xiuying questioned the Shin father, but he was unable to answer. In the end, he could only say 4 words. Drunkenness. Xing Xiuying received such a blow, her mind was greatly shaken, and in the end, 2 lives were lost. However, the Shin father was pressured by the Su family, and had no choice but to marry Su Yuexiang. From then on, the good days of Mayan and her brother came to an end. Su Yuexiang even took advantage of the time when the Shin father and brother went out to gain experience, and directly sent her to the Su family. So that she was drugged, and mistakenly entered the forbidden area, so that she was secretly pregnant, and the fetus in her belly was coveted, so that in her past life, Mayan closes her eyes. It's impossible to say that she doesn't blame the Shin father and the Shin family. However, the Shin father still has the grace of raising her for more than 10 years. What's more, the Shin family still has her brother, the brother who was the best to her since she was young. She slowly opens her eyes, and all her emotions have already been restrained. But the moment she opens her eyes, she sees a tall man on crutches, limping in through the door and heading towards the front hall. However, before he could enter the corridor, he was stopped by a person who looked like a steward. Go, go, go. Do you think you can come in here? Hurry up and get lost. Mu Yan originally thought that this lame man was a servant of the mansion. Go away, I want to see Su Yuexiang. However, when the man opened his mouth, Mu Yan's eyes suddenly widened. This is Big Brother's voice. Mu Yan gazes at it with rapt attention. The man in front of him was a young man in his 20s, but there was a deep scar on his face, and he looked extremely haggard. Most importantly, there wasn't even a trace of profound energy fluctuation on his body, and the space between his brows was even suffused with a wisp of heavy aura of death. But this person's brows, eyes, and figure were clearly her big brother, Shin Jinglin, the eldest young master of the Shin family with boundless prospects. When Mu Yan last saw Shin Jinglin, he was already at the peak of the yellow stage. But now, Shin Jinglin was already a cripple who did not know martial arts at all. For a moment, Mu Yan stares blankly at that figure, as if it was a lifetime ago, and bursts of sorrow welled up in her heart. Xiaobao feels Mu Yan's emotions, and gently squeezes her hand. Niangqin, who is he? The child's tender voice pulls Mayan back from her thoughts. She was about to answer when she saw Shin Jinglin being ruthlessly pushed by the steward. Due to the inconvenience of his legs, he fell to the ground and dropped his crutch a few meters away. His wretched appearance caused the manager and the surrounding attendants to burst into laughter. Is Madam's name something a piece of trash like you can call out? The steward took a few steps forward and mocked, you don't know what's good for you. No wonder someone broke one of your legs. Now, I think you don't even want your other leg. As he spoke, he lifted his foot to step on Shen Jinglin's knee. However, just as he lifted his foot, he heard a whooshing sound. Immediately after, a cracking sound came from the knee on which he was standing, as well as a piercing pain. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. The steward howled like a pig being slaughtered and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked to find that his kneecap was completely broken, and his entire leg was hanging limply. In this way, he was destined to become a cripple even more than Shen Jinglin. There was no hope. In the midst of everyone's shock, they saw a young girl as beautiful as a fairy walk forward, holding the hand of a little boy carved from jade. The young girl slowly crouched down in front of Shen Jinglin and softly called out, "Big brother." Shen Jinglin's expression was somewhat absent-minded, his eyes also somewhat blurred. After a long while, he finally focused his attention on this girl who was so beautiful that she didn't seem like a mortal. "What, did you call me?" Mayan couldn't bear it anymore. Her eyes reddened and her voice became hoarse. "Brother, I'm sorry, Yan Yan came back late." She did not know what kind of twist history had taken. In her previous life, although her brother would die during the training a year later, before that, he had always been in high spirits, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the profound stage. Mayan had thought about changing the outcome of her brother's death, but because of her complicated feelings towards the Shen father, she has always been hesitant and unwilling to come back. But she didn't expect that her brother in this life was actually in such a miserable state. In the Shen family, Shen Jinglin is the person who treats Mayan the best. As long as Mayan is bullied, no matter who is right or wrong, Shen Jinglin will stand up for her. At this moment, Mu Yan almost hates herself. Why couldn't he come back earlier? After hearing Mu Yan's answer, Shen Jinglin's pupils contract and enlarge a little. His breathing became heavy, and his body trembled slightly. A pair of eyes stare unwaveringly at Mayan's face, searching inch by inch, as if to find a familiar trace on her face. "Yan Yan, you are..." "Yan Yan? Guards! Arrest this villain for me." The steward, who had one of his legs crippled, finally awakes from the pain. He points at Mayan and roars. As if awakened from a dream, the manservants quickly rush over and surround Mayan and the other two. Shen Jinglin abruptly stood up, shielding Mu Yan and Xiaobao behind him. "What do you want to do? This is Shen family's second miss, still not withdrawing for me." Without the support of crutches, his body swayed as if he would fall at any time. However, his heart is exceptionally determined to protect Mayan. It was just like how her brother had stood in front of her countless times. But Shen Jinglin's scolding, not only did it not make the Shen family's guards afraid, instead each and every one of them laughed heartily. Shaming after shaming, Shen Jinglin's eyes flash with shame, indignation, and pain. But he still straightens his back, refusing to retreat even half a step. Mu Yan gently pats his shoulder, softly saying, "Brother, don't worry, leave it to me." Saying that, she walks past Shen Jinglin and slowly steps forward. "What are you?" Slap. 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 Before these manservants could react, they feel a figure flash before their eyes. Immediately after, their faces feel a burst of burning pain. In the blink of an eye, everyone has been slapped in the face. Mu Yan gently brushes her clothes, raising her eyes to look at everyone present. "Your mouth is so smelly, can't you speak properly? Then I'll teach you how to speak." As soon as her voice falls, those manservants suddenly seem to be bewitched. They raise their hands and slap their own faces again and again. After a while, every manservant's face is swollen like a pig's head. But each and every one of them is slapping very happily. Every time they slap themselves, they reveal a comfortable and intoxicated expression. This scene is really unspeakably strange. The steward doesn't even care about the pain of his broken kneecap, trembling as he points at Mu Yan. You, who are you? Do you know where this place is? Offending our master, you won't have a good end." Mu Yan sneers, takes a step forward, and raises her foot to kick. The steward screams again, flying out like a kite with a broken string. With a bang, he crashes through the wooden door, falling straight into the Shen family's front hall. "Want to know who I am? I think it's better to let your master tell you." In the front hall, Su Yuexiang and Shen Sharo, who are in the middle of a conspiracy, are alarmed. They see the steward covered in blood, his leg broken, and he has already fainted. Then they look at Mu Yan, who is leisurely walking and holding Xiaobao's hand, and they can't help but shiver. An instinctive fear rises from the bottom of their hearts. Mu Yan chuckles. She first helped Shen Jinglin to sit down, then she leisurely holds Xiaobao and casually sits down. "Aunt Su, it's been a long time." Su Yuexiang stares blankly for a while, then her expression hardens. "Mu Yan, what are you doing? You haven't been back for a few years, and the moment you return, you show off in front of me. Is this how a daughter should behave? Why aren't you kneeling down?" Mu Yan raised her head and sneered. "Su Yuexiang, who do you think you are? You want me to kneel to you? Do you think you're worthy?" Su Yuexiang was completely stunned. She never thought that the previously cowardly and obedient Jun Mayan, after returning 5 years later, he had actually become so strong. Not only did he directly hit her people, he even dared to speak ill of her. "Rebel, rebel! Men, capture her for me." Soon, a large group of people rushed into the house. It was the group of servants who had beaten his face into a pig's head. Seeing their appearance, Mu Yan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "What? Do you think you haven't slapped me enough and want to try again?" As soon as these words came out, the manservants all retreated a few steps in horror as if they had seen an evil spirit. Afterwards, no matter how much Su Yuexiang urged them, no matter how Xianxia cursed them, they all cowered, not daring to step forward. Mu Yan clicked her tongue and shook her head, sighing. "Aunt Su, why do you have to do this? We haven't seen each other for a long time, don't tell me Aunt Su doesn't want to reminisce with me?" When she turns around to face Mayan again, there's already a gentle and kind smile hanging on her face. It's as if that fiendish fiend just now, the one yelling to kill Mayan, wasn't her. Su Yuexiang's face alternated between green and white. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and ordered the manservant and the unconscious steward to leave. When she turns around to face Mayan again, there's already a gentle and kind smile hanging on her face. It's as if that fiendish fiend just now, the one yelling to kill Mayan, wasn't her. "Mu Yan, where have you been all these years? Why didn't he come home? Aunt Su misses you a lot." Saying that, he glanced at Xiaobao beside Mu Yan. A mocking smile flashes through his eyes, but his face is full of worry as he says, "Oh my, this is the seed that you and that wild man from who knows where, gave birth to? You knew that you were pregnant before marriage. Why didn't you abort the child and give birth to it? Do you know how much damage it would do to our Shen family's reputation if word got out that you gave birth to a child at such a young age?" Xianxia sneered and said, "Mother, don't worry. Some people are very shameless. Even if they have a child out of wedlock and don't even know who the father is, they can still shamelessly hook up with men everywhere. If you think she'll be embarrassed, then you're wrong. Don't talk nonsense and slander Yan Yan." Shen Jinglin couldn't listen anymore. His eyes are red, and he bellows, "Don't think that I don't know that back then, Yan Yan was all because of you mother and daughter." Xianxia raises her eyebrows. "What a joke, she, Jun Mayan, wants to get together with a wild man, what does that have to do with us?" Alright. It's all in the past." Su Yuexiang smiles and comes out to smooth things over. She looks at Mayan with a kind face. "Mayan, don't worry, you're my daughter after all. Even if you have a burden and your reputation is ruined, Aunt Su will find a way to find a good marriage for you." Mu Yan makes an O sound, and says meaningfully, "Then I'll have to trouble Aunt Su." Yan Yan, tell me what you need, and I'll get it for you. Clothes, bedding, and... Shen Jinglin walks around Mayan's room on crutches. Mu Yan looked at his busy appearance and did not stop him. Instead, the corners of her lips curled up, revealing a smile. Because, when they reunited, Shen Jinglin's eyes had a hint of determination to die. When he was busy with himself, it almost disappeared. When he's done, Mayan pulls Xiaobao over and says, "Brother, look, this is my son Xiaobao, his name is Jun Machin. Xiaobao, call me uncle." Xiaobao tilted his little head and sized up the person in front of him. But when he heard Mayan's words, he immediately obediently called out, "Uncle." Although she was expressionless, her small face was too cute. Shen Jinglin was overjoyed. He reached out to touch Xiaobao's face, but then withdrew his hand awkwardly. Good. Xiaobao has already grown up, and my nephew looks so much like you, Yan Yan. He reached into his washed clothes and searched for a long time, but he couldn't find anything. I'm sorry, Xiaobao. Uncle can't even give you a greeting gift. The childish words spoken in a crisp, childish voice make the rims of Shen Jinglin's eyes redden in an instant. Xiaobao is good, Xiaobao is really good. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so big. Uncle couldn't see you born, nor could he see you grow up. Shen Jinglin turns his back, wiping away the tears that have welled up in his eyes. Big brother, let me see your leg. Hearing that, Shen Jinglin shakes his head again and again. Don't look, big brother's leg doesn't look good. Mayan stares at him without blinking. Shen Jinglin sits down dejectedly, compromising. Ever since he was a child, he couldn't refuse any of his sister's requests. Mayan carefully rolls up the trouser leg of his broken leg. When she sees that twisted and atrophied calf with blue veins all over it, Mayan's breathing suddenly stagnates. Shen Jinglin says awkwardly, I said it doesn't look good. Don't look, my leg can't be cured, it's already crippled, even the best doctor in Tianyuan City can't cure it. Mayan endures the pain in her heart and asks in a low voice, how did it break? I accidentally hurt it when I was training. I don't think so, right? Mayan raises her head, her eyes cold. This bone was clearly broken by someone. Moreover, it was broken several times in a row. The gap on the leg's tendons was clearly cut by a sharp blade. Mayan stares unblinkingly at Shen Jinglin's eyes. Brother, tell me, how did you train to injure yourself like this? Shen Jinglin abruptly turns his head, avoiding Mayan's eyes. But his hands are tightly clenched into fists. Yan Yan, don't ask, you can't take care of this matter. Big brother is begging you, don't look into it anymore. The room is silent. Even Xiaobao can feel that his mother's mood is very bad. Someone is bound to be unlucky. Mayan takes a deep breath, and only after a long while does she manage to suppress her emotions. Okay, I can ignore this matter for the time being. But I'll take care of your legs from now on. I'll treat it. Shen Jinglin smiles bitterly. Yan Yan, don't be stubborn. Don't say that you haven't studied medicine. Even if you had, you still can't cure my leg. Even the best doctor in Tianyuan City said that it was hopeless. Brother, just say it, do you want me to treat you or not? Mu Yan didn't care what Shen Jinglin said and went straight to the point. Shen Jinglin saw his little sister's attitude of if you don't agree, I'll get angry. There was no more conflict. Wasn't it just a leg? They were all crippled anyway. So what if he treated his younger sister as a guinea pig? Alright, I'll let you treat me. But if you can't cure it, don't cry. It's not your fault, okay? Shen Jinglin's impression of Mu Yan is still that of 5 years ago. That cute girl who was obedient, gentle, and occasionally had a little temper, but was also incomparably kind and cute. But he didn't know. The Mu Yan standing in front of her is already a devil that has returned from hell. Shen Jinglin's leg could not be cured in a day or two. Mu Yan needs a detailed diagnosis in order to make a perfect medical plan. Furthermore, he did not have enough medicinal herbs for the treatment. Even if she is unwilling, Mayan can only let go of this idea first. Then, she asked about another matter. Brother, I heard that father is sick. How is father now? Why won't Suyuesheng let me see father? After the conversation, Mu Yan proposed to visit her father. She had originally heard from Shen Shero that the Shen father was sick, so she came. Shen Jinglin's expression changes, then he guiltily avoids Mayan's line of sight. Father is fine, he's recuperating right now and is not suitable to meet guests. You've just returned home, you should rest for a few days first, then go see father? Mayan frowns. Brother, are you hiding something from me? Shen Jinglin promptly shakes his head. No. Yan Yan, big brother only wants you to protect yourself and live happily. Don't be like brother. Looking at Shen Jinglin's departing back, Mayan's expression becomes more and more suspicious. When she just asked about her father's situation, she felt that Shen Jinglin's lethargic will to die come back. What's going on? Niang Qin, Xiaobao can go to the Shen Fu at night. Xiaobao looks up. A little bean sprout less than a meter tall, with a taut little face, says that he wants to go to the Shen Fu at night. Mu Yan burst out laughing in a very unkind manner. Xiao Bao is immediately depressed. Turning his back, he puffs his cheeks and ignores Mayan. Mayan quickly carries him back, and coaxes her darling for a while, making Xiao Bao's resentment disappear. But Xiao Bao still feels indignant. Niangqin still treats him as a child after all. It would be great if Xiao Bao could be as powerful as that lecher. Murmuring words overflow from Xiao Bao's mouth, making Mayan stare blankly. Lecher. Di Mingju, unknowingly, she hasn't seen this man for almost a month. From now on, they won't meet again, right? Xiaoxian continent, polar domain. Reporting to Jun Shang, Tianyi Men's Lung Qingwan ferry requests an audience. Di Mingju doesn't raise his head, coldly saying, no. The people below respectfully respond, as you command. Saying that, he turns around to go out. Wait a minute. There's an old voice at the side, Jun Shang, Qingwan Ferry must have an important matter to ask for an audience, you should meet her. You should know that Qingwan Ferry is Tianyi Men's chief disciple, and also the most likely next sect leader. Her medical skills are the best in the world. No matter how powerful the people of my polar domain are, in the future, we can't do without the assistance of Tianyi Men. Di Mingju ponders for a moment, still not raising his head, let her come in. A moment later, a figure in a snow-white robe leisurely walked into the hall. Her appearance was elegant and beautiful, but the temperament around her was cold and ascetic, giving off a noble and graceful aura that couldn't be profaned. The old man who just spoke looked at Ling Qingwan, then looked at his Jun Shang, and stroked his beard in satisfaction. Lung Qingwan greets the emperor. The ethereal figure slowly bowed. Her skirt swayed gently, and the colorful flowing light lingered and flickered. This caused Lung Qingwan's temperament to become even more radiant and otherworldly. Di Mingju raises his head and sees the scene. His line of sight is fixated on that multicolored flowing skirt, unable to move away. His brows also slightly wrinkle. Emperor, what are you looking at? Lung Qingwan raises her clear and cold little face to look at Di Mingju. There's no humility on her face, she's still neither servile nor defiant, but her pair of bright eyes overflows with a trace of tenderness and honey. But what's wrong with Qingwan's attire? Humph. Di Mingju coldly snorts, his face expressionless as he says, what business do you have with Ben Jun? Di Mingju, I heard that someone divined the birth of a descendant of a Shin musician, but these people were all either killed or captured by the people of the polar domain within a short half a month. Di Ming, is this your order? But, what if it's true? What if the successor of the Shin musicians really did reappear? Di Jun, you should be very clear that if the Shin musicians were to revive, it would bring a great disaster to the Xiaoxian continent. Lung Qingwan's clear and cold eyes flash with a hint of killing intent, as long as it's related to the Shin musicians, we should kill one to warn 100, to prevent future troubles. Lung Qingwan hasn't finished speaking when the chair under the man sitting at the head of the table suddenly shatters into fine powder. A terrible pressure pervades the main hall, making Lung Qingwan's body involuntarily tremble. Di Mingju looks down at her coldly, how Ben Jun does things, when it's Tianyi Men's turn to comment. Get out. You. Lung Qingwan's complexion is pale, her chest heaving up and down. But she quickly calms down. Because in the entire Xiaoxian continent, there's no one who doesn't know that the polar domain's Di Jun is famous for being unmoved by force or persuasion. His personality is cold and aloof. It's impossible for other women to stand in front of Di Mingju, even if they wanted to see him, but she can still see him from time to time. This is the biggest difference between Di Jun and her, and also the manifestation of Di Jun's friendship towards her. Lung Qingwan's expression slowly returns to calm, and she softens her voice. Why is Di Jun so eager to cover up the news of the Shin musicians? Could it be that Di Jun knows something? Di Mingju's eyes darken, a murderous intent looming in his heart. At the side, Elder Chang suddenly chuckles and says, then Qingwan Ferry is in such a hurry to exterminate the Shin musicians. Is it because back then, Tianyi Men was completely suppressed by the Shin musicians to the point that they couldn't breathe? After being the number 2 for so long, your mentality is out of balance? Don't talk nonsense. This sentence seems to poke at Lin Qingwan's sore spot, making her shout angrily, my Tianyi Men is fully deserving of being the number 1 immortal doctor's sect in the Xiaoxian continent. We won't be afraid of anyone, and absolutely won't be afraid of anyone's provocation. Hee, if you're not afraid, then that's naturally the best. This old man thought that Qingwan Xianxia and the people of Tianyi men were especially afraid of the Shun musicians' revival one day. Lung Qingwan's chest heaves uncontrollably, the indignation and unwillingness in her eyes are clear. But no matter how she refutes, it's like revealing 300 taels of silver. In the end, he could only leave angrily. As soon as Lung Qingwan left, the old man at the side immediately said, "Lord, why must you be so cold to Fairy Qingwan? In the entire Xiaoxian continent, in terms of cultivation, appearance, and identity, Qingwan Xianxia can be said to be the only woman worthy of Jun Shang." Di Mingju frowns, a trace of impatience flashing through his eyes. Elder Chang, who was at the side, immediately shared Jun Shang's worries in a very considerate manner. "Elder Ji, have you forgotten that Jun Shang is fated to marry the Lady of Destiny?" Hearing this, Di Mingju's brows immediately relax. He turned to look at Elder Chang and nodded subtly. "Well said. I'll reward you later." Elder Chang stroked his beard, his smiling face scrunched up into a ball. However, Elder Ji frowned and his face was full of disdain. "What woman of destiny? That's just nonsense. I think Fairy Qingwan is pretty good. If Fairy Qingwan marries Jun Shang, then the entire Tian Iman will belong to our Ji domain." Old Ji trembles under Di Mingju's azure-like gaze. He hesitantly takes a step back, and says with an awkward smile, "This old man wants to marry her, but Qingwan Xianxia only fancies you, Jun Shang, Di Mingju narrows his eyes and coldly says, "Ben Jun sees that you have nothing better to do now. Just in time, do something for Ben Jun. What is it?" "Ben Jun wants 50 of Ling Qingwan's dresses, no, 100. Moreover, they must be able to cross the space barrier and bring them to Yanwu continent." "Ah?" Old Ji opens his mouth wide, dumbfounded. "Jun Shang, you're playing with me. Do you know what that dress is woven from? Do you know that Qingwan Fairy only has one? You want 100. 100, where the hell do you want this old man to find it? What's more, this mysterious ice-pleated fringed skirt has immortal energy attached to it, that's why it can sway so beautifully and fill the eyes with light. How can he sneak into Yanwu continent with this thing?" Di Mingju snorts and turns his head to ignore him. Thinking of Leng Qingwan's colorful dress, he becomes even more upset. Di Mingju's, woman can't even wear such a beautiful dress, it's simply intolerable. If he could personally put it on Mayan, it would certainly be very beautiful. Thinking about it, Jun Shang's ears quietly redden. "Jun Shang, please spare this old man," Old Ji wails as he crawls on the ground, about to cry and throw a tantrum to get rid of this impossible task. Suddenly, he sees a familiar figure tumbling and crawling in from the entrance of the great hall. Jun Shang. This is bad." Seeing who it is, Di Mingju's pupils fiercely contract. His figure flashes and he appears in front of the person in the blink of an eye. Did something happen to Mayan? The person he grabs by the collar has a sullen face, tears and snot flowing down. "Jun Shang, it's Hanya's fault, please kill this subordinate. Speak. What happened? Miss Mayan, she's gone." Under Di Mingju's fierce and murderous gaze, Hanya trembles as he says, "The Junji drugstore next to our courtyard, it's completely empty." Di Mingju's expression tightens. "Someone kidnapped them?" Hanya shakily shakes his head again. It seems that Miss June herself, left on her own." Pong, Di Ming's hand loosened. Hanya falls to the ground. Di Mingju's face reveals a trace of absent-mindedness, a trace of grievance, and a trace of pain. "Mu Yan left, why didn't he inform me?" There wasn't even the slightest bit of lingering or reluctance. "Mu Yan, aren't you tempted in the slightest?" Everyone had never seen their lord reveal such a lonely expression. They were all dumbfounded. Even Hanyi lowers his head in annoyance. "Jun Shang, please punish this subordinate. This subordinate didn't do a good job." Elder Chang sighed softly as well. "Then, what are Lord's plans? Why don't we let our main bodies return to the Xiaoxian continent?" As soon as his voice falls, Di Mingju's sharp gaze immediately sweeps over. "You still haven't married Ben Jun's woman? What did you come back for?" "Ah?" Elder Chang is dumbfounded. Then what does Jun Shang plan to do? Seeing Jun Shang's sorrowful appearance just now, he thought that his dignity had been thwarted, and that he was sad and disappointed. But now, it seems like, Di Mingju grits his teeth, sneering, naturally it's to go down immediately and catch that woman. You want to run away from Benjun's palm, dream on. Jun Mayan, you dare to run away from Benjun's side. Early the next morning, Shen Jinglin immediately takes the only things in the room and limps towards Mayan's room. At the thought that his sister, who has been missing for so many years, has returned, his weathered face reveals a trace of exuberant vitality. But at this moment, Shen Xiao's malicious voice suddenly comes from behind. Big brother, please stay. My future sister-in-law and your future father-in-law have come to visit, don't tell me you're not going to meet them? The content of the words makes Shen Jinglin's body suddenly stiffen. The trace of a smile and vitality on his face disappears without a trace. Leaning on his cane, he turns around with difficulty, gritting his teeth and squeezing out 2 words, I won't see them. Won't see them? Shen Xiao exclaims, Big brother, what do you mean by that? Don't tell me you don't care about father's life or death? Mother also said that you are the most filial person in the world, it turned out to be a lie. Shen Jinglin's hands tightly clench into fists, and after a long while, he hoarsely says, I see them. Shen Xiao's eyes flash with a contemptuous and proud smile, and she leads Shen Jinglin to the front hall. At this time, in the front hall, Su Yuexiang is gracefully sitting upright, tasting tea, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. And sitting below is an old man with a white beard. And an extremely ugly woman with a wide face, crooked nose, and buck teeth. Seeing Shen Jinglin come in, the woman's small eyes immediately narrow into slits from smiling, her eyes full of infatuation and greed. Jinglin Gij, you've come. 1 day apart is like 3 years, Nuna missed you to death. Saying that, she pounces towards Shen Jinglin. Shen Jinglin is flustered and disgusted, he wants to dodge. However, he has no internal force, and his legs and feet are crippled, how can he dodge? He stumbles and falls to the ground. His appearance is as miserable as one can get. Shen Xiao and Su Yuexiang, on the side, have a gloating look on their faces. They don't have the slightest intention of going up to help. As soon as the ugly woman sees him fall, she immediately pounces overexcitedly, pouts her plump lips, and is about to kiss Shen Jinglin's face. Get lost. Shen Jinglin roars, and ruthlessly slaps her face. After being slapped, the ugly girl immediately threw a tantrum and sat on the ground, waving her hands and feet as she cried loudly. The white-bearded old man's expression suddenly became severe, and he fiercely slapped the table. Shen Jinglin, what do you mean by this? You've already agreed to marry into my Zhou clan. My Nunu is your wife. How dare you make a move against your wife's mistress? Shen Jinglin's face turned purple, his eyes full of shame and indignation. I didn't agree. Jinglin, don't talk nonsense. Do you want to ruin your father's only chance of survival? Su Yuexiang put down the teacup with a bang and interrupted Shen Jinglin's words. Don't forget, in Tianyuan City, the only one who can cure your father is Dr. Zhou. But father he's still lying on the sickbed, his life and death uncertain. Shen Jinglin roared. Humph, do you not believe in this old man's medical skills? Dr. Zhou sneered, fine, this old man will show you one more skill today. Let's go and meet the patient. The group soon arrived at an underground secret chamber. The secret chamber's door is layered with more than a dozen locks. When the last lock was opened, a burst of crazy roars came from inside. Father! As soon as he saw this person, Shen Jinglin's eyes immediately reddened. He called out in a low voice and walked forward. As if sensing the approach of a living person, the man immediately roared and opened his mouth to bite. Shen Jinglin staggered back a step. Looking at the miserable appearance of her father, Shen Yicheng, she could no longer hold back her tears. At this moment, Dr. Zhou said faintly from behind, move aside. I'll treat him first. Saying that, he takes a step forward and reaches out to poke a few times on the Shen father's body. Then, she gives him a bottle of draft. As the draft enters the abdomen, a miraculous thing happens. The Shen father, who has been howling madly all this time, unexpectedly slowly quiets down. He lies down on the ground, not making a sound. Shen Jinglin went forward to check and found that the Shen father had actually fallen asleep. Ever since the Shen father's illness, he hasn't had a good night's sleep. But as soon as Dr. Zhou's medicine entered his stomach, he actually fell asleep. Dr. Zhou, your medical skills are really brilliant. Su Yuexiang immediately exclaimed in admiration and bowed with her hands folded in front, please be kind and save our master. Dr. Zhou stroked his beard with a smug look on his face. Of course I can save him. But I've already told you my conditions. Shen Jinglin must marry into my Zhou family, otherwise, you guys will have to find someone else. Dr. Zhou, if you don't save him, our master won't be able to do anything. Su Yuexiang exclaimed, her face full of anxiety. Then, she looked at Shen Jinglin. Tears trickled down, looking indescribably pitiful. Jinglin, Aunt Su is begging you. Our Shen family only has an orphan and a widow left. Without your father's support, our Shen family will collapse. I beg you, please save master. Shen Jinglin fearfully looked at his unconscious father and then looked at Dr. Zhou's daughter. The person in front of him immediately grinned at him, revealing a large bloody mouth, calling out in a sweet voice, Big brother Jinglin, Nunu likes you the most, quickly come and be Nunu's husband. Shen Jinglin only felt despair in his heart. If he agreed, the rest of his life would be ruined. But if he didn't agree, what would happen to his father's life? Jinglin, if you don't agree, then Aunt Su can only agree to the Lu family's request and marry Mayan to their foolish son, Lu Yukai. The Lu family is powerful and wealthy. I believe they will definitely find a way to treat master. No. None of you are allowed to touch Yan Yan. Shen Jinglin abruptly let out a howl, his eyes filled with blood, seeming as if he wanted to fight with his life on the line. Su Yuexiang wipes her tears and says, I also don't want to push Mayan into the fire pit, but who told the foolish son of the Lu family to take a fancy to Mayan? If master never wakes up, our Shen family will have an orphan and a widow. Even if the Lu family bullies our door to snatch them, what can we do? Alas, it's a pity that Mayan is as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon, she actually has to marry that fool from the Lu family. Shen Jinglin gritted his teeth, his eyes full of despair. He slowly unclenched his fists and said in a hoarse voice, as long as I agree to marry into the Zhou family, you will definitely be able to cure my father. Naturally, this old man is the #1 genius doctor in Tianyuan City. As long as the bridal sedan chair carries you to the Zhou family and you consummate your marriage with my daughter, this old man will immediately cure Master Shen's illness. Dr. Zhou's eyes were sharp as he said this unhurriedly. Naturally, this old man is Tianyuan City's #1 godly doctor. As long as the bridal sedan carries you to the Zhou family, and you consummate your marriage with my daughter, this old man will immediately cure Master Shen's illness. Dr. Zhou's eyes are sharp, unhurriedly saying this. On the side, Zhou Huanu's body is trembling with excitement. She looks at Shen Jinglin like she's looking at a fat piece of meat that's about to reach her mouth. Shen Jinglin slowly closes his eyes, his face filled with desolation like dead ashes. Alright, before he could finish his words, the door of the secret room suddenly creaks, and it's pushed open again. As the door is pushed open, a woman's clear and melodious voice is heard. I knew that brother was hiding something from me, but I didn't expect that it would be such a stupid thing. Hearing this voice and seeing the person's figure, Shen Jinglin suddenly widens his eyes. Yan Yan. Why would Yan Yan come here? Su Yuexiang and Shen Sharo also have shock written all over their faces. One must know that the door of this secret room has a mechanism, and each door weighs 1,000 pounds. Without a key, an ordinary martial practitioner simply can't open it. This June Mayan, how did she come down? The people who come in are Mayan and Xiao Bao, who's at her side. Facing everyone's flabbergasted eyes, Xiao Bao disdainfully pats the dust off his hands, then takes Mayan's hand. There's a lot of dust on these iron doors. Xiao Bao doesn't want to dirty Nyangqin's hands. Shen Jinglin suddenly comes back to his senses. Yan Yan, what are you doing here? You even brought Xiao Bao. Quickly leave here. Mayan doesn't pay attention to him, instead, she crouches in front of the unconscious Shen father. With a complicated expression, she mutters, Father, Yan Yan. Shen Jinglin anxiously raises his voice, Father is fine, he'll be cured very soon. Can you leave here first? As he says this, Shen Jinglin's eyes already carry a sorrowful plea. Mayan's expression hardens, and she says coldly, leave here, and then watch helplessly his brother, for father's sake, for me, marry a woman he doesn't love? Oh, not marry, but marry into her family. Mayan, what are you doing? Su Yuexiang says, your brother has no choice. Isn't it all to save your father? Don't tell me you want to watch your father go crazy and die? Save father? Mayan sneers, Aunt Su, why don't you let your own daughter save him? Why do you want brother to save him? Why do you want brother to save him? Mu Yan immediately interrupts her, unhurriedly looking at Dr. Zhou. What's more, if my brother marries into the Zhou family, will my father's illness really be cured? When Dr. Zhou heard that, he immediately scowled and said with dissatisfaction, who do you think you are? Are you questioning this old man's medical skills? Mayan chuckles, empty words are no proof. What if after my brother marries into the Shen family, Dr. Zhou can't cure him? Then who are we going to reason with? Why don't we do it this way? Dr. Zhou, please cure my father first. Once he's cured, we can talk about marrying into your family. Do you think this old man is stupid? Dr. Zhou said angrily. What if this old man goes back on his word after I cure him? Mayan sneers, you can't guarantee 100% cure, and you can't tell the illness, yet you still want my brother to marry into your family. Do you think our Shen family are fools? You. Dr. Zhou's complexion alternated between green and white. Fine, fine. Since you don't believe me, then I won't treat you. Dr. Zhou looked like he was about to leave. However, Zhou Huanu realized that Mu Yan wanted to destroy her marriage. Her ugly face immediately distorted as she roared and pounced towards Mu Yan, you dare to snatch my husband, watch me tear your mouth apart, you slut. Yan Yan, be careful. Shen Jinglin exclaims, and recklessly rushes over to block it for Mu Yan. But before he could do anything, Little Treasure had already stretched out a fair and tender finger. He pointed at Zhou Huanu. In an instant, Zhou Huanu's entire body stiffened, unable to move. Mu Yan slowly steps forward and walks to the side of Zhou Huanu, whose face is full of fright. She leisurely says, if you want to prove that Dr. Zhou has a way to treat my father's illness, it's actually very simple. You just need to find a patient with the same illness, and it'll be fine. You. Why aren't you letting go of my daughter? Dr. Zhou shouted in exasperation. Hearing Mu Yan's words, he immediately looks disdainful. What kind of joke is this? You want to find a patient with the same illness for this old man to see? As long as you find it, this old man will treat you. Mu Yan hooks up her lips and smiles brightly, then, it's a deal. As soon as her voice falls, Mayan suddenly takes off Zhou Hua's lower jaw and pours a bottle of draft inside. Soon after, she reconnects the lower jaw joint. Dr. Zhou was so angry that he stomped his feet and rushed over. Stupid girl, what are you going to do to my daughter? If anything happens to my Nunu, I'll make you pay with your life. With a gentle push from Mu Yan, Zhou Huanu is pushed in front of Dr. Zhou. Just as Dr. Zhou was about to check on his daughter's condition, he saw Zhou Huanu's scowling face suddenly twist. Then, it suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Dr. Zhou's neck. Ah! Dr. Zhou let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. With great difficulty, he managed to pull Zhou Huanu away. Mu Yan grabs a piece of chain and swings it, firmly binding Zhou Huanu. Dr. Zhou covered his bleeding neck and looked at his daughter. He saw his daughter frantically trying to jump onto his body. Her mouth was wide open, and the flesh on his neck was still hanging from her neck. From time to time, he would let out beast-like howls. That symptom, actually really was almost exactly the same as the Shen father's. Shen Jinglin is dumbfounded. He looks at Zhou Huanu, then looks at Mayan, Yan Yan, you, Mu Yan tilts her head and smiles at him, didn't I tell my brother? I know a little about medicine. To be able to replicate his father's illness, this is called a little bit of medical skill? As if she had guessed what he was thinking, Mayan's voice rang out again, so, you don't have to worry, big brother. Whether it's your leg or your father's life, I'll take it back. Even if we have to seize it from the hands of the King Yanluo of Hell. Mu Yan's voice was very soft, only Shen Jinglin and Xiaobao could hear it. But that soft voice was like a clap of thunder, like the beating of a drum, resounding in Shen Jinglin's ears. His heart, which had already been dead, was slowly being revived. Could it be that father could really recover? Could his leg really be restored? He really didn't need to marry into the Zhou family? Dr. Zhou fiercely glares at Mu Yan. What did you do to my daughter? Mu Yan says with a smile that isn't a smile, didn't I say? Create a patient who is exactly like my father. Isn't this patient your daughter, Zhou Huanu? Oh, right, it's not exactly the same, because I added something in this poison. That is, this poison can be transmitted through blood, saliva, and teeth. Oh. Moreover, I've accelerated the onset of the disease by 100 times. If you can't detoxify it immediately, after an hour, Dr. Zhou, you and your daughter will die a violent death. Dr. Zhou's whole body shudders, his complexion deathly pale, his lips trembling. What did you say? What poison? I don't know. Is that so? So Dr. Zhou doesn't know that my father has been poisoned? Mu Yan shakes her head with a sigh. That's really a pity. If my father can't be cured, Dr. Zhou and your daughter's lives can't be saved. Dr. Zhou's eyes widen in horror, his face full of horror. He suddenly turns to look at Su Yuexiang. Antidote, quickly give me and Nunu the antidote. Saying that, he pounces over and hugs Su Yuexiang's leg. Su Yuexiang's complexion is ashen. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I have the antidote? Didn't you tell me to come and treat Master Shen? Didn't you say that as long as Shen Jinglin? Before Dr. Zhou can finish speaking, there's a sudden poochie sound of a sword piercing into flesh behind him. Xianxia pulls out the long sword that's pierced into Dr. Zhou's body, turns the blade, and pierces Zhou Huanu's heart. Damn thing, actually daring to scheme against our Shen family, deserve to die. Saying that, Xianxia also gives Su Yuexiang a meaningful look. Su Yuexiang immediately understands and nods again and again. Exactly, I didn't expect this surnamed Zhou to be a swindler who deceives the world. Our family's Jinglin was almost deceived by him. Fortunately, you exposed him, Mu Yan. Mu Yan looks at the mother and daughter's performance with a smile that isn't a smile. The girl's smile is obviously very beautiful, but Su Yuexiang and Xianxia only feel chills all over their bodies, like a prick on their backs. Su Yuexiang laughs dryly. Mayan, I didn't expect that after 5 years of not seeing you, your medical skills have become so good. By the way, you can make Zhou Huanu suffer from the same poison. Does that mean you can also cure your father's illness? When she said this, Su Yuexiang looked anxious and concerned on the surface. However, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. If Shen Yicheng woke up, then what she had done. Mayan glances at the Shen father on the ground, and slowly says, it can be cured, but father's poison is too deep. To cure it, it will take at least 7 days. During this period of time, we can only put father in a coma. As soon as they hear that it will take 7 days to cure the Shen father, Su Yuexiang and Xianxia clearly show expressions of relief. A sinister smile appeared on Xianxia's face. 7 days, 7 days later, June Mayan, you'll be carried to the Liu family, pressed under that fool of the Liu family, wantonly toyed with and humiliated. How could he bring this old fart back to life? Mu Yan looks at the expressions of these two people, and a chill flashes through her eyes. The Shen father is no longer in a state of madness, but in a coma, so he was transferred out of the dark and damp dungeon, and transferred to a wing room. Shen Jinglin sits by the window, watching the Shen father's sleeping appearance, the rims of his eyes slightly red. Why is it that none of the old servants and maids that she's familiar with are left? Shen Jinglin disappointedly shakes his head. I don't know. Ever since you disappeared, father has been looking for your whereabouts, starting from the Su family's fire, one city after another, one country after another. But there's been no news, until a year ago, father suddenly said that he seemed to have a clue about your disappearance, and wanted to investigate. But after several months, there was no news from father. When he appeared again, he was lying in a pool of blood all over his body. After waking up, he's always had this deranged appearance. Mayan stares blankly, and only after a long while does she say, Father, has been looking for me? Yes. Shen Jinglin looks at Mayan guiltily. Yan, father and I have always felt very sorry for you. At that time, we clearly knew that Su Yuexiang wasn't good to you, but we left you to gain experience on our own. When we came back, we found out that they had sent you to the Su family, and you were even pregnant with a child. At that time, father and I tried our best to bring you back, but Su Yuexiang obstructed us in every possible way. I had no choice but to sneak into the Su family's territory to look for you, but who knew that you'd already disappeared? After you disappeared, father often drank to drown his sorrows. When he was drunk, he kept shouting that he was sorry to his sworn brother, sorry to his benefactor, and that he didn't take good care of his only daughter. Shen Jinglin holds Mayan's hand, his voice choked with sobs. Yan, can you forgive father? He's not a good father, but all these years, he really regretted that he didn't take good care of you. Mayan has a complicated expression as she looks at the unconscious Shen father on the bed. After a long time, she whispers, Mayan still hasn't repaid father's kindness in raising me, how could I forgive him? Brother, then how did your leg get injured? Shen Jinglin stares blankly, then the emotions in his eyes slowly tumble. Embarrassment, humiliation, pain, unwillingness, one by one, surge up. Finally, he closes his eyes and hisses, Yan, brother, please don't ask. We can't provoke that person, we really can't. Just let it go, okay? Mayan still wants to say more, but she sees Shen Jinglin's despair and pain on the verge of collapse. She swallows back the words on the tip of her tongue. Okay, brother, don't be sad, I won't ask. But don't worry, I will definitely cure your leg. Shen Jinglin slowly calmed down. Does father really need 7 days to wake up? When Mu Yan heard this, she chuckled. Of course not, father was poisoned. Even if the poison entered his lungs, as long as the antidote was appropriate, he would be able to wake up immediately. Then you said, 7 days? Haha, if I didn't say 7 days, how could those 2 foxes show their tails? Saying that, she mischievously winked at Shen Jinglin. Brother, 6 days later, little sister will treat you to a good show, how about it? == 6 days later. When the Lu family's wedding procession arrives in a grandiose manner, Mayan and Shen Jinglin are in the room looking after the Shen father. Hearing the heaven-shaking sound of the suona and gongs outside, Shen Jinglin asked in surprise, what's going on? Mayan looks outside with a smile that isn't a smile. It's probably the Lu family's wedding procession. The Lu family is welcoming the bride? Shen Jinglin's eyes widened in shock. When did our Shen family become related to the Lu family? Without waiting for Mu Yan to answer, the door of the room is pushed open with a bang. There's an unconcealable joy between their brows. Behind Su Yuexiang is Lu Chunkai, dressed in a red wedding dress, but because of his fat figure, he looks like a red pig. There's also the Lu family's master and Madame Lu, who are similarly dressed. As soon as she sees Mayan, Shen Xiao immediately laughs. Mayan Mimi, congratulations, congratulations. As soon as Shen Jinglin sees this scene, he immediately has a bad premonition. When he hears Shen Xiao's words, he's even more flustered. What nonsense are you talking about? Haha, today is Mayan Mimi's big day. As her older sister, of course, I have to congratulate her. Shen Xiao looks at the nauseating Lu Chunkai behind her, then looks at Mayan. The smile on her face is even more carefree. When Lu Chunkai sees Mayan, his saliva immediately drips down, and he keeps shouting, Fairy sister, marry her and sleep. Madame Lu immediately smiles and pacifies him. Alright, rest assured, Chunkai, we'll immediately marry Fairy sister and let you sleep, and give mother a big fat grandson. At this moment, how could Shen Jinglin not know what's going on? In a split second, he's trembling with anger. You, don't go too far. When did my Shen family and the Lu family have an engagement? You want my Mimi to marry a fool, dream on. Who said there wasn't an engagement? Madame Lu coldly snorts, the marriage certificate is here. Shen Jinglin takes the marriage certificate and looks at it. He sees that it's indeed a marriage certificate between the Shen family and the Lu family, but it only states that it's a daughter of the Shen family, not which one. It only says that it's a daughter of the Shen family. If you want to marry so much, why don't you marry your daughter over? Yinyan's surname isn't Shen, what right do you have to decide her marriage? Facing Shen Jinglin's questioning, Su Yuexiang faintly smiles, and says helplessly, I can't do anything about this. Who told Mayan to be an outstanding beauty, that the Lu family's young master fancies her, but not our family's rower? Jinglin, why don't you take a look at the Lu family's influence in Tianyuan City? What cultivation does the Lu family's master have? Now that your father is in such a half-dead state, if we don't marry Mayan over today, our Shen family will be finished. Shen Jinglin's complexion was deathly white, his pair of eyes almost spurting fire. Right now, he did not even have the slightest bit of cultivation, but he did not hesitate to block in front of Mu Yan. Don't you dare touch Yan Yan. Suyue Xiang, you bunch of beasts. 5 years ago, you already ruined Yan Yan once, and now you still want to ruin her. This time, even if I die, I absolutely won't allow you to ruin Yan Yan's life. Xianxia sneers, you're a cripple, and you still want to protect Mayan? Hehe, don't make me laugh to death. Jun Mayan, I advise you to obediently marry young Master Lu, okay? Although young Master Lu is a little silly, the Lu family has a big business. I believe you will be able to eat and drink well every day in the future. What else do you have to be dissatisfied with? You. Get out. All of you, get out. My little sister won't get married, not even if she dies. Shen Jinglin crazily shoved the group of people who entered the room. However, his legs were inconvenient, and before the other party could make a move, he almost fell down. If Xiaobao had not been by his side and supported him at the critical moment, he would have been in a sorry state by now. With a cold snort, he ruthlessly slaps the mahogany table at the side. That sturdy table actually shatters in response. A formidable pressure belonging to an Earth stage powerhouse spreads out, making everyone in the room go silent like cicadas in winter. Shen Jinglin's complexion is even more deathly pale, his internal organs tumble, and he almost spits out blood. But at this moment, a pair of small hands pinch his fingers. Shen Jinglin inexplicably feels a warm current pour into his body, and the pain of all his internal organs being crushed, at this moment, disappears without a trace. He looks down in astonishment, but what he sees is Xiaobao's icy and delicate little face. For a moment, he's somewhat stupefied. On the other side, after Master Lu slaps out his palm, he wraps up a terrible pressure and walks towards Shen Jinglin step by step. Hehe, if my Lu family wants to do something, there's nothing in Tianyuan City that can't be done. Originally, I didn't want to make a move on this joyous occasion, but since you actually don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. Saying that, he raises his hand and slaps the top of Shen Jinglin's head. At the same time, Madame Lu also shouts, someone, go tie that woman up for me and change her wedding clothes. To be able to marry into my Lu family, that's your good fortune, and you actually still dare to resist. If she's still disobedient, you can break the tendons in her hands and feet. In any case, it's enough that she's my Lu family's daughter-in-law, as long as she can bear children. Bang, a sound rings out, a swift and fierce energy is emitted from the bed, and in the blink of an eye, it hits Master Lu's hand. It prevents him from killing Shen Jinglin. I, Xianxia, am not dead yet. If you want to touch my son and daughter, have you asked me? Cough, cough, cough. The sudden hoarse voice startles everyone in the room. Shen Jinglin stiffly turns his head back, and sees the Shen father sitting up, his eyes clear and bright. The rims of his eyes immediately redden. Dad, are you all right? He immediately throws himself to the bedside, unable to stop his tears from gushing out, tightly grasping the Shen father's bony hand. The rims of Xianxi's eyes are also red. He holds his hand and chokes with sobs. Jinglin, it's father. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to Yan Yan, cough, cough. As he spoke, he raised his head to look at Mu Yan. His tearful eyes were filled with guilt and self-blame. Yan Yan, father has let you down. I didn't take good care of you, and even let you suffer such humiliation and grievance. When he thought of how his sworn brother had entrusted him with such a task before he left, or even before he died, he couldn't do it. Xianxia felt so guilty that he did not have the face to continue living. However, now was not the time for him to die. Without waiting for Mu Yan to speak, Xianxi's expression becomes firm. He clenches his teeth and says, but Yan Yan, don't worry. Father has made a mistake once, but he absolutely won't make a second mistake. Today, even if I have to risk this old life of mine, I will never let these people succeed. Mu Yan looks at this emaciated old man who shakily gets up from the bed. Her expression is somewhat complicated. Say that she doesn't blame the Shen father? Of course it was resentful. Resentful that he caused the death of her mother, Xianxia. Resentful that he half-heartedly provoked Suyue Xiang. Resentful that he gave her to Suyue Xiang, causing her to suffer so much, even losing her innocence and getting pregnant before marriage. However, in the end, this person has raised her for more than 10 years. After she went missing in her past life, this person has been working hard to find her, never giving up. This person is clearly not related to her, but he really loves her like his own daughter. But when Su Yuexiang and Xianxia see Xianxia suddenly wake up, they are almost scared out of their wits. Su Yuexiang is the first to react. She puts on a fake smile and steps forward. "Master, you're finally awake. You've been delirious this year, making me worried." Her voice hasn't fallen when Xianxia suddenly raises his hand and ruthlessly slaps her face. "Poisonous woman, don't pretend in front of me. I know exactly what you've done all these years. You and that surnamed Zhou conspired at my bedside to kill me and ruin my son's life. Do you think I don't know?" Su Yuexiang staggers from the hit. She still hasn't recovered, but when she hears Xianxiang's words, her beautiful face turns pale and her whole body shivers. "Master, what are you talking about? This concubine doesn't understand." "Don't understand?" Father Chen's eyes are red. Like a roaring lion, he's itching to pounce on Su Yuexiang and tear her to pieces. "You took advantage of me being injured and unconscious to poison my medicine, making me go crazy, turning me into something that's neither human nor ghost. Now, you still want to hide it? Slut, the thing I regret the most in my life is marrying a poisonous woman like you. I can't wait to skin you alive." The Shen father roars. He can't bear it anymore and madly pounces towards Su Yuexiang. Su Yuexiang has been suppressed for so long under the Shen father's majesty. Suddenly discovering that her plot has been exposed, she only feels a roar in her head and even forgets to hide. But Xianxia sneers and pulls Su Yuexiang away from the Shen father's attack. Then she contemptuously says, "Mother, why are you afraid of this old fart? Do you think Xianxia is still the same Xianxia after lying in bed for a year? Look at his swaying appearance. I'm afraid he can't even take one move from Uncle Lu." "Uncle Lu, don't you think so?" When Master Lu hears Xianxia's praise, he immediately laughs. He looks at Xianxia with a mocking gaze. "That's right, do you think you're still the Xianxia whose name shook Tianyuan? Humph, today, my Lu family is determined to have your daughter. If you are sensible and obedient, then the Shen family will be my Lu family's in-laws in the future. You can also enjoy your old age. If you dare to resist, I'll kill you right now." Hearing this, Su Yuexiang slowly recovered from her fear of Xianxia. Look at Xianxia now. His black hair had turned white. The skin on his face was full of wrinkles. He had only been in bed for a year, but he seemed to have aged 10 years. The terrifying pressure of an Earth-rank powerhouse around him had also disappeared without a trace. Su Yuexiang seemed to realize something at this moment and laughed out loud. "Xianxia, you old fart, you deserve this day. All these years, I've served you like a slave, but what about you? In your heart, there is only Xianxia, that bitch who has already turned into ashes. You treat an adopted daughter better than your own daughter. You called me a poisonous woman? Let me tell you, you asked for it. Today, not only do I want you Shen father and son to die, I also want you to personally see your precious and beloved adopted daughter being defiled by a fool." Ha 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 ha. When Su Yuexiang said these words, her entire elegant face is twisted. Like a malevolent demon. This time, if it really explodes, Su Yuexiang would indeed be seriously injured, but the Shen father would also die because he's a lamp without oil. At this critical moment, suddenly, the sound of a zither resounds in the room. The palm that the Shen father wants to send out, but before he could lift it, it's caught by a small, fair, and tender hand. At the same time, the sound of a zither lingers in the room, accompanied by a young girl's soft and sweet-sounding voice. "Isn't it supposed to be a joyous occasion? Why is everyone's murderous aura so heavy? Why don't we all sit down and watch this good show together? Xiao Bao, ask your grandfather and uncle to sit down." The Shen father lowers his head in a daze, but is aghast to see a delicate little face. It's a pink jade-carved baby, only 4 or 5 years old. However, the blow that he wanted to send out after gathering all his internal force, yet under this little baby's gentle grasp, it effortlessly returns to the qi within his body. What's going on here?" Xiao Bao expressionlessly looks at him, using an ice-cold, childish voice to say, "Grandfather, Nyangqin wants you to sit down." "GGG grandpa?" This little baby, who's even more beautiful than the golden boy of the celestial immortals, is calling him grandfather? The Shin father is dumbfounded. So much so that he even forgets to resist and question. Caught by Xiaobao, he staggers back to the bedside and sits down. Xiaobao looks at Shin Jinglin with his clear, sapphire-like eyes. Without waiting for the little baby to open his mouth, Shin Jinglin immediately says, all right, uncle will sit down. Xiaobao sees that his grandfather and uncle have both sat down, and only then does he put his small hands behind his back. Like a little adult, he returns to Mayan's side and sticks close to her. Mayan doesn't know when, but she's already leisurely sitting by the low table. There's a zither on the table, and her jade-like fingers are lightly plucking the strings, making a pleasant sound. From beginning to end, she looks like she's leisurely watching a play. There's not even a little bit of fear on her face that she's about to marry a fool. On the contrary, her eyes are full of ridicule and ridicule. Only when Xiaobao leans against her does she reveal a gentle smile and stroke his head, indicating that he's doing well. Seeing her attitude, Xianxia inexplicably flustered. He couldn't help but think back to that time at Kulai restaurant. She thought that she could properly humiliate Mu Yan, but who knew that she would be forced by Mu Yan to crawl out in public. Patriarch Lu, what are you waiting for? Xianxia suddenly shouted at Lu Yongli, don't you want this woman to be your daughter-in-law? Tie her up and carry her back, and your son can consummate his marriage. If he misses this woman, that silly son of yours will never be able to marry such a good wife again. Madame Lu fiercely glares at Xianxia, if you dare to slander my son again, I'll tear your mouth apart. However, seeing that her son is infatuated and drooling at Mayan, she still said to Clan Master Lu, but what this girl said is right. To avoid any undue delay, I think it's better to carry her back immediately to bow to heaven and earth and get married. Patriarch Lu narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment before waving his hand. Go. Tie this woman up. The servants of the Lu family heard the order and rushed forward. However, before they could get close, Mayan's hands, which are resting on the zither strings, suddenly move. In an instant, dozens of zither nodes turn into blades, and like lightning, they shoot towards the servants of the Lu family. These dozen or so people don't even have the time to raise the swords in their hands. Their chests suddenly emit puffing sounds, and blood splatters everywhere. Soon after, they fall down stiffly. Shin Jinglin and the Shin father are shocked, blankly looking at Mu Yan, then looking at Xiaobao by her side. Lu Yongli feels the pressure coming from Mayan's zither sound blade. His face is grave, and there's even a faint fear in his eyes. Because he could clearly feel that the pressure from Mayan's zither music was actually stronger than his. Su Yuexiang and Xianxia looked as if they had seen a ghost, and they retreated a few steps in horror. Xianxia even felt regret in her heart. Had she lifted a rock and dropped it on her own feet by bringing this fiend back, unfortunately, it was all too late. Mu Yan smiled and said, what's the hurry? Didn't I tell you? The show hasn't started yet. Just as she finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard coming from the front hall. While everyone was still in a daze, they saw more than a dozen people enter in a line and arrive before Mu Yan and Xiaobao. They all bowed and knelt down. Greetings, miss, greetings, young master. What followed was a strong smell of blood. When these people raised their heads, Xianxia saw the face of the leader and instantly screamed in fear. The person in the lead is actually Mu Yan's servant, Yan Haoyan, and the people who rush in are unexpectedly everyone from the Ink camp. Chang Yu took a step forward and reporting to Miss, the Lu family has more than 100 people. Other than the old, the weak, the women, the children, and those who have sold themselves as slaves, all of them have been killed. This is the head of old Master Lu. After saying those words, he raised his hand. A cloth bag fell to the ground, and the knot of the cloth fell to the ground, revealing a bloody head inside. As soon as Lu Yongli saw the head, he immediately let out a heart-wrenching roar, "Father! This head belonged to the Lu family's patriarch. You killed my father. I'll kill you." Ah! Lu Yongli frantically pounces towards Mu Yan. But before he could take 2 steps, a sword was pressed against his chest. Yan Haoyan stood in front of Mu Yan and Xiaobao, the tip of his sword pressed against Lu Yongli's chest. Profound chi at the peak of the earth stage surged at the tip of the sword, as if it could shatter his heart meridian at any time. Lu Yongli stopped in his tracks in shock. Just a moment ago, he was enraged to avenge his father. At this moment, it was replaced by the fear of death. It was also at this moment that he finally realized what had happened. More than 100 guards of the Lu family died. They were all killed by these people? Even his father, who was at the peak of the Earth stage, was beheaded. The Lu family was completely annihilated. Lu Yongli looks at Mayan in shock, and his body begins to tremble. Who exactly did he offend? Mu Yan looked around at everyone in the room, and saw that each of them looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their faces were deathly pale, and she couldn't help but smile leisurely. Why aren't you talking? The show has just begun. Isn't it a pity that no one is talking? Saying that, her gaze turned towards Madame Lu. Just now, didn't you say that you're going to break the tendons of my hands and feet so that I can consummate the marriage with your son? No, no, no. Madame Lu was so scared that the fat on her entire body trembled. She repeatedly waved her hand and shook her head, stumbling as she tried to escape. However, just as he took a step, the sound of the zither suddenly rang out. The blade pierced through the air, suddenly slashing through Madame Lu's 4 limbs. Aha! A scream like that of a pig being slaughtered resounded through the sky. It also made Madame Lu fall heavily to the ground. 3 of her front teeth were broken, and her nose was crooked. She cried out in fright, wanting to use her hand to cover her mouth that was full of blood. The tendons in her hands and feet have been broken, and she can no longer move them. Madame Lu has completely become a cripple. Master Lu's eyes widen, looking at his wife's bloody Mayan. His whole body, even his lips, are trembling. He points at Mayan and shouts, "My Lu family has no past grievances with you. Even if we had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai and offended your excellency, you don't have to be so ruthless, right?" Mayan sneers, her deep eyes looking at him without a trace of warmth. No past grievances, no past grievances? Then Master Lu, can you please tell me, why did the Lu family and the Shen family make such an engagement? This question caused the bodies of several people present to tremble abruptly. Lu Yongli's eyes reveal a trace of pure fear. But he hears Mayan continue, or should I ask, what did you promise Su Yuexiang to do? Did she agree to make an engagement with the Lu family? Who was the one who was going to marry Lu Chengkai in the beginning? Why did it change to Xianxia later? If you can answer these questions one by one to my satisfaction, I will spare the Lu family at this moment. What do you think? Lu Yongli looks aghast at Su Yuexiang, then at Shen Jinglin, his voice trembling. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Before he could finish speaking, the sound of metal clashing suddenly resounds. Lu Yongli only feels a sharp pain in his hands and feet, and he falls to his knees with a thud. Before he could let out a mournful wail, Mayan's cold voice reaches his ears. If you still don't want to tell the truth, then next time, you will be exactly like your wife, a cripple. I'll talk. I'll say everything. Please don't break the tendons in my hands and feet. Lu Yongli couldn't bear it anymore, his face streaming with snot and tears as he repeatedly begs for mercy. A year ago, Su Yuexiang suddenly found me and said that she was willing to marry a daughter raised by the Shen family to my son, Lu Chengkai, on the condition that I do something for her. Do what? Lu Yongli once again looks at Shen Jinglin in fear, about to speak. Su Yuexiang screams, surnamed Lu, don't talk nonsense, when did I look for you, Xing? As the sound of the zither rang out, Su Yuexiang's mouth suddenly split open and blood splattered everywhere. She was in so much pain that she rolled on the ground, moaning in pain. Mu Yan coldly said, it's not your turn to speak yet, what's the rush? He turned to Lu Yongli. Continue. Lu Yongli's intestines were really ruined now, and he hated Su Yuexiang to the bone. If it wasn't for this woman, the Lu family wouldn't have ended up like this. Su Yuexiang she made me find someone to cripple Shen Jinglin during his experiential learning. Hearing this, Shen Jinglin and Shen father suddenly opened their eyes wide, looking over in disbelief. Only Mu Yan remained motionless and continued, then what did you do? Lu Yongli shuddered, and then continued to accept his fate. Shen Jinglin's cultivation is not bad, and he has many companions by his side. My people had no way to succeed at first. Xin Jinglin's original cultivation had already reached the peak of the profound stage, and besides Lu Yongli and great-grandfather Lu, no one else in the Lu family was Xin Jinglin's opponent. Listening to Lu Yongli's understatement, Xin Jinglin's body can't help but tremble. He thought that the one who crippled him was that terrible person that the Xin family couldn't afford to provoke. But it turned out not to be. The one who really gave him the final blow, turning him into a cripple, turned out to be Su Yuexiang and the Lu family. Why? Why must you be so vicious? Xin Jinglin couldn't bear it any longer, shouting himself hoarse towards Su Yuexiang and Xianxia. Even if I resent you for killing my mother, I've never spoken ill of you. Although I don't like Xianxia as much as Yan Yan, I still treat her like a younger sister. Why? Why must you treat me like this? Xianxia is frightened by his fiendish appearance, taking a step back in fright. But then, as if thinking of something, she righteously says, "Isn't this all your fault? Who told you to give all the good opportunities to that little slut, Xing Linfeng? The opportunity to go to Ziyangzong should have been mine, but father let you and Xing Linfeng go. I'm his biological daughter, aren't I? Hee, I know that little slut likes you, you two dogs have already hooked up." As she speaks, Xianxia reveals a sinister smile. "Seeing that you were crippled, that little slut wept and wept, looking like she wanted to take care of you for a lifetime. She didn't even go to Ziyangzong. This is just right, ha ha ha. In this way, going to Ziyangzong, the opportunity to get close to senior brother Yichen is mine." Listening to Xianxia's vicious words, Xin Jinglin is simply stunned. His voice trembles, his eyes full of fear. Don't tell me that cousin Linfeng's death wasn't because she slipped and fell into the water? Xing Linfeng is Xin Jinglin's cousin. Because the Xing family has declined, she has been living with the Xin family for the past 2 years. Although Xin Jinglin doesn't love this cousin, he still treats her like a relative. But half a year ago, one day after he became a cripple, his cousin suddenly slipped and fell into the water, dying. At that time, Xin Jinglin was almost completely disheartened, only feeling that his loved ones had left him one by one. He was the bane of his existence, he was the one who caused the death of his loved ones. He didn't expect that all this was not an accident, but man-made. Of course it wasn't an accident. Xianxia proudly laughed. "The person who was originally going to marry that fool from the Lu family was your good cousin, Xing Linfeng. I didn't expect that after Xing Linfeng found out, she wouldn't agree no matter what and even tried to escape. So I found Patriarch Lu and let him have a good taste of that little slut. Heh, her chastity is gone, so it doesn't matter to her whether she marries a fool or not. If she gave birth to a chubby boy, no matter what, he would still be a child of the Lu family. Don't you agree, Patriarch Lu?" Xianxia gave Lu Yongli a dubious look as she spoke. Lu Yongli's whole body was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Xianxia with a gaze that wished to tear her into pieces. Did this idiot know what kind of situation he was in? It was one thing for them to be so arrogant and moronic, but why did they have to drag him down with them? Unfortunately, Xianxia had spent her entire life explaining what it meant to not die if you didn't court death. "Evil creature, I'll kill you. I'll kill you with my own hands." The Xin father couldn't bear it anymore. He suddenly jumps up from the bed and ruthlessly pounces towards Xianxia. Xianxia wants to fight back, but the people from the ink camp are standing guard at the side. How could she have the chance to make a move, so very soon? The Xin father presses Xianxia to the ground. He raises his hand, and ruthlessly slaps her face. Xianxia screams like a pig being slaughtered. "You dare to hit me, I'm a disciple of Ziyangzong. Jun Mayan, if you dare to kill me, Ziyangzong won't let you off. Aya, save me, quickly save me ah. You idiots." However, there's no one in the field who pays attention to her. Only the sound of the Xin father's slaps can be heard. Xin Jinglin's body trembles. He couldn't bear it anymore, and he curls up into a ball. Tears crazily pour out from his eyes. The deathly stillness and despair on his body is like a huge cage that wraps around him, making him unable to break free. Mayan promptly supports him, inserting the silver needles into his acupuncture points to help him get through this hurdle. "Brother, don't be like this. If Sister Linfeng was still alive, she would definitely want you to live well." Xin Jinglin slowly opens his eyes. A man of iron and steel, but right now, he's crying like a child. Yan Yan, I've let her down, I've harmed her. I clearly promised uncle that I would take good care of her. But I let her suffer such humiliation. 5 years ago, I couldn't protect you, and now I still can't protect Feng. What's the use of me as a brother? What qualifications do I have to live? Brother, this has nothing to do with you. Mayan's voice is choked with sobs, and she tightly hugs Shen Jinglin's trembling body. The one who has to apologize is me. If I had let go of my resentment earlier, if I had come back earlier, you wouldn't have had to suffer so much. Brother, if you want to blame someone, blame me. Scalding tears fall on Shen Jinglin's face, slowly stabilizing Shen Jinglin's mood that's on the verge of collapse. Seeing the remorse in Mayan's eyes, seeing Xiaobao's panic and helplessness because of Mayan's crying, his big eyes slowly fill with tears. Shen Jinglin suddenly realizes that he can't collapse, can't destroy himself, otherwise, Yan Yan will certainly feel guilty for life. Yan Yan, don't cry. Shen Jinglin reaches out to wipe away the tears on Mu Yan's face, and softly says in a hoarse voice, how can you be blamed for these things? If it weren't for you, my brother might never have known the truth. Don't worry, Big Brother won't collapse. Big Brother will live well. Once you're cured, I'll have to protect you. With tears in her eyes, Mu Yan heavily nodded. Shen Jinglin gently caressed her head, just like how he always comforted and teased her when they were young. Even though his little sister had become so powerful, almost invincible. But in Shen Jinglin's heart, she was still the little girl from 5 years ago who liked to follow behind him, calling him Big Brother, secretly crying and smiling sweetly at him. Brother, the ones who should be punished are those crazy bastards. Mayan wipes away her tears, restraining the demeanor of a little girl that she hasn't shown for 5 years. Her cold gaze turns towards Su Yuexiang and her daughter, as well as the Lu family's people. Lu Yongli and Su Yuexiang were so scared by her clear black and white eyes that they trembled and almost fainted. Jun Mayan, I'm telling you, I'm a disciple of Ziyang sect. If you dare to touch me, you're dead. My master and my senior brother won't let you off. Chang Yu helps the swaying Shen father to sit down. The Shen father's eyes are filled with blood, fiercely glaring at Su Yuexiang and Shen Xiao. His whole body is emitting a baleful aura, making people believe that if he hadn't exhausted his internal force and his body was weak, he would definitely tear these two people to pieces. Speak. 5 years ago, what did you do to Yan Yan? Is it because of you two beasts that she lost her chastity? Ha 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 ha. Hearing the Shen father's angry question, Shen Xiaoling couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Mayan, there's an indescribable carefree pride in her eyes, so what if I did it? Who told that slut Jun Mayan to have a foxy appearance? She's clearly not the Shen family's biological daughter, but her treatment in the Shen family is better than mine, the real eldest miss of the Shen family. Each and every one of the men by my side are head over heels in love with her, completely not putting me in their eyes. How could I bear this? It's as if she's remembering her own grievances in those days. Shen Xiao's swollen pig-like face distorts into a sinister expression. Then she smiles complacently. So, I took advantage of the fact that you and Shen Jinglin were traveling and had my mother send her to my uncle's house. Haha, I know that my useless cousin has been drooling over this slut's beauty for a long time. I just casually provoked him, and gave him some aphrodisiac, and he couldn't wait to lay his hands on this slut. The more Shen Xiao talks, the more excited she gets, as if she's very satisfied with her masterpiece from that year. But Su Yuexiang isn't as brainless as her. From Mayan's every move just now, she knows how ruthless this woman is now. Don't say any more. Su Yuexiang pulls Shen Xiao back, forcing out a smile. I think you must be possessed. What nonsense are you talking about? Mayan is your sister, you've always loved her, haven't you? Are you kidding me? Shen Xiao doesn't appreciate it at all, shrieking, who would take that foxy slut as their sister? Pa! I wish I could tear her into pieces. Mother, why are you so timid now? Why should he be afraid of him? Even if they ate a bear's heart or a leopard's gall, they wouldn't dare do anything to me. Don't forget, I'm a disciple of the Ziyang house. Saying that, she shakes off Su Yuexiang, and continues to speak proudly. 5 years ago, I originally wanted my cousin to bring a group of hoodlums to play you to death. I didn't expect that a slut like you would actually run away, and even run into the forbidden area that no one in Yanwu continent dares to enter. Slut, you're really lucky. Otherwise, you would have died 5 years ago. But it didn't matter. Even if you didn't die, you still lost your innocence. Moreover, you lost your chastity to a wild man whose identity you still don't know. Getting pregnant before marriage, becoming the laughingstock of everyone, haha. Jun Mayan, what are you so arrogant about? Bang! Shen Jinglin abruptly stood up, his scarlet eyes unwaveringly staring at Xianxia, his body trembling because of the extreme suppression. Yan, can you let me deal with this woman? Mu Yan smiles faintly, of course. As she speaks, the sound of the zither rises from her hand, and a mellow and pleasant melody rings out. But what's strange is that this time, the melody doesn't turn into a blade. Instead, it's like a trickling stream, heading towards Xianxia alone. Ah! What did you do to me? Why can't I move? Xianxia suddenly screams. Her body seems like it wants to struggle with all its might, but no matter how she moves, there seems to be innumerable invisible threads firmly binding her, making her unable to budge even half a step. And Shen Jinglin is already walking in front of her, step by step. Shen Jinglin, I'm warning you, I'm a disciple of Ziyang sect. Ziyang sect is the most protective. If you kill me, Aya. Before Xianxia could finish her threat, there's only a ripping sound. Her arm actually flies straight out. Blood splatters everywhere. Shen Jinglin's bloodshot eyes look at her, but there's not the slightest trace of fluctuation in the depths of his eyes because of her screams. This sword is for everything you did to Yan back then. Swish. This sword is for Fenger. The second sword slashes out, and Xianxia's other arm also flies out. She falls to the ground, blood gurgling out from her arm. The severe pain makes her convulse all over. At this moment, she's finally afraid, terrified. She wriggles her body to escape, crying out, don't, brother, I was wrong. Please let me go. I'm your little sister, I'm your blood sister. Shen Jinglin slowly lifts his sword once again. Su Yuexiang suddenly sobers up, screaming as she pounces over, don't kill her, don't kill my daughter. However, before she could reach Shen Jinglin, she's ruthlessly kicked out by the Ink Camp's people. Su Yuexiang rolls and lands in front of the Shen father. Meeting Shen father's pair of eyes brimming with resentment, she shudders. On the other side, Shen Jinglin's sword falls for the third time. This sword is for you. Even now, you still want to hurt Yan. One of Xianxia's legs flies out. Ah! Xianxia lets out a short scream, her body bounces a bit, her eyes roll back, and she faints. From the stump of her thigh, blood is gushing out like a fountain. At this rate of bleeding, as long as it continues for a while, Xianxia will undoubtedly die. But how can she let her die so easily? Mayan lightly plucks the zither strings. Two completely different guqin sounds intertwined. Ground Prison and Echo Aura were combined into one. The blood on Xianxia's thigh had actually stopped, and she slowly opened her eyes. However, the intense pain did not disappear. She opened her mouth, gasped for breath, and wailed. This time, there was no longer any pride in her eyes, only fear and cowardice. Spare me. I beg of you to spare me. Boo-hoo-hoo. I'm a disciple of the Purple Sun sect, how can you treat me like this? Shen Jinglin laughed coldly. If the Purple Sun sect wants to find someone for revenge, then they can put it all on me. After saying that, he thrust his sword out again, but this time, it wasn't to cut off her remaining leg. Instead, it pierced through her qi. A hoarse scream came out from Xianxia's mouth once again. But this time, she couldn't even struggle. She could only powerlessly fall to the ground, unable to move. Shen Jinglin throws away the blood-stained sword in his hand and hobbles back to Mayan with difficulty. Yan, big brother has finally avenged you. Before she could finish her sentence, tears were already rolling down her cheeks. Seeing that familiar smile, Shen Jinglin could no longer hold on, his body softening and collapsing. Yan Haoyan's eyes and hands are quick to catch him. Mayan clasps his wrist and examines it. After confirming that he's just collapsed, she breathes a sigh of relief and lets Yan Haoyan take him back to his room to rest. Father. After Shen Jinglin is sent away, Mayan looks at the Shen father. Su Yuexiang is your wife after all. How to deal with her, it's up to you. Xianxia slowly nods, gets up and crouches in front of Su Yuexiang. Su Yuexiang trembles as she looks at him, her face covered in snot and tears. Master, I've served you for so many years. Even if I don't have any meritorious service, I've still worked hard. Spare me, spare me. Xianxia calmly looks at her, then bitterly closes his eyes. The thing I regret the most in my life is that I was bewitched by you for a moment and had a one-night stand with you. Not only did I cause the death of my wife, I even caused my 2 children to suffer. Su Yuexiang, from today onwards, you and I will no longer be husband and wife. Su Yuexiang's eyes widen and she hisses, Xianxia, you, what do you mean by that? It means that I'm divorcing you, this poisonous woman. From now on, you and your vicious daughter are no longer people of my Shen family. Xianxia, you can't divorce me. I have nothing now. If you divorce me, how am I going to live? Su Yuexiang herself doesn't have the slightest bit of cultivation. Now that her daughter is crippled, the Su family will not accept her. How was she going to survive after she was chased out? However, Xianxia has a resolute look on his face. He doesn't even look at her, as if he's already disgusted with her to the extreme. Su Yuexiang looks around blankly, panicked and desperate. Suddenly, her eyes fix on Mayan and Xiaobao. The despair in her eyes instantly transforms into pure hatred. Slut, it's all because of you. If you hadn't come back, everything would be fine. You harmed my daughter, harmed me. You won't let me live, so I'll make you wish you were dead. Su Yuexiang roars as she madly pounces on Xiaobao. She wants to kill Mayan, she wants Mayan to taste the pain of losing her son. She wants Jun Mayan to suffer a fate worse than death. The Shen father never thought that he would let Su Yuexiang live. But this crazy woman actually wanted to hurt his grandson. She immediately let out an anxious roar, Su Yuexiang, stop. Don't hurt my grandson. However, his body was already weak, and Su Yuexiang's attack was sudden, so how could he stop her? Su Yuexiang's long and sharp fingers were about to reach Xiaobao's face. But everyone present was calm and collected, as if they didn't see this scene at all. Mu Yan is leisurely plucking the zither strings. The people of the ink camp are bored as they pick their fingers. It was as if no one cared about Xiaobao's life or death. Su Yuexiang let out a burst of laughter like a broken bellows. She suddenly stretched out her hand to strangle the child's tender neck. Bastard, go to hell. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being Jun Mayan's son. The last word son had not yet been uttered. Suddenly, a sharp pain came from his wrist, and at the same time, there was the sound of bones breaking. A pair of chubby little hands clasp Su Yuexiang's wrist, and gently breaks it. The bones in Su Yuexiang's hand are like fragile, withered twigs, broken. Xiaobao loosens his hand, and pushes his palm towards Su Yuexiang's chest. A powerful internal force suddenly erupts. With a bang, Su Yuexiang flies out stiffly, landing on the open space outside the door. She suddenly spits out a mouthful of blood, and passes out. The Shen father is still reaching out to save his grandson. Seeing this scene, he's completely flabbergasted. Dumbfounded. Is this a palm that a 4-year-old child can make? This 4-year-old child is his grandson? Is he really not dreaming? Xiaobao withdraws his hand, his little face still cold, but those who are familiar with him can feel that there's some uneasiness in his eyes. Grandfather, Xiaobao only broke all her ribs, he didn't kill her. So, this isn't going against Niangqing's words, let grandfather deal with this hateful woman, right? Saying that, Xiaobao also looks at Mayan. Seeing Mayan smile at him, his taut little body suddenly relaxes. The Shen father abruptly comes back to his senses, and his head immediately shakes like a rattle. Xiaobao is right, Xiaobao did a great job. That bad woman wanted to hurt Xiaobao, it doesn't matter if Xiaobao killed her. Grandfather was just surprised, I didn't expect our Xiaobao to be so powerful. Xiaobao blinked, and a layer of ripples appeared in his big blue eyes. They were so resplendent that they looked like sparkling and translucent gems. There's pride, joy, and the warmth of a grandchild that has never been there before. Mayan withdraws her gentle gaze, and looks at the only one still standing in the field, the Lu family's master. As soon as he meets her gaze, Lu Yonglei shivers, and he kneels down with a thud. Miss June, this one was bewitched, and my brain was muddled with dog shit, that's why I attacked you. I beg you to be magnanimous, and let my son and I go. I can spare your 2 little lives. Mayan chuckles, and then throws out a porcelain bottle. The porcelain bottle rolls in front of Lu Yongli. Mayan continues, this is a draft that can cripple 90% of your cultivation. If you obediently drink it, and leave Tianyuan City and never come back, then I will spare your and your son's lives. Lu Yongli shivers all over again, and there's clear fear and struggle in his eyes. You can also choose not to drink. Mayan chuckles, then I'll settle the score with you, the Lu family injured my brother. I'll drink. I'll drink. Lu Yongli no longer dares to hesitate, and he picks up the draft and pours it into his mouth. A burning pain surges from his qi, and he lets out a mournful howl. Lu Yongli almost feels that he's been fooled. This isn't some draft that can cripple 90% of his cultivation, it's clearly trying to put him to death. This kind of pain lasted for a full quarter of an hour before the pain in his qi and his limbs and bones slowly disappeared. But at the same time, he of his body. When he casually circulated his profound energy, he found that his meridians were blocked and his sea of qi dried up. There was not even a tenth of his profound energy left. He had already turned from an earth-grade expert to a yellow-grade trash. Lu Yongli's body trembled. His eyes were sore, and his heart was filled with hatred. But as soon as he raises his head and meets Mayan's clear and bright eyes, all his resentment is like a punctured balloon, completely replaced by fear and dejection. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He grabbed his son and was about to leave. But Lu Chengkai is still drooling over Mayan, beautiful wife, sleep, want fairy sister. Lu Yongli was so scared that his soul almost left his body. This idiot actually dared to provoke that fiend. No, no, no. There's no need to abide by it. Lu Yongli was so scared that he couldn't even speak properly. Mu Yan smiles, her smile languid and devilish. I've always been the most law-abiding. Since I've set the rules, of course I have to abide by them. Xianxia, am I right? Lying half dead on the ground with only one leg left, Xianxia widened her eyes in horror. She stared at her with eyes full of resentment and fear. What do you think? Patriarch Lu, are you satisfied with this daughter-in-law of yours? Xianxia screamed, I don't want to marry a fool. I don't want to marry that idiot. Jun Mayan, you can't do this to me, you slut, I'm going to kill you. I'll kill you. When Lu Yongli hears that Mayan really wants to fulfill the engagement, he immediately feels that he has just survived a disaster. Although Xianxia had become a good-for-nothing, only such a good-for-nothing could be controlled by the current him, right? What's more, Xianxia had a young and beautiful face. Perhaps she could carry on the Lu family's ancestral line. Even if they couldn't carry on the family line, they could still make a lot of money by selling them to the brothel. Alright, thank you Miss June. I won't marry him. I don't want to marry a fool. Ah. Xianxia's mournful scream slowly faded away. Su Yuexiang was thrown out of the Xin family, and the Lu family's underlings scattered in confusion. It also meant that the matter of the Xin family had come to an end. However, there are still a lot of things that Mu Yan needs to worry about. For example, the current servants of the Xin family. These people were all Su Yuexiang's confidants. When the Xin father and Xin Jinglin were in trouble, not to mention loyally protecting the Lord, it was enough for them not to add insult to injury. Mu Yan directly drove all these people out, and let Ru Yan bring in a group of gentle people from the ghost cities Wanrenku. There were also medicine shops. Yan Haoyan and Feng Haitang have already bought a courtyard for her. Mu Yan is very satisfied with both the place and the layout. Chen Qingfeng and Old Tao had also arrived. Logically speaking, it should be easy to open a shop. However, Mayan is speechless as she discovers that Tianyuan City has its own unique rules. In order to open a medical center and medicine shop here, they would need to go through layers of verification, and it would take at least half a year. Of course, these are not what Mu Yan is most concerned about. What she cared about the most was Xin Jinglin and Xin Yicheng's injuries. Xin Yicheng's injuries were still manageable. Although the poison had entered his lungs and damaged his heart and arteries, as long as he recuperated in a medicinal bath and used golden needles to expel the poison, he would recover sooner or later. The troublesome thing was Xin Jinglin's injury. His leg bones were broken many times, his hamstrings were torn, and his muscles were atrophied. His qi was pierced and contracted, causing the meridians in his body to stagnate and shrink. To be completely cured, the withered bones and tendons had to be revived and muscles regenerated. He had never heard of such an injury, let alone treating it. Mu Yan and Xiaobao flipped through the books in the space for a long time, but they couldn't find a cure. Just as she's pondering whether or not she should try alchemy again, she hears Feng Haiteng say from outside the room that Shen father is looking for her. After Mu Yan left, Xiaobao remained in the space, frowning as he earnestly searched for the pill recipe. There was an unimaginably huge bookshelf in the space, but there weren't many books on it. It didn't take long for him to finish flipping through everything that he could. However, he still had no clue. Little Treasure slightly puffed up his cheeks, and a trace of worry appeared on his white and tender face. He knew that Nyangqin especially wanted to cure Jiuqin. If Jiuqin's illness couldn't be cured, Nyangqin would definitely be sad. Would she cry like that day? As long as Xiaobao remembers the appearance of his Nyangqin shedding tears on that day, he would feel so uncomfortable that he couldn't breathe. The stupid rabbit that was sleeping soundly at the side seemed to have sensed its little master's worries. Suddenly, it turned over and flipped through the books with its claws, blinking its beady eyes. Suddenly, its hind legs kicked off and it leaped up. This time, he didn't jump 3 or 4 meters like before. Instead, he shot straight up into the sky. Xiaobao let out a puzzled ah, and looked up. The rabbit flew up more than 10 meters. Then, it suddenly bloomed like fireworks in the sky. His tiny body, which was only the size of 2 palms, suddenly became so huge that it covered the sky and covered the entire treasure house. What followed was the doctor's long, drawn-out growl. The sound did not sound like that of a rabbit, a lion, a tiger, or any other creature in the world. However, it seemed to be able to converge into a kind of energy that heavily struck one's soul. Xiaobao stared blankly, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. Because it was too far away, he couldn't clearly see what the rabbit had become. He only felt that there was a vast, distant, and suffocating aura spreading in the air. Bang! With a loud bang, the rabbit's paw landed on one of the bookshelves. The old bookshelf, which was originally empty, suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. Following that, a book flew out from the empty bookshelf and landed in front of Xiaobao with a whoosh. Xiaobao instinctively caught the book and looked at it. Only to see 6 large characters written in bold and flamboyant calligraphy, Supreme Draft Classics. Flipping open the book, there's another line of small characters inside: mysterious, spiritual, and immortal. These 3 energies are the essence of heaven and earth. When refined to the extreme, even if it's a draft, it can still bring the dead back to life and grow flesh and bones. Flipping to the next page, he saw the prescription for the muscle and marrow cleansing fluid. It's clearly written at the back that this kind of draft can not only activate the withered muscles and bones in the body, it can also reshape the qi and perfect one's aptitude. Xiaobao suddenly raised his head, and his usually cold voice carried a rare trace of excitement. "Bunny!" High up in the sky, the huge white figure heard his voice. As if it was leaking air, it began to shrink rapidly. As it shrank, it spun and fell until it fell into Little Treasure's arms. It had already reverted back to that chubby, furry, stupid rabbit. Xiaobao's blue eyes sparkled as he stared at the rabbit. The rabbit's little mung-bean eyes revealed a rare trace of pride, and it licked Xiaobao's hand. Then, his legs turned over and he fainted. Xiaobao was startled at first, but he found that the rabbit was only sleeping soundly. She even rolled over and rubbed her soft belly against his chest. Only then did she heave a sigh of relief. His small hand picks up that classic book on supreme drafts. His taut little face shows a trace of an undetectable smile. Nyangqin would definitely like it if she saw it. Father, is there anything wrong with your body? As soon as Mayan enters the room, she sees the Shen father sitting by the window, a pair of turbid eyes blankly staring at the distant sky, deep grief and necrosis flowing out from the bottom of his eyes. Hearing Mu Yan's words, the Shen father suddenly comes back to his senses and smiles at her. "Yan, you are here?" Mayan steps forward and grabs his hand to feel his pulse. Then she slightly frowns. "Father, the injuries in your body have already healed, and the poison has basically been removed, but, if you continue to be depressed in your heart, I'm afraid that your cultivation will not advance even an inch in this lifetime." The Shen father doesn't respond to Mayan's words, but blankly stares at the beautiful girl in front of him. Abruptly, a sentence pops out of his mouth. You and your biological father look very similar, especially these eyes. At that time, Shi Yuan was always teased by people, saying that a man's appearance is too enchanting, because of this pair of beautiful, soul-stirring eyes. Mayan's heart slightly tightens, and she murmurs the two words, Shi Yuan? Yes. The Shen father slowly says, your father's name is Jun Shi Yuan, he was once my life and death brother, and also the savior of my Shen family. Mayan stares blankly for a while, before reacting to what your father means. Her biological father, her closest blood relative, but she has no impression at all. The Shen father's eyes stare at Mayan, but his pupils aren't focused. Instead, it's as if he's looking through her to the distant past. Yan, your cultivation is very high now, isn't it? So high that I can't look up to it. Mayan is silent for a moment, then she says, I have reached the pre-celestial realm. Despite being mentally prepared, the Shen father suddenly widens his eyes when he hears Mayan's answer. There was amazement, shock, and relief in her eyes as he looked at her. Pre-celestial. Pre-celestial. Haha, a less than 20 years old pre-celestial, if this were to spread, who knows how many people's eyes would pop out. Yan, you really are worthy of being his daughter. The Shen father mutters. At that time, Sworn Brother's talent also shocked the world. He was only 25 years old, younger than the dustless Gongzi Bai Yichen that everyone now holds in high esteem. However, he had already reached the peak of the pre-celestial realm, and successfully crossed the thunder tribulation. Mayan suddenly widens her eyes, and her usually calm face reveals a rare look of shock. 25 years old, peak pre-celestial, and successfully crossed the tribulation, what kind of talent is this? Is this her biological father? And then? Mayan asks softly. Later, he went to a wider world. The Shen father shows a shallow smile. Sworn Brother was never a person who was content with being ordinary. He longed for adventure, longed to pursue the pinnacle of martial arts. When he broke through to the peak of the pre-celestial realm, he said that above the Yanwu continent, there was a wider and more colorful world that he must go and see. Xianxia continent. Mayan slowly spits out these words. The Shen father shows a trace of surprise, then he feels relieved. You really know. After successfully crossing the tribulation, he disappeared from the Yanwu continent. I don't know where he went. In the following 10 years, there was no more news of him, and the people of Yanwu continent also slowly forgot about his existence. But one day, 17 years later, he suddenly appeared, carrying you in his arms. The expression on the Shen father's face fluctuates with worry because of these memories, his brows tightly knit together. My sworn brother wasn't in a good state at that time. His eyes were filled with desperation and determination to die. The way he entrusted you to me was more like entrusting an orphan to him. Mu Yan's hands unconsciously tighten. I asked him what he was going to do and when he would be back. He said that he was going to take back his wife, your mother, so that they could live together in the same quilt, and die together in the same hole. No matter what, we will not be separated. The rims of the Shen father's eyes reddened slightly. At that time, I could see that he already had the will to die. Or perhaps, he knew that he was going to die, but I couldn't stop him. Mu Yan heard herself asking with difficulty, what else did he say? Who took my mother away? My sworn brother didn't say. Shen father shakes his head again. I only know that it's a force that can cover the sky with one hand in the Xianxia continent. Before he left, my sworn brother said that he hoped that I would raise you well and not tell you the truth. He wanted it to be as if your biological parents had died long ago. He doesn't want you to avenge them. Yan, I'm sorry, I didn't abide by the agreement with my sworn brother to take good care of you. The Shen father chokes with sobs. I also didn't do what I promised him, to hide this matter from you forever. I've always held on to a glimmer of hope that maybe my sworn brother, he's still alive. Father. Mayan reaches out and holds his withered hand, saying softly, Father, you've already done well enough, there's no need to blame yourself. I'm not your biological daughter, but you've treated me better than your biological daughter all these years. Su Yuexiang's matter has nothing to do with you. Even if you were in the wrong back then, the pain and torture you've suffered all these years is more than enough. In the future, you, me, big brother, little treasure, all of us will get better and better. Mu Yan's words seemed to have touched a certain nerve of the Shen father, making him unable to bear it any longer, tears streaming down his old face. Can Jinglin really be cured? Yes. Father, I promise you, I will definitely cure Big Brother. Yan, can you really forgive me? I let you get hurt like that. Yes, Father, I forgive you. The Shen father cries like a child, but he also vents out all the depression, guilt, and remorse that he has been suppressing for this period of time. Feeling the vitality slowly spreading around his body, Mayan breathes a sigh of relief. In this way, Father Shen would really be able to gradually recover. Yan, do you think my sworn brother, is he still alive? Hearing the Shen father's last choked question, Mu Yan was silent for a while before looking out the window and muttering. I will definitely go to that world and confirm whether my parents are dead or alive. Baby, did you find this in the space? Flipping through the thin draft book in her hand, Mayan is simply indescribably pleasantly surprised. No matter which of the draft's prescriptions on it, he has never seen or heard of any of them. Their value simply can't be measured with secular objects. Let me give you an example. The filter of barrier breaking that Mayan refines is also a prescription left behind by Bailey Luin. Any random bottle could be sold for tens of millions of gold coins. However, this classic book of supreme drafts only touches on less than 10 prescriptions altogether. But the value of each of them was much higher than that of 10 formulas of the filter of barrier breaking. What surprised Mu Yan the most was the first prescription, marrow and tendon cleansing fluid. This seemed to be tailor-made for Shen Jinglin. Seeing Xiaobao nod his head, Mu Yan couldn't help but pick up her son and fiercely kiss him a few times. Xiaobao's little face was red, but his big eyes were full of bright light. Mother, this is all thanks to Bunny. Xiaobao recounted the process of the rabbit turning big, flying high up in the sky, and dropping a book on the ground. Mu Yan looks down at the fat rabbit sleeping soundly on the ground, her expression pensive. Although he knew that the rabbit was powerful, he didn't expect it to be this powerful. What breed was this fat rabbit? No matter what, luckily I didn't eat the stir-fried rabbit meat back then. The sleeping fat rabbit doesn't know what it's dreaming about, it shivers as if it's afraid of the cold. So it turns over, pressing its soft belly under it, and continues to sleep soundly. Mayan studies the prescription for the washing marrow and shaving tendon fluid, but she finds out that of the 3 main ingredients mentioned, dragon bone grass, refined marrow flour, and harmony grass, only the harmony grass is already there. The other 2 ingredients aren't available in the Fog Forest and the Ghost City's draft warehouses. These 2 ingredients themselves are very rare in the Yanwu continent, and there's no market for them. Mayan lets old Tao borrow the ghost doctor's channel to inquire around. Miss, this subordinate has found out that these 2 rare drafts, I'm afraid there are only 2 places in the entire Yanwu continent that have them. Which 2? One is Huangyao country's Heavenly Road sect, the great alchemist Jian Fengshou. The other is the Xian Medical Pavilion founded by Jingqing country's godly doctor. However, if you want to buy the herbs in Xian Medical Pavilion, you must first pass the Xian Medical Pavilion's test and become their affiliated senior doctor. Hearing about the godly doctor and Xian Medical Pavilion, Mayan's pupils slightly narrow, and a cold light flashes through her eyes. Old Tao continues, but this subordinate has already asked the Ghost City's people to help coordinate. I believe that it's just to buy some herbs from Xian Medical Pavilion. The people of Xian Medical Pavilion still have to give face to the Ghost City. No need. Mayan carelessly interrupts him, picks up the teacup and slowly takes a sip. I'll go take the Xian Medical Pavilion's exam myself. The words that old Tao originally wanted to say are suddenly choked in his throat, flabbergasted. Wait a minute, miss, can you not say that the Xian Medical Pavilion's exam is as simple as eating and drinking, not to mention the senior doctor? There are very few people who can pass even the junior doctor's exam every year. Many doctors have been practicing medicine for decades, and now they still fail the intermediate doctor's exam. You look like you can just casually pass the senior doctor's exam. Hearing old Tao's tactful consolation, Mayan hooks up the corners of her lips, revealing a lazy and evil smile. Since it's an old friend's territory, how can I not go and meet it in person? Coming out of the heavenly fragrant square, Shen Jinglin looked at the red bean crisp in his hand, his somewhat weathered face revealing a rare gentle expression. When she was a child, Yan Yan's favorite food was Tian Xiang Feng's red bean cake. No matter how angry or sad she was, as long as she ate the red bean cake, she would smile sweetly. In the past 5 years, Shen Jinglin had bought red bean cakes countless times, but he didn't know who to give them to. Now, his sister had finally returned home. Just as he was deep in thought, a figure suddenly rushed out from the side and collided with him. During this time, Shen Jinglin's body was much better under Mu Yan's treatment, and he no longer needed to use crutches. However, his leg was still lame, and his cultivation had not recovered. Therefore, after the collision, he staggered and fell to the ground. There was a painful moan in his ear. Shen Jinglin felt that this voice was familiar. Looking up, he saw a dainty but haggard face, and could not help but be startled. Xianxia? Are you Xianxia? The woman in her arms frowned slightly because of the pain. Hearing the voice, she looked up abruptly. Brother. Shen? The woman's eyes reddened the moment she said those 3 words, and her voice became choked with sobs. But she quickly covered it up and stood up in a panic. Brother Shen, are you all right? Did I hurt you? Shen Jinglin shook his head and got up from the ground. Shen Jinglin's expression is tranquil as he says, Xianxia, long time no see, these days how are you and Chunming? The woman before him is called Fang Xianxia. In the past, she often formed a team with Shen Jinglin, gaining experience in various places and improving her cultivation base. Shen Jinglin also has a close relationship with Zhao Chunming, who Shen Jinglin takes care of as a younger brother. The 3 can be regarded as childhood sweethearts, their relationship not shallow. But a year ago, Shen Jinglin had an accident, completely becoming a cripple. These 2 people who should have been like his blood brothers and sisters, suddenly cut off contact with him. Only Zhao Chunming personally sent a wedding invitation half a year ago, his face full of arrogance as he said he and Fang Xianxia are going to get married. Looking at his crippled appearance, perhaps he can't attend the two's wedding. Shen Jinglin also knew at that time. This person who calls him Big Brother Jinglin on the surface, has always been jealous and resenting him behind his back, wishing that he could die. Hearing his question, Fang Jingya's tears fall even more fiercely, but she immediately turns around, wipes her tears, and reluctantly reveals a smile. Big Brother Shen, I'm fine, it's just that you, Xianxia, how can you run around by yourself? Just as she's speaking, a man's voice suddenly comes from a distance. Hearing this voice, Fang Jingya's whole body fiercely trembles, her haggard face revealing a frightened expression. While speaking, the owner of that voice has already come forward in large strides. His gaze sweeps over Fang Jingya, and finally falls on Shen Jinglin's face, revealing a meaningful smile. Oh, I say, Xianxia, why did you suddenly stop here? It turns out you've met an acquaintance. Big Brother Jinglin, long time no see. Shen Jinglin's face suddenly becomes gloomy. He doesn't want to have anything to do with this ungrateful guy, so he turns around to leave. But without waiting for him to move, Zhao Chunming's malicious gaze suddenly falls on his lame leg. Seeing that Big Brother Jinglin can walk around outside, I thought that your disability has already been cured. It turns out that it's still this miserable appearance. Really pitiful, do you have no money to treat it? We're brothers, Big Brother Jinglin, just say a word, even if I give you some medical expenses, what about it? Chunming, don't say any more. Fang Jingya grabbed Zhao Chunming, her voice trembling, let's go back. Zhao Chunming turns his head towards Fang Jingya and casts a mocking look, a smile that isn't a smile. Suddenly, without warning, she raises her hand and ruthlessly slaps Fang Jingya's face. Fang Jingya staggers from being thrown, blood spills from the corner of her mouth. Slut, have you forgotten that you're my woman? You actually dare to think about another man in front of me, I think you must be tired of living, right? Shen Jinglin abruptly returned to his senses. I can't believe that Zhao Chunming, who used to be at Fang Jingya's side, attentive and careful, would unexpectedly treat his wife like this. Zhao Chunming lifts his foot and ruthlessly kicks Fang Jingya again. He hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Zhao Chunming, what are you doing? Hitting a woman, do you still count as something? Zhao Chunming sneered and said, I hit my own woman, it's none of your business. Or could it be that the two of you have been together for a long time, and seeing your old lover suffer, you feel sorry for him? No. No. Fang Jingya's face streamed with tears as she shakes her head. Me and big brother Shen are innocent, we've never been improper. Don't talk nonsense and slander us. Shen Jinglin simply couldn't believe it. In his impression, the once gentle and honest little brother unexpectedly had such a vicious and unkind side. His whole body pounced forward, knocking Zhao Chunming away, and he staggered to help Fang Jingya up from the ground. Jingya, let's go, I'll take you to treat your injuries. At this time, Fang Jingya's head and face were covered in blood, her appearance indescribably miserable and distressed. Shen Jinglin helped her up, inadvertently lifting up her sleeves. He saw that on her fair skin, there were blue and purple scars everywhere. That appearance was simply too horrible to look at. This was all done by that beast? Shen Jinglin roared in disbelief. Fang Jingya just cried, shaking her head as she cried, struggling to free herself from his support. Big brother Shen, I'm fine, don't worry about me, you quickly go, quickly go. Shen Jinglin's chest couldn't help heaving up and down. He and Fang Jingya could also be regarded as childhood sweethearts, and there had been ambiguous feelings in their hearts, but after Fang Jingya married Zhao Chunming, they had already disappeared without a trace. But without ambiguous feelings, it doesn't mean that he can helplessly watch the little girl he watched grow up fall into such an end. At this moment, Zhao Chunming's cold and resentful voice came from behind. You adulterous couple, you still dare to say that there's no illicit relationship. Shen Jinglin was caught off guard, feeling a sharp pain in his back. He had already been ruthlessly kicked to the ground. When Fang Jingya saw that Zhao Chunming was about to lay his hands on Shen Jinglin, she immediately cried and threw herself at him, hugging his thigh. Don't hit, please don't hit, I'll go back with you, I won't wander around again, okay? Zhao Chunming grabbed her hair, forcing her to cry out in pain and raise her face. He raised his hand and ruthlessly slapped her face several times. Fang Jingya's pale face immediately swelled up. Tears of despair, mixed with the bloodstains at the corners of her mouth, flowed down, looking exceptionally miserable. Shen Jinglin struggled to climb up. Zhao Chunming, do you still have any humanity? He trembled with anger. At that time, wasn't it you who begged Jingya to marry you? Why did you marry her, but treat her like this? She's my woman, how I want to treat her is my freedom. Zhao Chunming sneered. What, you want it? Ha ha ha, why don't you ask this slut if she's willing to go with you? Saying that, she grabs Fang Jingya's hair, still not telling your old lover, do you want to go with him? As long as you say yes, I'll let you go. How about that? Shen Jinglin frowned and said, Jingya, don't be afraid of him. As long as you want to get rid of this beast, whether it's separation or something else, elder brother Shen will support you. Fang Jingya's body is like a weak willow in the wind, she can't stop trembling. But in the end, she slowly closed her eyes, and tears rolled down her swollen face. Elder brother Chen, don't worry about me. If I marry a chicken, I follow the chicken. If I marry a dog, I follow the dog. Since I've already married this man, this is my fate. Hurry up and leave. His trembling voice was filled with infinite sorrow and despair. Zhao Chunming laughed heartily when he heard that. Shen Jinglin, did you hear that? Even your old lover despises you for being a cripple now and doesn't want you. Ha ha ha. Then, he cruelly pulled Fang Jingya's hair and directly left. Shen Jinglin takes 2 steps forward, wanting to catch up, but in the end, he still stops. The hands hanging at his sides tightly clench into fists. After Shen Jinglin comes back, Mu Yan finds out that he's depressed. She asks him what happened, but he refuses to say. The strangest thing is that the red bean cake that Shen Jinglin specially bought for her has also been crushed into pieces. This seemed to be the result of a fight with someone. Brother, did someone bully you? Mu Yan's gaze slightly sinks. Shen Jinglin stares blankly for a while, then he shakes his head, giving an irrelevant answer. Yan, can brother's leg really be cured? Mu Yan smiles faintly, gets up and says, Brother, I'll take you to a place. Shen Jinglin? Mu Yan leads Xiao Bao, followed by Feng Haiteng and Shen Jinglin, and goes straight to Tianyuan City's Xian Medical Pavilion. Yan, what are you doing in Xian Medical Pavilion? Shen Jinglin is confused. Are you going to take the exam to become a doctor in Xian Medical Pavilion? Mu Yan smiles and nods. Feng Haiteng has already rushed to the registration office. Excuse me, I'll be taking the doctor's exam. The person at the registration office looks up at Feng Haitang. Seeing her cold and elegant appearance and noble temperament, he can't help but take a second look. But he only takes a second look, then casually throws out a piece of paper, fill in the information, pay the gold coins, and go inside to take the written test. Feng Haitang takes the paper and fills in Mu Yan's information one by one. There are 2 copies. The person casually takes the 2 pieces of paper and glances at them, then casually says, "Who's going to take the exam?" "It's me." Mu Yan slowly steps forward, and Feng Haitang quickly retreats behind her. The man looks up and sees a beautiful face, and a pair of eyes that seem to be able to captivate his soul. His mind immediately swings, and he can't even speak fluently. Please pay the gold coins according to the regulations." Mu Yan casually throws out a bag of gold coins, the corner of her lips slightly hooking up. "Now, can I go in?" The girl in front of him is plainly dressed, without any makeup or ornaments. When she smiles, it's as if the mountains are blooming in spring. The man is muddle-headed, he doesn't even see what's in his hand. He directly picks up the seal and knocks it on the paper. He returns it to Mu Yan. Please come in." It wasn't until Mu Yan's figure disappeared behind the door that he lowered his head and saw the words "Senior Doctor" on the remaining piece of paper. His eyes suddenly widened. "Aya, it's wrong. How could it be an examination for senior physicians?" She was only 18 or 19 years old. How was it possible for him to pass the advanced physician examination, but when he raises his head, Mayan's shadow is nowhere to be seen. And Shen Jinglin, who remains in place, is simply even more dizzy than the man in charge of the registration at Xian Medical Pavilion. Yan Yan wants to take the Xian Medical Pavilion senior doctor exam? How is this possible? In the entire Tianyuan city, there wasn't even a single senior doctor. Xiaobao raised his head and expressionlessly glanced at him. In a resolute and decisive voice, he said, "There is nothing in this world that mother cannot do." Shen Jinglin was startled. Moreover, Niang Qin can only buy dragon bone grass and smelted marrow flour here after becoming a senior doctor of Xian Medical Pavilion. Why does Yan Yan want to buy these 2 herbs? Xiaobao throws Shen Jinglin an expression that says you mortals are really stupid. Of course it's because of these 2 kinds of medicinal herbs that Niang Qin can concoct to cure uncle's illness. It turned out that Yan Yan did it for him. It was not just for him to obtain the dragon bone grass and smelted marrow flour. It gave him even more confidence. Yan Yan is telling him, she can easily pass the exam to become a senior doctor of Xian Medical Pavilion, so treating his leg injury naturally isn't a problem. Shen Jinglin slightly lowered his eyes and took a deep breath, letting the moisture in his eyes recede. In this life, the luckiest thing that has ever happened to him is having a younger sister like Yan Yan. The 2nd floor of Xian Medical Pavilion is specially used for written exams. It was divided into 3 areas: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. From time to time, there would be doctors going in and out of the primary and intermediate areas. On the other hand, there wasn't even a shadow of a single person on the advanced side. The examiner in charge of invigilating the exam was sleeping soundly on the table. Mu Yan walked in front of the examiner and lightly knocked on the table. "What are you arguing about?" The examiner wiped off the saliva on his beard and said impatiently, "If you want to participate in the assessment, go left to the end." "I'm sorry, I'm going to participate in the advanced physician examination." The clear and melodious voice pulled some of the examiners back to their senses. He suspiciously raises his head, and when he sees Mu Yan's picturesque young face, he can't help but burst out laughing. Where did this little girl come from? Do you know what a senior doctor is? Scram, go to the side and cool off. Don't disturb my sleep. Mu Yan didn't smile. She handed over the name list and said, "I'm here to participate in the senior doctor assessment." The long-bearded examiner took the paper and frowned when he saw the seal on it. "Do you have the seal of an intermediate doctor?" "No." The examiner's face darkened. "What about the junior doctors?" "No." The examiner flew into a rage. "How dare you, what? Is there a rule in Xian Medical Pavilion that you can't directly apply to be a senior doctor?" Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. "Since that's the case, then according to the rules of the registration, repay me 10 times the registration gold coins." The examiner's face stiffened. The Xian Medical Pavilion accepts gold coins to host the doctor's assessment. The Xian Medical Pavilion's doctor's seal is also recognized in the Yanwu continent. But if Xian Medical Pavilion rejects the doctor's participation in the assessment after the data has been reviewed and approved, he would have to pay back 10 times the registration fee. One must know that the registration fee for the advanced physician examination was no small sum. Alright, I'd like to see what kind of flower a little girl like you can produce. The advanced physician examination room, which had been quiet for many years, was brightly lit. The questions for the advanced physician examination had already been prepared beforehand. The person who came up with the question is the famous godly Dr. Qianqing of the Yanwu continent. Every examiner in Tianyuan City's Xian Medical Pavilion has looked at the questions inside, but no one could answer them completely. No, even those who could answer half of it were few and far between. The long-bearded examiner, who was still drowsy just a moment ago, is now staring at Mayan, who is sitting not too far away, with bright eyes. Humph, he wanted to see, how could an 18 or 19-year-old girl answer a question that even the examiners couldn't answer. However, after a quarter of an hour, Mu Yan's expression is natural. Her brush moves like it's flying. There isn't a shred of hesitation or nervousness on her face. The long-bearded examiner's heart began to pound. Could she really answer these questions, or was he just pretending to be calm and writing casually? No. How could she possibly answer that? She must have randomly written it down. Although he thinks like that, he still couldn't help but approach step by step, wanting to see what Mu Yan has written. Just as the examiner's head is about to poke over, Mu Yan puts down the pen in her hand, flings the paper that hasn't completely dried yet, and hands it over to the examiner. Her light pink lips opened and closed slightly as she said leisurely, "I'm done with the exam." The exam is over? The examiner's eyes widened as he received the examination paper in disbelief. The huge piece of paper was spread out. Below each question, there was an answer written neatly in beautiful handwriting. And these answers, everything that the examiner knew was actually all correct. As for those things he didn't know, after the explanation and the answers, he suddenly felt enlightened. The long-bearded examiner abruptly lifts his head, looking at Mayan like he's looking at a monster. These were all answered by yourself. Mu Yan leisurely smiled. Of course, I'm here to take the senior doctor exam. If I can't even answer these questions, why would I come? The long-bearded examiner sluggishly looks at the examination paper, then looks at Mayan. He paced back and forth several times before he finally snapped out of his daze. You. Wait a moment. I'll inform the Elder Hall right now to conduct the official examination for the advanced physician. After saying that, he turned around to leave. But before he could take 2 steps, he ran back and bowed deeply to Mu Yan. This one is Zhang Mingkuan, an intermediate doctor of Xian Medical Pavilion. I didn't know you were so capable before, so I hope you won't take offense. Zhang Mingkuan's report can be said to have shaken the entire Xian Medical Pavilion in Tianyuan City. The Elders' Council, which had been silent for a long time, gathered one after another. With a face full of shock, he reads Mayan's exam paper. You're saying that someone answered all of Master's questions correctly? A spy's voice came from the door. At the same time, a middle-aged man with a horse-like face, hawk-like eyes, no beard under his chin, and smooth skin, but his neck and the back of his exposed hands were covered with wrinkles, slowly walked in. Upon seeing this man, everyone in the room immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Dr. Deng. Deng Hongfeng, Tianyuan City's Xian Medical Pavilion's sole senior doctor. He is also the disciple of Qianqing, the founder of Xian Medical Pavilion. In Tianyuan City's Xian Medical Pavilion, it can be said that he has the final say. Deng Hongfeng's gaze turned and landed on Zhang Mingkuan. How is it possible for someone to answer all the questions Master set? Don't tell me you're talking nonsense? Absolutely. Zhang Mingkuan hurriedly said, I watched that little girl take the exam with my own eyes. Every question was answered by her, and it only took her less than an hour. As soon as these words came out, Deng Hongfeng's face immediately became very ugly. Deng Hongfeng's position as a senior doctor wasn't obtained through an examination, but was directly given to him by his master. However, he was very confident in his medical skills. But when faced with the questions given by his master, he could only answer 70% of the questions, and it took him a whole 4 hours. How could a little girl do more right than him? And it took less time. With a calm face, Deng Hongfeng grabbed the paper and scanned it up and down several times. But he couldn't see any problems at all. There were even some answers that were even more direct and penetrating than what his master had told him back then. But Zhang Mingquan didn't know how to read the situation at all. He excitedly said, "Dr. Deng, our Tianyuan city hasn't had a senior doctor for many years. Now, he might really be able to create a miracle. A senior doctor who's not even 20 years old." Mu Yan calmly waited for half an hour. Finally, someone came over and invited her into an empty room. As soon as she enters the room, Mu Yan feels a strong and uncomfortable gaze. When he turned around, he was met with a pair of greasy eagle eyes. Those eyes looked her up and down, and they were filled with greed, amazement, and lust. It was as if he wanted to strip her naked with his gaze. This kind of gaze was simply disgusting to the point of vomiting. Deng Hongfeng had originally planned to make things difficult for this genius doctor who was more outstanding than him. But the moment he sees Mayan's true appearance, he immediately stares blankly, his saliva flowing, and only amazement remains. He had never thought that the so-called genius young doctor would actually be such a beautiful and charming woman. Deng Hongfeng quickly walked forward and said, "You must be Miss June who is going to participate in the senior doctor assessment. First, let me take a look at your muscles and bones to see if you are qualified to be a good doctor." Saying that, those withered hands that are like chicken claws are about to grab Mu Yan's chest. There are also Zhang Mingquan and several other examiners from Xian Medical Pavilion in the room. Seeing this scene, all of their faces turned ugly. But they just avert their eyes. No one dares to step forward to help Mayan out of this predicament. Because in Tianyuan City, offending Deng Hongfeng is equivalent to offending the entire Xian Medical Pavilion. People like them would never be able to survive in the medical profession. Zhang Mingquan clenched his fists, his eyes spitting fire as he suddenly got up. However, the person beside him pulled him back. "Are you tired of living? Was he crazy? It's not the first time you know that Deng Hongfeng likes to defile women. Have you forgotten?" At that time, Dr. Lu's newly married wife caught his eye. Because she resisted, her hands were crippled, and she could no longer practice medicine. Which of his godson and godson didn't send their wives and daughters over for him to play with? Who dares to offend him in Tianyuan City? The anger in Zhang Mingquan's eyes slowly subsided under the persuasion of his companions. He gritted his teeth and looked to the other side. Zhang Mingquan's heart is filled with remorse for speaking rudely to Mu Yan just now, but later on, he had a deep understanding for Mu Yan's answers. Initially, he had been eager to push for the advanced physician examination in hopes of replenishing this young lady. Who would have thought that she would be pushed into the abyss of hell? How could Zhang Mingquan be at ease? One by one, the examiners of Xian Medical Pavilion turned their heads away, covering their ears and eyes. He pretended not to see or hear what was happening in front of him. They were well aware of Mu Yan's fate, but there was nothing they could do. On the other side, Mu Yan sees the perverted pig hand reaching for her chest and takes a step back. Smiling innocently, she said, "How come I don't remember there being a requirement to check one's muscles and bones in the advanced physician examination?" As soon as she spoke, her light and sweet voice lingered in his ears like the sounds of nature. This made Deng Hongfeng even more agitated, and his eyes seemed to be spitting fire. The girl in front of him seemed to be carved out of the most perfect snow jade. Her skin was like ice and her bones were like jade. But the more it was like this, the more he wanted to destroy and torture him. If he could create bruises of green, purple, red, and blue on that perfect white body, what a beautiful scene it would be. "Haha, Miss doesn't know, but I have the final say in Xian Medical Pavilion. If I say I want to examine the muscles and bones, then naturally, I want to examine the muscles and bones." However, before his palms could feel that ecstatic sensation, he suddenly feels a heart-wrenching pain in his elbows. Ah, a pig-like scream echoes in the empty room. It startles the other examiners in the room. Everyone turns their heads, and they are surprised to find that Deng Hongfeng's hands are softly hanging down. His elbows seem to have been forcibly broken by someone. The severe pain makes Deng Hongfeng's horse-like face twist together, making him look exceptionally sinister and funny. What the hell is going on? Ah, help! Help! You bunch of idiots, what are you still staring at? Still not coming, quickly treat me, The Xian Medical Pavilions. Examiners come back to their senses, and they promptly swarm over to check on Deng Hongfeng's injury. The injury doesn't look serious, it's just a dislocation. Each of the Xian Medical Pavilion's examiners has superb medical skills, so the dislocated elbow is quickly connected. However, the pain caused Deng Hongfeng to howl miserably. By the time the treatment is over, his head is already covered in cold sweat. He glares at Mu Yan, as if he's going to kill someone. Slut, what did you do to me? Mu Yan shows an innocent smile, and says unhurriedly, this doctor must be joking. I'm just standing here, I didn't even lift my hand, what can I do? Oh, that's right, we've already wasted a lot of time. Excuse me, can we start the senior doctor's official assessment? Deng Hongfeng glares at her fiercely, as if he wants to see some flaw in her. But no matter how he looks at it, the one before him is just a delicate and weak girl. How could an 18 or 19-year-old girl break his arm without even moving her hand? He's a peak profound stage ancient practitioner, but if it wasn't her, then who did it? After being stirred up like this, how could Deng Hongfeng still have those perverted thoughts? Right now, he just wants to kick this evil woman out. He absolutely can't let her become a senior doctor and step on his head. Alright, I'd like to see what qualifications you have to become my Xian Medical Pavilion senior doctor. After saying that, Deng Hongfeng raises his hand to applaud, but he feels a sharp pain in his joints. He can only resentfully put it down, gnashing his teeth and saying, bring me all the patients. With that order, 10 men, women, and children are quickly brought in. They stand in a row in front of Mayan. Mu Yan couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. Just by looking at their complexions, one could tell that they were sick. The assessment of Xian Medical Pavilion's junior doctor is dialectical treatment. But he only needed to treat one patient. The intermediate physician examination was slightly more difficult, but it only required one to diagnose and treat 3 patients at the same time. To think that there would be 10 patients in the advanced physician examination, however, so what if there were 10 of them? Could it be that she couldn't cure it? Just as Mu Yan was about to go up to take his pulse, she heard Deng Hongfeng sneer. Even in the entire Yanwu continent's Xian Medical Pavilion, there are only 3 to 5 of them. If you want to pass the advanced doctor's examination, you need to show some ability. For these 10 patients, I want you to only look at them within 2 hours. You are not allowed to take their pulse, ask them, or get close to them. After that, you must determine their illness and give them an effective treatment plan. Mayan stares blankly, slightly frowning. She was only allowed to look, yet she had to make a dialectical treatment? That's right. Shouldn't we at least let this girl take their pulse? Treating 10 patients in an hour, that's already too much. Even taking a pulse isn't allowed? How is that possible? The other examiners couldn't stand it anymore, and they all start talking at once. There's one more thing that they dare not say, even if they're angry. Can you, Deng Hongfeng, as a senior doctor, pass this kind of assessment? Not to mention just looking, even if he uses all of them, it's still impossible for him to diagnose and treat 10 patients in an hour. Bang! Deng Hongfeng heavily kicks over the low table in front of him. His cold and sinister gaze sweeps over everyone in the room, and he sneers, I said that this is the content of the senior doctor's assessment, so this is the content of the assessment. Do you have any objections? The examiners meet his gloomy gaze, and one by one, they immediately keep quiet out of fear, not daring to speak again. Deng Hongfeng darkly looks at Mayan, this is the official content of the senior doctor's assessment. If you can't pass, then you can get lost now. Mayan's long eyelashes droop, and after a while, she slowly raises her eyes. Her clear, pitch-black eyes are glistening, and she has a smile that isn't a smile. Alright, I accept the assessment. Zhang Mingkuan suddenly sighs at the side, and he shakes his head in dejection and guilt. Deng Hongfeng's eyes flash with a complacent light. He thinks to himself, after this girl fails the assessment, if she still wants to become a doctor, she'll have to curry favor with him. When that time comes, he can wantonly toy with this woman. Thinking of his passion, Deng Hongfeng's eyes are suffused with a bloodthirsty and cruel glint. At this time, Mayan has already walked unhurriedly to the first patient. This person is sick. A sweet-sounding voice, like clear dew rolling down bamboo leaves, it's chest paralysis, and the treatment is citrus aurantium, white cinnamon twig soup, supplemented by. As soon as these words come out, Deng Hongfeng's lascivious smile suddenly freezes on his face. All the examiners in the room look over in disbelief. That's right, whether it's the illness or the treatment plan, there's not even the slightest deviation. There's no pulse, no questioning, not even close observation. How could it be diagnosed? The examiners in the room looked at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. After Deng Hongfeng recovered from the shock, he sneered, "It's just a blind cat bumping into a dead mouse. I don't believe that she can identify all 10 patients." Mu Yan slowly walks to the front of the second patient. Her footsteps don't stop as she lightly says, "This person is not sick." As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed forward. He was shocked once more, because the second person looked sallow and emaciated, but she was born with a small skeleton and yellow skin. In fact, she was not sick. Of course, it wouldn't be a problem if he relied on pulse diagnosis. But Mu Yan actually determined that this person was not sick just by looking at him from afar. This person is sick. There is no cure for it, but oyster prunella can be used to slow down the onset and relieve the pain. This person is sick. It was Xianxia. The treatment method is. Just like that, Mu Yan walked past each patient as if she was taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Every time she appeared in front of a person, she would tell them their illness and treatment method. Deng Hongfeng, on the other hand, slowly turns from disdain to flustered and exasperated. He doesn't believe that a person can do it without taking a pulse. Just by looking at it from a distance, she can diagnose and treat it. If the girl before him really has this kind of ability, doesn't that mean that she's 10 times, 100 times more powerful than Master? How is that possible? Mayan slowly walks up to the 9th person, her pink lips slightly open. This person is sick. Hearing that, Deng Hongfeng's eyes brighten, and he suddenly jumps up from his chair. "Ha ha ha, you're wrong. The assessment is over, you've been eliminated. Hurry up and get out of Xian Medical Pavilion." Hearing Mayan say this person is sick, the examiners of Xian Medical Pavilion, except for Deng Hongfeng, all show an incomparably regretful expression. Just a little bit more, really just a little bit more, and this girl would have succeeded. She would have become the first senior doctor in Tianyuan City. She would also have been the youngest senior doctor since the establishment of Xian Medical Pavilion. That would have been a miracle. Unfortunately, the second to last one, she answered incorrectly. Because this 9th person, several doctors have consulted together and determined that he doesn't have any illness. At this time, Deng Hongfeng only feels proud and elated, unspeakably carefree. He squints at Mayan, those hawk-like eyes full of malice and malice. "What are you still standing there for? The assessment is over. You've been eliminated. You're not allowed to participate in Xian Medical Pavilion's assessment for the next 3 years. This is a rule of Xian Medical Pavilion. If you're eliminated in the junior doctor's assessment, you're not allowed to register for 1 year. If you're eliminated in the intermediate doctor's assessment, you're not allowed to register for 2 years. And if you're eliminated in the senior doctor's assessment, you're not allowed to register for 3 whole years. Therefore, under normal circumstances, very few people would participate in Xian Medical Pavilion's assessment if they don't have full competence. Deng Hongfeng guesses that Mayan definitely wants to become a doctor in Xian Medical Pavilion, and in the end, she would have to beg him. He can't help but feel more and more proud. "Little girl, you're still tender? If you want to become a senior doctor like me, you'd better obediently wait a few more years. However, if you want to take the intermediate doctor's assessment, you can come to me in private. Maybe I can give you a way out and give you another chance." The corner of Mu Yan's lips curled up, revealing a lazy and evil smile on her beautiful face. "Give me another chance, I don't think it's necessary." "Stupid girl, I gave you face but you don't want it." Deng Hongfeng's complexion suddenly changes. "Alright, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't even think about participating in Xian Medical Pavilion's assessment in this lifetime." "Wait." Zhang Mingquan finally couldn't help but say, "Dr. Deng, isn't it too harsh to eliminate people like this?" After all, she answered all the previous 8 patients correctly. The other examiners couldn't help but whisper among themselves. "Yeah. I only watched from afar and didn't even feel his pulse." To be able to answer 80% correctly is already very impressive. "I'm ashamed of my inferiority." I am also ashamed of my inferiority. Even if you don't have a high-level physician, you should at least give an intermediate physician's seal, right? Even the patients looked at Mu Yan with awe in their eyes. Especially those who had their illnesses pointed out, their hearts were filled with gratitude. Their words and expressions naturally brought out their gratitude. Deng Hongfeng listened to the whispers of the people in the room, and his face turned pale. Deng Hongfeng points at Zhang Mingquan and the others, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. If I say she's eliminated, then she's eliminated. Do you have the right to speak in Xian Medical Pavilion? Saying that, he fiercely glares at Mayan, still not going to get out of here. Mayan completely ignores him. Instead, she takes 2 steps forward and stands in front of the 9th patient. The 9th patient is a middle-aged man with a simple and honest appearance. He has a head full of thick black hair, but it doesn't match his sparse yellow tiger beard and eyebrows. Seeing the beautiful girl coming over like a fairy from a painting, the middle-aged man awkwardly twists the corners of his clothes. His face is bewildered and nervous. Mayan smiles faintly, her expression indescribably gentle and gentle. Uncle, can I ask you a few questions? The gentle and sweet-sounding voice is like a feather, gently dispersing the humbleness and nervousness all over his body. The middle-aged man unconsciously relaxes his nerves, but he still stutters. You, please ask away. You're wearing a wig, right? When the middle-aged man hears that, he suddenly widens his eyes. How did you know? After saying that, the middle-aged man's face flushes red, and the awkwardness on his face turns into panic and embarrassment. If there's a hole right now, he really wants to plunge into it. Mayan's expression becomes even gentler, completely without the slightest hint of ridicule. If I can cure your illness and guarantee that it won't relapse, would you be willing to take off your wig? Is what you said true? The middle-aged man lets out an almost shrill voice. Can you really cure my illness? Mayan slightly hooks up her lips, her smile languid and disdainful. What? Don't believe me? Believe. Of course I believe. The middle-aged man's eyes flash with a burning light. The 10 of them have clearly seen Mayan's ability just now. If someone else says that they can cure his hidden illness, the middle-aged man might not believe it. But if it's the girl before him who says it, he doesn't know why, but he firmly believes it without a doubt. The middle-aged man slowly nods, resolutely saying, I believe you. Saying that, he slowly raises his hand to touch his hair. On the other side, the examiner of Xian Medical Pavilion is confused. What is Jun Mayan and this patient number 9 talking about? Wig. What did this have to do with the assessment? Deng Hongfeng said angrily. Little bitch, what are you doing? Didn't you hear me tell you to get out? Don't think that you'll be able to pass just by stalling for time. He did not finish his sentence. Patient number 9 had already taken off the wig on his head. Then, only a few tufts of hair were left on the man's head. The rest of the scalp was shiny and barren. But the most frightening thing was that there were a few red pustules on his scalp. Taking off her wig and looking at her like this, she looked extremely horrifying. The entire examination hall fell silent. Deng Hongfeng's finger is still pointing at Mu Yan, but he's frozen in place. She stared at the middle-aged man's scalp for a long time. The other examiners of Xian Medical Pavilion suddenly stand up, and one by one, they walk over to that middle-aged man. This is the ghost harvest thorn? Ghost thorn is a very rare disease. If it hadn't reached the stage of full-blown attack, he might not even be able to feel the pulse. And the ghost thorn on the middle-aged man's body had clearly just flared up. It was only the initial symptoms. Everyone in the room has taken the pulse and seen the patient, yet he actually has the disease of ghost thorn. Just as everyone is in shock, a young girl's unique, elegant and ethereal voice suddenly rings out in the room. This person is sick. The disease is called ghost thorn. The person with this disease would have their hair burnt into 1,000 pieces, their skin would be red and shiny, and they would itch like insects. This disease is caused by the opening of the pores, and the evil wind would take advantage of it to attack the person, causing the wind to be strong and the blood to be dry. Examiners, may I ask if there is any problem with my diagnosis? The words are spoken neither fast nor slow, just like chatting while sipping tea, or talking about poems and essays. The lingering sound lingers in the room. It's like muffled thunder in the ears of all the examiners of the Xian Medical Pavilion. Deng Hongfeng is completely dumbfounded. His mouth is agape, and he stares stupidly at patient number 9. Then he looks at Mu Yan, as if he's seen a ghost. Zhang Mingquan suddenly comes back to his senses. He bows deeply towards Mu Yan. Mrs. Medical skills are superb, we are far inferior. That's right, these people had a group consultation, taking the pulse, asking about the medicine, and palpating, but in the end, they still couldn't find the disease. This young girl in front of them had only seen the patient from afar. This kind of medical skill, it's more than just superb. It's simply a godly skill, comparable to the founder of the Xian Medical Pavilion, godly Dr. Qianqing. The only one present who doesn't admire Mu Yan, but is full of jealousy, resentment, and unwillingness, is probably only Deng Hongfeng. His face contorts as he glares at Mu Yan. You and this man, did you collude with each other? Yes, you must have colluded. The results of this assessment don't count. Mu Yan sneered. Oh? Is that so? It turns out that the integrity of the Xian Medical Pavilion is only worth this much. It seems that after I leave, it's necessary for me to advertise your pavilion. Wait a minute. Zhang Mingquan promptly calls out to her, Miss, stay. Mrs. Talent, we have all seen it with our own eyes. Being awarded the title of senior doctor, this miss is absolutely well-deserved. An old man at the side strokes his beard and says, that's right, this old man will go get the senior doctor's seal and badge, and inform everyone of the news that the first senior doctor has appeared in Tianyuan City. Miss, please wait a moment. Deng Hongfeng pointed at everyone in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that you want to rebel? The white-bearded old man glanced at him coldly and said in a deep voice, Dr. Deng, what do you mean? Could it be that they want to disregard Xian Medical Pavilion's reputation? If Xian Medical Pavilion's reputation is really ruined by you, do you think that your master, godly Dr. Qian, would spare you? Hearing the name of miracle Dr. Qian, Deng Hongfeng's body visibly shrank. Mu Yan's eyes, on the other hand, flashed with a cold-killing intent. Soon, someone brought the senior doctor's badge and seal, and the white-bearded old man personally handed them over to Mu Yan. Even though she has become the only senior doctor in Tianyuan City to pass the examination, the expression on Mu Yan's face is still languid and indifferent. With a faint smile on his face, he casually caught the 2 items and tossed them into the air. Then he hands the seal to the old man. Excuse me, I want to buy dragon bone grass and smelted marrow flour from Xian Medical Pavilion. Give me as many as you have. The old man was stunned and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Mu Yan said with a smile that was not a smile, what? Can't the senior doctors of Xian Medical Pavilion buy these 2 kinds of rare medicinal herbs? Yeah. Mu Yan admitted it very straightforwardly. Isn't it allowed? Or are the rules of Xian Medical Pavilion just written for fun? No, please wait a moment. The old man glanced at Zhang Mingquan. Take this lady's seal and take out all the dragon bone grass and smelted marrow flour from the warehouse. Wait. Who said you're allowed to sell rare medicinal herbs to him? Deng Hongfeng's exasperated voice suddenly cut in. His eyes burn with a raging flame of anger. Pointing at Mayan, he shouts, Slut, don't think of swindling our Xian Medical Pavilion's rare herbs. Now, I suspect that you have cheated in the advanced physician examination. The results of the examination are not counted. Don't think that just because you identified the ghost thorn, you think you're amazing. You slut, you must have colluded with someone to cheat. Was it you, Zhang Mingquan? Were you seduced by this little slut? Was that why you spoke up for her time and time again? Don't you dare slander me. Zhang Mingquan was so angry that his entire body was trembling, and his face had turned purple. Deng Hongfeng said proudly, You're angry because I dismantled it? Humph, I felt that there was something strange about today's matter. It seems that all of this was originally planned by you 2 adulterers. You slut, you don't have any real skills at all. Mu Yan sighs softly, her beautiful face revealing a trace of helplessness. However, a cold glint flickered in his peach blossom eyes. I really didn't want to reveal the illness of the 9th patient in this room. But since Dr. Deng thinks that I don't have any real skills, then I think I should show my real skills. What? The 9th patient? Where is the 9th patient? Of the 10 people who were used as test samples, 3 of them were healthy and 7 of them were sick. Later, Mu Yan found out that patient number 9 had ghost thorn, so it was reasonable to say that there were only 8 patients. Where did the 9th come from? Mayan's beautiful eyes size up Deng Hongfeng from top to bottom. A lazy, arrogant, and demonic aura was faintly discernible on her body, making people yearn for it, but also fear it. This person is sick. The name of the disease was erectile dysfunction. The so-called impotence, also known as impotence, is a condition in which men are unable to have sex. Puff, hearing Mu Yan's words, someone couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of tea. It was actually such a disease. There were also people who had a dull look on their faces. Then, they sneakily looked left and right, as if trying to find out who the person with this disease was. As for Deng Hongfeng, it was as if someone had poured a bucket of cold water over his head. His face turned from red to green, from green to purple, and from purple to white. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. How did she know? How could she know? Then, Mu Yan's last sentence shocked him to the point that he almost screamed and jumped up. Dr. Deng, do you need me to tell you who this impotent person is so that I can prove my real ability? As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes couldn't help but focus on Deng Hongfeng. Cold sweat dripped down Deng Hongfeng's forehead, but he braced himself and said, Don't talk nonsense and try to scare me. Oh? Dr. Deng still doesn't believe me? Mayan once again laughed. Her laughter was like a purple wind chime blown by the wind. It was indescribably pleasing to the ear. Then I'll add a little more. Moreover, in order to cure this illness, this person has taken all kinds of medicine and acupuncture treatment for many years, but not only has this unspeakable illness not been cured, instead, even the hair on his body has fallen off and stopped growing. Smooth and beardless, like a castrated eunuch in the palace. Deng Hongfeng's entire body was trembling. He could feel the eyes of everyone in the room focused on him. The ridicule, disdain, surprise, and disgust in her eyes made his scalp feel like it was about to explode. At this time, he truly regretted it. He regretted that he couldn't go back a few breaths of time. He would rather Mu Yan obtain the title of a senior doctor and rare herbs than let his hidden illness be exposed in front of others. The smile on Mayan's lips can't help but deepen, slowly shaking the senior doctor's badge in her hand. Dr. Deng, do you want to know who the 9th patient is? Or, I can give you more clues so that you can guess the identity of this person. Deng Hongfeng gritted his teeth and forcefully squeezed out 3 words from his mouth. No. Must. Yes. Then what do you mean? I'm a senior doctor of Xian Medical Pavilion? Yes. Mayan lifts her eyes to look at the old man. Since even Dr. Deng has recognized my status as a senior doctor, then may I ask, can I have the dragon bone grass and the smelted marrow flower? Not long after, Mu Yan left with enough dragon bone grass and smelted marrow flower in satisfaction. Deng Hongfeng glared in the direction she left. The hatred and killing intent in his eyes were like a surging tide, almost overflowing. Jun Mayan, just you wait. You dare to play with me like this, I will not only make you unable to mix in Tianyuan City and the medical world, I want you to die a horrible death, outside Xian Medical Pavilion. Shen Jinglin anxiously limped back and forth, looking inside from time to time. In stark contrast to his panic and impatience was Feng Haitong's coldness and elegance, and Xiaobao's indifference and calmness. Until he saw that Shen Jinglin's lame leg was getting more and more serious because of excessive walking. Only then did Xiaobao speak in a gentle tone, Uncle, stop spinning. The spinning made him dizzy. Shen Jinglin was educated by a 4-year-old child with a commanding tone, but he was not the slightest bit annoyed. Instead, he laughed dryly and stopped in his tracks. All right. Uncle will stop spinning. But why hasn't your mother come out yet? There shouldn't be any danger in the advanced physician examination. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly saw a figure walking out from the door. Shen Jinglin doesn't care about his leg injury, and suddenly rushes out, Yan, you finally came out. Why was he gone for so long? Is there any danger in the exam? Are you hurt? Mayan chuckles and supports her swaying brother. It's just an insignificant doctor exam, how could he get injured? With a flick of her wrist, a stalk of dragon bone grass and a stalk of smelted marrow flower appeared in her palm. Brother, look at this. Shen Jinglin's eyes suddenly widened, his breathing rapid. Even if he did not recognize these two medicinal herbs, he could still feel the powerful profound energy contained within these two medicinal herbs. This is... Yen, you said you can cure me, yeah. Mayan's eyebrows are curved, and there's a rare childishness in her. Since I boasted that I will cure brother's leg, I naturally can't go back on my word. Shen Jinglin's eyes were red with excitement, and he was about to say something. He sees a small figure jump into Mayan's arms with a bang, and a short little hand tightly hugs her thigh. There's still no expression on that delicate and elegant little face, but there's a trace of grievance in those pair of ice-blue eyes. Xiaobao flattens his mouth in anger. In the past, whenever Xianxia came out, the first thing she would see would definitely be Xiaobao. But now, she's only concerned about his uncle. Mayan stoops to pick up Xiaobao, and kisses him on the cheek twice. Baby, I've kept you waiting. Did you miss Xianxia? Without waiting for Xiaobao to speak, Mayan continues, Xianxia missed Xiaobao to death. Xiaobao's little temper is immediately appeased by Mayan's words. His little face is bright red, and after a long while, he turns his head and nods imperceptibly, yes. Although they haven't seen each other for only a few hours, Xiaobao actually misses his Xianxia very much. Mayan and her group go back happily. Not long after they've gone out, someone is heading towards the Xian Medical Pavilion from not too far away. But he stops at the door, looking at their backs, or rather, at Shen Jinglin's back, revealing a suspicious expression. Zhao Chunming looks at Shen Jinglin with a gloomy face, and he can't help but look at the young girl by his side, so beautiful that she doesn't seem like a mortal. Shen Jinglin, that waist, when did he have such a beautiful girl by his side? How come he vaguely heard that girl calling Shen Jinglin brother, but he clearly remembers that Shen Xiaoru doesn't look like this. As he's thinking, Zhao Chunming suddenly hears a sharp voice from his side, you know that slut Mayan? Zhao Chunming snaps back to himself. When he finds out who the person next to him is, he immediately shows a respectful expression, Godfather, why did you come out? The person in front of him has hawk-like eyes and a horse's face, smooth and beardless. It's actually Deng Hongfeng. Zhao Chunming has a flattering expression as he says, Godfather, I came to ask you, Xianxia is already dressed up at home, waiting to entertain you. Would you like to go over tonight? Normally, as long as Deng Hongfeng hears him say this, he would immediately show an anxious expression. Zhao Chunming only needs to offer his wife, Fang Xianxia, for one night. The next day, he would be able to get great benefits from this godfather's hands. After all, this godfather is the disciple of the godly Dr. Qian Qing, and he's also the person with the highest authority in Tianyuan City's Xian Medical Pavilion. Just a little bit of something from his hands is enough for him to make a meteoric rise. As for Fang Xianxia, after being tortured by Deng Hongfeng for a night, how miserable and haggard she is, it's too horrible to look at. Zhao Chunming didn't care about this at all. Since Fang Xianxia is his woman, isn't it a matter of course for her to make sacrifices for his future? However, Deng Hongfeng was acting strangely today. Not only does he not reveal an anxious expression, he instead stares at Zhao Chunming with a sinister expression. I ask you, do you know Jun Mayan? Zhao Chunming shuddered under his gaze. He hurriedly tries to recall the name Jun Mayan. It did sound familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard it. Duh. Godfather, I don't know what Jun Mayan. Deng Hongfeng's eyes turned even colder. Then why were you staring at her just now? Tell me, was it you who told my secret to that bitch? When he said this, Deng Hongfeng's eyes were filled with killing intent. Zhao Chunming was so scared that his whole body trembled. Cold sweat flowed down his back as he sat on the ground with a thud. Hearing that, Deng Hongfeng's murderous intent finally recedes. A pair of eagle eyes slightly narrows, revealing a sinister light. You mean, if we use Fang Xianxia as bait, we can definitely lure Shen Jinglin out? Yes. Yes. Zhao Chunming repeatedly nods. Godfather, rest assured, no matter which bastard or slut offended you, Chunming will definitely vent your anger for you. In fact, Mayan has already noticed Zhao Chunming and Deng Hongfeng's gazes. It's just that she simply doesn't pay attention to this kind of jumping clown. However, what makes Mayan's heart feel strange is she always feels that there's a scorching and extremely invasive gaze watching her. Occasionally, it would also sweep over Xiaobao in her arms. And when she was extremely close to Shen Jinglin, that scorching gaze of his would become as cold as the Arctic ice. It could simply freeze a person's bones. Mayan operates the internal force within her body, raising her perception to the extreme. She wants to find the source of this gaze, but she can't find anything. She can't help but knit her brows. Niangqin, as if sensing her uneasiness, Xiaobao softly opens his mouth, carrying a questioning tone. Mayan immediately relaxes. It's nothing, Niangqin was just thinking about the pharmacy. She originally wanted to keep Junji drugstore open in Tianyuan City. But the approval to open a pharmacy or medical center in Tianyuan City is very troublesome, and it would actually take a year and a half. Mississippi at this time, Feng Haiteng opens her mouth to say, in fact, in Tianyuan City, as long as you have the doctor's seal of Xian Medical Pavilion, you can directly open a medical center. Oh? Is that so? Mayan raises her eyebrows in surprise. Opening a medical center is also not bad. Then let's go to the medical center that you and Haoyan have chosen. She thinks. Fortunately, she just left Xian Medical Pavilion, so she didn't directly throw away that nuisance seal and badge. The location of the shop that Yan Haoyan and Feng Haiteng have chosen is indeed very good. This is a street of medical centers and pharmacies, and there are often people coming and going to diagnose and buy medicine. And behind the medical center is an entire courtyard. The area that the courtyard occupies is more than 5 times larger than the pharmacy in Xi'an. The dozen or so people from the ink camp have been placed inside, and they probably only occupy less than 1/10 of the space. Mu Yan directly lets people hang up the Junji Medical Center sign. Ru Yan and Old Tao were still the managers of the clinic. But they can't practice medicine, so Mu Yan asks Old Tao to find a way to recruit a few doctors. Mu Yan herself doesn't need to spend much money, but she needs a lot of money to raise and strengthen the ink camp. Therefore, the operation of medical centers and pharmacies was indispensable. However, 3 days passed. Old Tao kneels in front of Mayan with a guilty look on his face. Miss, Old Tao didn't do his job well, can you punish? Old Tao? What's wrong? Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. Can't find a doctor? This was basically impossible. Because Tianyuan City has Xian Medical Pavilion, the number of primary doctors here is the highest in the entire Qiyan country. How could he not be able to recruit a mere physician who offered such a high price? Mayan chuckles, so that's how it is. Dang Hongfeng actually used such a move on her. No wonder there wasn't a single customer in the store these past few days. How interesting. Miss, do you need me to report this to the Ghost City? Old Tao's eyes are cold. Dare to bully our Ghost City Shinshudaran, you're simply tired of living. Across from him, Mayan's thin lips are slightly hooked up, her smile devilishly charming. No need, it's just a few insignificant maggots, there's no need for the Ghost City to take action. Old Tao, you just have to let the people from the ink camp do a few things for me. Old Tao quickly moves to Mayan's side, listening to her whisper. When he hears Mayan's method, Old Tao is completely dumbfounded. This is also possible, but soon, he laughed again. Although it was very sarcastic, why did he find it so interesting? After Old Tao leaves, Mu Yan simply returns to her room and directly enters the space. Mayan's current cultivation has already reached the mid-level of the pre-celestial realm. He was only 1 step away from the innate advanced level. During this period of time, she had a faint premonition that she was about to break through to innate level. But he was always 1 step away. A bottleneck lay in front of her. It was clearly within reach, but she couldn't break through it no matter what. Thick internal force slowly revolves in Mayan's Qi, forming a whirlpool. The vortex grew from small to large. Slowly, it turned into a powerful aura that was 100 times purer than ordinary Qi, and it filled the air. The Tian Mo Qin by Mu Yan's side. As if it had sensed something, it began to sound even though there was no wind. It emitted a faintly discernible sound of the zither. Xiao Bao, who was originally immersed in the sea of books, suddenly raises his head. He looks in Mu Yan's direction, his big blue eyes flickering. The fat rabbit, who was originally sleeping soundly, also crawls up with a grunt. Its mung-bean eyes blink as it looks at Mayan. A trace of shock and horror flashed through his small eyes, which were squeezed by his chubby face to the point that they could barely be seen. This is absorbing the spiritual power in the space? How could that be? A person who had never activated the 5 elements, an ancient martial artist who only knew about qi and didn't even know what spiritual power was. How could it absorb spiritual power on its own? Xiaobao didn't think as much as the fat rabbit. He didn't know what spiritual power was, and he didn't know how sensational it was for a person who only knew how to cultivate qi to spontaneously absorb spiritual power. Xiaobao only knew that his mother's aura made him feel very comfortable. It was so comfortable that he wanted to get closer to her, but there was also a trace of pure reverence. Xiaobao's face is flushed red as he stares unblinkingly at his mother's most beautiful face in the world. He felt that his mother was really too amazing. He had to work harder in the future and become stronger. Otherwise, how could he be qualified to protect his mother? After a full 4 hours, Mayan opens her eyes, revealing a trace of frustration. In the past 4 hours, she felt as if the meridians in her body had been cleansed by something. It was indescribably comfortable. However, no matter how comfortable it was useless. She still hadn't broken through her bottleneck. Just as Mayan is about to get up, she bumps into a soft little body next to her. At some point in time, Xiaobao had fallen asleep. His handsome little face was indescribably beautiful and tranquil, as if he was a fairy that had descended from the heavens, or as if he was carved out of the most beautiful white jade in the world. His warm, small body leaned against her, and all his movements were full of attachment. In an instant, Mayan's heart seems to be soaked in honey water, soft and sweet. It's hot and moist, making her vision a little blurry. She gently picked up her most beloved baby and kissed him on his rosy cheeks. Only then did she leave the space with her baby. Mayan's whole body is focused on Xiaobao, so she doesn't notice. The lazy rabbit that seems to be always sleeping soundly in the space, is actually not asleep at this moment. Instead, it widens its moonbeam eyes, looking at her like it's looking at a rare monster. Only when her figure disappeared did he let out a yawn, lay on the ground and fell asleep. Yan, you haven't had dinner yet, right? Outside, Mayan finds that it's already dark outside. Shen Jinglin just pushes the door open and comes in, carrying a meal in his hands. Mayan promptly makes a shushing gesture, carefully placing the baby in her arms on the bed, then gets up and walks out of the inner room. I forgot the time when I was cultivating just now, and now I really feel hungry. Thank you, big brother. Mayan smiles and sits down at the table. Although there's fresh food in the space, Mayan has been cultivating for 4 hours, not eating anything. Now that she's been tempted by the aroma of the food that Shen Jinglin has brought, she's really hungry. While Mayan eats, Shen Jinglin watches with a gentle smile on his face. Only when she finishes eating, does he carry the bowl and chopsticks to leave. Brother, wait a minute. Mayan calls out to stop him, don't be in a hurry to leave, take off your clothes and let me take a look. As soon as Mayan says this, Shen Jinglin's whole face immediately turns red. Even his voice stutters, Yen, even if you and I are brother and sister, but, in short, you're a girl, how can you casually let a man take off his clothes? And we're not related by blood, this is wrong, pft. Mayan bursts out in laughter, brother, what nonsense are you thinking about? I just want to see how your injury has healed, okay? Hearing that, Shen Jinglin immediately lets out a long sigh. However, his face was still as red as a cooked prawn. He awkwardly takes off his outer clothes, hesitating whether to take them off or not. He doesn't know why, but he suddenly feels a chill all over. It was as if there was some kind of cold and sharp blade that wanted to dismember his entire body into 10 or 8 pieces. This is fine. Fortunately, at this time, Mayan mercifully opens her mouth, brother, come sit in front of me. Shen Jinglin quickly sits over. Mayan first checks his injured leg. On the second day after receiving the dragon bone grass and smelted marrow flour, Mu Yan operated on Shen Jinglin's legs. Because of the assistance of the draft, the surgical wound healed very quickly. In just 3 days, it had already formed a scab. And under the soothing effect of the Tian Mo Qin's echo recovery, the destroyed Qi Si slowly recovers. Mayan carelessly pulls open Shen Jinglin's clothes. Through the thin skin that was covered in scars, he checked the condition of the meridians that connected to the Qi Si. His meridians were still shriveled, but they were no longer fragile. Just a little bit of profound energy flowing through them would damage them. The corner of Muyan's mouth hooks up into a shallow smile. Alright, starting tomorrow, you can soak in the marrow and tendon washing fluid. Shen Jinglin's face was originally red, and he didn't even know where to put his hands. Mayan shows a helpless smile. Brother, how many times have you asked this question? I guarantee that it will be cured, and I also guarantee that it will take at most 7 days. After 7 days, not only will your injured leg be healed, your cultivation will also be restored. Shen Jinglin walks away in a trance. Because he was too excited, he even forgot to put on his clothes and take them away. Mayan shakes her head, puts her brother's clothes aside, then turns around to wash up and go to sleep. Gently pulling the sleeping Xiaobao into her arms, Mayan slowly sinks into a peaceful sleep. The room is indescribably quiet. There's a curl of incense in the air. It's a special blend of fresh fruit and floral fragrance, which has a sleeping effect when burned in the air. It can also make people happy and happy. In her sleep, the corners of Mayan's lips curl up into a faint smile. She didn't notice that at this time, there's a tall and handsome figure in the room. The moonlight outside the window shines through the thin screen, falling on the man's face. Even in such a dark night, one could still see how incomparably handsome the man's appearance was. He was like a god above the 9 heavens, aloof and peerless, causing people to wish they could crawl at his feet and sing their allegiance. In the dark night, the man's gaze falls on the sleeping woman on the bed. His thin lips are tightly pursed, the light in his eyes is cold and sharp, but there's a faint flame that seems to burn everything in front of him. This damn, heartless woman, she's actually still sleeping, she's actually in the same room with another man, pulling and pulling, undressing. Di Mingju takes a step forward, but his figure seems to have teleported, already arriving at the bedside. He looks down at the woman he hasn't seen for a long time, he really wants to strangle her, his straight back slightly bends, and his slender hands cover the girl's thin shoulders, wanting her to turn around and face him. However, Di Mingju's hands haven't moved yet. Xiaobao in Mayan's arms seems to sense something, and he suddenly opens his eyes. However, before he can clearly see who's in front of him, Di Ming waves his hand. A strange energy is sent out, and Xiaobao only feels dizzy, his eyelids heavy. Then he slowly closes his eyes and falls asleep. Di Mingju coldly snorts. He grabs the collar of the little cub that is clinging to Mayan's clothes and throws it to the end of the bed. In the next moment, the woman's soft and warm body was embraced by him. Just a moment ago, Di Mingju still wished that he could strangle Mayan to death and end all troubles once and for all. Especially in the past 3 days, he had been secretly watching this heartless woman. After leaving, he was not unhappy at all. Instead, he was intimate with other men, talking and laughing. What a happy life. At that time, Di Mingju's lungs were about to explode from anger. Even if this man is Muyan's blood brother, it's still not okay. What's more, he's not even blood related, however, when he hugged the person he yearned for day and night. Seeing her peaceful and beautiful sleeping face, smelling her unique fragrance, Di Mingju's heart softens into a complete mess. Only at this moment did he realize how much he missed this little woman. At this moment, he was 100% sure. June Mayan belonged to him. In this lifetime, he would never let this woman escape. The hand that is holding Mayan slowly tightens, as if itching to knead her into his bones. The person who was sleeping seemed to feel the suffocating pressure, and his eyelashes trembled. Her pink lips slightly move, issuing a low murmur. Di Mingju, why did you come to my dream? Di Mingju's whole body suddenly stiffens. Mayan softly reaches out her hand, caressing Di Mingju's face. Because she's sleeping in her pajamas, they're loose. So her sleeves slide down as she lifts them up, revealing her snow-white jade-like arms. Even the lapels of her clothes, which aren't completely fastened, are slightly open because of this action, revealing the girl's exquisite, porcelain-like collarbone, and the beautiful lines that meander down. In a trance, he can see the faintly discernible scenery inside the lapels. Di Mingju only feels a bang in his head, all the blood in his body is boiling, rushing to a certain part of his body. However, Mayan's little hands aren't honest. Touching his face, her slender, smooth fingertips slowly slide over his brows, and finally stop on his lips. Strange, so real, just like the real thing. Why would I dream of you? The murmur is still languid and hoarse, like a feather tickling a person's heart. Mayan seems to want to wake up, but the incense lingering at the tip of her nose makes her feel drowsy. Because she doesn't feel any danger, she finally lets herself fall into a deep sleep. Her raised hands softly hang down, but she takes the opportunity to swipe across Demingju's thin lips. Like a seduction, her fingertips pry open his lips, moistening them with a finger. Demingju couldn't bear it anymore, lowering his head to fiercely capture the girl's lips. Like a starving beast attacking a city, he can't wait to devour her into his belly. After a long time, the room echoes with a man's heavy panting. Demingju abruptly releases her. With reddened eyes, he revolves the breath in his body, suppressing the surging desire that's on the verge of bursting out. He fiercely glares at the woman who's sleeping soundly after teasing him. Demingju gnashes his teeth, he swears, if this woman is awake at this moment, and there's no one else in the room, he'll definitely press her under his body, and eat her up, not leaving any bones behind. He'll let this heartless woman know what's the end of running away after teasing him. He takes a deep breath. Xianxia's reason finally suppresses his desire. He bends over to put Mayan back on the bed, and even tidies up her clothes. During this period of time, when he touched the young girl's silky smooth skin and saw the faintly discernible scenery under the lapel of her clothes, what kind of torment and struggle was not worth mentioning to others? Mother. A low voice suddenly came from the end of the bed. Demingju stares blankly. He turns his head to look, and sees the little guy that he just threw into the corner. As if he had lost his mother's embrace, his little face revealed a flustered and lonely expression. He was like a lonely cub that had barged into the forest and could not find its parents. Yu walked alone in the desolate forest at night. No matter how strong he would still be sad and lonely. Demingju frowns. He could ignore this little bastard. But for some reason, when he saw Xiaobao's expression, he felt a chill down his spine. However, he felt an indescribable sluggishness in his heart, as if a huge rock was pressing down on him. In the end, Xianxia obeys his heart. He reaches out with his long hand and scoops up the little person at the end of the bed, holding her in his arms. He had never come into contact with children before. Naturally, he doesn't know how to hold a child. That's why the way he's holding the child is really indescribably twisted, making people uncomfortable. But he doesn't know why. That little brow relaxes. There's no smile on that handsome little face, no reliance, but there's an indescribable peace of mind. It's like a lonely boat drifting on the sea, finally finding its sheltered harbor. The incense in the room wafts in spirals. As Demingju holds the child, he unexpectedly feels sleepy as well. He's done something to the incense. To make Mu Yan and Xiaobao sleep a little deeper, not noticing his approach. But these incense shouldn't have any effect on him. Strangely, it doesn't have any effect on Xiaobao either. But at this moment, he's smelling the fresh fragrance, holding the little child, and looking at the peaceful sleeping face of his beloved woman. All the nerves in his body can't help but relax, and he can't help but want to rest. Demingju lies down, placing Xiaobao in the middle. Then he stretches out his long arms, pulling the mother and son into his protective range, and closes his eyes. Without Xiaobao's obstruction, Demingju really can't guarantee that he wouldn't want to devour the only woman he deeply loves, but also hates to the point of gnashing his teeth in the middle of his sleep. The next day, the sun shines in through the window and falls on the bed. Mu Yan stretches and sits up. The corners of her lips are slightly hooked, and her smile is indescribably languid and comfortable. She slept very well yesterday, to the point that her whole mood is indescribably happy. The only thing that makes her depressed is last night, she seemed to have dreamed of that man who left without saying goodbye. Demingju, TSK, how could she dream of this man? And in her dream, she vaguely saw that man's face, seemingly eager to make a move, wanting to take liberties. Could it be that the man's face is really too tragically handsome, and she has been thinking about it for a long time, so she thinks about it day and dreams about it at night? Mu Yan shakes her head, shaking this terrible thought out of her mind. Then, she finds another strange problem. Xiaobao isn't in her arms. Instead, he's sleeping about an arm's length away from her. And he's also sleeping very sweetly, without any uneasiness, panic, or sadness on his little face. Mu Yan's face shows a trace of disbelief. She doesn't know if it's because she was almost persecuted when she was pregnant. Xiaobao has been very independent and powerful since childhood, and has amazing talent, but he lacks a sense of security. Although he always has a taut little face, he really likes to stick to her. Especially at night, if he couldn't be in her arms, he wouldn't be able to sleep well. When Xiaobao had just turned 4, Mu Yan had thought that boys should be independent and wanted him to sleep by himself. When he brought it up, Xiaobao agreed. But when she wakes up in the middle of the night, Mu Yan finds that the little figure lying in the corner is silently crying. He didn't make a sound, but he curled his small body into a ball. At that time, Mu Yan was so distressed that she could hardly breathe. From then on, he never asked Xiaobao to sleep by himself again. Every night when she went to sleep and woke up, she would hold her baby tightly in her arms and use body language to tell him, "Don't be sad, mother is by your side." As if feeling Mu Yan's gaze, Xiaobao rubs his eyes and opens them. A pair of large blue eyes reflected the sunlight, projecting an innate coldness and nobility. At that moment, Mu Yan stares blankly. This pair of eyes seemed to overlap with the blue eyes of the man she saw in her dream. As soon as he turns his head and sees Mu Yan, he immediately pounces into her arms. Mu Yan comes back to his senses, and he quickly throws that thought to the back of his mind. "Baby, did you sleep well last night?" Xiaobao seems to be startled, then he tilts his little head. Because he slept for a night, his originally neatly combed hair has become a bit messy. There are also a few ahog that stand up. With such a tilt of his little head, he immediately appears exceptionally soft and cute. It's completely different from his usual cold, little adult appearance. The more Mu Yan looks at his baby, the more he loves him. She wants to hold him in her arms and give him a good kiss. But she hears Xiaobao say in a crisp, childish voice, "Xiaobao had a dream." "HM? What did you dream about?" Xiaobao tightens his mouth, his big eyes flashing as he doesn't speak. The tips of his ears seem to be a little red. In the dream, he seems to have seen his father, and he's even being held in his arms. His father's appearance is very vague, and he's never seen him before. However, Xiaobao knows that it's his father. Is the feeling of having a father like in the dream Hongfu Medical Center is the largest medical center in all of Tianyuan City. This is because the owner of the medical center is the senior doctor of Xian Medical Pavilion, Deng Hongfeng. He's also the disciple of Yanwu Continent's famous #1 godly doctor, Qianqing. There are more than 10 doctors keeping watch in Hongfu Medical Center. Each doctor is at least at the level of a junior doctor of Xian Medical Pavilion. Therefore, this place has the most patients coming in and out every day. Many of them even specially rush over from other cities due to its fame. But no matter how many doctors there are in Hongfu Medical Center, no matter how powerful they are, there will always be illnesses that can't be treated. Therefore, some patients come out beaming with joy, while others have a frown. On this day, the Hongfu Medical Center opens its doors as usual. Patients come in and out, some are crying, some are laughing, some are grateful, and some are in despair. Suddenly, not far from the Hongfu Medical Center, an abrupt roar is heard. Junji Medical Center, Tianyuan City's only senior doctor keeping watch, specializing in treating patients that the Hongfu Medical Center can't treat. Don't miss this opportunity. As long as you're judged by the Hongfu Medical Center's doctors to be incurable, don't despair, don't be dispirited, please come to Junji Medical Center. The only senior doctor in Tianyuan City who passed the examination with genuine ability, will definitely be able to solve your problems, and cure your illness. Everyone's gazes were focused on these shouts. Many of the people going in and out of the Hongfu Medical Center have already begun to ask around, just what is the origin of this Junji Medical Center, also, what they said about the only senior doctor in Tianyuan City, was it true, but the people from the Hongfu Medical Hall were about to explode. Several burly men immediately rush out, holding up a sign at the door that says Junji Medical Center, peerless godly doctor, specializes in treating patients that Hongfu Medical Center can't cure. They viciously say, "Where did these dogs come from, actually daring to come to our Hongfu Medical Center and behave atrociously? I think you're all tired of living." As he spoke, a few burly men's profound energy surged as they fiercely pounced towards them. The next moment, a few bangs were heard. Before the onlookers could come back to their senses, they heard the rough roar again. Don't miss it when you're passing by. In any case, the Hongfu Medical Center can't cure it, so it's better to go to the Junji Medical Center and take a look. If you can't cure it, you don't have to pay. The crowd was dumbfounded. With just a face-to-face effort, they've already been knocked unconscious. They don't even have the slightest strength to fight back. And those fiendish-looking men holding up the placards, it's as if they can't see them at all. They're still holding up the placards, swaying back and forth and shouting. "You, who the hell are you people?" A doctor from the Hongfu Medical Center finally can't help but come out, shouting angrily, "Do you know where this place is? You actually dare to behave atrociously here." Hearing that, one of the men holding the placards boldly steps forward, sweeping a disdainful look at the doctor before saying, "What does it have to do with you? I'm talking to these sick guests, what does it have to do with you, you old fart?" This person is called Guan Hu. He's a member of the Ink Camp. It should be known that the people of the Ink Camp have all crawled out from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Cunning, ruthless, and fearless of heaven and earth. An insignificant medical center, according to the Ink Camp's wishes, directly trample it flat. Wouldn't it be better to just chop off each head like a watermelon and flatten it? Why would it need to be so troublesome? But there's no other way. Who told this to be the devil woman? Cough cough, the Mrs. Idea. They're the little master's servants, and the little master is obedient to his mother. Therefore, the people of the Ink Camp are well aware of the principle of how to preserve their lives and become stronger. That's right, they can ignore the words of the emperor. But the Mrs. words must be carried out methodically, otherwise they'll definitely die miserably. Not only will they die miserably, but they'll also never have the opportunity to advance in the future. Guan Hu revolves the internal force within his body, feeling the progress visible to the naked eye every day. His heart is filled with hope and desire. That doctor is an intermediate doctor from the Xian Medical Pavilion. Apart from Deng Hongfeng, he's the most respected person in the entire Hongfu Medical Center. How could he have been this angry? He immediately trembles from head to toe. You bully people too much. You and your master, are you tired of living? You dare to come to our Hongfu Medical Center to steal patients. TCH. Guan Hu sneers, tapping the placard with his hand. Old fart, can't you read? I'm looking for patients that your Hongfu Medical Center can't cure. Anyway, your Hongfu Medical Center can't cure people, so we'll call them to the Junji Medical Center. Our miss saving a life is better than building a 7-floor pagoda. You're saying that we're snatching patients, but our young mistress is disdainful of snatching your patients? Old fart, are you getting old and your brain turning into paste? The doctor couldn't take it anymore. He was so angry that his eyes rolled back and he fainted. Guan Hu doesn't care about him. He raises the sign and continues to yell at the top of his lungs with his Ink Camp companions. At first, no one paid any attention to him. After all, they've never heard of the Junji Medical Center. Moreover, if they offend the Hongfu Medical Center, they won't be able to mix around in Tianyuan City. But there were always patients who had been sentenced to death by Hongfu Medical Center. Looking at the words on the sign, listening to Guan Hu and the others shouting, a glimmer of hope ignited in his originally dead heart. Are you telling the truth? A skinny, middle-aged woman staggered forward, her eyes filled with hope. Really? Can all diseases be cured? Guan Hu cracked open his mouth, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. His smile was extremely bright. The middle-aged woman hesitates for a moment, but she finally clenches her teeth and says, "All right, I'll go with you to that Junji Medical Center. In any case, she has a terminal illness that can't be cured for a long time." How bad can it be? It's just giving medicine to a dead horse. When Guan Hu hears this, he immediately smiles even more brilliantly. All right, we've received today's guest. Brothers, let's go home. As soon as he says that, a group of people immediately crowd around that middle-aged woman, and they leave in a grandiose manner. The patients who were originally ready to make a move and ask questions are struck dumb. Someone couldn't help but say, I also want to try. The Hongfu Medical Center's doctor said that I'm already hopeless, but I don't want to give up hope. Guan Hu turns his head back, his ferocious face reveals a roguish smile. I'm sorry, our family's miss only receives one patient a day. Seeing that this group of troublemakers have left, the Hongfu Medical Center quickly returns to its tranquility. Even the doctor who fainted from anger has woken up, and he sits down to take his pulse again. As for that whatever Junji Medical Center, they simply don't put it in their eyes. They just treat it as a farce. What kind of joke is this? Their Hongfu Medical Center is the largest and most powerful medical center in Tianyuan City. The disease that the doctors here have determined to be incurable is certainly a terminal illness. In the end, how shameless are the doctors of the Junji Medical Center to say such big words like treating a patient they can't cure. However, the next day, the Hongfu Medical Center has just opened its doors. The patients who were waiting outside swarmed into the room. Suddenly, someone shouts as he runs over to this side, "It's cured, it's really been cured. Too amazing. That doctor from the Junji Medical Center is really godly." As these words come out, each and every one of the patients waiting outside the Hongfu Medical Center are stunned. Are you kidding me? She's really cured? Someone can't help but question. I heard with my own ears that the doctor from the Hongfu Medical Center said that the woman has an intestinal blockage, and it's already reached the point where the medicine is ineffective. It's simply impossible to cure it. Right. I saw that woman's complexion, it's also ashen, it's very obvious that she's on the verge of dying. The person who came is somewhat unhappy from being questioned, I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe it, then go and see for yourself. Just as he's saying that, he sees Guan Hu and the others holding up signs, swaggering over to the Junji Medical Center. These people didn't even change their lines. Junji Medical Center specializes in treating patients that the Hongfu Medical Center can't treat. Don't miss out on passing by. As long as you've been determined by the Hongfu Medical Center's doctors to be incurable, please come to the Junji Medical Center. This time everyone's gaze was not on them. Instead, they were focused on the woman behind them. The woman's face was still pale, and her body was still thin. However, his pair of turbid eyes were sparkling, filled with hope for the future. Her hand, which had been covering her stomach all this time, had already been put down. His gait was much more relaxed than before, and it was no longer as if he would collapse at any time. Big sister, your intestinal blockage has really been cured? Someone couldn't help but step forward and ask. The middle-aged woman smiled, her wrinkled eyes curved, and her voice carried a trace of absent-mindedness. Is this true? There are still some people who don't dare to believe it. That's intestinal obstruction. Can it really be cured? How did that doctor of the Junji Medical Center treat it? The middle-aged woman stares blankly, as if recalling yesterday's scene. After a long while, she slowly says, that fairy doctor said that intestinal obstruction is only caused by improper diet, dampness, and heat blocking the appendix. The way to treat it is very simple. As long as the abdomen is cut open and that section of the blocked appendix is removed, it can be cured without medication. What? Cut open the abdomen? Are you kidding me? Wouldn't cutting open the abdomen mean certain death? The surrounding patients all show an aghast expression. The middle-aged woman shakes her head. I originally thought so too. Cutting open the abdomen, even if the intestinal obstruction can be cured, wouldn't I still be in so much pain? But that fairy doctor seems to have some sort of magical power. She held the zither and played a very nice tune, then I fell asleep. When I woke up, the pain in my abdomen had disappeared, only leaving behind a small scar on my abdomen. As the middle-aged woman speaks, she lifts her clothes to let everyone see the wound on her abdomen. Sure enough, it really is a very small scar, and there's still a knot of thread on it. The fairy doctor said that these threads can be removed in a few days, and there won't even be a scar later. The middle-aged woman has a look of amazement and gratitude on her face. Although I don't know how the fairy doctor did it, I believe that she has superb medical skills. I think I can really continue to live. These words, as well as the middle-aged woman's current weak but vigorous appearance. Everyone present is stunned. There are even those who have studied medicine who can't help but take the woman's pulse. Soon after, they are surprised to find that the intestinal obstruction is really gone. The middle-aged woman is now very healthy, very healthy. Cutting open the abdomen can cure a person? Could there really be such a miraculous medical skill in this world? Haven't you heard? A few days ago, there was news from Xian Medical Pavilion that the only senior doctor in our Tianyuan city has been born. Moreover, it's a woman who's not even 20 years old. It's definitely the fairy doctor that this big sister is talking about. Could it be that my disease of loss of glory can also be cured? I've already spent tens of thousands of gold coins at the Hongfu Medical Center, but there's no sign of recovery. I also want to go to the Junji Medical Center to have a look. Boom, in an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. A patient with an incurable disease was like a person drowning in water. As long as he grasped onto a life-saving straw, he would crazily climb up. Therefore, even if they knew that the Hongfu Medical Center could not cure their illnesses, they would still rather spend large amounts of gold coins to enter and exit the clinic every day. Just to hold on to that last bit of hope. Now that the Junji Medical Center has really given them hope, how could they not go crazy? Even Guanhu, these fiends who lick blood from the edge of their blades, are stunned by the surging crowd before them. Wait a minute. Our young miss only sees one patient a day. But how could the patients care about him? Seeing that Guanhu didn't take the patient away, they might as well just ask the middle-aged woman for the address of the Junji Medical Center, and rush over like a swarm of bees. After Hongfu Medical Center finished seeing the first batch of patients, they called the people waiting outside to go in. However, he was surprised to find that it was empty outside. There was not even a shadow of a person. The manservant keeping order outside has a sullen face as he says, The patients have all run to the Junji Medical Center. What? The doctor who came out to inquire is stunned. How is this possible? At this time, Guanhu, who is still in the same place, slowly walks forward. There's a malicious smile hanging on the corner of his mouth. Oh, there's no customer. It seems that the Hongfu Medical Center is very idle today. Oh, I reckon that it will be very idle in the future. Did you eat a bear's heart and a leopard's gall? Don't you know that offending our Hongfu Medical Center? Don't think about mixing around in Tianyuan City in the future. That doctor's whole body is trembling in anger. Guanhu slaps away the doctor's finger pointing in front of him, sneering, Whether you can mix around or not, it depends on this uncle's ability. What qualifications do you, this old thing, have to point fingers at us? If you dare to point at Lousy again, believe it or not, Lousy will break your bones. You what you? Guanhu grabs that doctor by the collar, lifting him up like a chicken. He says with a sneer, Go back and tell your master, if you dare to play dirty with our miss, don't let doctors and guests come to our Junji Medical Center. Then we'll make his Hongfu Medical Center not have a single patient in the future. Saying that, he swings his hand, and that doctor is pushed to the ground. Guanhu waves his hand, Brothers, mission accomplished, we're packing up. Looking at the few people leaving in a grandiose manner, then looking at the empty street outside the Hongfu Medical Center. An unprecedented panic rushes into the hearts of everyone in the Hongfu Medical Center. In just a short span of 10 days, the name Junji Medical Center has swept through every corner of Tianyuan City like a violent storm. There's even a tendency for it to spread out. The doctor of the Junji Medical Center is called Jun Mayan, a zither player and a senior doctor. She has superb zither skills. She also has medical skills that can bring the dead back to life and grow flesh and bones. Legend has it that as long as Jun Mayan wants to save someone, even if the King of Hell has already set a death date, she can use a pair of slender hands to snatch this person's life back. Too many people who have been declared terminally ill by other medical centers come here and come out unscathed. Just like that, one spread to 10 to 100. Jun Mayan's medical skills have already reached a legendary realm in Tianyuan City. In the beginning, the patients all called Mayan Fairy Doctor. This was because this young female doctor, who was not more than 20 years old, had a peerless beauty that could stun the world. Dressed in white, with her long hair fluttering in the wind, she looked like a goddess who had descended from the heavens to the mortal world. Slowly, some people felt that the title Fairy Doctor was not dignified enough. Therefore, everyone started to call her the Music Doctor. That's because Jun Mayan's treatment always starts with a melodious zither song, and slowly ends with the gentle and lingering music. During this process, the patient would not even feel too much pain. Instead, he would feel an indescribable joy in his body and mind. It was as if even his soul had been cleansed. There are also some people who secretly give Mayan the title of Enchantress of Medicine. Especially those patients that were personally rescued by Jun Mayan. No one knew better than them that when the white-clothed young lady smiled, she was languid and bewitching, elegant and refined, but with a flip of her wrist, she had pulled their lives back from the quagmire of hell. Even if Mayan never receives more than 10 patients every day. In stark contrast to the explosiveness of the Junji Medical Center, there were fewer and fewer people in the Hongfu Medical Center. The huge medical hall used to be packed with people, but now there were only a few people. No matter how low the Hongfu Medical Center lowered the price of diagnosis and treatment. However, the number of people coming was still decreasing day by day. There was only one reason. That's because there's a large notice board hanging at the entrance of Junji Drugstore. He wrote, "This medical center only receives two kinds of patients. First, those that the Hongfu Medical Center can't cure. Second, from now on, those that will no longer patronize the Hongfu Medical Center. If there is any violation, the Junji Medical Center will never receive you." This announcement didn't seem like much at first glance, but upon careful thought, it seemed like it was trying to destroy the Hongfu Medical Center. If the patients did not go to Hongfu Medical Center, did they have any other choice? Of course, because Tianyuan City had the most medical centers. Even if it wasn't as big as the Hongfu Medical Center, there were still many outstanding doctors inside. Moreover, it was cheaper than the Hongfu Medical Center. But in the entire Tianyuan City, or even the entire Chiyan country, is there any place that can replace the Junji Medical Center? No, not a single one, because Jun Mayan's medical skills are too outstanding. Only she had the magical medical skills to bring the dead back to life. She was the only one who could snatch a life from the clutches of the King of Hell. Even if those patients did not have incurable diseases now, who could guarantee that they would not have in the future? Even if he didn't get sick, who could guarantee that his family wouldn't get sick in the future? "I can't go to the Hongfu Medical Center, what's wrong with that? I'll just go to another clinic," but with the famous Enchantress of Medicine, he would not form a feud. As a result, everyone was happy. The business of other medical centers in Tianyuan City could be said to be rising steadily. They were so happy that they could not close their mouths. The only unlucky one was the Hongfu Medical Center. Even a fly couldn't be found in that huge clinic. When Deng Hongfeng received the Hongfu Medical Center's shopkeeper's report, his face was so gloomy that it could practically drip water. The shrill voice could almost burst one's eardrums. "Say it again." The innkeeper was trembling with fear, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. "Dr. Deng, this really can't be blamed on us. That Junji Medical Center is really going too far, and that Jun Mayan, her medical skills are really too frightening. None of the doctors in our hospital, none of them can compare to her." In fact, the shopkeeper wanted to say something. Even if all of their Hongfu Medical Center's doctors were to be tied together, they still wouldn't be able to compare even a little bit to Jun Mayan. Who had ever heard of an intestinal blockage that could be cured in a day? Who had ever heard of a person whose heart had stopped beating could be saved? Who had ever heard of a person whose wounds were festering and on the verge of death being able to jump around as if nothing had happened? This Enchantress of Medicine, Jun Mayan, is she really not human? Could a person's medical skills really reach such a high level? Jun Mayan. Jun Mayan. It's that damned slut again. Deng Hongfeng clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. The resentment in his eyes almost turned into flames. "Call that trash Zhao Chunming over." Not long after, Zhao Chunming pushed open the door and entered with a flattering smile. "Godfather, you were looking for me," before he could finish his sentence. Deng Hongfeng lifts his foot and ruthlessly kicks him in the chest. "Waste, didn't you say that you would make that slut Jun Mayan's life worse than death? So many days have passed, what have you done, you useless thing?" But Zhao Chunming doesn't care about this, and he hurriedly scrambles over. Godfather, don't be angry, give me another chance, I will definitely do it well." As he says this, his face is twisted, and he says through gritted teeth, "It's all that slut Fang Jingya's fault. I tried to persuade her in every possible way, but she refused to help frame her old lover. This slut, she really had an affair with that Shen Jinglin long ago." Deng Hongfeng looks down at him with a gloomy gaze. "Don't talk nonsense with me. I only want the results. If you can't do this well, what's the use of keeping a good-for-nothing godson like you?" Zhao Chunming shivers when he hears this, and he repeatedly kowtows. "Godfather, rest assured, Chunming will definitely vent your anger for you." With great difficulty, he comes out of Deng Hongfeng's room. A trace of malevolence flashes through Zhao Chunming's eyes. "Fang Jingya, you slut, you made me fall into such a difficult situation. Then don't blame me for being cruel and merciless, not taking into account the affection between husband and wife, Tianyuan City, the east entrance of the city. This is a place where slaves are sold, just like the ghost city's Wanrenku. But the slaves in the Wanrenku are usually of high quality. And the slaves here are basically just some ordinary people below the yellow stage, without even the slightest bit of internal force. Because the quality of the slaves is not high, the atmosphere here is usually oppressive and silent. People who want to buy slaves always come quietly, randomly picking two and taking them away. But today, this slave trading place is unprecedentedly lively. Because someone has set up a big ring in the middle of the square. On the ring, there is a woman with a delicate and pretty appearance, but her complexion is exceptionally haggard. It can be seen that she has clearly been meticulously dressed up. The clothes on her body are half covered, faintly revealing the woman's beautiful body. But on the exposed skin, there are traces of bruises everywhere. It's clear that she has been abused for a long time. Dong. Dong. Dong, the sound of gongs and drums that shake the sky resounds, attracting the people who were originally choosing people in the slave market. Even outside the slave market, when they hear this noise, they can't help but gather around the source of the excitement. Seeing that there are enough people, Zhao Chunming clears his throat and swaggers onto the ring. Today, I, Zhao Chunming, will publicly auction this slave girl. Those who want this female slave don't need to spend a single silver coin. All you need to do is defeat my guards. As soon as Zhao Chunming finished speaking, a burly guard beside him immediately stepped forward. His copper bell-like eyes widened as a powerful aura emanated from his body. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "What a powerful pressure, it's at least a profound rank." Zhao Chunming clapped his hands and the guard immediately took a step back. It's not easy to defeat a mystic rank master for a woman. Yeah. Although this girl is quite pretty, she can't be considered a heavenly beauty. Not worth it, not worth it. Zhao Chunming heard the discussion below. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly walks to Fang Jingya's side in large strides. His hand tugged at her clothes. There was a tearing sound. The clothes on Fang Jingya's body are torn apart inch by inch. Her slender, smooth, blood-stained thighs were exposed, and her body, which was only wearing a red doudou. His appearance was equivalent to exposing his body in front of everyone. Fang Jingya had originally given up on resisting in despair. But at this moment, the extreme humiliation and grief still made her tears fall uncontrollably. Her teeth firmly bite her lips until blood seeps out. Zhao Chunming's eyes are sinister and malicious. "Slut, if you had been obedient and helped me scheme against Xin Jinglin, you wouldn't have ended up like this. You brought this upon yourself." Saying that, he turns to look below the ring. He sees that everyone below is staring blankly at Fang Jingya's graceful body. There are a few with big ears and fat waists, and they've even started to drool. Fang Jingya's appearance might not be considered too beautiful. However, her snow-white skin and slender waist were enough to make one's blood boil. Zhao Chunming grabs Fang Jingya's hair, forcing her body to bend. The rise and fall of her chest is displayed in front of everyone through the thin fabric. How about it? Does everyone think that such a stunner isn't worth the value of a single ring? There are several sounds of saliva being swallowed under the ring. They're itching to rush up now, tear off that thin layer of fabric, and wantonly play with it. Zhao Chunming shows an even more sinister smile. "There's still one more thing that you might not know. This isn't an ordinary slave girl, but the former Fang family's medical center's young miss, Fang Jingya. Think about it, how wonderful would it be to be able to press that lofty and aloof young miss under your body, and casually play with her like an animal?" As soon as Zhao Chunming says this, someone under the ring immediately cries out in alarm. "Fang Jingya, that's right, this person really was the eldest miss of Tianyuan City's largest medical center back then. Alas, I didn't expect that a dignified young miss would actually fall to this point. Who made the Fang family have bad luck, offending Xian Medical Pavilion, and their century-old foundation was annexed. Now this young miss has actually been reduced to a female slave, TSK, really too pitiful. Most people in Tianyuan City don't know about Fang Jingya and Zhao Chunming's marriage. That's because Zhao Chunming married Fang Jingya only because he was jealous of Xin Jinglin, and wanted to take away everything that belonged to him. After getting his hands on this woman, Zhao Chunming got tired of her. Every day, he would either beat or scold her. Later, he even directly gave her as a gift to Deng Hongfeng to vent his anger for fun, in exchange for his own future. Therefore, how could Zhao Chunming let others discover that such a filthy woman is his wife? Perhaps, the entire Tianyuan city regards Fang Jingya as Zhao Chunming's wife. There was only Shen Jinglin. Some people were pitying Fang Jingya's miserable experience. However, even more people were eager to give it a try. Their eyes were filled with greed and bestial desire. He had originally thought that it was too risky to challenge a mystic rank master for a woman. But once they heard that she was once the young mistress of the Fang family, some people with perverted hobbies began to get excited. Soon, a fat man waved his hand at his subordinates. The Xian grade subordinate immediately leaped onto the stage. Zhao Chunming turned around, patted the guard's shoulder, and said meaningfully, "Fight well. If you can successfully defend the ring within 4 hours, then this slave will be yours." The bodyguard glances at Fang Jingya at the side. He licks his lips, his eyes full of covetousness and tyranny. Thinking that he, an insignificant servant, can casually abuse Fang Jingya, the daughter of a rich family. He was so excited that his blood was boiling. The battle in the arena began. "Bastard! Bastard! You won't have a good death." Fang Jingya finally couldn't help but let out a hysterical roar, "Shindage won't come, just give up on this idea." The light in Zhao Chunming's eyes turned cold. He stood up and raised his hand to give her a ruthless slap. "You slut, you're obviously married to me, but in your heart there's only Shindage. Shameless thing." Fang Jingya was hit dizzy by this slap, blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth, and she was no longer able to speak. Zhao Chunming suddenly smiled sinisterly at the audience, raising his voice to say, "Everyone, how about I give everyone a little benefit? If this dear friend on the stage can hold on for a quarter of an hour, I'll tear apart all the cloth on this female slave's body. I don't know if everyone wants to see it." Everyone under the stage suddenly burst into lewd laughter, and in unison they jeered at the man fighting the stage to cheer. And those kind-hearted people already couldn't bear to turn their heads away, or quietly leave. A quarter of an hour quickly passed. Zhao Chunming's sinister gaze searched the crowd, but he didn't see Shen Jinglin's figure. His brows tightly wrinkled, his eyes full of killing intent and impatience. Could it be that Shen Jinglin, that waste, is terrified? Doesn't dare to come? It shouldn't be possible, right? After all, Shen Jinglin is famous for his stupidity and loyalty. What brothers and friends are willing to sacrifice themselves? For friends, he can even throw away his life. It's because of this stupid behavior that he became a waste a year ago. As long as he knows Fang Jingya, this slut's current situation, Shen Jinglin will definitely come. With a bang, the man who challenged the stage was kicked down by Zhao Chunming's bodyguard, Wang Dashi. A vicious color flashed in Zhao Chunming's eyes. He smiled and walked in front of Fang Jingya. Although that brother just failed in his challenge, he still persisted for more than a quarter of an hour. "Now it's time for me to give everyone a little sweetness." Saying that, Zhao Chunming's hand grabbed Fang Jingya's apron. Fang Jingya closed her eyes, tears slipping down her cheeks. The thing she regretted the most in her life was that she mistakenly recognized Zhao Chunming, this animal, and married him. Now, Fang Jingya's death wasn't enough. She only hoped that Shindage could live well from now on. Her heart had already sprouted the will to die, and she was about to bite her tongue to commit suicide. However, he suddenly felt a pain in his lower jaw. Zhao Chunming sneered and said, "You want to die? It wasn't that easy. Even if you're going to die, you'll have to wait until I squeeze every last bit of value out of you." Fang Jingya's eyes are filled with despair. Her tears dried up and her heart turned to ashes, but she could only watch helplessly as this bastard tore off her remaining clothes. At this moment, there was a sudden bang. A strong gust of wind blew, and Zhao Chunming staggered a step back. Immediately afterwards, she sees a long robe fly high up in the sky, and it just happens to wrap around Fang Jingya's body. In an instant, her naked body was completely covered. Fang Jingya suddenly opens her eyes, and her lips, which are still bleeding, are trembling because of extreme excitement and disbelief. Zhao Chunming was shocked and furious at the same time. Then, as if he had realized something, he crawled up from the ground. A pair of malicious eyes stared unblinkingly at the crowd below. His eyes were filled with twisted resentment and excitement. Shen Jinglin, this waste had finally come. The crowd seemed to have sensed something and opened up a path. A man slowly walked towards the stage, his eyes fixed on Zhao Chunming. But Zhao Chunming doesn't have the slightest trace of fear, instead he laughs heartily. Shen Jinglin, you really came. To your old lover, you're really affectionate and righteous, ah. Even if you're already crippled and still dragging a lame leg, you still rushed over to save her, ha ha ha. Hearing Zhao Chunming say this, the surrounding people immediately discover that this person is indeed walking with a limp, as if his legs and feet aren't very nimble. Soon after, someone else recognizes him at a glance. Isn't this the Shen family's eldest young master who became a cripple a year ago? Right. It's indeed the Shen family's eldest young master, the one who originally had a peak profound stage cultivation base, but was crippled in one day, and even has a lame leg, Shen Jinglin. What did he come here for? Zhao Chunming hears the discussion of the people below, and the smile on his face becomes more and more malevolent. Everyone doesn't know. Although this Fang Jingya is my female slave, I originally wanted to treat her well and give her the status of a concubine. Who knew that this slut was unexpectedly fickle and shameless, openly hooking up with her old lover, Shen Jinglin. Such a shameless slut, what's the use of keeping her? Since she wants a man so much, this young master will properly fulfill her wish. I just didn't expect that today, this slut's old lover would actually run over. TSK, Shen eldest young master, you're really affectionate and righteous, ah. As soon as these words are said, don't mention those wretched and disgusting men, even the people who were originally watching the excitement, and even sympathizing with Fang Jingya, all revealed a contemptuous expression. Women don't follow the ways of women. Men hooking up with married women, they're simply shameless. When Fang Jingya's clothes were torn off, she still wasn't very excited. At this time, she couldn't help but let out an almost shrieking roar, Zhao Chunming, you beast, don't talk nonsense and slander Shen big brother. At that time, you clearly told me that you were going to marry me as your wife, but after we entered the house, you beat and scolded me every day, and even gave me to an old eunuch, letting him humiliate and abuse me. Zhao Chunming, you're not a human, you're a devil. You're a beast. The thing that Fang Jingya regrets the most in this life is that she was deceived by you into marrying you. I only met Shen big brother a few days ago, where was their illicit, don't slander of me. Hearing Fang Jingya's almost weeping blood accusation, Shen Jinglin, who had just stepped onto the ring, was stunned. He looked at the woman tied to the wooden stake, and his eyes burned with rage. That day when they ran into each other on the street, he knew that Fang Jingya wasn't doing well. But he had never imagined that she would actually live such a life that was worse than that of a pig or a dog. There was also a slight commotion in the crowd below. Because Fang Jingya's appearance is really too miserable, and her accusation is also every word of blood and tears, making people involuntarily want to believe it. Zhao Chunming frowned and immediately ordered his guard, Wang Dashi, go, as long as you can beat Shen Jinglin half dead and let him fall into my hands, this woman is yours. Wang Dashi licks his lips and looks lasciviously at Fang Jingya. He immediately walks over in large strides and stands in front of Shen Jinglin. Young Master Shen has come up the stage. Is he here to fight in the arena so that he can win over this slave girl? Ha ha ha. Zhao Chunming immediately laughed, Dashi, take it easy, don't beat him to death. In the end, he's the young master of the Shen family, a former peak profound stage martial artist. You have to give him some face. Shen Jinglin used to be a famous young talent in Tianyuan City. As for now, his chi is damaged, his meridians are atrophied, and his leg is disabled. He's nothing more than a waste. Being ridiculed like this, Shen Jinglin's face didn't change in the slightest. He just coldly looked at them. Wang Dashi's laughter abruptly stopped, and he suddenly let out a loud shout. His right hand clenched into a fist, and without warning, he ruthlessly smashed it towards Shen Jinglin. Powerful mysterious energy surged around his fist, bringing a gust of wind, as if to tear a hole in the air. Big brother Shen, quickly go. Quickly go. Fang Jingya let out a mournful cry, her body desperately struggling, but she couldn't break free from the binding. The onlookers below the stage shook their heads, certain that Shen Jinglin would die without a doubt. However, the next moment, Something that shocked everyone happened. Just as Wang Daxi's earth-shattering fist smashed in front of him. However, Shen Jinglin casually raised his hand and blocked that powerful fist. Subsequently, he lifted up his leg that should have been injured and crippled. A majestic aura of mysterious energy surged below his calf. He suddenly kicked out. With a bang, Wang Daxi's fat body flew straight out and hit the guardrail of the stage. The severe pain from his chest made his face twist, and he let out a painful groan. Just now, at the moment when Shen Jinglin kicked him, he seemed to have heard the sound of his sternum breaking. For a moment, the whole audience was silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on here? Wasn't Shen Jinglin a waste? Wasn't his qi damaged, and his cultivation completely lost? Then what was that mysterious energy that just surged on his leg? Zhao Chunming's face was lifeless, his eyes firmly staring at the man he thought was already crippled. Shen Jinglin didn't look at Wang Daxi, who couldn't even stand up. Instead, he slowly walked towards Zhao Chunming. This time, his leg was actually normal, without the slightest hint of limp. And the powerful pressure from his whole body made Zhao Chunming tremble uncontrollably. "You, how could you?" Zhao Chunming said in disbelief, "Aren't you already crippled? Aren't you a cripple without any cultivation? Why? Why?" He did not finish his words of shock. Shen Jinglin suddenly grabbed his collar. Following that, a huge fist wrapped in thick profound energy smashed towards his face fiercely. With a loud bang, Zhao Chunming's nose actually caved in. The sound of his nose breaking seemed to still ring in his ears. What followed was a piercing pain that made Zhao Chunming howl like a pig being slaughtered. Shen Jinglin did not let him go. Another kick landed on his chest, sending him flying. Then, she ruthlessly stomped on his chest. With another cracking sound, Zhao Chunming's ribs were broken. "Aha!" The shrill scream caused everyone to shiver. Each of them looked at Shen Jinglin with eyes full of shock and awe. Suddenly, a man exclaimed, "This profound energy pressure, no, it's not the peak of the profound realm, it's the earth grade." Not only is Shen Jinglin not a cripple, instead he has become an earth stage expert. No matter what kind of words, they're already unable to express their shock. A person with atrophied meridians, destroyed qi, and a crippled leg, has actually recovered after a year. And not only has he recovered, but even his cultivation has improved. In the end, how was this done, and who was it that healed him? Shen Jinglin ruthlessly steps on Zhao Chunming's chest with one foot, as if he wants to trample out his internal organs. "Zhao Chunming, an ungrateful, and scrupulous beast like you simply doesn't deserve to live in this world. Have you forgotten who was the one who took care of you day and night when you were injured in the jungle? It was Fang Jingya. Have you forgotten you used to surround Jingya every day, acting obedient to curry favor, and you even swore to the heavens, saying that if you married her, you would definitely treat her well." Fang Jingya's eyes are brimming with tears, blankly looking at the godlike Shen Jinglin. Tears can't help but fall from the rims of her eyes. Zhao Chunming's whole body is trembling in pain, his face overflowing with snot and tears. "Jinglin Ji, I was wrong, boo-hoo, spare me, spare me. I was blinded by lard. I beg you to spare my life." Just then, a group of people suddenly appear out of nowhere. With a loud bang, they jump onto the stage. These people all have weapons glittering with cold light in their hands. Each person exudes a formidable pressure and murderous aura, making the onlookers below feel a burst of fear. Shen Jinglin raises his head and looks at these people. "Who are you people?" "Hee, who we are doesn't need Xianxia to care." The person in the lead sneers, "We still request Xianxia to make a trip with us." As soon as Zhao Chunming sees those people, the pleading expression on his face immediately changes. With a distorted face, he shouts, "Shen Jinglin, my godfather's people are here, you still haven't let me go, cough, 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 even if your cultivation has recovered, so what? Could it be that one person can still deal with so many people? Godfather?" Shen Jinglin frowns. "That's right, do you know who my godfather is?" Because of the pain, Zhao Chunming continuously coughs a few times, but his face is filled with crazy resentment. "My godfather is the great elder of Xian Medical Pavilion, Deng Hongfeng, and he's also the apprentice of the godly Dr. Qian Qing. You and your sister, you've offended my godfather. Cough, cough, cough. You're dead meat. Ha. Haha. Ah. Before he could finish laughing, he suddenly let out a short scream. Then, blood burst out from Zhao Chunming's face. In the blink of an eye, his tongue was cut off, his ears were cut off, and his eyes became two bloody holes. Even his hands had been chopped off. His fingers were still trembling at the side, emitting a deathly greenish-gray color. Useless trash. The leader sneered and sheathed his saber. His voice was full of disdain. You can't even do such a small thing. What's the point of keeping you around? Zhao Chunming originally thought that these people sent by Deng Hongfeng were here to save him. However, he would never have thought that in the end, the one who would completely destroy him would be the subordinates of his godfather, whom he had tried to please in every possible way. From now on, he would live a life worse than a pig or a dog, but he could neither die nor live. This was retribution. Everyone present was shocked, and no one would pay attention to him anymore. Everyone's eyes are focused on Shen Jinglin. Shen Dashao, please. Shen Jinglin coldly looks at the people surrounding him. The bearded man in the lead was at the earth stage, and the surging profound energy aura was even thicker than his. It was almost impossible for him to deal with these people alone. However, it was absolutely impossible for him to follow this group of people obediently. Just now, he could already tell that this group of people captured him to deal with Yin Yin. What if I don't leave? Not leaving? The leader seemed to have heard a joke. If young Master Shen doesn't want to leave, then I can only do what I did to Zhao Chunming, and cut off 2 parts from your body, such as a hand or a leg or something. Young Master Shen's leg has just been cured. I don't think he wants to be crippled again so soon. Shen Jinglin tightly clenched his fists, his eyes looking like they were about to spit fire. There was no trace of cowardice on his face. Instead, he assumed an attacking posture. Even if he dies, he will never allow himself to be a burden to Yin Yin. Haha. You want to resist? Then don't blame us for being ruthless. You can only blame your younger sister. Who asked her to be blind and offend someone she shouldn't have? As soon as his voice fell, the bearded man in the lead raised his long knife and fiercely slashed it towards Shen Jinglin. The majestic Xianxia surged in the air, causing the people below the grandstand to reveal a horrified expression and retreat. Many people were full of sympathy and pity for Shen Jinglin. It wasn't easy for him to heal his leg injury and recover his cultivation, but he was going to become a cripple once more. Who was this Shen Jinglin's younger sister? How could he be so blind? It's not good to offend anyone in Tianyuan City, but he had to offend Dr. Deng of Xian Medical Pavilion. Wasn't that courting death? Profound chi surged in the air, and the pressure was cold and murderous. All of a sudden, melodious music drifted over from afar, approaching in spirals. The music was clearly like the flowing water of a high mountain, distant and gentle. But for some reason, it rang in his ears. However, it made the blood of everyone who heard it boil a little. Shen Jinglin, who had fallen into a desperate situation and was being besieged, suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. She seemed to feel guilty and touched at the same time. The rest of the people present seemed to be in a daze as they stood there with their heads raised, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. After a while, pink flower petals fluttered down from the sky. The flower petals were sparse and there weren't many of them. But as if it had a life of its own, it automatically stuck to the killers surrounding Shen Jinglin. The bearded man was still immersed in the music that tugged at his heartstrings. Suddenly feeling the petals falling on his face, he couldn't help but reach out to touch them. A strange fragrance accompanied by a bone-piercing chill seeped into the muscles and bones. The bearded man's heart skipped a beat. He had a bad feeling about this. However, before he could move, a loud bang rang out beside his ear, accompanied by a tearing pain, and the flesh on his body burst open. Blood-curdling screams came from the arena. In just a few short breaths, the dozen or so people surrounding Shen Jinglin had all fallen to the ground. Their bodies were badly mutilated, and besides letting out painful groans, they couldn't do anything else. In the sky, the melodious music was getting further and further away. However, the figure of a young girl in white seemed to descend from the sky and slowly landed on the arena. The young girl's face was like the snow on the heavenly mountain, cold and bright, inviolable. However, her every movement was filled with charm and indolence. Just by looking at her, one would fall head over heels for her. When her feet touched the ground, her gaze landed on Shen Jinglin and the corners of her lips slowly curled up. Her entire body exuded a natural charm. Everyone who saw her could not help but hold their breaths as their souls were being taken away. "Brother, why are you taking so long to do something? If we don't go back now, we'll miss dinner time." The young girl's voice was indescribably clear and melodious, like ice beads falling on a jade plate, lingering around his ears. Shen Jinglin blushed with shame and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, Yan Yan, it's all because Big Brother is too useless. I still need you to save me." "How could it be Big Brother's fault?" Mu Yan chuckles and looks at the bearded man and the others who are lying on the ground. "I just heard you say that I'm blind and have offended someone I shouldn't have. I also heard you say that my brother doesn't know what's good for him, so you want to chop off some of his body parts?" When she said this, the young girl's smile was bright and beautiful, and her tone was gentle. She was like a girl who was not familiar with the affairs of the world. But everyone, whether it was on or off the stage. But when he saw the young girl's smile, he felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, and his whole body trembled. Suddenly, someone in the crowd stared at Mu Yan's face. Suddenly, a light flashed, and he let out a loud cry. She's the Enchantress Jun Mayan. She's that fairy doctor from the Junji Medical Center who can snatch a life from the hands of the King of Hell." In an instant, the entire place fell into a deathly silence. Absolute silence. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The Enchantress Mu Yan, this exceptionally beautiful young woman in front of him, turns out to be Tianyuan City's most popular enchantress, Jun Mayan. So to say, Shen Jinglin was actually the Enchantress' older brother, and the person who offended the great elder of Xian Medical Pavilion, Deng Hongfeng, was Jun Mayan. Everyone was dumbfounded for a moment, the people who were just talking all at once, saying that Shen Jinglin's younger sister did not have good eyesight. At this time, all of them shut up. Can't say another word. What else could he say? No matter how powerful Deng Hongfeng's background was. But the Enchantress Mayan's medical skills have already reached the level of superlative workmanship, unparalleled under the heavens. Many people had analyzed that the Enchantress's medical skills might even be superior to the godly Dr. Qian Qing's. Who should he offend more? You only need to look at the current situation of the Junji Medical Center and the Hongfu Medical Center, and you'll be able to see it clearly. Ah. So Shen Jinglin is the Enchantress of Medicine's older brother. Then it's no wonder that his cultivation base can progress, and his leg that was broken for a year can be restored to its original state. Someone suddenly cried out in surprise, suddenly realizing something. The others nodded one after another. Their gazes towards Shen Jinglin had long since lost the original pity, only envy and jealousy remained. Having a younger sister like Jun Mayan is really too fortunate. This was equivalent to Shen Jinglin having an extra life compared to ordinary people. Even if he suffers a fatal injury, Jun Mayan can still pull him back from the gates of hell. But for an ordinary person to see the Enchantress and ask for a diagnosis, it is extremely difficult. In fact, these people didn't know yet. Mu Yan isn't just a doctor who can snatch a life from the hands of the King of Hell. She's even a godly apothecary who can refine heaven-defying drafts. Nowadays, the Ghost City is in an uproar. Every time a special draft appears, it would be auctioned off at a sky-high price, and it's all from this girl's hands. One day, when the news came, it's not just the small city of Tianyuan that's shaken, but the entire Qiyan country, and even the entire Yanwu continent. The bearded man's entire body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with terror. He knew better than anyone how powerful this woman was. After Deng Hongfeng was slapped in the face in public, how could he take it lying down? He even went straight to the mercenary agency and spent a lot of money to hire a lot of mercenaries to kill this woman. However, no matter how much money was spent and how many mercenaries were dispatched, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. If he was alive, they couldn't see him. If he was dead, they couldn't see his corpse, because Jun Mayan has a group of very frightening subordinates by her side. Every single one of them had an extremely high cultivation level, and when they joined forces, they could sweep through Tianyuan City. The mercenaries sent by Deng Hongfeng can't even get close to Mayan, let alone teach her a lesson. This was also the reason why Deng Hongfeng wanted Zhao Chunming to come forward and use Fang Jingya to draw Shen Jinglin out. As long as they catch Shen Jinglin, they won't have to be afraid that his younger sister, Jun Mayan, won't obediently submit. However, their wishful thinking was interrupted in the end. This woman not only had a group of experts by her side. She herself was an expert who was strong enough to make them tremble. "You, don't mess around." The bearded man's voice trembled as he growled in a threatening manner. "If you kill us, you'll have completely offended Dr. Deng. Do you know where Dr. Deng came from? His master is Qianqing. Do you know who Dr. Qianqing is? He's Jingqing country's national doctor, even Princess Gong Qianxia treats him as a distinguished guest." Ah. Before the man could finish his words, he suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain, causing him to let out a mournful howl. Then, as if he had gone mad, he kept digging at his flesh with his own hands. He couldn't hit his head against the ground. Even when the flesh on his face had been clawed off, revealing his ghastly white bones, he still refused to stop. The corners of Mayan's mouth are still hooked up in a shallow arc. But that smile didn't reach his eyes at all. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with bone-chilling coldness. "Is that so? I'm really looking forward to the consequences of completely offending Qianqing's disciple." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a clang, and the sound of the zither turned into a blade, flowing with thousands of lights. In the blink of an eye, the musical notes transformed into swords that slit the throats of all the assassins in the arena. Killed in one move, everyone was as quiet as a cicada in winter, and even a pin drop could be heard. Even Shen Jinglin was sluggish. He already knew that his sister was powerful, but he didn't expect her to be this powerful. Moreover, why did he feel that his sister was giving off an icy aura? Even he felt a trace of fear. Just at this moment, a clear childish voice rang out, "Mommy, come home." A fair and tender little hand grasps Mayan's slender and fair fingers, gently squeezing them. Mu Yan lowers her head to look at Xiaobao's handsome and exquisite little face. His icy blue eyes were like the clear sky, boundless and encompassing everything in the world. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve into a gentle smile. The ice-cold baleful aura around his body disappeared without a trace in an instant. He bent down and picked up Xiaobao. The gentle voice was like the sound of nature as it resounded by Shen Jinglin and Xiaobao's ears. Let's go home. At night, in the Junji Medical Center. Mu Yan looks at the scars all over the delicate woman's body under the light, and can't help but frown deeply. Even if she had seen all kinds of patients, and she had also suffered all kinds of torture in her past life. But the injuries on Fang Jingya's body still make her shocked. Just the traces of inhumane abuse on the woman's lower body makes Mayan's eyes turn cold, her murderous aura awe-inspiring. She takes a deep breath, and slowly says, "Who did these things to you? Zhao Chunming? If it was that beast Zhao Chunming who did it, then the punishment that Big Brother gave him in the end was really light." Fang Jingya doesn't shyly cover up her ugly and dirty body that's full of scars. She only shakes her head in distress. "It wasn't Zhao Chunming. He liked to hit me, liked to burn me with candles, but the one who used that kind of insane method to abuse me was the godfather who sent me to him. The great elder of Xian Medical Pavilion, Deng Hongfeng." Mayan's pupils slightly contract. She listens to Fang Jingya continue, "Deng Hongfeng likes to rob women, but only a few people know about it. He simply can't, because he can't." He thought of all kinds of cruel methods to abuse women, to give vent to his perverted desires. As she speaks, she can't help but let tears slide down from the corners of her eyes. "In the beginning, I still wanted to resist, but the result of my resistance was that I became more and more miserable. In fact, I wanted to end my own life a long time ago. It was already so dirty, so why didn't I end my own life? Isn't it my own fault that I've ended up in this plight?" Mayan grabs the clothes on the side and firmly wraps her up. The voice that's usually languid has a rare softness. "Ending your own life is the most cowardly way to escape. Don't cry, I will cure the injuries on your body." Fang Jingya raises her tearful eyes to look at Mayan, deep gratitude welling up in the bottom of her eyes. "Miss June, thank you for not despising me for being so dirty, and for being willing to help me. But..." She slowly closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. When she opens them again, there's only determination left in her eyes. "But I don't need treatment, I just want to leave this place, leave Tianyuan City forever, and disappear in front of Shinji. Miss June, can you promise me this?" Mayan stares blankly. "Why?" Fang Jingya's tears drop by drop from the corners of her eyes. All the pain, mourning, guilt, and sadness interweave into despair. When Big Brother Shen was in the most danger, I chose to abandon him. Now that I've fallen into such a state, I only have myself to blame, but elder brother Shen is still willing to disregard everything to save me. In fact, for the sake of morality, for the sake of our past relationship, and for the sake of my current dire situation, he might even propose to marry me. But, how could I possibly marry elder brother Chen? Not to mention that elder brother Chen actually doesn't have feelings for me between a man and a woman. Even if he does, the current me simply isn't worthy of him. The more she spoke, the more her tears fell like a broken dam, and her voice was choked with sobs. My body is already dirty. In fact, you know better than anyone that I've lost the chance to be a mother forever under the ravages of those two bastards, Deng Hongfeng and Zhao Chunming. How can someone like me be worthy of standing beside elder brother Shen? He's such a good person, he deserves the most outstanding girl to become his wife. Fang Jingya grabs Mayan's hand, tears streaming down her face, but there's not the slightest trace of retreat or wavering in her eyes. Mayan sighs softly, "Are you really willing to leave my brother forever?" Fang Jingya nods without hesitation, "I'd rather never touch my feelings in this life. It's enough as long as I can silently watch Shen brother's happiness from afar." You've decided? You won't go back on your word? I vow to die without regrets. The emotions in Mayan's eyes slowly converge, turning into a touch of seriousness. She says in a low voice, "Fang Jingya, I can help you kill Deng Hongfeng and avenge you. I can also give you enough strength to personally guard the things you want to guard. The condition is that you work for me for 10 years. Do you agree?" Fang Jingya's eyes suddenly go wide, and she doesn't come back to herself for a long time. You're saying that you want me to work for you? You're not willing? No. No. I'm willing. Fang Jingya rolls down from the bed with a grunt, kneeling on the ground, "I'm willing to serve you as my master. Henceforth, Fang Jingya's life is yours." Not to mention 10 or 20 years, even if it's a lifetime, how many people in Tianyuan City would be willing to work for Mayan, not for anything else, just for the name of the Enchantress of Medicine, just for her medical skills that can bring the dead back to life? She, Fang Jingya, doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken, she's riddled with scars, and she has no innocence at all. But this woman in front of her is willing to take her in. If she's not willing, then she's really stupid. Mayan says with a smile that isn't a smile, "What do I want your life for? But I have to say some ugly words first. Those who work for me must have enough ability, enough willpower, and pass my assessment. If you don't succeed, even with my brother's relationship, I will let you leave immediately." Hearing Mayan's seemingly heartless words, Fang Jingya's eyes brighten even more. Because this time, she believes that Mayan isn't pitying her, but really wants to cultivate her as a subordinate. For the current Fang Jingya, she's almost lost her goal and hope to live. But now, Mayan has given her a new one. To become stronger, to guard the man she's grateful to for a lifetime. Even if one day you marry a wife and have children, even if one day you have a house full of grandchildren, I am willing to watch over you in the dark and protect your happiness until the end of your life. Mu Yan calls for Ru Yan, then points to Fang Jingya and says, "I'll leave this person to you to train." Ru Yan stared blankly, not quite understanding her master's meaning. He only listens to Mayan continue, "I'll give you 3 months. Whether you poach from the ghost city or recruit from outside, after 3 months, form a mercenary corps that's no less than the ink camp." When Ru Yan heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. "Miss means, I can also be like Yanshi and organize a team of experts. That's great, I'll go to the ghost cities Wanrenku to pick people later." She had been jealous of Yan Haoyan for a long time. Her strength is obviously not worse than Yan Haoyan's, but Yan Haoyan has the ink camp in his hands, and she can only manage the shop. It should be known that each and every one of the people in the ink camp is as arrogant as if they want to go to heaven. Other than Miss, Little Master, and Yan Haoyan, that rock, he didn't care about anyone else. Unfortunately, these people are nothing if they're singled out, but when they're grouped together, their strength is terrifying. Plus, after entering Tianyuan City, Yan Haoyan still continued to strengthen the ink camp according to Mayan's orders. This makes her extremely envious and jealous. "No, you're wrong. Who would have thought that Mayan would shake her head? This time, I don't want people from Wanrenku. I want those who look unremarkable, who can blend in with the crowd and not be discovered. These people don't have high cultivation, but they must be good at disguise and hiding. I want you to train them for 3 months, and then let them sneak into Jingqing and Huangyao. Ru Yan is a little disappointed when she hears Mayan's words at first. It must be known that Yan Haoyan is picking elites, people who have killed their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. If she only picks some inconspicuous ones, wouldn't she be immediately outdone? However, the more she hears, the brighter Ru Yan's eyes become. Because she already understands. The Miss wants her to form this team of mercenaries, not to fight, but to spy on intelligence. After thinking it through, Ru Yan nods again and again, carefully listening to Mayan's instructions. The more she listens, the more she admires the Miss's foresight and wisdom. Moreover, Ru Yan doesn't doubt whether this team of experts can be formed, and whether they have enough loyalty. Don't forget who Mayan is. Not only is she an enchantress who can snatch a life from the hands of the king of hell, but she's also a godly apothecary who can refine a heaven-defying potion. Everything that needs to be explained has been explained. Mayan's line of sight sweeps over Feng Jingya, and she slowly says, "This camp is called Tianji, with you as the leader and Jingya as your assistant. Tonight, I will cure Jingya's injuries. Tomorrow morning, you will leave with her to prepare." "Yes, miss." Ru Yan leaves, full of joy. Feng Jingya, on the other hand, puts on her clothes, and respectfully kneels in front of Mayan. Jingya will never forget Mrs. Grace of Rebirth. "I will definitely go through water and tread on fire to serve Mississippi." Mayan curls up the corner of her lips, slightly narrowing her eyes as she says, "You can rest assured, I will definitely let you see the miserable end of your enemies. Whether it's the Xian Medical Pavilion that harmed your entire Feng family, or Deng Hongfeng. However, what Mayan didn't expect is that she still hasn't made a move against Deng Hongfeng. Deng Hongfeng's scheme has already fallen on the Junji Medical Center. Due to Mayan's growing fame, compared to those doctors who were previously unwilling to accept the Junji Medical Center's offer to provide medical services, there are now a bunch of doctors who are cracking their heads, wanting to drill into the Junji Medical Center. Just because, working in the Junji Medical Center, they might be able to witness the miraculous medical skills of the Enchantress of Medicine with their own eyes. Because Mu Yan herself is busy with too many things. Therefore, in the end, he still chose a few honest people with solid medical skills to serve in the clinic. Those who come to the Junji Medical Center aren't all terminally ill. These doctors are more than enough to treat common illnesses, so even if Mayan only treats a few patients a day, it doesn't affect the popularity of Junji Medical Center. On this day, the clinic opened as usual. It was bustling with people coming and going. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from Dr. Yu's seat not far away. Husband, how are you? Don't scare me." Hearing the voice, everyone turned their gazes over. A beautiful woman was supporting a tall middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered before collapsing. "But why did my husband become like this after he was pricked with needles?" Dr. Yu is also somewhat flustered. He promptly steps out of his position and crouches down next to the middle-aged man. But before Dr. Yu can take his pulse with his trembling hands, the middle-aged man's whole body is already twitching, and his eyes turn white in a split second. "Husband!" The beautiful woman screams again. She reaches out to check her husband's breath, but she finds that it's already completely gone, dead. "Dead. My husband is dead. Boo-hoo-hoo, husband, how could you leave me alone?" Dr. Yu's hand is still holding that middle-aged man's wrist. Feeling the deathly stillness under his skin without a pulse, his complexion also goes deathly pale. This middle-aged man is actually really dead. How is this possible? I've clearly taken his pulse, there's nothing wrong with his condition. How could this be? It's you. You're the one who killed him. The beautiful woman suddenly jumps up from the ground, grabbing Dr. Yu's collar and shouting, "You quack, return my husband's life." Although Dr. Yu is a doctor, his cultivation is lower than this beautiful woman's. Being dragged by her, he simply can't break free. He can only shout in a panic, "Impossible. It's really impossible, it's clearly impossible." The beautiful woman doesn't care about what he's saying. She drags him to the door, and starts to yell at the top of her voice. Someone come quickly The Junji Medical Center treated someone to death, but they refuse to admit it. They say that there's an enchantress who can bring the dead back to life, but in fact, they're all quacks. My husband was only lightly injured, but when he was treated by the doctors here, he died instead. This commotion alarms everyone inside and outside the medical center. The Ink Camp's practitioners responsible for the medical center's safety these past few days see Dr. Yu being dragged away, and they promptly rush over to rescue her. The Ink Camp sweating men are all rough and clumsy. They don't seem to use much strength in their movements, but that beautiful woman unexpectedly stumbles and falls to the ground. Soon after, she starts to cry in an earth-shattering manner. Is there still law in Tianyuan City? The Junji Medical Center treated someone to death, and now they still want to kill this widow to silence her? Everyone, quickly come and judge for me Could it be that the so-called Enchantress can treat human life as grass, recklessly harming people? The woman was a beautiful woman. Even if she were to throw a tantrum and cry like this, I would still feel sorry for her. In addition, someone went to take a look at the middle-aged man lying on the ground. Sure enough, he was no longer breathing and his body was cold. It was obvious that he was already dead. This time, the crowd of onlookers and the patients seeking treatment at the Junji Medical Center immediately start pointing at the people from the Ink Camp and Dr. Yu. I saw that man just now. His injuries weren't that serious. Who knew he would die in the blink of an eye? It's definitely because the Junji Medical Center's doctors didn't treat him well and killed him. Oh my, there's actually this kind of quack in Junji Medical Center. I think we'd better not look here. What if my minor illness is also cured to the point that it's beyond cure? Those big men in the Ink Camp are simply extremely sullen. He couldn't wait to rush over and tear that beautiful woman apart. They clearly didn't do anything, and yet they said that they wanted to silence them. If they really wanted to kill someone, would it be her turn to speak here? Seeing that the situation couldn't be suppressed any longer, Old Tao promptly sends someone to the backyard to inform Mu Yen. Dr. Yu's face was filled with panic, but his eyes were filled with confusion. I'm not sure either. When I examined him, he really only suffered from ordinary internal injuries. I used acupuncture to force out the extravasated blood in his body. Originally, he should have recovered after taking medicine for 2 days. But I don't know how it became like this. Old Tao narrowed his eyes and looked at the middle-aged man who was bleeding from his 7 orifices. He had a bad premonition in his heart. Just then, a large group of people dressed in uniform suddenly rush into Junji Medical Center with fiendish expressions. I am Tianyuan City's Deputy General Liu. I heard that there was a murder case in Junji Medical Center. Is this true? As soon as the beautiful woman saw this group of people, it was as if she had met her savior. She rushed over and knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she said, Lord Deputy General, you must seek justice for my husband. My husband was a good person, but after being treated by this quack of Junji Medical Center, he unexpectedly died like this. Now they still want to use their power to silence me. I beseech the city governor and Lord Deputy General to seek justice for this common woman. Vice General Liu listened to the perfect woman's complaint. His sharp gaze swept across and landed on the dead middle-aged man. With a wave of his hand, he shouts in a deep voice, the Junji Medical Center has caused the death of a person. This crime is unforgivable. Guards, go and arrest everyone in the Junji Medical Center for me, including their shopkeeper, and bring them all back to the penal prison. Old Tao's complexion turns completely unsightly in a split second. This Deputy General, the matter still hasn't been thoroughly investigated. How can you casually convict our Junji Medical Center? Right now, we can't be sure that this patient was killed by a doctor from our clinic. Who else could it be other than you guys? The beautiful woman sobbed. Before that, my husband was clearly fine, but after this doctor examined him, he died just like that. If he wasn't the one who killed him, could it be that I killed my own husband? Old Tao had already realized that something was wrong. Even if the doctor in the medical center really killed someone, how could the officials arrive so quickly? It was obvious that this was a trap deliberately set up against their medical center. Old Tao was about to speak when another shout came from the door. Get out of the way. Dr. Deng of Xian Medical Pavilion has graced us with his presence. What are you still standing there for, still not coming to greet him? Hearing that, everyone turned around to look. Deng Hongfeng swaggered in, escorted by a few servants. When Deputy General Lu saw him, he immediately showed a respectful expression. "Dr. Deng, why are you here?" "I heard that someone in this Junji Medical Center had been treated to death, so I came to take a look." As Deng Hongfeng spoke, he frowned and shook his head. "That's why I've said it before. Not every Tom, Dick, or Harry can open a clinic and become a doctor. The benevolence of doctors was to save lives. What right did a clinic that had killed people have to exist? In the future, I will definitely have Xian Medical Pavilion raise the standards for examining doctors. I can't let those quacks mix with doctors to harm others." Vice General Lu nodded again and again, with a flattering smile on his face. "Dr. Deng, you are the only senior doctor in our Tianyuan city. How can those little girls who haven't even fully grown hair compare to her? Who doesn't know that Dr. Qian Qing is Yanwu Continent's #1 godly doctor? What enchantress of medicine, music doctor, hee, they're not even fit to carry shoes for him and you." Deng Hongfeng nodded arrogantly, then walked to the side of the middle-aged man and squatted down to take a look. When the beautiful woman heard this, her eyes immediately lit up and she loudly said, "Even Dr. Deng has said so, what else do you have to say? Lord Deputy General, you must not let the murderer go." Deputy General Lu immediately waves his hand, there's a murderous look in his eyes. "Come, take away all the murderers for me and interrogate them, seal up the Junji Medical Center." The sabers and swords in the hands of the people below clanged, and they were about to speak. Suddenly, a melodious and sweet-sounding voice drifted over with a hint of indifference. "Murderer? Haha, who told you that this man is dead?" Almost at the same time, everyone turned to look at the source of the sound. He saw a young girl dressed in green slowly walking over, holding the hand of a child of about 4 or 5 years old. The girl's makeup was light, but her face was as delicate and beautiful as the bright moon. Her slightly raised eyebrows and the corner of her eyes contained a trace of indescribable languid charm. Just a glance at those sparkling peach blossom eyes would cause one's mind to be seized and their soul to be hooked. And she was holding the little boy by her hand. He was clearly at such a tender age, but his handsome face was expressionless. His blue eyes were as cold as ice. As he slowly walked over, he unconsciously emitted a noble aura that was impossible to ignore. Many of the people present had never seen Mayan before. As soon as he saw her, it was as if he had lost his soul, and he could not recover for a long time. But there were also people who had seen her true appearance. After a moment of absent-mindedness, she couldn't help but cry out. In alarm, "Enchantress! It's the Enchantress!" This shout caused the atmosphere in the medical center to suddenly change. Everyone looked at her with eager eyes. That atmosphere of quack doctors in Junji Medical Center just a moment ago disappears without a trace in a split second. The strength of a doctor did not depend on their eloquence and their titles. Instead, it was true strength. Mayan, on the other hand, uses her godly medical skills to conquer almost everyone in Tianyuan City. It was the complete opposite of those people's admiration. The moment Deng Hongfeng sees Mu Yan, his eyes almost spurt fire. B*TCH, it's all because of this B*TCH, he had caused his reputation in Tianyuan City to fall to the ground. Now, even the Hongfu Medical Center would not be able to continue operating. At this moment, when he looked at this woman, he could no longer feel any greed. There was only hatred that made him want to tear her into pieces. But very quickly, he endured it and sneered, "What did I just hear? You said this person is not dead? Ha ha ha, the so-called Enchantress of medicine is actually at this level? Saying that this person isn't dead, would your Junji Medical Center's own doctors believe it? Dr. Yu and the few other people in the Junji Medical Center who have seen the condition of that middle-aged man all have gloomy expressions as they lower their heads. They have been practicing medicine for decades, and they also have the qualifications of Xian Medical Pavilion's doctors. They could tell if a person was really dead or not. Dr. Yu shakily walks in front of Mayan, and he bends his knees, about to kneel down. "Miss, I've implicated you." However, before his knees could touch the ground, Mayan grabs him. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a sharp and leisurely smile appeared in his eyes. "It's still too early to say whether I've implicated you or not." Deputy General Lu is originally looking at Mu Yan in a daze, his soul has been hooked away. Hearing the beautiful woman's call at this time, he suddenly sobers up. Meeting Deng Hongfeng's insidious eyes, he shudders and immediately resumes his fiendish appearance. Alright, it's already an established fact that your Junji Medical Center's quack doctors harm people and treat human life as grass. No matter how you quibble, it's useless. Just obediently follow me. Someone come. Deputy General Lu's words stir up the atmosphere. But Mu Yan doesn't seem to hear anything at all. She calmly passes through the guards, like she's taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard, slowly arriving in front of that middle-aged man. Smelly woman, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? Being ignored like this, Deputy General Lu immediately flies into a rage out of shame. His large palm, like a cattail leaf fan, is about to ruthlessly grab Mu Yan's shoulder. However, before Deputy General Lu's hand can touch Mu Yan, Xiaobao expressionlessly lifts his hand that isn't being held, and pushes it out. Bang, there's a loud noise, and before everyone can even react, Deputy General Lu has already been sent flying out. Deputy General Lu was sent flying and crashed into a pillar, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone is so shocked by this turn of events that they can't come back to their senses. No one even saw clearly who did it in that split second just now. At this time, Mu Yan has already arrived in front of that dead middle-aged man. She reaches out and gently touches Xiaobao's head. Guard Nyangqin for me. Before I cure him, don't let anyone approach. Xiaobao's little face is taut, and he nods in all seriousness. After instructing Xiaobao, Mu Yan doesn't care about anything else. She takes out her silver needles and attentively inserts them into the major acupuncture points on the middle-aged man's head. Everyone in the clinic looks at each other in dismay, all somewhat dumbfounded. Can the dead really be brought back to life? That person really didn't die? How is that possible? Just now, you also went to check his breath, but there was no reaction at all. Moreover, his body is already cold, how could he still be brought back to life? But don't forget, that's the Enchantress of Medicine who can snatch a life from the King of Hell. That's right, that woman's intestinal blockage a few days ago, didn't that doctor in Tianyuan City say that it was incurable? But as the Enchantress made her move, the disease was cured within a day. Deng Hongfeng's expression became more and more unsightly as he listened to everyone's discussion. She knew that it was impossible for that man to come back to life. But for some reason, a bad feeling welled up in his heart. His fierce gaze swept over Deputy General Lu, who had just gotten up. Deputy General Lu pressed down on his aching abdomen, gritted his teeth, and waved his hand. Charge. If anyone in the Junji Medical Center dares to resist, kill without mercy. As soon as this was said, the patients in the clinic all revealed a horrified expression. They screamed and hid in the corner. But what's strange is that the people of Junji Medical Center, with the exception of those doctors in charge, are all calm and unperturbed. They don't even have the slightest intention of stopping them. Old Tao glances at Xiaobao, who is standing guard in front of Mu Yan. He can't help but roll his eyes in disdain. Just based on this group of idiots, they wanted to gain any advantage from the young master, haha, as long as he doesn't die too miserably, this thought had just flashed through Old Tao's mind. Bang, bang, bang. The dozen or so city guard mansion guards were thrown out one by one like broken gunny sacks. Deputy General Lu spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, he could not get up for a long time. At this moment, they have no choice but to believe that the person who just made a move was actually this child. A 4 or 5-year-old child actually easily knocked down more than a dozen strong men with high cultivation bases. Where did this monster come from? Ugh, puff. Cough, cough, cough. Just as everyone is in absolute silence from the shock, a violent cough comes from the ground. Everyone's line of sight stiffly turns over. Then, they're completely dumbfounded. God. What did they just see? That middle-aged man actually really came back to life. The entire clinic falls into a deathly silence. Soon after, they hear the middle-aged man cough again, and slowly sits up. That pair of eyes, still dripping with dark red blood tears, just happens to meet the beautiful woman's eyes. Ah! A terrified scream pierces through the sky. The beautiful woman, who was just crying pitifully, now sits down on the ground in fear. Her face is deathly pale, and her body is trembling like a sieve. Ghost! Ghost! Don't come over, don't come over. I didn't mean to kill you, don't come looking for me. The middle-aged man still hasn't come back to his senses, and his first reaction when he sees the beautiful woman is to call out, "Genie? What happened to you?" He didn't expect that in return, the beautiful woman would tremble even more in fear. At this time, the other people in the clinic also come to their senses. He came back to life. He really came back to life. God. It turns out that the Enchantress of Medicine really has the ability to bring people back from the dead. This is the first time I've seen such godly medical skills. The Enchantress of Medicine really deserves to be called the #1 genius doctor in Tianyuan City. What Tianyuan City, such magical medical skills are simply unheard of, unseen. It should be said that she's #1 in the Yanwu stage. Everyone's discussion makes Deng Hongfeng's smug expression freeze in place. He looks at the middle-aged man who has already climbed up from the ground, and then looks at Mayan, who is looking at him with a smile that isn't a smile. His complexion can be said to be extremely unsightly. Mayan claps her hands, and leisurely says, "Dr. Deng, you just said that the Enchantress of Medicine only has this level? May I ask what level it is?" As she spoke, she clenched her left hand into a fist and gently tapped the palm of her right hand. With a lazy smile, she said, "Actually, I would like to ask Dr. Deng, what kind of medical skill is a doctor who can't even tell whether a person is dead or alive?" Pfft, someone couldn't help but laugh out loud. Deng Hongfeng couldn't bear it any longer. He roars, "Jun Mayan, don't go too far. Don't forget, I'm a senior doctor of Xian Medical Pavilion. How can a woman like you judge me?" Xian Medical Pavilion senior doctor can't even diagnose whether a person is dead or alive. It looks like this doctor rating assessment issued by Xian Medical Pavilion isn't very convincing. As soon as these words came out, the clinic fell silent for a moment. Then, a burst of low whispers broke out. Deng Hongfeng's expression became uglier and uglier. That's because from the crowd's discussion, he really hears things like, "It seems that Xian Medical Pavilion is indeed unfair. In fact, godly Dr. Qian Qing doesn't have such magical medical skills as the Enchantress of Medicine. Do you still remember Dr. Feng from back then?" Because they opposed Xian Medical Pavilion's overbearingness, their whole family was exterminated. In addition to hatred and madness, there was also a faint sense of panic in his heart. Master had him come over to develop Xian Medical Pavilion's forces. Jun Mayan doesn't care about him, instead, she looks at that beautiful woman. "Oh, that's right, was it you who just said that my clinic treated someone to death?" The beautiful woman meets Mayan's pair of bottomless peach blossom eyes, and her whole body quivers. Repeatedly shaking her head, she says, "No, no, no. I made a mistake. This commoner woman was just anxious about my husband." Anxious about your husband? The corners of Mayan's mouth slightly curve up, but why did I just hear you say that you didn't mean to harm him? Moreover, if you really were anxious about your husband, then when you saw him come back to life, your first reaction wasn't to be wild with joy, but to fall to the ground in fright. Saying that, Mayan also pouts at Dr. Yu. "You see, the person you accused of killing your husband, when he saw your husband come back to life, he didn't feel afraid at all. Instead, he was very happy." Being called out, Dr. Yu is simply overwhelmed by the favor. He promptly bows deeply towards Mayan, and when he raises his head, the rims of his eyes are red. "Many thanks to Miss for saving me." Mayan smiles at him, but doesn't say anything. Hearing Mayan's question, the middle-aged man is already looking at the beautiful woman with a sharp gaze. The beautiful woman can't help but tremble from head to toe. I just didn't think that my husband would still be alive, so happy." Halfway through her words, a hand suddenly clutches her throat. The middle-aged man coldly says, "No wonder when I stood up, I felt pain in my neck. That was when you attacked me, wasn't it? You vicious woman, I've been good to you, how could you treat me like this?" Saying that, the 5 fingers suddenly tighten. The beautiful woman's eyes widen in horror, and she can't bear it anymore. She lets out a hoarse begging for mercy. "No, it wasn't me, it was the people from the Hongfu Medical Center who made me kill you in the Junji Medical Center, and then frame them." "People from the Hongfu Medical Center? Who?" The beautiful woman looks towards Deng Hongfeng with tears in her eyes. But she suddenly feels a sharp pain in her head, and then she completely loses her breath. The one who did it wasn't the middle-aged man, but a guard beside Deng Hongfeng. That guard looks very ordinary, but when he made his move just now, he exudes a frightening cultivation aura. This aura was so terrifying that everyone present felt a chill down their spines and broke out in a cold sweat. After returning to Deng Hongfeng's side, he sneered and said, "A vicious woman dares to frame a senior doctor? She must be tired of living. And you?" He looks at Mayan, his eyes are so cold that they can freeze people. "Keep your mouth clean for me. The Grand Xian Medical Pavilion isn't something that a silly little girl like you can provoke." When Xiaobao heard that someone was insulting his mother, his eyes flashed with coldness, and he took a step forward to attack. However, Mu Yan quickly pressed down on his shoulder. This guard's aura was very dangerous. Although her cultivation is not as good as hers, Mayan has an inexplicable intuition of danger. Especially when he was hiding behind Deng Hongfeng just now, and even she did not notice him. She herself might not be afraid to make a move, but the innocent patients of Junji Medical Center might suffer a calamity. Deng Hongfeng's eyes lit up when he saw the guard's action. "Guardianly, you're finally willing to help." He was clearly a guard, but Deng Hongfeng was extremely respectful towards him. His cold gaze sweeps over Deng Hongfeng, and finally falls on Mayan. "If you want to blame someone, blame this woman. She actually dared to insult Xian Medical Pavilion. Today, seeing that you're already a senior doctor of Xian Medical Pavilion, I won't take your life, I'll just give you a little lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure disappeared from where he was like a flash of lightning. By the time everyone comes to their senses, a palm wrapped in powerful internal force is already ruthlessly swatting down on Mayan. This palm isn't just rolling and vigorous internal force, it's also boundless. What's even more frightening is the sinister air that's being emitted from it. Even the people who are a little closer, when they come into contact with that little bit of sinister air, they feel their qi churning, their skin burning like it's on fire. Everyone in the Junji Medical Center, including Old Tao and the others, all show frightened and worried expressions. Some people can't help but shout, "Be careful, Enchantress of Medicine." Even Xiaobao feels that curling internal force heatwave, and feels a suffocating sense of oppression. His cold and handsome little face tightens in a split second. However, before he could get ready for battle, his collar is pulled, and he's directly pulled behind him. A fair, jade-like palm slowly pushes out. Under that wave-like sinister internal force, this pair of jade hands seems like they could be destroyed at any time. But in the next moment, a miraculous scene happens. In the air, the white jade palms suddenly flip and overlap, layers upon layers of afterimages, like layers of Tianshan snow lotuses blooming. Then, there's clearly no strings being plucked. Everyone's ears seem to hear a melodious and sweet-sounding sound of a zither. Following the sound of the zither, the Black Indian internal force seems to have encountered its nemesis. It's quickly swallowed up. Those that aren't swallowed also flee in panic like stray dogs. A trace of shock finally appears on the face of the guard, who has always been aloof. Just then, the two hands meet. Clang! This is the droning sound of a zither. Bang! This is the collision of internal force when the two palms collide. The two people simultaneously retreat. Mayan takes 3 steps back. That protectorly takes 7 steps back. When he finally stabilizes his figure, his complexion turns green and white, so unsightly that it could drip ink. His eyes are fixed on Mu Yan, almost unable to control his tone and emotions. Just who are you?" She was obviously a young girl who wasn't even 20 years old, but she was actually able to exchange blows with him. Didn't that mean he had to have a Xiantian cultivation? No, it was definitely not as simple as a Xiantian master, but how was that possible? Before Mayan can answer, Deng Hongfeng rushes to yell and shout, "This smelly woman is called Jun Mayan." Relying on her little medical skills, she completely doesn't put our Xian Medical Pavilion in her eyes. She even insults Master with her words. During this period of time, Deng Hongfeng had been suppressed by Mu Yan to the point of being too aggrieved. He had never felt so aggrieved before. He thought of all kinds of methods to kill Mayan, but there was nothing he could do. Even the mercenaries didn't come back. Of course, he knew how powerful Protector Li was, but who was Protector Li? He was one of his master's most trusted aides. How could he order them around? He didn't even dare to use words to bluff them. It was because Protector Lee was too terrifying. His entire body seemed to be covered in poison, and if one were to get close to him and anger him, their lives would be in danger. But he didn't expect that today, that idiot Jun Mayan would actually anger Protector Lee. Wouldn't that be courting death? Protector Lee, you must teach him a good lesson today. Deng Hongfeng firmly believes that after listening to his words, Protector Lee wouldn't be able to stop himself from making his move again. This time, it would take Mayan's life. Unexpectedly, Protector Lee's complexion only becomes even more unsightly after listening to his words. Then without saying a word, he turns around and leaves. Kill Mayan? Are you kidding me? Right now, let alone killing someone, it's almost impossible for him to even move. There's a burst of fiery pain in his chest. If he doesn't leave immediately, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from spitting out a mouthful of blood. Protector Lee's eyes are filled with resentment and anger. His figure quickly disappears without a trace like lightning. As for that idiot Deng Hongfeng, if he dies, then he dies. What's the big deal? In any case, Master has a lot of apprentices. Deng Hongfeng is struck dumb. Protector Lee, Protector Lee. Why are you leaving? He shouts, wanting to follow him out. But before he could step out of the door, his feet stagger, and he falls flat on his face. Then he hears Mayan's chuckling voice, Deng Hongfeng, where do you think this place is? You can come and go as you please? Deng Hongfeng's fall isn't light. It's quite a while before he can raise his head, shaking it. But he finds out that the patients of the Junji Medical Center have already been driven out. The only ones left are the people from the Ink camp, his subordinates, and Deputy General Lu's group. Everyone is hung upside down and tied up. The people from the Ink camp are grinning as they take off their clothes. Deng Hongfeng shudders, his voice sharp and thin, Jun Mayan, what do you want to do? I'm an elder of the Xian Medical Pavilion, I'm the genius doctor's apprentice, what do you dare to do to me? Bang, a foot steps on his head, directly pushing him into the ground. Pa! A thick spit is spat on his face. The Ink camp's Guan who picks his teeth and says sloppily, what are you being so noisy for? Lousy's ears are about to go deaf from your noise. Do you believe that I won't step on your eggs if you keep making noise? You lowly slave, you actually dare to, Before Deng Hongfeng could finish his words, there's really a foot that directly steps on his unspeakable position. With a cracking sound, everyone seemed to have heard the sound of eggs breaking. Everyone, including old Tao who is watching from the sidelines, as well as Guan who just spoke, have goosebumps on their bodies. He kept feeling a chill in his crotch. Looking at Changyu who had just moved his leg, both of them shuddered. That's because Changyu is the first to break through in the Ink camp, and he's also the first to choose to be loyal to Xiaobao. Therefore, his image had always been more mature, prudent, and somewhat gentle. But he didn't expect that his opponent would be such a ruthless person. Changyu retracted his leg, but acted as if nothing had happened. He said indifferently, the scene is rather bloody. Does Miss want to take the young master away? Everyone looks at Mayan and Xiaobao. Xiaobao clenches Mu Yan's fingers. Mu Yan smiled faintly and said, all right. I'll leave the rest to you. I don't need any confessions or promises, as long as he doesn't die too easily. Deng Hongfeng, who was in so much pain from his balls being crushed, suddenly widened his eyes, which were filled with fear and pleading. Unfortunately, no one here will pay attention to him. Just as Mu Yan is about to turn around, she pauses. She faintly looks at Deng Hongfeng for a moment, then says, go and call Big Brother, I believe that he would also want to see this man's end. Mu Yan leads Xiaobao back to the room. As soon as they entered, Xiaobao threw himself into her arms and hugged her thigh tightly. She raised her head, her blue eyes wide open, but the rims of her eyes were red. She didn't say a word, but her pink lips were trembling as if she was wronged and afraid. Mayan's heart softens all of a sudden. She quickly crouches down and takes him into her arms. Her voice is unbelievably soft, baby, don't be afraid. Niangqin only suffered a very light injury. It will be fine after a simple treatment. If you don't believe me, use your Xianxia to check it out. Mother really doesn't feel uncomfortable at all, and she won't get sick. Her small hand grasps Mayan's wrist, but her palm is cold. One could imagine how scared and worried he was just now. Internal force surges in and finds that Mayan's injury is really light. Only then does the little body's taut nerves suddenly relax. However, Xiaobao is still clutching Mayan's clothes, his slightly trembling body is tightly buried in her bosom. His low voice is full of complaint and grievance. Xiaobao doesn't want Xianxia to get hurt, not even a light injury. Okay, I will protect myself in the future. Xiaobao, treat mother's injuries. The corner of Mu Yan's mouth curls up as she carries Xiaobao to the table. With a wave of his finger, the Tian Mo Qin appears on his seat. Little Treasure placed his little hand on it. His movements were somewhat clumsy, but his expression was unusually serious. With the sound of the music, the dried-up and burning sea of qi slowly seemed to be moistened by a sweet spring. The smile in Mayan's eyes is full of tenderness. No matter how many people were around her, Xiaobao was always the first to notice that something was wrong with her body. But what surprised her was, even old Tao did not notice it, but Changyu actually discovered it. It seemed that Changyu's innate talent might be even higher than she had expected. There was also the protector Li that Deng Hongfeng mentioned. Mu Yan slightly narrows her eyes, a cold light flickering in them. That person's profound qi was filled with a sinister aura that could corrode flesh and blood. If she remembered correctly, this should be a poison man that Xianxia had spent dozens of years cultivating. Hee, I really didn't expect it to come knocking on my door so soon. The sound of the zither stops, and Mu Yan slowly exhales. Xiaobao lifts his small face and looks at Mu Yan with concern. Mayan takes out a bottle of draft and gulps it down. Soon after, she reveals a smile. Thank you, Xiaobao. Xianxia has already recovered. Little Treasure's eyes shone brightly, and there was an imperceptible joy in his eyes. However, because he was treating him, he had consumed too much of his profound qi, so Xiaobao immediately felt sleepy. Her little head nodded, and her thick black eyelashes drooped. Mu Yan's heart ached as she held him in her arms and placed him on the bed. Then, she turned around and left the room. His figure was like a phantom, silently disappearing into the night. Protector Li, what's wrong with you? Where's Dr. Deng? Get lost. The door slammed shut, and he couldn't hold back his second mouthful of blood. Protector Li's eyes are filled with haze and ruthlessness, his mouth muttering that name, Jun Mayan. Jun Mayan. Suddenly, Guardian Li's expression froze and he frowned slightly. Wait a minute, why did he find the name Jun Mayan somewhat familiar? Moreover, he felt as if he had seen the girl's incomparably charming face somewhere before. As Protector Li pondered, he clutched his chest and went to the cabinet. He took out a bottle of draft and poured it into his mouth. The draft slowly took effect, and it began to repair the damage to his meridians and internal organs. With one hand on his abdomen, he looks down and sees that his clothes are stained with the blood that he himself spat out. Ever since he was trained by the Lord into a poison man and advanced to the pre-celestial stage. When has he ever suffered such humiliation? Jun Mayan is just a woman, how could she have such great ability? Suddenly Protector Li's eyes widen, his eyes filled with shock. He remembers. It's that girl, that Jun Mayan, that woman who accidentally ran into the master, sought medical advice from the master, and was finally diagnosed as pregnant, but how is this possible? Shouldn't that girl who got pregnant out of wedlock already be dead? The fetus in her belly should have already been dug out by Princess Xianxia. At that time, Princess Xianxia gave the master great benefits for the sake of this fetus. It's also because of these benefits that the master was able to train them into invincible poison men. But why is this person still alive, and how could she become so powerful? The more Protector Li thinks, the more alarmed he is. Then a delicate and handsome little face unconsciously flashes through his mind. A child of only 4 or 5 years old, and he can kill a profound stage practitioner at will. Ho! He sucks in a mouthful of cold air, his body trembling because of extreme excitement. Don't tell me that child is that immortal fetus from that time? Yes, the timing is right, such talent and innate bone structure are also right. Ha, the immortal fetus and the immortal mother, if I tell the Lord will definitely reward me. Jun Mayan, just wait for you to die without a burial. Your flesh and blood will become our best tonic, and even your son will become the elixir for the master to cross the tribulation and ascend. Ha. Thinking of this, Protector Li couldn't bear it anymore. He doesn't even care about the injuries on his body. He casually tidies himself up, and wants to rush to Jingqing country overnight to report the shocking secret to Qianqing. However, Protector Li hasn't reached the door. The door of the room is suddenly slowly pushed open from the outside. Because of the poor lighting inside and outside, Protector Li can't clearly see the figures of the people outside. He only faintly feels that the surrounding air is filled with a kind of powerful pressure that almost suffocates him. Who are you people? He can only see that there are two people standing outside, and they are two tall and terrifying men. Especially the one in front. Even though Protector Li couldn't see his face clearly, he could still feel the pressure emanating from his body. It was a pressure that made everything in the world submit to him. Just now, you said that you wanted someone to die a horrible death? The man's voice was deep and magnetic, indescribably sexy and majestic. But when Protector Li heard it, he didn't know why, but his body couldn't help but tremble. He was a mid-level Xianxia, who in the world could make him tremble? You were sent by Jun Mayan? Protector Li gritted his teeth and roared in a threatening manner. What? She's afraid that I'll know the identity of her and her bastard, so she wants to kill me? I'm telling you, you better not push me too far, otherwise. Before he could finish, a pair of hands clasped his neck. The hands were dry and cold. When he grabbed his neck, it was as if a piece of 1,000-year-old ice had blocked his windpipe. Protector Li's eyes widened in horror and his legs kicked wildly. The man's cold voice rang in her ears, "Who are you calling a bastard?" However, that man is certainly not simple. After all, that bastard has an immortal physique. Haha, if a living immortal physique is refined into an elixir, it can let my master ascend in an instant. Say, if this news were to spread, who in the Yanwu continent wouldn't want this mother and son? Would they still have a place to stay in the future? As he says these words, Protector Li feels the man's mood fluctuate. This is the time, an ominous glint flashes in his eyes, and his hands suddenly move. A thick black smoke suddenly sprays out. The smoke curls up, touching the door frame, the floor, and the furniture. The room unexpectedly emits a terrible sizzling sound. Just by being touched by this smoke, the furniture in the room actually starts to melt. It's enough to imagine how poisonous this smoke is. Protector Li feels the tight grip on his neck loosen, and he immediately takes a step back. He laughs heartily. How is it? The bone-rotting powder that master personally refined, it tastes pretty good. Ha 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 ha, this is a poison that can even corrode a pre-celestial expert's body, ah. The complacent laughter suddenly turned into a terrified and shrill scream. Protector Li's entire body flies out uncontrollably, and he heavily hits the wall. But he doesn't fall after hitting the wall, instead, he firmly sticks to it. That's because there are countless long steel nails on his limbs, shoulders, and body. Blood gurgles down along the steel nails, quickly drenching his clothes. The intense pain makes Protector Li wish he could immediately faint. Soon after, he sees two figures slowly coming out from the thick smoke. It's clearly a corrosive smoke, but when it touches those two people, there's not even the slightest reaction. Even as the two people walk step by step, the thick smoke seems to fear and submit, automatically moving to the sides. And Protector Li finally sees the appearance of the man in the lead. It's a handsome face that could make all the women in the world go crazy. The tall figure, every inch of it has a perfect curve, and there's a power that can make people's blood boil. But the most shocking thing isn't his appearance, but his temperament. Graceful, noble, disdainful, a ruler descending upon the world. When did such a man appear in the Yanwu continent? Why has he never seen him before? You, who are you? Why, want to kill me? Do you know who I am? If you kill me, my master won't let you off. Swish, a cold light flashed, and Protector Li felt a sharp pain in his mouth and tongue. Then, he could no longer make a sound. Then, he saw the man lift his eyes and look at him. His only glance was extremely cold, as if he was looking at a disgusting ant. For hurting her, you don't even deserve to die. Taking advantage of the night, Mu Yan quickly arrives at Enforcer Li's residence. But as soon as she entered the door, she felt that something was wrong. A pungent stench assaulted his nostrils. It was accompanied by the man's low, broken moans. His moans were filled with pain and despair, but he just couldn't break free. He pushed open Protector Li's door. Even with Muyan's calmness, she was still somewhat unable to recover from the scene in front of her. What the hell was that meatball nailed to the wall? Judging from his aura, it seemed to be Protector-Li. But how did Guardian Li turn into such a ghostly state? This is simply more painful than death, isn't it? Her own enmity was inexplicably avenged, although she also very much hopes that this henchman of Qianqing's will die without a burial site. But, in the end, who was it that made the first move? Mayan slightly knits her brows, and slowly walks 2 steps inside the room. Suddenly, a strange breath rushes into the tip of her nose, making her breath slightly sluggish. However, she quickly returns to normal, and leaves with a puzzled look on her face. After Mayan has left, 2 figures appear. Han Yi couldn't help but ask softly, Jun Shang, are you not going to meet with Miss Mayan? Humph, the man at his side turns his head, his expression as cold and unapproachable as ever. But within those blue eyes, there's a hint of gnashing teeth resentment. Not meeting? Han Yi can't help but secretly roll his eyes. Say you won't meet, but don't be so worried, unable to sit or stand still. You even do this kind of thing like peeping. Say you won't meet, but don't go crazy with jealousy when you see Miss Mayan being intimate with a man. Say you won't meet, but don't run over to avenge Miss Mayan when you see her injured. == Qi Yan Imperial Palace. Cough, cough, cough. Violent coughing sounds, and it's accompanied by a pungent smell of medicine, filling the room. As soon as Liu Beiyu hears the coughing, he immediately drops his paintbrush and rushes over. He helps the person on the bed up, his face full of concern. Big brother, how are you? Are you all right? The youth on the bed shakes his head, revealing a weak smile as he looks up at Liu Beiyu. He sees that the youth has a handsome face, but it's extremely pale. His pair of beautiful eyes seem to be covered with a layer of white nebula, making him look like a blind person who can't focus. Especially when he coughs, this white nebula becomes even heavier. Liu Beiyu looks at the youth's deathly pale face, the sweat on his forehead, and the increasingly deep white nebula in his eyes. His eyes are full of worry. Big brother, isn't your illness getting worse? Listen to me, come with me to see my master, okay? Maybe my master can cure you? Cough, cough. The youth coughs twice, then he shakes his head with a wry smile. You said it yourself, your master is an apothecary, not a doctor. My illness can't be cured by medicine. Even the divine Dr. Qianqing had no way to cure it, so how could anyone else be able to cure it? Why go through the trouble of making this trip? Liu Beiyu wants to refute that his master is omnipotent. But when he thought about it, he realized that he had never seen his master's medical skills other than sewing chicken legs. Ah pooey, sewing his legs, it seemed like he had never seen any other medical skills. If Big Brother painstakingly went there but couldn't cure it in the end, Big Brother would definitely be very sad. Moreover, the problem was that he didn't know where his master was. Let's not talk about this. Big brother, look at the painting I just drew. What do you think? You've made great progress, haven't you? Since there's no solution, Liu Beiyu simply changes the subject. You see, this is Imperial Father's Imperial bodyguard. His body is the most satisfactory of all my works. Only to see Liu Beiyu spread out the drawing paper, impressively drawing a man who is almost completely naked from head to toe, only using vine leaves to cover his important parts. The man was tall and sturdy, with muscles all over his body. But Liu Beiyu posed it in a gentle and beautiful posture. That appearance is really unspeakably strange. Liu Beiyu is extremely satisfied with his masterpiece. He thought to himself, master is so smart, telling me to draw a tall and sturdy man, not a beautiful woman. Sure enough, his painting skills had improved by leaps and bounds. When he saw his master, he would definitely let his master take a good look at him and praise him. When the young man on the bed saw the painting, he could not help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. At this moment, a young eunuch hurriedly ran in. When he saw the two of them, he cowed out and said, Your First Highness, Your Third Highness, I have something to report. What is it? It's news from Tianyuan City. The little eunuch raised his head, his face full of excitement and agitation. It's said that a famous doctor has appeared over there. He can cure the terminal stage of intestinal ulcer, and can even bring the dead back to life. Some even said that her medical skills were better than Miracle Dr. Qian's. What doctor? How could he be more powerful than Dr. Qian? Lu Beiyu's eyes also brighten. What's his name? What's his background? Since it's in the territory of my Qi Yan country, just invite someone to the imperial palace to diagnose Big Brother's illness. This? The young eunuch showed a hint of hesitation. I heard that the miracle doctor has a very strange temper. He only sees a few patients a day and doesn't pay anyone's bills. I'm afraid it won't be easy to invite him. Lu Beiyu's brows wrinkled all of a sudden. What the hell? How dare you ignore the summons of our imperial palace? Tell me, where did he come from? Could it be someone from Xian Medical Pavilion? Does it have anything to do with Qianqing? The little eunuch shook his head. This doctor, the people of Tianyuan City gave her a nickname, Enchantress of Medicine, meaning, charming ghosts and gods, doctor in charge of heaven's will. This was not only because of the doctor's miraculous medical skills, but also because she was an extremely beautiful young lady. Girl? Lu Beiyu's eyes suddenly widened. As if he had thought of something seemed to be burning in his eyes. What's her name? The Enchantress is called June. June Mayan. Bang, Lu Beiyu stumbles and awkwardly falls to the ground. Third brother. The young man on the bed screamed and wanted to reach out to support him. He sees Lu Beiyu quickly climb up, his face still a little red from the fall, blooming with an excited smile. Big brother, it's master. The Enchantress Mayan is the master that I told you about. I told you that master would definitely be able to cure you. Just you wait, I'll go to Tianyuan City now and invite master over to treat you. Believe me, master is omnipotent. She will definitely be able to cure your illness. Tianyuan City, Junji Medical Center. Get out of the way. Don't block the way, let my family's palace, let my family's young master pass. The crowd outside the clinic was suddenly pushed aside by a few muscular men who were dressed similarly. Each of these brawny men was at least at the mystic stage. Their eyes were sharp and their auras were threatening. One look and you could tell that they were not to be trifled with. The crowd retreated to the sides, but there was worry on their faces. Why did someone come to cause trouble again? Could it be that the people of Xian Medical Pavilion want to lay their hands on the Enchantress of Medicine? This is going too far. The Junji Medical Center clearly didn't do anything wrong, but they keep coming over to make trouble again and again. The commotion here also alarmed the ink camp guards inside the medical center. They've already been informed that they might be facing the counterattack of Xian Medical Pavilion. Immediately, their eyes lit up with excitement. Damn, this group of grandsons from Xian Medical Pavilion finally have the guts to come and cause trouble. I've been waiting for them for so long that I'm going to rot. That's right. If we don't fight, we have to be drilled every day. It's a living hell. Brothers, the fat sheep has delivered themselves to us. Beat them to death. However, don't beat him to death, lest you get bored later on. Lu Beiyu has just pushed aside his bodyguards, opening his mouth to say, "Who are you people, daring to block my way? Quickly get out of the way, I want to find my master." Before he could finish saying master, a huge fist was already flying towards his face. Ah! A scream, then came the sounds of fighting. In just a short span of a few dozen breaths, Lu Beiyu and the guards he brought are already lying on the ground. All of them had bruised noses and swollen faces. They exhaled more than they inhaled, and they couldn't even get up. Guan Hu directly sits on Lu Beiyu's body and sneers, "Speak, who sent you? What do you want to do running to our Junji Medical Center?" Lu Beiyu ruthlessly glares at Guan Hu, gnashing his teeth, You bunch of bastards. How dare you treat me like this? My master and senior brother won't let you off. I'm so scared. Guan Hu picked his ear, why don't you tell me, what are the names of your master and senior brother? Let's see if I'm scared or not. Ha ha ha. The surrounding people of the ink camp burst into laughter. Just as he was laughing, he heard a commotion in the crowd. Someone shouted, "It's the Enchantress of Medicine, the Enchantress and young master are back." Then, a girl in green with a face as white as snow slowly walked over, holding the hand of a cute child. The moment he saw the two, Lu Beiyu's eyes redden all of a sudden, and he yells at the top of his lungs, "Master, little brother, help ah!" Whoosh, everyone seemed to hear the sound of leaves blowing past their ears. Guanhu stiffens. He turns his head and woodenly looks at Liu Beiyu. You, who are you calling master? Right at this moment, Xiaobao had already struggled free of Mu Yan's hand and slowly walked over to him. His gaze slowly moves up from Liu Beiyu's tearful face, falling on Guanhu's body that is already so stiff that he can't move. Young master, you, Xiaobao slightly narrowed his eyes and said in his unique childish voice, what do you want to do to my stupid junior brother? Hearing his words, the tears in Liu Beiyu's eyes suddenly gushes out. Little senior brother, you must uphold justice for me. Xiaobao turned his head away with a look of disgust on his face and spat out the word stupid. However, her small hand still stretched out, grabbed Guanhu's collar, and directly threw him out. Throughout the whole process, Mu Yan stood on the side with a smile on her face, a peculiar light circulating in her eyes. Xiaobao looked cold. But once he treated them as one of his own, he would protect them. For example, this stupid prince who had only been her disciple for 3 days and hadn't even learned half a move from her. Just because Liu Beiyu calls him little senior brother and trusts him wholeheartedly. Young miss. The people of the ink camp tremble with fear and trepidation as they line up in front of Mu Yan. Shrinking their heads, they have a pitiful appearance. We really didn't know that this was your disciple. The main thing is, the miss and the little master are clearly so valiant. Although Liu Beiyu and his guards have been beaten miserably, they're still only injured. In Mayan's hands, they're easily cured. Lowering his head and drinking a bowl of medicine, Liu Beiyu frowns. Just as he puts the bowl down, he sees a row of ink camp brawny men standing in front of his bed. Each and every one of them has a fiendish look, as if they're itching to skin him and dismember him. You, what are you guys doing? Liu Beiyu's voice unconsciously trembles. He's really scared from the beating just now. Just as he's bewildered, he hears the man who just gave him the first punch say in a gruff voice, "Speak, how are you going to punish us?" Ah? What ah? If you don't punish us, the little master will definitely peel off a layer of our skin later. Seeing Liu Beiyu's stupefied look, Guanhu gets even angrier. He looks at him from head to toe, sizing him up from left to right. The more he looks, the more upset he gets. With this weak chicken appearance, it would be strange if he could think that this person is the Mrs. Apprentice. You can't blame them for getting beaten up. Are you really the Mrs. Apprentice? The disdain in his tone is almost overflowing. As soon as Liu Beiyu hears this, he immediately explodes. Of course I'm Master's apprentice. This group of people can question his identity as a prince, but they can't question his relationship with his master and little brother. Guanhu curls his lips and says, with your weak chicken appearance, which part of you looks like the Mrs. Apprentice? Which part of you looks like the little master's apprentice? Who would have thought that Liu Beiyu wouldn't feel the slightest bit ashamed or annoyed at being called a weak chicken? On the contrary, he's bold and confident. I didn't learn martial arts from master. What does my weakness have to do with whether I'm master's apprentice or not? Not martial arts? Then what is it? Is it medicine? Liu Beiyu has an inscrutable look on his face as he shakes his head. It's also not medicine? Is it alchemy? He continues to shake his head. This time, the people of the ink camp are really curious. In the end, what did you learn from the miss? Liu Beiyu shows a mysterious smile, then he has someone bring over a package from the side. He takes out a mounted scroll from inside. As the scroll slowly unfurls, the rough men of the ink camp see the vivid and lifelike drawing on it, and then everyone is petrified. This, what is this? Guanhu used his coarse and wild voice, like a duck's quack, to forcibly let out a eunuch's shrill cry. The other people from the ink camp are also dumbstruck, their expressions lifeless. This scene was simply too hard to accept. In the painting was a 7-foot-tall man like them, but he was wearing light muslin and had a drunken and enchanting posture. The scene was still very beautiful. The 7-foot-tall man's face was hazy, but his posture was the perfect combination of gentleness and strength. The entire picture was vivid and lifelike, as if it was about to leap out of the paper. It was so goddamn lifelike. Guanhu looked sluggishly at Liu Beiyu. You said you learned it from Miss, that's it. Liu Beiyu's face was full of admiration and awe. Master's painting skills are much better than mine. Initially, when he gave me several paintings of beauties for my personal bodyguards, each one seemed to have a soul. Although I'd been diligently practicing during this time, I still couldn't learn even 1/10 of master's skill. Suddenly, his voice pauses. His gaze looks up and down at Guan Hu and the others, the light in his eyes getting brighter and brighter. There's an ominous premonition in his heart, it's like a runaway wild horse. Sure enough, the next moment, Liu Beiyu claps his hands and says excitedly, "Didn't you just say that you want me to punish you? There's no need for punishment, each of you will be my model for a day. Just like my guards, take off your clothes and pose in all kinds of poses. I promise, it'll be very easy. I draw very fast." Guan Hu feels cold sweat dripping down from his head. He takes a step back, then another, still not necessary, we'd better obediently accept the miss and the little master's punishment. Saying that, the group of people look at Liu Beiyu like they've seen a ghost. They break into a run. Who knew that at this time, Mayan's clear and melodious voice could be heard from behind? I actually think that this punishment method is pretty good. Crack. Guan Hu's figure suddenly freezes, the fine and dense cold sweat turns into a waterfall of sweat. He struggles on his deathbed, "Little master, we are willing to accept the hellish training." Right. We're willing to accept the hellish training. Xiaobao expressionlessly looks at them, then he coldly says, "If Nyangqin says it's not bad, then it's not bad. Ow, don't ah. Help." Amidst ghostly wails and wolf-like howls, the 7 or 8 people from the ink camp who had bullied Liu Beiyu and his guards are all stripped of their clothes. Only some enchanting ornaments are left to cover the important parts of their bodies. There's a pink scarf. There's a red maple leaf. There's even a shell inlaid with pearls, specifically covering the 3 key points. Yan Haoyan violently suppresses Guan Hu and the others who want to resist. Turning around, he finds Feng Haiteng standing by Mayan's side, staring fixedly at this scene. His eyes, which had always been cold and indifferent, surged with an amused smile. Just like a child, curious and naive. Yan Haoyan hasn't seen such a lively Feng Haiteng for a long time. Since their reunion, Yan Haoyan has refused to be together with Feng Haiteng, causing her reticent face to almost completely lose its smile. Seeing this scene, Yan Haoyan should be gratified and happy. However, Feng Haiteng's eyes were almost glued to those naked men. However, Yan Haoyan could not help but feel a burst of anger in his heart. Almost without thinking, he stepped forward and covered Feng Haiteng's eyes, dragging her out. Feng Haiteng was stunned and wanted to resist. When she found out that the person pulling her was Yan Haoyan, the corners of her mouth immediately hooked up into a gentle smile. She obediently followed him and left. Feng Haiteng and Yan Haoyan's departure did not affect the painting process in the slightest. Guan Hu and the others looked as if they had lost their parents, wishing that they could bang their heads against the wall and die. If they had known that they would end up like this after beating up that weakling, they would definitely not have touched a single hair on that weakling's head. Seeing Yan Haoyan leave, Guan Hu rolled his eyes, wanting to sneak away. But before he could take a step, he hears Mayan's beaming voice, "I think Guan Hu, you seem to be wearing too many clothes. Why don't you take off the black veil as well?" "Don't." Guan Hu almost kneels down in front of this grandaunt, "I won't run. I won't run anymore." The other people in the ink camp who haven't been punished don't care about his wailing. One by one, they come over, laughing and giggling. They tear off the veil on his body, letting his majestic body be completely revealed before everyone. Good. It really has a great feeling. Master, they're really worthy of being your people, they're even more majestic than the guards in the imperial palace. Quickly pose yourselves, I'm going to paint. As he speaks, he lifts his brush. But after a few strokes, he slightly frowns, I feel that something's not right, they seem to be lacking a more explosive core. Don't you think so, master? Mayan nods, expressing her approval. This disciple of hers isn't very good at martial arts, but his talent in painting is excellent. As soon as Liu Beiyu sees that Mayan approves, a pair of bright eyes immediately turn towards the other ink camp members. Coming into contact with his line of sight, those ink camp people who were still taking pleasure in other people's misfortunes suddenly turn aghast. They can't wait to break into a run. However, under Mayan's beaming gaze, each and every one of these people's legs tremble, and they don't dare to budge. Sob sob sob. Miss, please spare us. We didn't do anything wrong. Right, right. We didn't do anything wrong. We don't need to accept punishment, right? Lu Beiyu says with an excited face, you're dedicating yourself to art, how can you say that it's a punishment? Master, don't you think so? Mayan curls up the corners of her lips, smiling like a flower. Her whole face is as bright as the sun, and as bright as the moon. Mississippi suddenly, a deep voice rings out from behind her. Changyu slowly walks in front of her, kneels down on one knee, and slightly bows his head, this subordinate is willing to paint. In an instant, the whole audience goes silent. The ink camp people blink, and then they pick their ears, but they still feel that it's inconceivable. Could it be that their ink camp's most outstanding elite, Changyu, is stupid, but Changyu doesn't pay attention to anyone's reaction. He stands up, and neatly takes off his clothes and pants, revealing a lean and slender body, tall and clean. Changyu's face is covered with scars, rough and ugly, but what's strange is that his figure is exceptionally good. The skin on his body is also smooth and tight, revealing a sexy honey-colored hue. Even someone as calm as Mayan is also somewhat dumbfounded. What kind of development is this? Good, good, good. That's great. This is the fulcrum I want, the one and only core. Lu Beiyu excitedly jumps up from his seat. With trembling hands, she took a piece of black cloth and tied it around his waist. Changyu was pushed to the center of the 8 people, putting on a drunken and confused posture. But this posture, coupled with his slender waist and long legs, had an inexplicable charm that made one's blood boil. Guanhu and the others, who were originally scattered like sand, under the guidance of his imposing manner, seemed to have fused into a whole. Looking at it quietly, every detail was illustrating the true meaning of strength and beauty. Mu Yan withdraws her astonished expression from a moment ago. Her admiring gaze sweeps over the scene, and finally falls on Changyu. It was indeed a scene so beautiful that it made one's soul tremble. Since she can become Lu Beiyu's master, her attainments in painting are naturally very high. Therefore, he knew better than anyone how shocked and touched the painter was by this seemingly shameful scene. Moreover, under such shock, she faintly comprehended something in her heart. Her cultivation that had been stagnant for a long time seemed to loosen. Mu Yan looks at this scene attentively, looking at Changyu, who is the fulcrum. However, he didn't notice that Changyu's slightly drooping eyelashes were trembling slightly. He clearly knows that he doesn't have the qualifications to think about the person in front of him. However, his reason can't control his heart. He can't restrain his surging emotions. He doesn't know when it started, but Changyu's gaze can't help but fall on the Mississippi blazing, longing, loving, but also enduring. When the Mrs. eyes look at Guanhu and the others' naked bodies, he wishes that those shimmering eyes were looking at him. So, he does it. Without any sense of shame, he takes off his own clothes and becomes Lu Beiyu's model. He only hopes that that person's gaze can stay on him, even for a moment. When those watery peach blossom eyes lazily look over and fall on his bare skin, Changyu almost uses all the strength in his body to suppress the trembling of his body and the redness of his skin. The skin that person is looking at seems to be burning with fire. It's burning and sweet. This is his happiest moment. But it's also his only happy moment. He can't let the miss find out about his filthy feelings. Otherwise, he won't even have the chance to stay by the miss's side. Bang! A loud noise comes from the roof, and gravel falls down in a swirl. It's followed by a gust of wind mixed with endless anger. Not far away, Changyu and the others are directly thrown to the ground. The furniture in the room fell down with a clatter, covering them securely. Especially Changyu, he's directly knocked into the corner by that gust of wind. He spits out a mouthful of blood and faints. Nyangqin. Xiaobao wakes up from this unforeseen event and wants to pull Mayan's hand. But without waiting for him to move, Mayan has already disappeared from where she stood. She's firmly imprisoned in an embrace. There's a blazing, almost explosive breath, and a man's hoarse and angry voice, ringing with a fury that can tear people apart. June. Mayan, you're mine. Dust sprinkles down, making people unable to see the person's appearance clearly. They can only vaguely see a silhouette. But Xiaobao is the first to react. Lecher. Let go of my Nyangqin. As he says that, his small figure rushes out like a cannonball, wanting to snatch Mayan back. However, the expected impact of fist and flesh doesn't happen. When the dust settled, the figure of the man and his mother, who were still in the same place, disappeared without a trace. Xiaobao stood stiffly in place, his face as cold as frost, and his eyes spitting fire. Little master, what happened? The ink camp guard on the side, still conscious, asks while trembling with fear, is it someone from Xian Medical Pavilion? Did they kidnap the young miss? Xiaobao gritted his teeth and slowly shook his head. Taking a deep breath, he spat out a few words, Mother, I'm fine. The one who captured Nyangqin was that lecher, so of course Nyangqin would be fine, but that bastard actually took his mother away from him, bastard. Rogue. Rascal, don't think that Nyangqin is yours, don't think that I can't find you, I will definitely snatch my mother back. Mu Yan woke up to the rumbling of her stomach. His nose was filled with the fragrance of food. Rubbing her stomach, she sat up and looked around. He discovered that he was in a woman's bedroom that was decorated elegantly and gently. Although it was a bedroom, there were delicious dishes on the table not far away. Moreover, those dishes were still steaming hot. One look and it would make people's fingers move. Mu Yan quickly jumps down from the bed. She casually washes her hands with the water in the basin on the side and wipes her face. He immediately sat at the table and began to eat heartily. His attitude was quite carefree. He didn't even care where he was right now. As soon as the food enters her mouth, Mayan suddenly widens her eyes, revealing an amazed expression. So delicious, it was several times more delicious than the expensive food she had eaten in big restaurants. He didn't know which chef made it, but he actually had such a high level of cooking. Oh, I really want to kidnap him back and make him cook for me. After eating and drinking to her heart's content, Mu Yan stretches with satisfaction. He patted the non-existent dust off his clothes and got up to leave. When she opened the door, she realized that she was in a huge courtyard. There was the fragrance of flowers and the singing of birds in the yard. There's also a very large area that has been reclaimed as a ridge, with a lot of drafts and herbs planted on it. Every one of them is exceptionally rare, and there are even some that Mu Yan has never seen before. However, she did not intend to stay in this unfamiliar place for long. She was afraid that if she returned late, Xiaobao would be worried. Where do you think you're going? A deep, husky voice suddenly came from behind. Mayan's figure pauses, but she doesn't turn around. Instead, she leaps up. His body was like a nimble swallow as he leaped onto the wall of the courtyard. Once she crossed the wall, she would be out of the yard. Di Mingju didn't expect that this woman clearly knows that it's him, and even heard his voice. She didn't even turn around to look at him. Instead, he ran away. Did she really hate and despise him that much? When he thought of this, the anger in his heart surged along with the burning and tearing pain. In an instant, his eyes burned red. Mayan lightly steps on the wall with one foot, and her figure flies away like a bird. Suddenly, an irresistible force tugged at her waist. He actually forcefully dragged her back. Bang! The wooden door slammed against the doorframe, and the whole room seemed to tremble. Mu Yan's body is firmly pressed against the door, her hands pressed on both sides, unable to move even a little bit. The man looked down at her. The dim light in the room made the man's face look a little hazy. But no matter how hazy it was, it couldn't hide the man's almost perfect and handsome face. And that pair of eyes that seemed to be spitting fire were glaring at her, as if he couldn't wait to swallow her whole. Mayan swallows with difficulty. Di Mingju, calm down, calm down. Tell me, you want to run away from me? Why do you want to go back? The man bent down, his hot breath on her face. A faint blush quickly appeared on the young girl's fair skin, causing her already beautiful face to appear even more alluring. Di Mingju's eyes suddenly deepen. His gaze lingered on the plump lips that were bright red from a good sleep and a good meal. Her slightly upturned cherry lips were like the stamens of a flower waiting to be picked. Her faintly discernible pearly white teeth seemed to be waiting for him to lick and occupy them over and over again, declaring his ownership. Di Mingju, you, then, without waiting for the woman in his arms to finish, he did it. For so many days, he had been thinking about it, longing for it, but was unable to vent his desire. His scorching lips captured the girl's soft cherry lips. The domineering and invasive aura swallowed all of her breaths. The hand that was originally imprisoning Mayan's body pushes her into his embrace. Mu Yan originally still wants to resist. However, her nose is filled with the man's mellow and sexy scent. Her breath is plundered, her lips and teeth are violated. For a moment, her mind is muddled, and her body feels like it's being set on fire. Her body is soft like it's turned into water. Only by relying on the man's imprisonment can she not collapse. But an absurd idea inexplicably emerges in her mind. This man, when they first met, his kissing skills were clearly very unskilled to death. In just a few short months, how did he train? He actually kissed her until she was confused and intoxicated. She doesn't know how much time has passed. Demingju reluctantly releases those already red and swollen lips, and lightly pecks a few times on the moist corner of her lips. These days, have you missed Benjun? The man's dark and husky voice is filled with strong lust, but also with infinite expectations. Mu Yan is silent for a moment. If she says that she basically hasn't missed him, will she be beaten to death? Sure enough, she just keeps silent. Demingju's face immediately turns as black as the bottom of a pot, his fingers firmly grip her chin, gnashing his teeth as he says, "You heartless woman." Mu Yan almost can't help but roll her eyes. Who are you to dismiss? Why would I miss you? Demingju really wants to ruthlessly teach this person a lesson. But when he sees that snow-like complexion, and that pair of watery eyes that are as beautiful as the bright moon in the water, he can't bring himself to do it. This woman, she was born to be his nemesis. Mu Yan straightens her clothes that were a little messy from the passion just now. I've been out for long enough, I should go back. Demingju's eyes suddenly surge with a strong murderous intent and anger. Go back? What do you want to go back for? To fool around with those disheveled wild men? The man's voice is hoarse and gloomy, like he's suppressing a volcano that's about to erupt. There's even a trace of imperceptible grievance. Mu Yan also doesn't know why. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, being questioned by such a voice, she unexpectedly feels a little guilty. Cough, how can you say that I'm fooling around? She laughs dryly. Don't you see that I'm teaching my apprentice how to paint? A man's robust and stalwart body is the most perfect work of art, worthy to be recorded. How can you think so dirty? The most perfect work of art? Is it worth being recorded? The man's good-looking eyebrows slowly raised. His eyebrows slanted into his temples, showing off the man's unparalleled domineering aura. But his actions make Mayan dumbfounded. The man grabbed her hand and pressed it against his chest. His husky voice carried a hint of sexiness. Then, does Mu Yan want to record my body? The front of the man's shirt had been ripped open, revealing his firm chest muscles. Mu Yan's little hand was grabbed and pressed against that skin. The scalding temperature almost made her scream and run away. She's obviously looking at those naked people from the ink camp with relish. There was nothing to be shy about. But looking at this man's body, and even using a brush to record it, Mayan's cheeks are so red that they could drip water. But Demingju has already grabbed her hand, unbuttoning his clothes. His coat slipped off, leaving his shirt open. This time, it wasn't just his sexy chest that was exposed, but also his perfect abs and waistline. The man's aura was disdainful, his figure tall and slender. He looked skinny with clothes on, but muscular without clothes. She had a slim waist and long legs, coupled with a charming face. This man was simply a monster. Demingju grabs her hand and presses it against the waist of his trousers. His voice is unbelievably hoarse. Didn't Mayan say that she wanted a perfect record? Benjun's body has yet to be completely revealed to you. Really? What a monster. Mayan's whole body is red, and her nose is still a little itchy and hot. She didn't dare to look below the man's waist. He forced a smile and said, I don't need to paint. Did you prepare the food? Does it taste good? Which restaurant did you order it from? I'll also bring Xiaobao there next time. Demingju pauses. He narrows his eyes and looks at her with an unreadable expression, like? I like it. Mu Yan nodded without hesitation. It's much better than what my family's chef makes. It would be great if he could eat it every day. No matter how expensive it is, I'll accept it. She doesn't know why, but Mu Yan feels that after she says those words the man seemed to be in a much better mood. The coldness in his eyes seemed to melt away. Your wish will come true. So which restaurant is it? If you don't tell me the name of the restaurant, how can I fulfill my wish? Or was it made by your private kitchen? Mu Yan licked her lips, her face drooling. Then can you lend it to me for 2 days? She had to let Xiaobao have a taste of such delicious food. The man lowered his head and moved closer to her, his hot breath landing on the lips she had just licked. The young girl's lips were still red and swollen, recounting how he had bullied her and how sweet it felt. And right now, Di Mingju only wants to bully him again. Mu Yan's breathing suddenly becomes a little chaotic, and she quickly takes a step back. Can't I borrow it for 2 days? How about 1 day? Di Mingju takes a deep breath, suppressing the surging desire in his heart. He slowly says, you can borrow it for a lifetime. Mu Yan's eyes widen. However, before her smile could surface in those pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, the man said in a deep voice, but not now. Mayan thinks that Di Mingju is still reluctant to part with this private kitchen. So he smiled lazily and said, it doesn't matter. For the sake of delicious food, I can wait. Since there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. However, before he could take a step forward, the man's figure was like a phantom, suddenly teleporting in front of her. His eyes, which had just been tinged with a trace of warmth, were now gloomy again. Who said you can leave? Mu Yan raises an eyebrow. Then what do you want to do? You want me to warm your bed? However, with Jun Shang's looks, there should be many women who want to warm your bed. Jun. Mu. Yan. Di Mingju is finally at the end of his patience, almost shouting out her name. You left without saying goodbye. You didn't even leave a single word. You disappeared without a trace right before my eyes. Now you're asking me what I want. Jun Mayan, don't you have a heart? Her arm was suddenly grabbed and the man's fiery eyes were right in front of her. His eyes were filled with crazy longing, hatred, and jealousy. It was fine if this woman left without saying goodbye. It was fine if she never missed him. She actually went to look at other men's naked bodies. Heaven knows that when Di Mingju saw that scene, the immortal force within his body almost couldn't be controlled and exploded, almost destroying the entire Yanwu continent. In the face of such questioning and anger, Mayan's expression is somewhat muddled. She raises her brows after a long while, and slowly asks, didn't you leave without saying goodbye first? Di Mingju's gaze suddenly congeals. These words reverberate in his mind for a long time before he understands what they mean. No. He still doesn't understand. When did Ben Jun leave without saying goodbye? Mu Yan blinks her eyes. One night, I entered your courtyard, but it was empty, and the dust had piled up high. There was no news of you for a month. Could it be that you didn't leave without saying goodbye? Di Mingju's expression turned sluggish for a moment, then he gnashes his teeth in a fury that could swallow a person alive. Han Yi. If Han Yi were in front of him right now, Di Mingju swears that he would tear him into 18 pieces, and chop each piece to feed to the dogs. The burning anger slowly extinguishes. What comes after is an inexplicable ecstasy. So, you left because I left without saying goodbye? Di Mingju asks softly. Mayan thinks, you're thinking too much. I came to see my father and brother when I left. But when she meets the man's expectant eyes, she doesn't know why those words get stuck in her throat, and she can't say them no matter what. He's obviously the dignified Jun Shang, and his status is certainly high and unparalleled. But he shows an expression like a child longing for candy, making people want to dote on him. Mayan coughs lightly. In short, the misunderstanding has been cleared up, so I can go back. No. Di Mingju's face darkens when it comes to this issue. Saying that he left without saying goodbye and was sad, I didn't. It's all a lie. He just wants to go back and hang around with those wild men. Mayan is speechless. Then what do you want? Just lock me up like this? Di Mingju's eyes are deep. If I could, I really want to lock you up by my side like this for a lifetime. But he doesn't say what's in his heart. Instead, he flips his wrist, and 7 dark beads appear in his palm. These 7 beads are quite strange. They actually emit a faint medicinal and earthy fragrance. These are the seeds of the dark cloud spirit flower. Di Mingju slowly says. Hearing the three words dark cloud spirit flower, Mu Yan's pupils shrank. The dark cloud spirit flower was actually the seed of the dark cloud spirit flower. The dark cloud spirit flower was a type of medicinal herb. But in the Yanwu continent, it's practically extinct. Even in the records, no one has ever seen the dark cloud spirit flower, let alone know what it's used for. And the reason why Mayan knows about the dark cloud spirit flower is because she had read about it in the Supreme Draft records that Xiaobao found. One of the prescriptions for a Supreme Draft requires the dark cloud spirit flower. And because of the uniqueness of the dark cloud spirit flower, there were detailed records of it. The dark cloud spirit flower only had a lifespan of 7 days from germination to flowering and wilting. Therefore, it was also known as the 7-day flower. However, this 7 days flower had not been cultivated for thousands of years. Not to mention the Yanwu continent, even in the Xiozhen continent, it's been a very, very long time since anyone was able to grow this dark cloud spirit flower. Mu Yan looks at Di Mingju, not understanding why he would take out the seed of the dark cloud spirit flower. Just as she was feeling suspicious, she heard the man's deep and magnetic voice, which was slightly husky and sexy, ring in her ears. As long as you can cultivate a dark cloud spirit flower, and use this jade box to collect the stamens, I will let you go. Saying that, he puts the 7 seeds together with the jade box into her hands. Mayan's eyes widen. What do you want me to cultivate? Dark cloud spirit flower. Do you know that for thousands of years, no one has ever cultivated a dark cloud spirit flower? The way of nature. Mayan glares at the indifferent and calm man. Then why do you want me to cultivate a dark cloud spirit flower? No one has done it for thousands of years, what makes you think that I can do it? As soon as her voice falls, the man's hand wraps around her waist, bringing her into his embrace. If you can't do it, then you can only stay by Benjun's side forever, don't even think about leaving. Mayan's brows wrinkle, are you playing with me? Warm lips fall, and the man's next words inexplicably extinguish the anger that surges in her heart. I'm not playing with you, I believe. He lowers his head and presses it against her exquisite earlobe, as if he wants to hold it in his mouth, and as if he's only lightly touching it. Even if no one in the world can do it, I believe that my Mayan can do it. Low and hoarse words, but like a feather. It gently tugs at her heartstrings. Mayan steadies her mind, and inwardly says that she can't fall for the honey trap. She looks at the seeds of the dark cloud spirit flower in her hand, and thinks to herself, perhaps Di Mingju needs these seeds, so he's looking for her help. In any case, she still owes him a few favors. There's no harm in giving it a try. What's more, she's also quite interested in the legendary dark cloud spirit flower. I can try to cultivate the dark cloud spirit flower. Mayan looks up at Di Mingju, but I won't stay here, Xiaobao is still waiting for me at home. You can come back after 7 days to get the dark cloud spirit flower. Unexpectedly, Di Mingju shakes his head, you must stay here and cultivate the dark cloud spirit flower. You can't be distracted by anything. Mayan frowns, without me, Xiaobao will have nightmares at night. Humph. Di Mingju coldly snorts, revealing a dissatisfied expression. A real man still needs to stick to people to sleep, what a scandal. Hearing him criticize her son, Mayan is unhappy. What real man? My son is only 4 years old. A 4-year-old child likes to nestle in his mother's arms and act spoiled, isn't that normal? What's more, her baby was so obedient. Other than the fact that he liked to stick to her and sleep, he wasn't willful at all. When you were 4 years old, who knows where you were playing with mud? What right do you have to criticize my Xiaobao? He actually dared to say that her son was behaving improperly. Di Mingju faintly looks over. When Benjun was 3 years old, he had already been thrown into the deep mountains to train alone for 3 months. Tell me, what right do you have to say that? Mu Yan is suddenly at a loss for words. However, his gaze was a little erratic. At the age of 3, he was thrown into the deep mountains to train alone. Although her baby also grew up deep in the mountains, it had been training alone for 3 months. She absolutely couldn't bear to see Xiaobao suffer like this. Could it be that this man's parents were willing to let him go? How would a 3-year-old child struggle and suffer in the deep mountains to come out alive? An unfamiliar emotion welled up in her heart. She seemed to feel sorry for this seemingly invincible man in front of her. But he hears Di Mingju continue to say, Xiaobao will be Benjun's son in the future, and also the future master of the polar domain. If he doesn't even have this bit of responsibility, how can he be qualified? The corner of Mu Yan's mouth twitches. His heartache was nothing more than fleeting clouds. What do you mean Xiaobao will be your son? This confident tone, it's as if she must marry him no matter what. Can this man be even more overbearing? Mu Yan grits her teeth. The one I like is Xiaobao's biological father. I won't marry anyone but him. Just give up on this idea. In any case, the tiger flag of Xiaobao's biological father has already been raised. She doesn't mind using it a bit more thoroughly. Sure enough, hearing this sentence, Di Mingju's eyes sink. The air in the room seems to be a bit gloomy. Seeing Mu Yan in the same room with a half-naked wild man, Di Mingju would only be burning with pure jealousy. But every time he mentions Xiaobao's biological father, it's as if someone has ruthlessly slashed his heart. He can't breathe due to the pain. That's because Di Mingju knows that those naked men, no matter how close they are to Mu Yan, they still haven't entered her heart. As Mu Yan said, in her eyes, those men are just works of art. However, Xiaobao's father has truly participated in Mu Yan's life. They even have a life crystal. Just by looking at how much Mu Yan loves Xiaobao, he can imagine how much she loves Xiaobao's father. What kind of sweet past do the two of them have, and that past is something that he can never participate in. Thinking of this, Di Mingju feels a suffocating pain. He hates himself for not looking for the woman of destiny in the prophecy earlier. If he had found Mu Yan 5 years earlier, could he have completely owned this woman? Could he have become the only one in Mu Yan's life? The man's departing figure seems indescribably lonely and desolate. It makes Mu Yan's heart feel slightly sour. However, when she comes back to her senses, that little bit of sourness completely turns into anger. Bastard Di Mingju, he actually really locked her up, The sky has already darkened. Junji Medical Center, inside Mu Yan's room, the lights are still dimly lit. Little master, do you want me to sleep with you? Feng Haitang looks at the little boy in front of her, who is carved from jade, but has a cold face. She can't help but open her mouth to ask. Xiaobao shakes his head, his handsome little face still expressionless. You go rest. Feng Haitang nods, but she still can't help but look at him worriedly. Ever since she followed the miss, Feng Haitang's daily task was to take care of Mu Yan and Xiaobao's daily needs. She had a cold temperament and was not good with words, but her admiration and gratitude towards Mu Yan grew with each passing day. Only after following by Mu Yan's side did she realize that this young girl, who was even younger than herself, had superb medical skills. If Mayan hadn't treated Yan Haoyan's injuries back then, now, not to mention regaining his former cultivation, even surviving would be extremely difficult. And during this time, the Ink Camp's people might have to go all out to fight for the special drafts. But towards her, Yan Haoyan, Ru Yan and the others, Mu Yan wasn't the slightest bit stingy. Those special grade drafts that people scramble over outside, to them, are just candy that they can casually eat. Feng Haitang's heart is filled with gratitude towards Mu Yan, so she looks after the little master even more attentively. The young master in front of him could be said to be the most outstanding, and sensible child in the world. Other 4-year-old children might be acting like a spoiled child and rolling on the ground. But he was already so sensible that it made one's heart ache. The hard work and seriousness of his daily cultivation made her, an adult, feel ashamed of her inferiority. He grew up without a father. That's why such a young child has to learn to be strong, to constantly work hard, to use his tender hands to protect his mother. He hadn't felt it when the young miss was around, but now that the young miss had disappeared, this child was left alone. Although little master didn't show it on his face. However, Feng Haitang felt that in such a big room, the small figure seemed so fragile and lonely. It made people want to give him the best of everything in the world. Feng Haitang still wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Yan Haoyan, who brought her out of the room. The candlelight was still flickering in the room, and the window paper reflected the frail figure of the child, making it look so pitiful. Feng Haitang couldn't help but tighten her grip on Yan Haoyan's hand and softly said, Haoyan, it would be great if our children in the future were half as sensible and smart as little master. When Yan Haoyan heard this, the light in his eyes dimmed. He forcefully let go of Feng Haitang's hand and expressionlessly shook his head at her. He turned around and left. Haoyan. Feng Haiteng couldn't bear it anymore. She walked in front of him and stared at him. Her expression was stubborn, but her eyes were slightly red. Yan, how long do you want to run away? Don't tell me you still don't understand my feelings? Don't you believe me? Haven't we wasted enough time? She takes a step forward and grabs the man's hand. Her usually cold and elegant face, at this moment, reveals a deep and painful attachment. Yan, I beg you, don't push me away again, don't pretend to not see me, okay? Yan closed his eyes. He did not dare to look at that face. The face was too young, too beautiful. She deserves the best man, and she deserves a better future. Not wasting time on an ugly man who was already crippled and had no future. Yan broke free from her hand and slowly drew out the words he wanted to say. Don't say any more. I'm not good enough for you. It's impossible for us. He only started to learn sign language after he started following Mu Yan. He learns very quickly, and it's also very easy for him to communicate with the miss, the little master, and the people from the ink camp. Even if he still couldn't speak, he could still live like an ordinary person. However, this was not enough. From then on, he could no longer call out Haitong's name. He could no longer comfort her when she was sad or laugh with her when she was happy. How could someone like him be worthy of the woman in front of him? Whether I'm worthy or not is up to me, not you. Feng Haiteng grabbed his sleeve excitedly and couldn't help raising her voice. You obviously like me, and I like you too. We love each other. Miss and little master, everyone around us will bless us. Why? Why did you have to be so cruel and push me away? Yan's hand trembled, and then he wrote another sentence, you will find a man who is 1,000 times better than me. But I don't want any of those men. I only want you. Feng Haitong's voice trembled. She reached out and hugged him tightly. Yan, don't you understand? I, Feng Haiteng, will only love you in this life. In my eyes, no other man can compare to you. Yan's body stiffened. He used all the strength in his body to stop himself from pulling her into his arms. I'm just a waste, what can I bring you? Yan raises his head and closes his eyes, preventing the sourness from overflowing. When he opened his eyes again, his face had already regained its frosty decisiveness. His hand steadily lifts to his chest, gesturing what he wants to say. Feng Haiteng, do you really want me to say it so clearly? I don't like you anymore. When your Feng family hit me when I was down, when I was at my lowest, when I broke off the engagement with you, I already didn't love you. When I see you, I will think of my miserable and destitute past. I hope you will never appear in front of me again. Do you understand? Feng Haiteng suddenly freezes in place, her face turning pale inch by inch. Her voice becomes weak and trembling. Yan, you're lying to me with these words, aren't you? You just want me to give up, right? Say whatever you want. Yan is still expressionless, gesturing against his will, but it's impossible for me to be with you. I hope you won't pester me again. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me to do things in front of Mississippi. After saying that, he turns around and leaves without looking at Feng Haiteng. She can no longer hold back her tears, and they fall from Feng Haiteng's eyes. Sad weeping overflows from between her lips and teeth. That's why she didn't notice that the man walking in front of her turns around and looks at her. What kind of pain, desire, guilt, affection, but also, a heart-wrenching despair. After Feng Haiteng leaves, Xiaobao sits in a daze under the candlelight for a while. Then he clenches his small fists, climbs down from the chair, and jumps onto the bed. The internal force in his body revolves, he wants to start cultivating. For the whole night, he doesn't sleep, he has to desperately become stronger, so that he can snatch his mother back. But with this level of cultivation, you will never be able to surpass me. A deep male voice rings in the room, making Xiaobao jerk his head up. Then, he saw that annoying man, that lecher who snatched Xianxia away. Give me back my mother. The small body shoots out like a cannonball, powerful internal force forming a whirlpool, its momentum majestic. However, the next moment with a puff, all the internal force is like a punctured balloon, disappearing without a trace. Di Mingju is holding Xiaobao in his hand. She grabbed him by the collar as if she was grabbing a monkey. Di Mingju looks at him expressionlessly. As I said, wanting to surpass Ben Jun at this level is nothing but an idiot's ravings. Let me go. Xiaobao struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free from the man's grasp. Bastard, give me back my mother. Di Mingju sneers, there's a trace of contempt in his eyes. You say that you want to become strong to protect your mother, but in fact, you'll only rely on her, stick to her, distract her for you, and forever be unable to break through the shackles and move forward? Xiaobao was taken aback, and his small body stopped struggling. A trace of confusion and grievance appeared in her big blue eyes. I didn't. He didn't let his mother be distracted by him, he didn't let his mother be unable to move forward because of him. However, was there really no such thing? All these years, his mother had spent far more time on him than she had on herself. His mother's cultivation had clearly stagnated at the middle pre-celestial stage, unable to advance even an inch. However, she doesn't care at all. Instead, she practices the zither every day, refines drafts, and thinks of ways to make him break through steadily. He didn't share his mother's worries, he didn't protect her. Her blue eyes were slowly covered with a layer of mist, and her small body curled up, looking indescribably aggrieved and sad. Di Mingju looks at the little boy's appearance in front of him, his heart inexplicably stifling, irritated and uncomfortable. You're a man. What's there to cry about? He stretched out his hand and clumsily and roughly wiped away the tears on Xiaobao's face. Then, he casually sat on a chair at the side and placed Xiaobao on his lap. All right, don't cry. In the future, don't stick to your mother anymore. If you want to become strong, Ben Jun can teach you. Xiaobao's long eyelashes were like crow feathers, and they were wet with tears. Gently trembling, he lifts his head, revealing a pair of blue eyes that are exactly the same as Di Mingju's. He looked at the man who was holding him. She felt that this lecher, whom she usually hated, was a little different today. His embrace was very warm and had the same feeling as the father in her dreams. Why do you want to teach me? Di Mingju frowns as he looks at the food on the table. It was so cold that it was hard to swallow. How could a child eat this? With a wave of his hand, the food on the table disappeared. Then, he replaced it with a few bowls of fragrant, steaming hot dishes that whet one's appetite. Eat first. Di Mingju says coldly. It seemed to be in order, but for the first time, Xiaobao didn't argue with him. Instead, he picked up the bowl and chopsticks. She just sat in the man's pocket, using chopsticks to eat. The fragrant food entered his stomach along with the heat, and his body became warm. The loneliness, fear, and bitterness of being alone in the house just now had all disappeared without a trace at this moment. Di Mingju waits until he's finished eating, then says, I can teach you martial skills, and even teach you to practice the cultivation method that surpasses the limits of Yanwu continent. Xiaobao put down his bowl and chopsticks and burped. Her small, jade-like face was bright red from embarrassment. However, he quickly pulled a long face and asked, What are you trying to do? Plot? Di Mingju snorts coldly, Mayan will become Ben Jun's wife sooner or later, and you will be Ben Jun's son, the future lord of the polar domain. This monarch naturally has to nurture you well. Otherwise, don't tell me you're going to throw this monarch's face? Xiaobao's face immediately flushed red, and he said angrily, Mother is not yours. So you're saying that you don't want to learn from me? Little Treasure's expression changed. His long eyelashes trembled slightly, showing that he was conflicted. Finally, he clenched his small fist and said loudly, Okay, I'll learn from you. But I will definitely find Xianxia on my own and snatch her back. Saying that, he even shook his little fist, Xianxia is mine, absolutely. Absolutely. I won't give it to you. Mu Yan stayed in the room for a while and found that the door couldn't be opened. The lock was even weirder. Even if she used all of her cultivation, she still couldn't move it at all. Mu Yan had no choice but to go back to bed and sleep. Early the next morning, someone delivered toiletries and breakfast. What made her regret was that the chef for breakfast today seemed to have changed. It wasn't as good as last night's dinner. Mu Yan stretches herself and gets up to walk out the door. As soon as she stepped out of the room, a pair of hands blocked her way. A black-robed youth appeared in front of him. He had a handsome face, red lips, and white teeth, but there was no expression on his face. It's even colder than Di Mingju. Mayan hooks up her lips, but Di Mingju told me to plant the dark cloud spirit flower. Could it be that the seeds of the dark cloud spirit flower will blossom if I'm in the room? The young man hesitated for a moment and finally stepped aside. Mayan swaggers out of the room and arrives in front of the medicine field in the courtyard. After thinking for a bit, she took out 2 dark cloud spirit flower seeds and buried them in the ground. According to the records of the Supreme Drafts, if the dark cloud spirit flower is alive, you only need to wait for 6 hours. The seeds will show signs of breaking through the soil. Time passed slowly. Soon, the sun turned from the east to the west, from the scorching sun to the setting sun. However, the seeds buried in the soil did not show any signs of germination. Mu Yan frowns, and takes out a bottle of draft from the space that's specifically used to cultivate medicinal plants. He poured a few drops on the place where the seeds were buried. However, he probed it with his Xian energy. The seeds in the soil don't have the slightest bit of vitality. On the contrary, one of them, after coming into contact with the draft, seems to be corroded, and the mysterious energy contained inside also slowly disappears. Mu Yan's brows slowly wrinkle. No one had managed to grow the dark cloud spirit flower for thousands of years, so it wouldn't be easy to succeed. Suddenly, a thought flashed through her mind. A so-called Shen musician is a musician who is like a god. Not only could they confuse people with their music, but they could also assist in battle and cultivation. It can also be used to refine medicine, refine tools, and even accelerate the growth of drafts. Mu Yan remembers that among the Shen musician skills, there is one that she hasn't used yet. It's called flourish. In his inherited memories, the explanation of flourishing was to give life to inanimate objects, allowing weak life to thrive. Because she had never understood the function of this skill, Mu Yan rarely practiced it. But at this moment, her mind moves, and the Tian Mochin appears in her hand. The strings were gently plucked, and the melodious sound of the zither rose up in spirals under the setting sun. The air seemed to be filled with the clear fragrance of bamboo after the rain. The surrounding black-clothed man guarding Mayan all reveal an intoxicated expression. Even the handsome youth in black was slightly taken aback. The black soil seemed to have been nourished by the sound of the zither. Little green sprouts broke through the soil and gently shook their branches, as if saying, just a little more of this kind of zither music. Flourishing was indeed used to accelerate the growth of spiritual plants. However, one song passed. The other drafts in the medicine garden are all verdant and lush. Just by looking at those swaying branches, you can feel their joy. However, only the seed of the dark cloud spirit flower that Mu Yan had personally planted still had no reaction. For a moment, Mu Yan is a little depressed. She looked up at the sky and saw that it was already dusk. She turned around and walked towards the gate of the courtyard. However, before she could step out of the courtyard, the black-robed youth had appeared in front of her like a ghost, blocking her way. His lordship has ordered that before the dark cloud spirit flower blooms, Miss June cannot leave this place. Mu Yan narrowed her eyes, her gaze carrying a bit of danger. What if I insist on leaving? With that, he leisurely continued to walk out. The black-clothed youth hurriedly reached out to grab it. However, what caused her expression to change was the figure that was just in front of her. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared like the moon in the water. His hand only managed to grab a corner of her clothes. Seeing that Mu Yan was about to leave, the black-clothed youth's expression turned cold, but he didn't panic. This breath is completely different from mysterious energy, but it has a terrifying pressure. The icy cold air seems to have substance as it pervades Mayan's entire body, blocking her way. The black-clothed youngster's hand also clasps Mayan's shoulder, trying in vain to drag her back to the courtyard. Mayan's eyes sink. Her figure slightly crouches, and with a turn, she clasps the youngster's wrist with one hand. Just as she's about to fight back, her movements suddenly stop. Mayan blinks, unblinkingly looking at the youngster in front of her, her expression very strange. The black-clothed youngster is about to fight back. But he sees the bewitchingly beautiful girl in front of him curl up her lips, revealing a lazy evil smile. Suddenly, her whole body leans forward. No. It shouldn't be said to lean forward, instead, her whole body crashes into the youngster's embrace. The black-clothed youngster suddenly panics, so his movements are a beat slower. The next moment, Mayan has already grabbed him by the collar, and he's pressed against the wall. Because of the angle, the two are almost the same height. Mayan moves closer to look at his handsome face, and with an evil smile, she reaches out to touch the youngster's chin. She chuckles, "Beauty, what's your name?" The black-clothed youngster's face flushes red all of a sudden. "June. Miss June, please conduct yourself." Mayan's smile becomes even more languid and charming, "And if I don't?" Saying that, she touches the youngster's smooth chin a couple of times. "Oh, it feels really good." The black-clothed youngster's indifferent face is almost about to split open. She reaches out to push him away, but because the two are really too close, he's afraid of hurting Mayan. For a moment, that handsome and indifferent face unexpectedly carries a trace of fear. "Want me to let you go?" Mayan smiles like a little fox. "Then why don't you tell me your name first? If I don't know the beauty's name today, I will definitely be unable to sleep all night." The black-clothed youngster bites his lip and doesn't speak. Mayan hooks up her lips again, and the smile on her bright and beautiful face becomes even more devilish. "Don't want to say? That's fine. I see that your figure is also pretty good. How about you consider being my model? I can help you draw a portrait, the kind without clothes, and I guarantee that it will satisfy you." The black-clothed youngster is dumbfounded. The calmness and indifference on his face could no longer be maintained. "You. As a woman, how can you do this? So what?" The black-clothed youngster grits his teeth. "You are June Shang's woman, how can you be like this, like this?" Mu Yan frowns, seeming to be in a bit of a dilemma, "But I like your style more, beauty. In my opinion, why don't you just submit to me?" Bang! The black-clothed youth's entire face seemed to be burning up. No matter which continent of the 3 dimensions it was, anyone who knew her identity and sensed her icy cold and murderous aura would be afraid and avoid her. He had never seen a woman like this Miss June in front of him, so bold, so absurd. Unfortunately, this is the person that June Shang places at the apex of his heart. No matter what, he couldn't hurt her. For a moment, he was in a dilemma. His heart was filled with panic and helplessness that he had never felt before. Unfortunately, Mayan's hand still touches his lapel, her voice full of eagerness. "You won't tell me your name, so you want me to draw for you? This is a good choice. I also prefer to draw for you, without clothes." "Ing Mei. My name is Ing Mei." "Ing Mei?" Mu Yan repeats, her smile bright and beautiful. "The person is beautiful, and the name is pleasant to hear. You really won't consider entering my painting? I promise that I can perfectly present your beauty." Saying that, her hand makes a motion to touching Mei's chest. Ing Mei's face changes, no longer caring if it will hurt her. He grabs hold of her messy hand, and abruptly flips over. The two people's postures are immediately reversed. Mu Yan is pressed against the wall, and Ing Mei is looking down at her. The most ambiguous and thought-provoking thing is that Mu Yan's hands are still pressed on both sides of her head. Ing Mei looks down at her, as if he will kiss her at any moment. The air stagnates for a breath. Ing Mei suddenly comes back to his senses, and is about to release the person. But he hears a deep and cold voice suddenly coming from behind him. "You, what are you doing?" Ing Mei suddenly turns around, and the moment he sees Di Mingju, his complexion abruptly turns white, and he bends down on one knee, paying respects to June Shang. Di Mingju walks towards the two of them step by step. But he doesn't look at Ing Mei, instead, he stares unblinkingly at Mu Yan. Han Yi, who is following behind Di Mingju, is already dumbfounded. His body can't help but want to tremble because of fear. God, what did he just see? Ing Mei and Miss June. Heavens! Let's strike him to death with a huge thunder. Is Ing Mei crazy? It's fine to like other women, but he's actually involved with Miss June. Isn't this just seeking his own death? Di Mingju's footsteps finally stop just half a meter away from Mu Yan. Under the setting sun, the man's face is so handsome that it doesn't resemble a mortal's. But there's not the slightest hint of expression on his face. Then, he asks again what he just said. "You, what are you doing?" Ing Mei lowers his head, his complexion deathly pale. He hoarsely says, "Ing Mei has done something wrong, please punish me, June Shang." Di Mingju's expression still doesn't change, and he only says indifferently, "Go to the purgatory pool by yourself for a month." Hearing this punishment, Han Ye's complexion goes white. Mei seems to be relieved, and he lowers his head. Yes, Jun Shang. Saying that, he gets up to leave. Wait a minute. Mu Yan, who had not spoken all this time, chuckled and blocked Mei's way. She looks at Di Mingju with a smile that isn't a smile, but the smile doesn't reach the bottom of her eyes. I was the one who forced Mei. If you want to punish someone, you should punish me. What does it have to do with Mei? The darkness in the depths of Di Mingju's eyes suddenly engulfs like a storm. The low pressure around him simply makes Han Yi shiver, itching to escape immediately. You, like shadow charms? Di Mingju steps forward and clasps her waist. His voice is practically carrying a murderous intent as it jumps out from between his lips and teeth. The man's blazing breath hits her face, making Mayan momentarily uncomfortable. She wants to struggle, but Di Mingju only tightens his grip. Tell me, do you like shadow charms? Mu Yan wanted to say, so what if I like it, but when she saw the man's eyes, she coughed and said, I naturally like the shadow demon. I like him in my painting. Painting? The cold air surrounding Di Mingju suddenly disappears. It turns out that Mayan had also regarded Mei as a model for her portrait. But when he thinks that this woman is actually going to paint other people's half-finished paintings, his teeth itch in anger. You like Mei's appearance? Mayan blinks. What's wrong with this appearance? A young and inexperienced handsome young man, how charming is he? How likable is he? The man approaches inch by inch, his thin lips almost sticking to her earlobe as he speaks. From Mayan's angle, she can still see the man's sexy collarbone. And the line that extends into the neckline. Mayan swallows. You are still alright. This man is actually using a pretty boy trick, shameless. Di Mingju comes a little closer. Only alright? Mayan is about to nod, but her body has already soared into the air. Di Mingju actually puts her on his shoulder, and strides towards the courtyard. Mayan is dumbfounded. She didn't expect that Di Mingju would actually make this move. Di Mingju, what are you doing? Put me down. Di Mingju hooks up the corner of his lips, revealing an evil smile. I'll let you take a good look at whether I'm alright or not. Mei and Han Yi, one by one, are dumbstruck. This is the first time they've seen their Jun Shang show such an expression. So vivid, so real. Moreover, Jun Shang is actually smiling. Jun Shang. Mei subconsciously calls out, Purgatory Pool. The Purgatory Pool can only be opened with Di Mingju's order. Di Mingju coldly says, go prepare the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone, and bring them to the room. Saying that, he doesn't wait for Mei to react, and has already carried Mayan away. In the distance, the sound of two people bickering can still be heard. I think you didn't look carefully enough yesterday, that's why you felt that Ben Jun wasn't charming enough. I was wrong. Jun Shangdaran, you are the most handsome, the most confident, the most charming, so, there's no need to look anymore. Ben Jun thinks that it's better to look. Di Mingju, don't go too far. I want to go back and see Xiaobao. I'll discipline our son for the next few days. An affectionate mother will spoil her son, don't make trouble. I'm making trouble. Wait, who's talking to you about our son? Bang, there's a loud noise, and the door to the room is closed. Han Yi and Mei are still shocked by that sound, staring blankly. After a long while, Mei turns to leave. Wait, Mei, what are you going to do? Purgatory Pool. Mei said concisely, only spitting out 3 words. Are you stupid? Han Yi promptly pulls him back. Jun Shang's meaning is clearly that you don't need to go to the Purgatory Pool. Otherwise, why wouldn't he even give you the token to open the Purgatory Pool? Mei was startled, then shook his head. This is Jun Shang's order. Jun Shang's order is for you to send a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to the room. Han Yi has a look of exasperation at Iron for failing to meet his expectations. You blockhead, don't you understand? Jun Shang has changed his orders and will not punish you. If they were really punished and angered Miss Mayan, I'm afraid that even Jun Shang wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. From start to finish, Jun Shang has been completely eaten by Miss Mayan. Of course, he didn't dare to say these treasonous words out loud. Mei, on the other hand, was stunned for a good while before muttering, this is the first time Jun Shang has overturned his own orders. Han smiles unperturbed. What's wrong with that? As long as it involves Miss Mayan, all of Jun Shang's actions cannot be inferred with common sense. In the future, you will see many more strange things. Ingmei gazes in the direction that the two people had just left, and that beautiful face with a sweet and charming smile appears in his mind. How could there be a woman who could live as carefree and unrestrained as she is, so audacious? However, that smiling face is so brilliant and dazzling that people can't take their eyes off it. Ingmei lowers his head and holds his wrist, his eyes slightly flickering. Bang! As soon as the door closes, Di Mingju loosens his grip and Mu Yan immediately jumps down from his shoulder. Rubbing his aching waist, he glared at the instigator of all this. She sees Di Mingju spread his hands, using his deep magnetic voice to say, "Come here, help me undress." Cough, cough, cough. Mayan almost choked on her own saliva. Are you kidding me? There's no change on Di Mingju's face, his expression still cold. That pair of deep eyes slightly narrowed. Don't you like to draw naked handsome men? If you don't take off my clothes, how can I satisfy you? Cough, cough, cough. Mayan coughs even more violently this time. It had only been 1 or 2 months since they last met, but this fellow was becoming more and more shameless and shameless. At this moment, someone knocked on the door. Mayan breathes a sigh of relief. At this time, she really doesn't know how to face Di Mingju. The atmosphere was too strange. The door opened, and Ingmei came in with a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone. When Mu Yan sees this frosty and beautiful youth, she habitually teases him a few words. But before she could speak, Ingmei quickly put down the things in her hands and rushed out like lightning. That back view could even be said to be in a sorry state. Mayan wants to stretch out her hand to flirt with the beauty, but halfway through, her expression suddenly becomes somewhat sluggish. Just as he was about to speak, he felt his waist tighten, and he was pulled into a blazing embrace. Di Mingju lowers his head to look at her. Ben Jun is right in front of you, you still have the mind to look at other men? Mayan chuckles, returning to her usual languid self. With beauties in front of me, even if there are 2 more, I wouldn't mind looking at them a bit more. Di Mingju really wishes that he could ruthlessly block up this annoying little mouth. Let's see how she's going to say something to piss me off. What did you mean when you said that you would discipline Lil Bao? Di Mingju leans over slightly, looking into her eyes. Ben Jun said that sooner or later, you will be Ben Jun's wife. Xiao Bao is naturally my son. If I don't teach my son, who will? Don't mention Xiao Bao's biological father to me. Di Mingju gnashes his teeth. No matter how much you love him, he is already dead. From now on, the man in Mayan's life will only be Ben Jun. The man's deep and husky voice rang in her ears like he was swearing an oath. At the same time, it was like a heavy blow to the bottom of his heart. Mayan's expression becomes absent-minded for a moment. I guarantee that I will teach that little fellow to be even more outstanding. I will not let anyone bully him. The prerequisite is that you stay here and help me plant the dark cloud spirit flower. Mu Yan bites her lip, slightly frowning in silence. She speculates that the dark cloud spirit flower might have some important use for Di Mingju. But no one had been able to successfully cultivate the dark cloud spirit flower for thousands of years. What made him think that he could cultivate it? Moreover, what if it couldn't be cultivated? Wouldn't she never be able to see Xiao Bao? Although she knew that Xiao Bao would be fine, she missed her baby dearly after not seeing him for just a day. However, Mu Yan also knows that Xiao Bao has an immortal physique. His talent has already far surpassed the entire Yanwu continent. There was no way he could really make Xiao Bao grow up on his own. And this man in front of her, who has come from a world beyond the sky, might be the best candidate to teach Xiao Bao, to cultivate him. Mu Yan's thoughts are flying chaotically. When she comes back to her senses, she finds that Di Mingju has unexpectedly brought her to the front of the table. A pen was stuffed into her hand. Mu Yan stares blankly. What is he doing? An evil smile floats in Di Mingju's eyes. Don't you want to paint for Ben Jun? Under the candlelight, Mu Yan looks at his inhumanly handsome face, and then looks at the brush in her hand. She can't help but swallow. Do you have any thoughts for this man who is even more handsome than a devil? Just imagining it made her nose heat up. What? Mayan can draw for other men, but she doesn't dare to draw Ben Jun? You even said that Mu Yan has a guilty conscience? There's nothing I wouldn't dare to do. Mu Yan gritted her teeth, putting on a strong front but cowardly at heart. Let's draw. Just don't regret it later. If she could paint such a devilishly handsome man into her painting, she would have no regrets in this life. Painting, of course he had to paint, whoever didn't draw was a fool. A smile flashes through Demingju's eyes. As long as it's for Mayan to see, how could Benjun regret it? After saying that, he opened his hand slightly again. He looks like he's waiting for Mayan to undress him. Mayan bites her lower lip, her peach blossom eyes gleaming in the candlelight. Her body felt like it was on fire, and even her palms were burning hot. Inexplicably, she, who was not afraid of anything, actually wanted to retreat. But when she met the man's mocking gaze, she couldn't help but sigh. Mu Yan steals her heart and reaches out to grab the man's lapel. The person who was being teased didn't even care. What was there to be shy about? His shirt was unbuttoned. The man's smooth chest and abs were completely revealed. Under the candlelight, it looked as if it had been painted with a layer of alluring honey. Mayan's eyes suddenly brighten, looking at the man's body in front of her. She is even somewhat fascinated. Yesterday, Demingju also half undressed himself and let her paint. But at that time, she was so embarrassed that she didn't even know where to look. Therefore, she could only vaguely see the man's perfect abdominal muscles and smooth and sexy lines. Now that he could see it clearly, it was as if a fire was burning in his soul. The man in front of her was a monster. She was a peerless beauty that could make everyone in the world go crazy. Mu Yan believes that if she were to use this man as a model for her portrait, she would definitely be able to create the most outstanding work in the world. Demingju is very close to the young girl. Naturally, he can see the infatuation in her eyes. He couldn't help but be happy and angry at the same time. What made her happy was that he was indeed attractive enough. In the Xianxia continent, those women who cried and shouted that they wanted to marry him were not fake. The little woman in front of him always said that she disliked him, but her body was honest. However, it was infuriating. This woman looked at her own body, and there was only pure amazement and obsession in her eyes. However, she did not have the slightest shyness or desire that a woman should have. She really thought of herself as a scene in a painting. However, so what if he was stunned and obsessed? One day, he would turn the infatuation in this little woman's eyes into an infatuation that only tolerated him. Demingju reaches out and gently lifts up Mayan's small, snow-white chin. His gaze landed on those captivating red lips. How is it? Are you satisfied with Benjuan's body? Mayan repeatedly nods, her pair of eyes lingering on his body. Pika, Pika. Demingju moves a little closer, his voice low and husky. Say, isn't Benjun the most good-looking? Mayan nods again. Better looking than Ingmei. Nods, nods. Better looking than your guards? Of course, of course. Better looking than Xiaobao's biological father? Mu Yan stares blankly, and her eyes regain some clarity. Demingju sees that when she mentions Xiaobao's biological father, he comes back to his senses. This was enough to show how much influence Xiaobao's biological father had on her. A certain ruler couldn't help but grit his teeth. He grabs Mayan's small hand and presses it against his belt. Why aren't you continuing? Mayan's gaze falls on her hand, and her fingers can't help but tremble. Because of this slight tremble, his palm could feel the smoothness and flexibility of the muscles underneath. It felt so good that it made her nose heat up. No. No need. That's good. If she continued to strip, she felt that she would turn into a wolf girl and pounce on the evildoer in front of her. That's it? Demingju raises his eyebrows in dissatisfaction, but I remember that when Mu Yan was painting those men, wasn't she completely naked? Mayan dryly laughs. How can Jun Shangdaran be compared to those common people? Even if they were to strip naked, they still can't compare to Jun Shang hugging the pipa and covering half of his face. Don't you think so? Demingju's face darkens. What did it mean to cover one's face with the lute? Was he a woman? Does this little woman know how to praise people? However, Mayan's face is so red that it's about to drip water. Her eyes looked at the sky and the earth, but she didn't dare to meet his eyes. Demingju's mood is a bit better. He loosens Mu Yan's hand and casually half leans on the couch. There is a wine cup in his hand, and he gently sips it. The man in front of her clearly had a cold expression, and there wasn't even a trace of emotion in his eyes. However, every inch of her body revealed an unparalleled sexiness and charm. Mayan composes herself, and excitedly runs to find a translucent black muslin outer garment. She loosely drapes it over Demingju. His perfect chest and abs were still visible. Not only did the half-covered outer garment not hide anything, but it also vividly displayed the man's demonic charm and disdain. Mayan's eyes are astonishingly bright. All the distracting thoughts in his mind disappeared without a trace. He picked up the brush and began to draw on the paper. Time passed slowly. From dusk to midnight. The figure of the man on the paper gradually became clearer. From beginning to end, Mu Yan's expression is extremely focused. Even the hunger and thirst in her stomach that made her lips peel and her face pale from exhaustion didn't distract her in the slightest. A few strands of hair hung down from his temples, contrasting with his pale complexion. Not only was she not haggard, her snow-white skin glistened like jade under the moonlight. Such a focused Mu Yan doesn't have her usual languid and evil aura. Instead, she exudes a kind of absolute beauty that is between pure and enchanting. Just looking at it made one's blood boil. It was unbearable. Demingju gently sips the wine in his cup. His pair of icy blue eyes were slowly dyed with a scarlet red that resembled flames. It was an extreme desire. Looking at the woman he loved, he was like a wild beast, clamoring to rush out. Not far away, the girl put down her brush, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Her originally bright and beautiful face looked as if it had been dyed with the bright moonlight. Her beauty was breathtaking. Demingju seems to be unable to bear it any longer. He abruptly gets up and in the blink of an eye, he's already in front of Mu Yan. Before she could finish speaking, her dry lips are suddenly blocked. The man uses his blazing breath and his unique scent to plunder her breath, soaking her lips. Helping each other in difficult times, in life and death, hard to abandon, June Mayan, you're destined to be mine. At the end of the kiss, Mayan tenderly gasps for breath, somewhat unsteady on her feet. She grits her teeth, what are you doing? Demingju's voice is hoarse, paying for the painting. Mayan. Who told you to pay for a painting like this? She struggles, only to find that the man is holding her and not letting go. Mayan can't help but frown, pressing her hand on the man's chest to break free. Don't move. Demingju's voice is unreasonably hoarse. He grabs Mayan's slender wrist, slowly dragging it down, pressing it somewhere hard and hot. Mayan stares blankly at first, unable to react. Then her face instantly turns red, like it's burning. No matter how calm she appears, she's essentially ignorant about the matters between a man and a woman. The only experience she had was that kind of pain and suffering, like tormented days and nights. She simply doesn't want to recall it. Normally, she could still be bold enough to flirt with Demingju with a few flowery words. But when it really comes to it, there's only panic and helplessness. So much so that the unbearable pain from her memory surges into her mind, making her complexion turn a bit pale. Demingju sighs softly. Releasing her hand, he presses her into his embrace. His deep voice is a little doting, a little helpless, as he softly says, Mayan, what should I do with you? In the end, what do I have to do for you to be willing to forget that dead man and accept my feelings? Releasing the person in his arms, Demingju no longer lingers, and quickly turns to leave. He can't stay in this room for a moment longer. If he stays any longer, he's afraid that he'll directly take care of this little woman who worries him. Only, he wants Mayan. She's the complete Mayan. Whether it's her body, heart, or status, they should all belong to him, Demingju. For the arrival of this day, he can endure. He can wait, of course. The price of patience is that he takes a cold shower for 2 hours. Then he leaves the courtyard and goes to Junji drugstore. In the room, Mayan picks up the portrait of a man that has already been drawn on the table, her expression slightly absent-minded. Finally, she put away the painting and entered the space. After wandering around the space for a long time, Mu Yan doesn't know where to hide this painting. In the end, Mu Yan casually took out a book and placed the folded painting inside. He slammed the book shut, out of sight, out of mind. Lying on the bed and closing her eyes, Mu Yan seems to be able to hear the man's whisper in her ear. Mu Yan, what should I do with you? The night gradually deepened. In the yard outside the house, a gentle breeze blew across the quiet herb meadow. Suddenly, the soil on a certain piece of land shook slightly. Then, a light blue sprout slowly grew out at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the first day that she couldn't see Xiaobao, she missed him. The day after she couldn't see Xiaobao, she missed him. On the third day without seeing Xiaobao, she missed him. Mu Yan gently stirs the fragrant lily and lotus seed porridge with a spoon. Just a few days ago, the delicacies that made her mouth move, now she has no interest in them at all. Even though she knows that it's an equivalent exchange, even though she knows that what Di Mingju said is right. However, she hasn't seen her baby for so long, Mu Yan only feels dispirited. However, the dark cloud spirit flower showed no signs of germination at all. Yesterday, she had tried everything she could think of but to no avail. What could he do today? If she couldn't plant the dark cloud spirit flower, wouldn't she never be able to see her baby? Just as he was feeling dejected, the door was suddenly pushed open. Han Yi rushes in, his mouth shouting, Miss June, you, quickly come out and take a look. What are you looking at? Mu Yan lifted her eyes and glanced at him with a lack of interest. What's there to go out and see? Even if Di Mingju were to take off his clothes and dance erotically outside right now, she would still, in that case, she would still go out to watch. It's the dark cloud spirit flower. Dark cloud spirit flower. Han Yi gasps for breath. Because he's overly excited, his voice is incoherent. Miss June, the dark cloud spirit flower, it's sprouting. What? Mu Yan suddenly stands up from her seat. After staring blankly for a good while, he suddenly comes back to his senses. In the end, what did Han Yi say? The dark cloud spirit flower had sprouted. Is this for real? Wasn't there no reaction at all yesterday? On the dark green herb field, that light blue sprout was so eye-catching and beautiful. Even in such a hot early summer. The light blue stems and leaves seemed to be formed from ice crystals. Under the sunlight, one could even see the intricate patterns inside. So beautiful. Han Yi follows behind Mu Yan and comes over. He can't help but exclaim in admiration, so this is the dark cloud spirit flower. One had to know that in the three realms, no one had been able to cultivate the dark cloud spirit flower for 1,000 years. Even if there are many treasures in the world of Xiaoxian, Han Yi has never seen one. No one had been able to cultivate it in 1,000 years, but Miss June actually let the dark cloud spirit flower germinate. Han Yi's gaze towards Mayan can't help but be filled with worship. But Mu Yan slightly frowns. This was because she discovered that although the dark cloud spirit flower had sprouted, there were tiny, almost invisible black dots in the leaves. When Xianxia sent his spiritual energy in, he could sense that those black dots were devouring the vitality of the dark cloud spirit flower. And he didn't know if it was an illusion. Mu Yan feels that the black dot is slowly increasing in size. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, Mu Yan finally confirmed it. She wasn't hallucinating. The black dot was really devouring the dark cloud spirit flower's life force. If he ignored it, it would only take half a day for this tender seedling to wither and die. According to the ancient records in the space, it wasn't that no one had been able to make the dark cloud spirit flower germinate in the past 1,000 years. However, even the budding dark cloud spirit flower would quickly wither. They wouldn't be able to hold on until the flowers bloomed and bore fruit. And if Mayan doesn't do anything, she will only follow in the footsteps of these people. After thinking for a while, she took out 3 more seeds of the dark cloud spirit flower and buried them in the soil. The Tian Mochin appears out of thin air. Mayan's figure turns around, her white clothes fluttering lightly as she sits down cross-legged next to the medicine field. Han Yi originally wanted to say, the floor is cold and dirty, how could Miss Mayan sit here? However, the melodious sound of the zither had already started. Under the sunlight, the young girl's complexion appears so focused, so dazzling, that Han Yi swallows all his words back into his stomach. He felt that at this moment, Mu Yan was awe-inspiring and otherworldly, noble and graceful, causing others to simply not dare to disturb her, nor dare to profane her. Han Yi silently swallows back the words he wants to say, and retreats to one side. Standing at the side, Han Yi and the black-cloaked guards don't feel anything. But the flowers, plants, and trees in the entire courtyard seem to be growing crazily, swaying excitedly. Then, everyone in the courtyard witnessed a miraculous scene. In just 4 hours, they have actually experienced the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter in this courtyard. Even May, who was originally cultivating hard in her room, is drawn out. Because a green plant that should have withered in her room has unexpectedly regained its vitality, and even blossoms and bears fruit. Around the courtyard, everyone holds their breath. Even May and Han Yi, 2 people who have come from the Xianxia continent and are used to seeing the world, are shocked speechless by this scene. Not to mention those black-clothed guards who are the natives of the Yanwu continent. Everyone's gaze towards Mayan is filled with shock and awe. As time goes by, the only quiet piece of soil once again slowly grows 3 blue seedlings. And that dark cloud spirit flower plant that was originally being eroded by more and more black spots, the black spots on the branches and leaves silently recede. The pale blue color slowly turning into a clear blue like the sky. Under the sunlight, the small plant emits a luster, simply too beautiful to behold. Ding dong. Ding dong, the sound of the zither slowly recedes, eventually seeming to dissipate into the distant horizon. Mayan's forehead is already covered with fine beads of sweat, and her complexion is even more sickly pale. But her pair of languid and indifferent peach blossom eyes project a bright light of excitement. Because she is already convinced that the Shin musicians' flourishing skill can not only accelerate the growth of plants, but can even make the dark cloud spirit flower that hasn't bloomed for thousands of years grow. According to today's momentum, as long as she plays songs for these 4 dark cloud spirit flowers for 8 hours every day, she will most likely be able to witness the moment of a miracle. Of course, the most important thing is that once the dark cloud spirit flower is planted, she will be able to see her treasures. She slowly exhales, but still feels that her body is extremely exhausted. Mayan calms herself down, and her fingers once again place on the zither strings. A gentle and slow melody, like a soothing song to the soul, resounds. The echo recovery skill is activated. In a split second, Mayan feels a rich and mellow internal force continuously gush out from her chi. Except for Han Yi and May. The other black-robed guards all revealed intoxicated expressions. The profound chi in their bodies seemed to be stimulated by some kind of power, lingering around their bodies and cleansing their meridians and bodies over and over again. This feeling was too mysterious and intoxicating. At the end of the song, all the black-clothed guards still wanted to continue. Looking at Mayan, his gaze is filled with passion and longing. The girl in front of him was the famous Enchantress of medicine in Tianyuan City. Originally, they thought that the so-called Enchantress was just an undeserved reputation. Just like that divine Dr. Qianqing, these people would not put him in their eyes at all. But today, he truly witnessed Mayan's methods and personally felt the benefits brought about by the sound of the zither. Only now did they realize how wrong they were. The Enchantress, Jun Mayan, is truly worthy of being the woman that Master has taken a fancy to, truly, too powerful. It was too special. Mayan stretches herself and stands up. The Tian Emochin disappears between her fingers. Under the effect of echo regeneration, the profound chi that he had consumed was more or less replenished. She dusts off the dust on her body and stands up. As soon as she turns around, she sees May looking at her unblinkingly. The corner of Mayan's mouth immediately hooks up, her long eyelashes like crow's feathers gently blink, overflowing with a crafty and charming light. May, if you stare at me like that, I'll misunderstand that you've already fallen in love with me. As she speaks, she's already leaning forward. That beautiful face, and a pair of sparkling smiling eyes, suddenly appear in front of May. May's iceberg-like face suddenly changes. He hastily tries to retreat, but because he doesn't have a firm footing, he falls back. Mayan reaches out to grab him. Wrapping her arms around his slender waist, she pulls him back into her embrace, chuckling, "Be careful, if you fall and hurt yourself, I'll be distressed." You. May's complexion changes again and again, but he can't speak another word. On the side, Han Yi and the black-clothed guards look even more like they've seen a ghost. Han Yi only feels as if 10,000 vicious beasts are galloping through his head. Heavens! Why didn't a lightning strike him to death? Why did he have to see this scene? Miss Mayan, whom Jun Shang only has a soft spot for, is this intimate with May, moving her hands and feet. If Jun Shang were to find out, Han Yi shudders, he really doesn't dare to think about it anymore. Jun. Miss June, you have to conduct yourself, you're June Shang's woman, even if, you can't harming Mei. He's so scared that he can't even speak properly. However, Mayan's smile became even more cheerful, her eyes filled with a mischievous light. Suddenly, she grabs Mei's collar, and gives him a chirp on his fair and tender cheek. There's a deathly silence. Han Ye's eyes go dark, and there's only one word in his mind, it's over. The black-clothed guards scramble to be the first to turn around, wishing that they had never seen this scene. On the contrary, it's the kissing Mei. After the initial shock and amazement, he looks at June Mayan, who's very close at hand. He sees the craftiness and mischief glinting in those peach blossom eyes. A thought suddenly arises in his mind. You know, Mayan chuckles, know what? Mei bit her lip and didn't say anything, but she held her wrist. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows, marveling at the sharpness of the youngster in front of her. Yes, she did know the secret of the shadow charm. That day when he fought with Mei. Her fingers inadvertently touched the youth's pulse. In the blink of an eye, everything was exposed. A man's pulse was completely different from a woman's. No matter how much Mei pretended to look like a man, like a beautiful youth. However, her pulse would not lie. That's right, Mei was not a man, but a genuine beauty. This is also the reason why Mu Yan has repeatedly taken liberties with her. Mu Yan has never seen a woman disguising as a man, and being able to do it so successfully. There was not a trace of makeup on her. His temperament is as cold as ice, and his entire body's austere aura is even more frightening and moving than Han Ye's. Do you want to know why your chest always hurts? It even affected the growth of your cultivation? Mu Yan leaned closer to Mei and said in a low voice. Mei stares blankly, and subconsciously asks, why? Mu Yan hooks up the corner of her lips, and her smile is exceptionally bewitching, because being bound for a long time is not good for your body. Mu Yan's smile becomes even more brilliant. If you want to know the solution, remember to secretly come and find me at midnight tonight. The blush on Mei's face deepened. She was once as cold as ice, but at this moment, she was hesitant to speak. From Han Ye's point of view, he feels that Mei is blushing, she's wanting to speak with shyness and tenderness? No. It couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, if June Shang were to see this scene, I'm afraid that Miss June and Mei would not be able to survive. Han Yi is about to step forward and forcibly separate the two. But she only felt a blur in front of her, and a figure unexpectedly appeared behind Mu Yan. When Mayan still wants to reach out to flirt with Mei, he grabs her collar and pulls her into his arms. Mu Yan only feels that her body has crashed into a rock-like embrace. His shoulder hurt from the impact. As soon as he raises his head, he meets Di Mingju's pitch-black eyes. Her eyes lit up. Why are you back so early today? How is Xiaobao? Did he eat and sleep well? How is your cultivation progress? Did you miss me? Di Mingju's face is as black as the bottom of a pot. Without saying a word, he grabs Mayan's collar and directly drags her into the room. Hey, Di Mingju, do you know what gentleness is? Do you think it's like carrying a sack? What makes Mu Yan curious is that Di Mingju doesn't drag her back to the bedroom this time, but takes her to a special room. The kitchen. Why did Di Mingju bring her to the kitchen? His big hand pressed her down on a chair beside the dining table. Mu Yan is about to stand up, but Di Mingju coldly glares at her. Behave yourself. Mu Yan blinked her eyes. This man's anger was not small. Just what did she do to provoke him? However, he still sat down obediently. Then, she saw a scene that left her dumbfounded. She sees Di Mingju taking out a sky-blue apron from who knows where, and tosses it in front of Mayan. He raised his chin slightly and said proudly, "Help me put it on." His voice was very cold, and the aura around him was very disdainful and handsome. But wait, why the hell did he want her to help him put on the apron? Di Mingju, this combination, does it also want to go up to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Mayan is dizzy. She stands up and helps Di Mingju put on the apron. Soon after, the noble June Shangdaran stood in front of the stove and began to cook skillfully. Mu Yan, wait a minute. Was she really not hallucinating? Di Mingju is actually personally cooking? Mu Yan rubs her eyes, then rubs them again. However, the scene in front of him didn't change at all. Good heavens, Di Mingju is actually cooking, and he's even wearing an apron to cook. The key was that this man was sitting in such an incongruous position, wearing such a feminine apron, but why did he still look so handsome and incomparably elegant? It was as if he was sitting on the throne, pacing back and forth in his own territory. Just as Mu Yan is sluggish for a moment. The fragrant dishes had already been served. Di Mingju's expression is cold and detached, even slightly frowning. He personally scoops a bowl of soup and places it in front of Mayan, still not eating? Eat. Eat. Mu Yan abruptly comes back to her senses and takes a sip of the soup. The fresh and fragrant taste filled his mouth. Naturally. Di Mingju snorts in disdain. Apart from Ben Jun, who else could do it? This time, Mayan is really stunned. You, personally cook for me? Naturally, the same answer. But, why? He's clearly a high and aloof Di Jun. The people of this Yanwu continent are obviously insignificant ants to him. Obviously, he should be revered by all the people in the world, the man that all women would flock to like ducks, madly in love with. Why would such a person wear such a ridiculous apron, wash her hands and make soup for her? Di Mingju gets a little closer to her, slowly saying, because, Mayan, the food you make is too unpalatable, it's not good for your health. The blue veins on Mayan's forehead suddenly bulge. This bastard. Being moved or whatever, it's really just fleeting clouds. She hooks up the corners of her lips, revealing a mocking and charming smile. It's not good for your health. Jun Shangdaran still ate so much that day? I even thought that Jun Shangdaran was very satisfied with my cooking. Satisfied. Di Mingju's expression doesn't change. As long as it's Mayan's cooking, I'm satisfied. Even if I eat for a lifetime, it doesn't matter. Mayan stares blankly. She hears Di Mingju continue, but you and Xiaobao can't. Your body is weak, and Xiaobao is still a child, you can't eat those. In the future, let me eat what you cook. I'll be responsible for your meals. I said, as long as you like the chef who made these dishes, you can let him accompany you for a lifetime. Mayan stares at him in a daze, her ears ringing. For a moment, it's as if she can hear a deafening heartbeat. Her heart almost jumps out of her chest. She thinks that in this world there might not be another person like this man in front of her. For her, he can forget his own identity, and do anything that doesn't match his identity. Mayan has a bad premonition. If Di Mingju's feelings are always this passionate and resolute, if she continues to get along with this man day and night, she will soon not be able to keep her heart. Why are you looking at me like a fool? Di Mingju slightly frowns, putting food on her plate. His movements are gentle, but his tone is somewhat unkind. Even if you want to cultivate the dark cloud spirit flower, you can't not eat. In the future, if I find out that you don't eat anything for 8 hours and only care about playing the zither, you can forget about seeing Xiaobao again. This time, it's rare that Mu Yan doesn't go against him. Instead, he silently puts the food that Di Mingju picked up into his mouth. The stir-fried dishes are fragrant and spicy, but in Mayan's mouth, she only feels a faint sourness and a faint sweetness. She sees that Di Mingju is still unceasingly putting food in her bowl. Mu Yan suddenly picks up a piece of shrimp and stuffs it into Di Mingju's mouth. Don't you want to try your own cooking? Di Mingju stares blankly, then expressionlessly chews the shrimp into his stomach. No one noticed that his ears had turned red. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Then, he coughed lightly and said, I'm hungry too. Continue to help me eat. He wouldn't say that his current body didn't need to eat any food at all. Even in the Yanwu continent, they wouldn't be hungry. Mu Yan blinked. Aren't the chopsticks right there? The man in front of him frowned, looking very unhappy. I'm tired. So tired that he doesn't even have the strength to eat, but he still has the strength to pick up a bunch of food for her? Mayan rolls her eyes, but she doesn't expose this man. Then, the two of them take a bite, one bite at a time, and just like that, they eat up the food on the table. Di Mingju still looks grave and stern, but if Elder Chang were here at this time, he would be able to see it. How happy is his Jun Shang's heart, especially that pair of normally ice-cold blue eyes. Right now, it's almost rippling with waves. And Mayan, even she herself doesn't notice it. Her smile is still languid, bright and beautiful, but it's mixed with a hint of softness that was never there before. Late at night. A black shadow noiselessly lands in front of Muyan's door. The room is quiet, without the slightest sound. The figure slowly raises its head, a handsome and cold face exposed under the moonlight. It's Mei. A pair of cold eyes look into the dark room, and Mei's face shows a rare hint of hesitation and worry. Her hand gently presses on her flat chest, her brows lightly wrinkling. Mayan's words seem to still be ringing in her ears. It's not good for the body to be restrained for a long time. If you want to know the solution, remember to secretly come and find me at midnight tonight. However, can she really ask Mayan about this kind of thing? Mei already doesn't remember how many years she's been pretending to be a man. At first, it was to avoid being hunted down by her enemies, to protect herself. Later, slowly, she has completely regarded herself as a man. She already doesn't know how to be a woman. Regarding female characteristics, she only regards them as burdensome and shameful. Therefore, since puberty, Mei has used various methods to cover up these characteristics. She's ruthless to her enemies, and even more ruthless to herself. If someone else were to restrain themselves like her for 10 years, perhaps they wouldn't be able to bear it long ago. But Mei cultivates and fights as if nothing has happened. Even after so many years, apart from Jun Shang, whom she swore allegiance to, almost no one in the polar domain knows her identity as a woman. However, as she grows older, Mei finds that her cultivation has begun to stagnate. Especially in the last 2 years, every time she cultivates, her spiritual power would circulate to her chest, and she would be in so much pain that she'd rather die. She can no longer continue. Moreover, this pain is getting more and more intense as time goes on. The old servant who had been by her side since she was young was also an extremely skilled doctor. However, even after so many years, there was no solution. Jun Mayan is only a mortal of the Yanwu continent. She doesn't even understand what cultivation and spiritual power are. Could she really solve her own problems? Mei's footsteps were somewhat hesitant. She felt that she was trying to find a doctor in a desperate situation. However, in all these years, Jun Mayan is the first person to see through her disguise as a man and the illness on her body. Even Fairy Ling Qingwan of the Tianyi men has met him several times. But he had never discovered his own secret. Creak, in the dark, the sound of the door being opened was especially clear. Mei was startled and suddenly came back to her senses. Only then did she discover that the lights in the room had been turned on. The clear and melodious voice was especially clear in the silence. According to the primal chaos internal canon, the human body has 3 dantians, which are located between the eyebrows, the Shanzhong point in the chest, and the Guanyuan point 3 inches below the navel. Your chest has been forcefully restrained for too long, causing the Shanzhong acupoint to be clogged and the middle dantian to be closed. The upper, middle, and lower dantians are blocked. Hearing these words, Mei no longer had any doubts and knelt on the ground with a thud. Miss June. She bit her lips, wanting to say something to beg her to save her life, but her natural coldness and stubbornness made it impossible for her to open her mouth. In the next moment, a fragrant breeze blew past. Mayan's figure has already appeared in front of her. Her slender, jade-like hands helped her up from the ground and patted off the dust on her knees. You want me to treat your injuries? Mu Yan looks at her with a smile. Mei once again clenched his teeth, finally making up his mind. Bending his knees, he knelt down again. I beg Miss June to save me. In the future, no matter what you need Mei to do, even if I have to go through water and tread on fire, Mei will not hesitate. In fact, just by looking at Jun Shang's attitude, you can tell. Miss June was bound to be the future mistress of the polar domain, and also the object of her loyalty. She should be willing to go through water and tread on fire for this young girl in front of her. However, Mu Yan chuckled softly. Wu, even if I ask you to repay me with your body, you won't refuse? Hearing that, Mei's cheeks immediately turned red. Miss June, you clearly know this subordinate's identity, please don't joke around. Mu Yan sees that she can't wait to find a hole to crawl into. He couldn't help but laugh even louder. But in the end, she found her conscience and stopped teasing this thin-skinned young man. He pulled Mei to sit on the bed. The Tian Mo Chin appears in Mu Yan's hand, then she says in a deep voice, take off all the restraints and clothes on your body, I want to examine your body first. Take, take off my clothes? The blush that had just faded from Ing Mei's face resurfaced again. She stuttered, take it all off? This time, Mu Yan didn't tease him. Instead, she gently plucked the zither strings and lightly said, in the eyes of doctors, there is no difference between men and women. There are only sick and healthy bodies. The blockage in your dantian is too severe. It's impossible to detect it just by feeling your pulse. Therefore, I need to use music to activate the acupoints in your body and sense the extent to which your dantian is sealed. Under the candlelight, the girl's beautiful face was dyed with a trace of irresistible majesty. Ing Mei subconsciously did as she was told. In a trance, she even thought that she was facing Jun Shang. Because only Jun Shang didn't need to display his might and aura to make people willingly submit to him, making them unable to go against him. One by one, the clothes on his body were taken off by Ing Mei, including the band around his chest. The girl's beautiful figure is revealed in front of Mayan. However, on her fair body, one could see a patch of bruise on her chest. Contrasting with the snow-white skin on other parts of the body, it was a particularly ghastly sight. Mu Yan frowned slightly. He looked at the woman in front of him with a trace of pity in his eyes. Such a little girl had been restraining her feminine characteristics for 10 years. What kind of suffering and pain must they endure every day? The sound of the zither rang out slowly, from a whisper, to a gentle flow, and then to a stormy sea. Ing Mei's expression slowly changed from shyness and indifference to pain. Beads of sweat rolled down her forehead. Her fair skin was flushed red like fire. That slender body trembled more and more violently under the candlelight. Finally, with the high and sharp sound of the zither, it surged to the climax. Ing Mei also let out a shrill cry that pierced through the night sky. She suddenly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. After the climax, the sound of the zither gradually calmed down, until it completely disappeared. It wasn't until Mu Yan came forward and draped a coat over her body that she suddenly came back to her senses. Then, Ing Mei's eyes suddenly widened. Because she realized that the pain in her chest was constantly tormenting her. At this moment, more than half of it had disappeared. Ever since the onset of her illness, she had never felt so comfortable breathing. Ing Mei abruptly sits up. Not even caring that he is currently unclothed, he heavily kowtows to Mu Yan 3 times. He opened his mouth to speak, but his voice seemed to be stuck in his throat. No matter how much he expressed his gratitude, it would all be futile and powerless in the face of such great kindness. She only knows that from now on, her life is not only Jun Shang's, but also Miss June. On the contrary, Mayan smiles lightly, your treatment is only 1/10 complete. From now on, you will have to receive my zither treatment every few days. In addition, I'll prepare some special drafts for you. You can rub it on your chest every day before going to bed. Ing Mei's eyes are filled with gratitude. Not only did Mayan treat her, she also prepared drafts for her to alleviate her pain. Who knew that in the next sentence, he would hear Mayan say in a teasing tone, these drafts can restore your jade rabbit to its perfect shape. It's clearly such a beautiful and alluring figure, but it's forcibly turned into a flat one. It's really a reckless waste of God's gifts. Rest assured, with the drafts that I've prepared to recuperate, I guarantee that under the premise that you won't be exposed, you'll still have a figure that would make all the women in the world envy. Ing Mei was practically running away. Without even putting on his clothes properly, he rushed out of Mu Yan's room. As soon as he rushes outside, he bumps into Han Yi, who is rushing over. Ing Mei, did you hear a scream just now? It seemed to be coming from Miss June. Han Ye's voice abruptly stops. As if he's seen a ghost, he looks at the disheveled Ing Mei, then he looks at Mayan, who's only wearing pajamas in the room. You. In the middle of the night, a man and a woman were alone, their clothes disheveled. Ing Mei slammed the door shut, straightened his clothes, and let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, although she was in a hurry when she came out, she still wrapped the cloth around herself. Otherwise, she's afraid that she would have already been exposed in front of Han Yi. I say, little shadow, don't you want to die? Han Yi suddenly raises his voice. Ing Mei buttoned up his clothes and coldly glanced at him. His eyes were filled with disdain that said, you're so noisy. Han Yi takes a deep breath, silently repeating 100 times in his mind, don't bother with this smelly brat. Do you know who Miss June is? That is our Xianxia's destined daughter, the future mistress of our polar domain. Is there something wrong with your brain, or is there something wrong with you? How dare you, how dare you? Han Yi can't continue to say the last sentence. He felt that his heart was about to be struck by lightning when he thought of the scene just now. It's as if a jealous Xianxiang Darren has appeared before his eyes, peeling off the skin and pulling out the tendons of this stinky brat before him, frying, steaming, and deep frying him. Grabbing Ying Mei's collar, Han Yi takes a deep breath and says, "No matter what, if you still want your little life, then stay away from Miss June for me. Otherwise, if Xianxiang finds out, you're dead for sure." Ying Mei raised his eyebrows, his expression saying, "Are you an idiot? It was Xianxiang who told me to watch over Miss June while protecting Mayan. He also prevents her from escaping." Han Yi is simply about to explode from anger from this brat. "Xianxiang asked you to watch over Miss June. He didn't ask you to. He didn't ask you to. Embezzlement, you brat. You could have taken a fancy to any woman, but you actually took a fancy to Master's woman. This wasn't stupidity, it was stupidity to the point of seeking death." Ying Mei waited for a long time but did not get to the main point. He could not help but frown. "What are you trying to say?" She brushed away the wrinkles on her clothes. The blush on her face faded away in the cold morning wind. "If you don't have anything to say, why don't you leave now?" You want me to leave?" "Of course." Ying Mei glanced at him even more disdainfully. "What if you disturb Miss June's sleep?" Poochie, Han Yi feels that his little heart has been struck by lightning, and then ruthlessly pierced by an arrow. "Ying Mei, you bastard who values love over friendship." Han Yi turns around to leave, but just after taking 2 steps, he suspiciously turns his head back. "Why aren't you leaving?" "I want to protect Miss June." Ying Mei looked back calmly. "Naturally I won't leave." Poochie, the second arrow pierced his heart. Han Yi staggers away, his back unspeakably bleak. After returning to his room, he tossed and turned for most of the night. It was only when the sky brightened that he abruptly sat up from his bed, his eyes shining. Yes. That's right. That bratting May must have not been close to a woman for too long. That's why he was captivated by Miss June. But no matter how good Miss June is, she's still Xianxiang's woman. How could it be May's turn? So, the most reliable way is to bring Little Shadow out to see more women. As long as he had tasted the taste of a woman, he would know that Miss June was not, alright. Even if Miss June is the best, you can't even think about her. There are plenty of fish in the sea. I'm sure that once Little Shadow enters that brothel, he will definitely forget about Miss June. He. In the next few days, the dark cloud spirit flower grew better and better. Mayan's mood is also getting more and more cheerful day by day, but also more and more urgent day by day. After all, it had been 5 days since she last saw her baby. However, on the 5th day of the dark cloud spirit flower's growth, a problem occurred. On this day, the dark cloud spirit flower should have bloomed. However, the flower bud grew out, but it did not bloom. When Mayan plays the Tian Mo Chin, she can even feel the powerful force surging within the flower bud. However, the flower bud seemed to be bound by a layer of barrier. He couldn't break through with just his zither music and flourishing. Mu Yan didn't know what that barrier was, and how to break through it. For a moment, her heart was incomparably impatient. One had to know that the life cycle of the dark cloud spirit flower was only 7 days. Every day, it had to grow to a new stage. Otherwise, after today, before the flowers bloomed, the 5 dark cloud spirit flowers would all wither. But how could he break the barrier outside the flower bud? Following beside Mayan, Ying Mei sees her frowning. She, who has never liked to talk, couldn't help but open her mouth. "Miss June, is there anything I can help you with?" Mu Yan turns to look at her and ponders for a while. Suddenly, she has a flash of inspiration. The birthplace of the dark cloud spirit flower is not in the Yanwu continent, but in the Shozhen continent. There's only internal force in the Yanwu continent, not spiritual energy. The dark cloud spirit flower is unable to bloom. Is it because she's using mysterious energy to play the Tian Mo Chin? Mu Yan quickly pulls Ying Mei over and teaches her how to pluck the strings. Furthermore, he asked her to use her spiritual power while plucking the strings. Then, the sound of the zither rises, but the Tian Mo Chin doesn't have any internal force or spiritual power aroused, and the dark cloud spirit flower naturally doesn't respond. Yingmei lowered her head in shame. Miss June, I'm sorry, I couldn't help you. It's not because spiritual power can't be used in the Yanwu continent. A small amount of spiritual power can still be used. But this Tianmo Qin in front of him doesn't seem to be something that anyone can use. When Mayan plays, a unique energy overflows from the Tianmo Qin. But when Yingmei moved it, it was just a dead object, without any reaction. Mu Yan also thought of this. Apart from her and Xiao Bao, this Tianmo Qin seems to be the most ordinary broken zither in the hands of anyone else. He couldn't unleash any power at all. But Yingmei suddenly hesitates. Miss June, perhaps you can try it with Jun Shang. On the Xiaoxian continent, no matter what kind of spirit tool it is, it doesn't matter who it is, Lord can control it. He seems to have a natural affinity with those spiritual objects. As she heads to Di Mingju's room to look for someone, Mayan's mind is still echoing with Yingmei's words. It had a natural affinity with Fei's. This description reminded her of Xiaobao. It was the same for her treasures. They had a natural affinity with spiritual items, magical treasures, and strange beasts. That's why, no matter which deep mountain, wild forest, or secret territory he enters, he would be able to sense the location of the most precious draft at the first instant. Di Mingju unexpectedly also has this kind of talent. Oh. In that case, he could be considered to be qualified to teach little Bao. Mayan is immensely proud of herself as she thinks about her darling's fierceness, when she suddenly hears the voices of two maids. There were maids and guards in the courtyard. But usually, they only did some cleaning and guard work. Even if it's Yingmei and Hanye's room, they're not allowed to enter at will. Di Mingju's room is cleaned by Hanye. And Mayan's room is cleaned by Yingmei. Have you heard? Xianxia is coming here? Xianxia? Which very sure? It can't be the one in Ghost City. Other than that person, who else has the qualifications to be called Xianxia? You should know that this person was personally invited by our master. I thought that master had only personally invited that Enchantress June. The Enchantress is naturally extremely powerful, but if she wants to be mentioned in the same breath as Xianxia, I'm afraid she's still far off. Ghost City Xianxia? Which very sure, Di Mingju invited people over. Mayan's footsteps stop in front of Di Mingju's door, unconsciously listening to the conversation between the two. Regarding this Xianxia, a name surfaced in her mind, and she wanted to verify it. However, before the two maids could say anything, the door to the room creaked open. Di Mingju's handsome face appears in front of her, his eyes staring unblinkingly at her. What are you doing standing outside? He paced back and forth in anticipation, waiting for Mu Yan to take the initiative to push open the door and enter his room. However, this woman stood outside for so long and refused to come in. Di Mingju really can't wait any longer, he can only push the door open and come out himself. As soon as the two maids see Di Mingju coming out, they simultaneously kneel down, their faces red with shame. Even though she knew how mysterious and unreachable her master was. But every time they see that man's handsome face, that disdainful aura, it still makes their hearts thump, wishing that they could jump out of their mouths. Mu Yan sees the two little girls acting like this, and she can't help but feel disappointed that it's impossible for her to continue gossiping. I want to ask you for a favor. She pulls back her thoughts and explains her purpose. Di Mingju's heart skips a beat. This is the first time that Mu Yan has taken the initiative to ask him for help. But on the surface, there's still a cold look, and he only lightly spits out a word, okay. Mu Yan stares blankly. You're not going to ask me what kind of favor? Di Mingju snorts, glaring at her with dissatisfaction. Could it be that in your eyes, Ben Jun can't even help you with a small favor? Mu Yan, Jun Shangdaran, isn't your focus wrong? Seeing Di Mingju place his slender hands on the Tianmo Qin, Mu Yan can't help but feel nervous. Can the Tianmo Qin really approve of other people besides her and Xiao Bao? Moreover, will Di Mingju discover the abnormality of the Tianmo Qin? In the Yanwu continent, the zither of ordinary musicians are also made from special spiritual objects. Just like the weapons in the hands of martial artists, they can react to internal force. But how can those zither be compared to the Tianmo Qin? Di Mingju curls his fingers, as if he's going to play. But suddenly, he stops and turns to look at Mu Yan. Ben Jun doesn't understand music theory, you come and personally teach me. Mu Yan stares blankly. don't understand music theory, but just plucking the strings and stimulating spiritual power, there's no need to understand music theory at all. But facing Di Mingju's stubborn eyes, Mu Yan still compromises. Who told her to ask Di Mingju for help? 5 slender fingers, as fair as jade, press on the back of Di Mingju's hand. Mu Yan's fingertips tremble uncontrollably. The man's hands are very beautiful. Slender, fair, with distinct joints, like a work of art carved from fine jade. But when Mu Yan's beautiful little hands, which seem to be shrouded in luster, are overlapped with his, she can clearly feel the difference between a man and a woman. Mu Yan usually doesn't blush when she teases Di Mingju. At this moment, looking at the 2 pairs of crossed hands, she could only feel her heart beating faster and her ears turning red. But right at this moment, Di Mingju tilts his head and slowly breathes into her ear. Still not going to start? The man's sexy aura assaulted her senses. Mu Yan's finger trembles again, and it slides between Di Mingju's fingers. The 2 people's hands almost become entwined with each other's. She promptly gathers her mind and takes a deep breath. She gently plucks the zither strings with Di Mingju's fingers. The sound of the zither rose up in spirals. It was a little messy and a little sobbing. But it was indescribably beautiful. The man and woman snuggling together looked so beautiful under the sun. It was as if they were a match made in heaven. When Ying Mei saw this scene, she turned her head away in embarrassment, but her eyes revealed a trace of a happy smile. After being alone for so long, it was great that his master could find someone he loved. The person master was looking for was actually Miss June. This was simply too great. Han Yi, who just came in from outside the courtyard, sees this scene, but he doesn't see Ying Mei's expression. Thus, he automatically and spontaneously understood that Ying Mei saw the intimacy between Jun Shang and Miss Mu Yan. She sadly turned her head away, unwilling to take another look. Han Yi clenches his fists, becoming more determined. Tonight, he will take Little Shadow to see the world. The melodious sound of the zither reverberates in the air, but the dark cloud spirit flower not far away still has no reaction. Although Mu Yan is already mentally prepared, she still regretfully stops guiding Di Mingju to play. Turning to face Di Mingju's unsatisfied face, Mu Yan opens her mouth to appease him. It's alright, this isn't your fault. It's my zither that's a bit special. Apart from me and Xiao Bao, it's useless for anyone else to play. Moreover, this method might not be right, I'll think of something else. Mu Yan hasn't finished her words. Di Mingju narrows his eyes in displeasure, his fingers still resting on the zither string suddenly pluck. Clang! There was a sound. In a split second, the surroundings of the Tian Mo Qin seem to form a wave of air that sweeps out. It's like a gust of wind and huge waves have risen in the medicine field. Countless drafts and weeds shake violently, even snapping. And after the sound of the zither, the 4 blue flower buds that were originally budding actually slowly open up a little bit of a gap at a speed visible to the naked eye. A strong and refreshing fragrance pervades the entire courtyard. Mu Yan instinctively takes a deep breath. Her body and mind are indescribably comfortable. She even has an illusion that her qi that has been shackled for a long time, her bottleneck seems to be faintly loosening. This method is really effective. The dark cloud spirit flower's bloom requires a higher level of energy than mysterious energy, that is, spiritual energy. And Di Mingju is the same as Xiao Bao, he doesn't need to recognize a master to manipulate the Tian Mo Qin. Wait a minute, Mu Yan abruptly comes back to her senses, looking unkindly at Di Mingju. You can drive the sound of the zither and make the dark cloud spirit flower bloom without playing the zither? Di Mingju steps closer to her, his voice heavy. That's right. Did you just play with me? Mu Yan grits her teeth. No. Di Mingju denies it as he bends down and gives her a light peck on her lips. It's to collect a reward. Mu Yan, regarding this man's increasingly shameless actions and thick-skinned behavior, she's actually left speechless. On the side, Han Yi and Ying Mei are dumbstruck as they watch. Is this still that cold, aloof, and unapproachable Jun Shang of theirs? Moreover, why do they always feel stifled in their hearts, wanting to turn their heads and leave? Out of sight, out of mind. If Han Yi had read Bailey Liuing's notes, he would know that there's a phrase called feeding dog food. As long as Jun Shang and Miss Mayan are together, he will be constantly fed dog food. It was especially unrequited. However, Ying Mei, who had a crush on Miss June, must be even sadder than him. Han Yi feels that his gloominess is just fleeting clouds. He must pull little shadow back from the wrong path. The barrier around the dark cloud spirit flower's flower bud has been broken. Next, the flower's full bloom is Mu Yan's matter. A zither melody that was several times more pleasing to the ear rang out. Just like that, Mu Yan sits cross-legged on the ground. Her white clothes and black hair are gently blown by the breeze. She faintly smiled, her jade-like fingers gently moving, her watery eyes, under the sunlight, seemed to be able to create layers of ripples, stirring up one's heart. Di Mingju's eyes stare unblinkingly at the young girl in front of him. The flame in his eyes is suppressed, hidden, but it seems like it could start a prairie fire at any time, no longer able to be controlled, no longer able to endure. As the music flowed, an invisible energy field spread out, enveloping the entire courtyard. Many of the herbs in the medicine field are rare drafts, and it takes at least 10 years for them to grow. But during this time, they have already harvested several batches. That's because every time Mayan plays the Tian Emochin and activates the Flourishing Prosperity skill, the 4 seasons will change in the entire courtyard, and the vegetation will grow wildly. And as Mayan's skill matures, the number of times the 4 seasons will change from 1 to 2, 3, 4. Di Mingju already knew that the woman he likes isn't ordinary. The Shin musician is even more extraordinary. But seeing the scene of the 4 seasons changing in the courtyard, his pupils still slightly contract. The legendary Shin musician, his Mayan, seems to be more special and powerful than he imagined. But also, more dangerous. Whatever happens in this courtyard, not a shred of it can be leaked out. Di Mingju lowers his voice, coldly instructing Han Yi. The sound of the zither alone can give birth to all things, and even make the dark cloud spirit flower bloom. If such news were to spread, the entire Yanwu continent would probably be turned upside down. No. Not only the Yanwu continent, even the Xiaoxian continent would, and at that time, Mayan's identity as a Shin musician might not be concealed. Han Yi abruptly comes back to his senses and promptly bows, "Master, rest assured, the guards around are all trusted subordinates. Other people can't come to the medicine garden. Miss Mayan's uniqueness will never be known by anyone else." As the music slowly comes to an end, Mayan opens her eyes and looks at the dark cloud spirit flower with a frightening brightness. Normally, she would be so tired that she almost collapses after using the Flourishing Prosperity for a few hours. She needs the assistance of the echo sound to recover. But today, when she's playing, her nose is filled with the fragrance of the dark cloud spirit flower. This fragrance seems to have a spiritual nature, drilling straight into her lungs, into her meridians and qi. All her tiredness is swept away under the nourishment of this fragrance, and her dried-up internal force is once again filled up. Moreover, Mayan is sure that it's not her illusion. Smelling the fragrance of the dark cloud spirit flower, her bottleneck really loosens. Although it's only a little. She can't help but approach the dark cloud spirit flower, reaching out and gently touching the crystal clear petals. The petals gently sway on her fingertips, and the fragrance becomes more and more intense, as if responding to her. Mayan only felt that she was liking this flower more and more. Di Mingju. She gets up and looks at the man standing not too far away. "These dark cloud spirit flowers, can you give me one?" She had cultivated a total of 4 dark cloud spirit flowers. Even if Di Mingju needs dark cloud spirit flowers, he shouldn't need as many as 4, right? Di Mingju takes a step closer. "You want the dark cloud spirit flower?" Mu Yan repeatedly nods. "What will you trade for it?" These words stump Mayan. After all, Di Mingju's origins are beyond her imagination. Presumably, he simply doesn't fancy ordinary drafts or treasures. She asked hesitantly, Can I pay?" "I don't lack money." "Then what do you lack?" Mu Yan wrinkled her nose and thought, no matter what he lacked, she would think of a way to help this man get it. Di Mingju slowly bends down, whispering in her ear, "Ben Jun only lacks you." Mu Yan. "Can you still speak properly?" He takes a deep breath. Jun Shangdaran really knows how to joke. "Ben Jun never jokes." Di Mingju coldly replies. Looking at the man's resolute departing figure, Mayan suddenly feels stifled. What's so great about it? At worst she'll just go back and cultivate the remaining 2 seeds of the dark cloud spirit flower. However, thinking that the blooming of the dark cloud spirit flower requires Mingju's assistance, she can only sigh helplessly. How can this man be so stingy? She's the one who painstakingly raised this flower. Sure enough, her dear Xiaobao is the best. In just 6 short days, she misses her baby so much that she's going crazy. Perhaps it's because the dark cloud spirit flower is about to bloom. Mayan tosses and turns all night, unable to sleep well. She only hopes to see Xiaobao as soon as possible. At dawn, she gets up and goes to the medicine garden. Just as she enters the courtyard, she hears faint screams coming from the west side of the house. Ah! Little shadow, do you want to kill me? Taking you to the brothel, isn't that good for you? I'll let you open your eyes and broaden your horizons, then you'll know that there are many women in this world. Don't hit me, I was wrong, okay? I won't dare to do it again. But I advise you, Miss June is masters, you must not have any wishful thinking. That's fatal. Immediately after, there's a bang in the silence of the morning. There's also the youngster's cold voice. Idiot, is your brain made of tofu? Mu Yan snorts out a laugh. This Han Yi is really a clown. And he's so stupid. Being together with Ying Mei day and night, when will he find out that Ying Mei is a woman? Mayan curls up the corner of her lips and slowly walks in the direction of the dark cloud spirit flower. After taking a few steps, Ying Mei silently caught up to her and stood half a body's length away from her on the left. Mayan turned sideways and cast a sidelong glance at her, smiling faintly. Beauty, I heard that you're wishful thinking about me. It just so happens that I've been longing for you day and night, why don't you just follow me? Saying that, she reaches out and hooks Ying Mei's chin, with the posture of a hedonistic tyrant teasing a beauty. Ying Mei's face flushes red all of a sudden, bewildered. After a long while, she helplessly says, Miss June, don't make trouble. Everything about this Miss June was good, but she especially liked to tease her. Mu Yan laughed heartily again before letting go of her chin. However, he did not retract his hand. Instead, he directly grabbed her wrist and pulled her to stand at the same level as him. Come, follow me to see the dark cloud spirit flower. Ying Mei moved her hand, as if she wanted to break free. After Mu Yan grabbed her again, she blushed slightly, but allowed Mu Yan to drag her forward. Miss June's fingers on her wrist were very warm, as if they had warmed her heart. His chest, which was usually an unbearable pain, felt warm at this moment. Ever since her entire clan was massacred and she shouldered a sea of blood vengeance, she had never felt so relaxed and peaceful as she did at this moment. Ying Mei couldn't help but glance at the young girl beside him, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. What are you looking at me for? Mu Yan suddenly turns her head and glances at her with a smile. Don't tell me I'm prettier than the dark cloud spirit flower? All of a sudden, Ying Mei meets Mayan's teasing eyes. She blushes to her ears and doesn't know where to place her hands and feet. Taking a deep breath, she follows Mu Yan's line of sight. Under the sunlight, the dark cloud spirit flower's blue branches and leaves are sparkling and translucent, as if she could see the gurgling juice inside. A fresh fragrance filled the air. It was very light, but it made people feel relaxed and happy. This was the legendary dark cloud spirit flower. It was truly beautiful. However, in Ying Mei's heart, he really felt that Miss June was more beautiful than the dark cloud spiritual flower. Mu Yan gently touches the petals of the dark cloud spirit flower. The young sprouts gently sway, as if beckoning to her. She remembered the ancient records in the space. When the petals of the dark cloud spirit flower turned into the deep blue color of the deep sea, this meant that the dark cloud spirit flower had truly matured. Today's performance might not even take 8 hours. Soon, she would be able to collect the stamen of the dark cloud spirit flower. Just as Mayan is about to take out the Tian Mochin, a white light suddenly flashes before her eyes, and a chubby rabbit appears at her feet. Eh? Mu Yan grabs the collar of the fat rabbit and picks it up. Her face is full of curiosity. I thought you, fat rabbit, had already fallen asleep in the space? So you're still alive? The rabbit blinks its mung bean eyes at Mayan, looking very innocent. Then he glares at his leg, signaling Mu Yan to put it down. His eyes were anxiously looking in the direction of the dark cloud spirit flower. Mu Yan lets go of it, But she narrows her eyes and says with a dangerous expression, "If you dare to eat this dark cloud spirit flower, I'll eat stir-fried rabbit meat tonight." The fat rabbit shuddered and raised its face, its eyes looking even more innocent and fawning. He nudged his chubby body to the side of the dark cloud spirit flower. He didn't touch the dark cloud spirit flower. Instead, he knelt down very close to the petals. It even took a deep breath like a human, and a look of enjoyment appeared in its beady eyes. Mayan suspiciously looks at it for a while. Seeing that it really didn't touch the dark cloud spirit flower, she takes out the Tian Emochin and begins to play. Ingmei's gaze couldn't help but land on the fat rabbit. His brows furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. The rabbit's appearance seemed very ordinary, but Ingmei always felt that it had a strange aura, which made her feel that it was troublesome and in awe. The sound of the zither rang out, and the celestial sound lingered in the air. The plants in the courtyard swayed enchantingly. At the same time, the chubby rabbit was also shaking its head in fascination. As the song reached its climax, the fragrance of the dark cloud spirit flower became stronger. The fat rabbit was so excited that it rolled over and almost crushed a few herbs. No one noticed that the originally snow-white fur on the fat rabbit's body had become even more glossy and smooth after the zither song, sparkling like jade. A pair of mung-bean eyes looked at Mu Yan, filled with excitement and agitation. It was right to follow its young master and the female devil, even. In a damned place like the Yanwu continent, it can still advance. As the sound of the zither falls, Mayan puts away the Tian Emochin and looks at the 4 stalks of dark cloud spirit flowers, her eyes filled with amazement. The petals, which were already beautiful to begin with, were now as translucent as blue ice crystals. It was breathtakingly beautiful. The stamen in the center of the flower swayed gently in the wind. It was the only color other than blue on the dark cloud spirit flower. Mu Yan held her breath, took out the jade box, and prepared to collect the stamens. But before he could stretch out his hand, he heard a sharp and furious bellow behind him. "What are you doing?" Mayan stares blankly. Just as she is about to get up, she feels a huge force knocking her away. The flustered and exasperated voice sounded again, "Are you crazy? You know what this is, yet you dare to touch it at will." Ingmei's eyes and hands are quick, supporting Mayan. He looks at the newcomer with an extremely unfriendly expression. Mayan also looks over. He saw that the person who came was a little girl wearing a green dress and had her hair combed into a double-ringed bun. Her appearance could be considered delicate and cute, but the arrogance on her face made her look harsh. When the little girl looks up and sees Mayan's appearance, a trace of amazement flashes through her eyes. Then, his brows furrowed even more. With her hands on her hips, she shouted at Mu Yan, "Do you know that this dark cloud spirit flower is something that my family's miss wants to use to refine pills? What if you break it?" Mu Yan narrows her eyes, "Who are you?" The fat rabbit at her feet bared his teeth and made a strange grumbling noise. Ingmei's expression became even colder. He took a step forward and was about to make a move. She would not allow anyone to humiliate Miss June. However, the little girl sneered disdainfully, "Me? I'm sure Xianxi's personal maid. I'm here on the orders of my young miss to collect the stamens of the dark cloud spirit flower. According to my young miss calculations, the dark cloud spirit flower will bloom at noon today. Luckily I came early, otherwise, this precious dark cloud spirit flower would have been destroyed by a village girl like you." Village girl? This woman actually dares to say that Mayan is a village girl? Not to mention Ingmei's chilling killing intent, even the black-clothed guard at the side revealed an extremely displeased expression. Their Miss June was able to grow a dark cloud spirit flower that no one had been able to cultivate for thousands of years. It can make the 4 seasons change in the entire medicine garden, and the drafts grow crazily. The rare and precious drafts that have grown in the medicine garden these past few days have directly benefited these black-clothed guards. Their Miss June is also a famous enchantress of medicine in Tianyuan City. She can bring the dead back to life and snatch a life from the hands of the king of hell. Such a powerful person was actually called a country bumpkin. Where did this woman get her face from? As if sensing the killing intent in the surroundings, the maid shrunk her neck and revealed a trace of fear. But very quickly, she puffs out her chest and says with a cold snort, "Our miss was personally invited by the owner of this courtyard from the ghost city. If you dare to disrespect me, aren't you afraid that your master will skin you alive? As soon as these words came out, the black-clothed guard's expression changed. Even Yingmei was startled, the murderous aura on her body vanishing without a trace. Someone invited by Jun Shang, seeing the change in these people's expressions and actions, the maid becomes more and more complacent. Raising her chin, she arrogantly says, "Do you know how many people in the entire Yanwu continent want to move our miss? It is your greatest honor that our young miss is willing to come here." "Xianxia. Your young lady, is it Lanling?" Mu Yan suddenly asked. The maid glanced at her in astonishment, then became even more arrogant. "At least you have some knowledge." "That's right, Lanling is my family's young miss. However, my young miss's name is not something that a village girl like you can casually call out." Yingmei's eyes sharpened, wishing he could tear this person who had humiliated Miss June. But remembering that this was someone invited by Jun Shang, she suppressed her anger. However, Mu Yan's eyes slightly focused, and did not bother with the maid. Because she remembered her past life. This Lanling, the name of Fairy Shi, was like thunder piercing the ears in his previous life. In her past life, up until Mayan's death, there were only 2 alchemists in the entire Yanwu continent. One was Gong Qianshua's senior brother, a brilliant disciple of the Heavenly Road sect, Jianfeng. The other was the ghost city Lanling, Xianxia. Only, compared to Jianfeng's unrestrained sharpness, Lanling was even more low-key, or it could be said that she mainly served the ghost city. Unless she goes through the ghost city's relationship, she won't easily make a move. Therefore, he was not as famous as Jianfeng. But back then, Mu Yan had heard Gong Qianxua say that this Lanling's alchemy level was not inferior to Jianfeng's. He saw that Mayan was in a trance and was silent. It seemed that she was frightened by the name of her Mississippi. The maid couldn't help but sneer. Her expression was arrogant, but her tone was slightly better. "Don't blame me for what I said just now. My family's young miss has been waiting for this dark cloud spirit flower for a long time. You're just a village girl who doesn't understand medicine, so it's best if you don't touch it. The cultivation of the dark cloud spirit flower is extremely difficult. In order to give it to my family's young miss, the owner of this courtyard spent a great deal of effort. If you accidentally kill it, even if you were to be skinned and sold, you wouldn't be able to afford it." Mayan slowly lifts her eyes. "You said that these flowers are for Lanling?" "Of course." The maid looked at her with disdain. "Did you know that your master had already found my young miss a month ago and said that he would send the stamen of the dark cloud spirit flower within a month for my young miss to refine pills? It's just that my young miss knows how precious the dark cloud spirit flower is. She's afraid that you won't be able to pick it well with your rough hands and feet, so she sent me over to take a look." "Humph, it's fortunate that I came. Otherwise, the dark cloud spirit flower that the noble had specially cultivated for my family's young miss would have been killed by a clumsy village girl like you." The corners of Mayan's lips slowly curl up, a bright and beautiful smile blooming on her beautiful face. However, the more enchanting her smile was, the colder her eyes became. "So that's why the dark cloud spirit flower is so important to him." Yingmei looks at Mayan anxiously. He wants to say something, but he can't say a word. She has been by Jun Shang's side for so many years that she understands him better than anyone else. Aside from Miss June, there has never been a woman in this world who can make Jun Shang speak to her in a friendly manner. Even Tianyi Men's successor Lung Qingwan, Jun Shang has never paid any attention to her. Let alone this so-called Xianxia. "Miss June, don't misunderstand, Jun Shang he treats you." Before Yingmei could finish his words, the maid coldly stared at him. A pair of eyes with scrutiny and disgust, scanning Mu Yan up and down. Then, he spits, "So you're the vixen that they've been talking about, the one who seduces nobles all day long? I heard that you're the one in charge of growing this dark cloud spirit flower." "Heh. A country bumpkin, a gardener. Don't tell me that she thinks she can climb into the master's bed just because of her looks. Bah, how shameless. Luckily you didn't touch the dark cloud spirit flower just now. Otherwise, this pure and holy flower would have been tainted by you." As she spoke, the maidservant took out a jade box and bent down to pick the dark cloud spirit flower. Roar. The fat rabbit crouching beside Mu Yan suddenly lets out a beast-like roar. His entire body bounced up and crashed into the maidservant. His tiny eyes were filled with anxiety. But it was still a step too late. The moment the maid's hand touches the dark cloud spirit flower, the dark cloud spirit flower that Mu Yan had painstakingly cultivated for 6 days and played for 8 hours a day, withers at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone at the scene widens their eyes, aghast at this scene. Mu Yan's heart tightens, an indescribable sadness and sourness welling up in her heart. Listening to her zither every day, gently swaying when she touches them, it's like they have a life of their own, clinging to her and responding to her. But at this moment, one of the beautiful and fragile little flowers has withered. Mayan can even feel the loss of a breath of life in the air. The maidservant's face is filled with panic. She looks at the remaining black ash in her hand, the withered leaves of the dark cloud spirit flower. Then she looks at Mayan and the fat rabbit that has already jumped back to her side. She suddenly screams, "It's you, you must have done something to make this dark cloud spirit flower wither, isn't it? That's right, you must be jealous that my family's miss has gotten the nobleman's favor, so you instigated that rabbit to deliberately kill the dark cloud spirit flower. I'm not done with you." Saying that, she takes a step and suddenly pounces towards Mayan. Releasing her formidable internal force, she's actually at the peak of Earth stage. However, before the maidservant can get close to Mayan, Yingmei steps forward and stretches out her hand to block her way. Yingmei's gaze is indescribably cold. She's always liked to kill to stop killing, and use violence to curb violence. This woman dares to insult Mayan. If it was in normal times, she would have already been ruthlessly tortured to death. Meeting Yingmei's eyes, the maidservant shudders, and even the internal force that was originally condensed in her palm disperses due to fear. She trembles and opens her mouth. What do you want to do? I'm sure Xianxi's personal maidservant. If you hurt me, the nobleman won't let you off." Yingmei sneers, her gaze like a knife. "I'll kill you and bury you in the ground. No one will know that you've been here. Do you want to try?" The maidservant widens her eyes in horror and is about to speak. Suddenly, she catches a glimpse of several figures out of the corner of her eye. She leans back and directly falls to the ground, then lets out a pained wail. "It hurts. What do you want to do? You destroyed the dark cloud spirit flower, and now you want to kill me to silence me." Woo woo woo. Yingmei suddenly raises her head and sees the figures coming this way. She promptly kneels down on one knee, paying respects to Xianxia. The black-clothed guards in the courtyard kneel down, paying respects to Xianxia. In a split second, Mayan is the only one standing alone in the courtyard. Dimingju looks towards her. The girl's skin was so white that it was almost transparent under the sunlight. Her long eyelashes drooped slightly, covering the light in her eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faintly discernible charming smile. However, this smile did not have the slightest bit of temptation and slyness that it usually had. Instead, it had a trace of coldness. Dimingju frowns, coldly saying, "What's going on?" The crying maid secretly opened her eyes to look at the man walking over. Her eyes were filled with amazement. Her face turned red with embarrassment. In her entire life, she had never seen a man who could be as handsome as this mysterious nobleman in front of her. That celestial appearance, that noble aura that looked down on the world, it was no wonder that even the otherworldly young miss was captivated by this person's elegance. The maid sees that Dimingju is getting closer and closer. Impatience floats up in her eyes because she doesn't get an answer. She quickly calmed herself down and sat up on her knees. With a sobbing tone, she said, "Young master. Yesterday, the guards by your side came to inform young miss that the dark cloud spirit flower would bloom today. Young miss was worried that the dark cloud spirit flower would be damaged in the process of collecting it, so she specifically let this servant come over to take a look, and also let this servant personally pick the stamens of the dark cloud spirit flower." The maid turns around and points indignantly at Mu Yan. It's her. She actually intended to steal the dark cloud spirit flowers, and even indulged her pet to trample on them. Although the servant hurriedly stepped forward to stop her, it was still too late. One of the precious dark cloud spirit flowers had already been killed by her. Saying that, the maid points to the withered dark cloud spirit flower, her tears falling even more fiercely. An appearance as if she had really suffered all kinds of grievances. Yingmei listens to her inverting black and white words, and her complexion turns somewhat pale with anger. But she has never been good with words, and the black-clothed guards in the courtyard are also taciturn people. Xianxia, It's not like what she said, Miss June didn't. If it's not like this, then what? The maid yells, do you dare say that she didn't just want to steal the dark cloud spirit flower? Do you dare say that you weren't threatening me just now, trying to kill me to silence me? Ying Mei's face flushes, her hands tightly clenched into fists, but she can't say a word. She has always been good at using her sword and fists to talk. But this time, the one being wrongly accused is Miss June. She will not allow it. Ying Mei takes a step forward, about to speak, but a hand presses down on her shoulder. Mu Yan slowly steps forward, pats her shoulder, and shows her a faint smile. Then she casually looks at Demingju. I destroyed the flower, so what? Mu Yan's voice is bone-chilling. Even those peach blossom eyes, which are usually gleaming with light, seem to have condensed into frost. Demingju instinctively doesn't like to see such an expression on her face, and his brows slightly wrinkle. When the maid hears her words, she immediately shouts, Gongzi, listen, she admitted it. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Deliberately destroying my family's Miss Dark Cloud spirit flower. Mu Yan looks at her, her eyes indifferent, her expression unspeakably careless. Yes, I did it on purpose. What can you do to me? These dark cloud spirit flowers were planted by me. I don't want to give even one to your family's miss. What can you do to me? Saying that, she raises her hand, about to take away the remaining 3 dark cloud spirit flowers. She doesn't want to experience what happened just now, watching with her own eyes as the flowers she had cultivated wither and wither, her life vanishing. However, his profound chi had not even touched the dark cloud spirit flower. Demingju grabs her wrist. With his Xianxia controlled, the dark cloud spirit flower naturally couldn't be kept. Mayan abruptly raises her head to look at Demingju. There's finally a trace of annoyance in her eyes. Let go. Not only does Demingju not let go, his fingertips gently stroke her wrist, as if he's flirting. Be good. I still have use for these dark cloud spirit flowers. Obedient my ass. You want to use the dark cloud spirit flower that this lady painstakingly planted to please your lover, Demingju. Do you want to die or do you want to die? The maidservant was startled by this scene. Wasn't this noble's attitude towards the gardener a little too intimate? Could it be that he was really seduced by this foxy gardener? Young master, this person deliberately killed the dark cloud spirit flower. You must not let her off easily. Demingju coldly looks at the maid, but doesn't say anything. At the side, Han Yi steps forward, beaming. Oh, then what do you think we should do? The maid immediately says, the dark cloud spirit flower is something that Gongzi wants to give to my family's Mississippi. Which one of them isn't priceless? It's hard to find in this world. What's more important is Gongzi's feelings towards my family's Mississippi. I think we should just make her compensate with a dark cloud spiritual flower and whip her 100 times as a warning to others. When she says these words, the maid looks at Mayan with eyes full of malice and ridicule. She was sure that this mysterious nobleman had a good impression of her young miss. Otherwise, why would he say that he would give such a precious dark cloud spirit flower to the young miss? So what if this foxy gardener shamelessly tried to seduce people? Once the young miss made her move, it would be a piece of cake to deal with this thing. Mayan looks up at Demingju, smiling like a flower, killing Jun Shang's intentions for his lover. Mayan really deserves to die 1,000 deaths. As he says this, the mysterious energy in his hand suddenly revolves, breaking free from Demingju's bindings in a split second. Who knew that as soon as his hand broke free, his waist would be grabbed? The distance between the two of them became even closer. Mayan is going crazy with anger. But Demingju seems to be looking at a mischievous child. His voice is clear and cold, carrying a helpless pampering tone. Don't make trouble. Or, do you want to be closer to Benjun? Mu Yan. She really wants to castrate this bastard. The maid is shocked and resentful as she looks at Mayan, who is getting closer to Demingju. The light in her eyes turns from complacent to bitter resentment. But he hears Han Yi continue to smile and ask, the dark cloud spirit flower is a rare plant, it's hard to find in this world. To find another one is almost an impossible matter. This request seems a bit too much. When the maid hears Hanya's words, her eyes immediately brighten. It turned out that this foxy charmer had not completely hooked the noble's heart. She had damaged young Mrs. Dark Cloud's spiritual flower, so she had to compensate as well. The maid composed herself. It's precisely because the dark cloud spirit flower is hard to find in this world that she has to compensate. I remember my young miss saying that if the dark cloud spirit flower were to appear in this world, it would be worth at least 10 million gold coins. Since she couldn't take out a single dark cloud spiritual flower, she would have to compensate him with gold coins. Also, there's no way you can escape the 100 lashes. Hanyi blinks, 10 million gold coins, that's not a small number, right? I'm afraid an ordinary person wouldn't be able to earn that much even after several lifetimes. She only has herself to blame. The maid's eyes brighten as she stares at Mayan, her eyes brimming with malice. If she really can't come up with the money, I think it's not bad to sell her to the ghost city's Wanrenku. With her beauty, she could definitely be sold for a good price. When the time comes, I'll work like a cow or a horse in the ghost city for several decades. There will be a day when I can gather 10 million gold coins. As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed. Even Hanya's eyes are a little heavy. Not to mention Di Mingju. His eyes were already surging with a thick dark red killing intent. Ying Mei thinks that Di Mingju really wants to punish Mayan because of the dark cloud spirit flower. Bending a knee, he instantly knelt down. My lord, the dark cloud spirit flower was killed by the subordinate. If there is a need for compensation, please let the subordinate do it. Please do not wrongly accuse Miss Jun Muyen frowns and wants to step forward to help her up. But Di Mingju has already taken the initiative to release her, slowly standing in front of the already withered dark cloud spirit flower. If you damaged something, you should compensate according to the price and accept the punishment. It's very fair. The man's voice was bone-chilling, making everyone present shiver uncontrollably. But the meaning of those words makes the maid wild with joy. She even forgets to be afraid of that ruthless murderous intent in the air. She proudly looks at Mayan, waiting to see this woman's miserable end. But how can you prove that she was the one who killed the flower? The maid stares blankly, then immediately says, I saw it with my own eyes, I'm a witness. Witness? There's no need. Di Mingju hooks up the corners of his lips, as if he's smiling. But the bloodthirst and coldness in his eyes make his handsome face look particularly dangerous. Ben Jun has better evidence. As soon as his voice falls, a powerful energy strikes at the withered spirit flower. Flames soar, and the withered branches and leaves are burned to nothing. In the next moment, a wisp of black gas comes out of the smoke, flying straight towards the maid. Hanyi sneers, I forgot to tell you, the spirit flower of the dark clouds was also known as the flower of the Holy Spirit in ancient times. Because it can only accept the watering of the purer and purer aura. Before, what made the spirit flower of the dark clouds grow was the purest internal force in Miss June's body. Therefore, from then on, those whose aura isn't as pure as Miss June's, as long as they touch the spirit flower, the dark cloud spirit flower will come into contact with the filthy energy and die. So for the past 6 days, no one in our courtyard has dared to approach the spirit flower of the dark clouds, and no one dares to touch it. The maid widens her eyes in horror. No, that's impossible. How can there be such a strange spiritual flower in this world? But she hears Hanyi continue, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you, the spirit flower of the dark clouds is a very vengeful flower. Because it only has 7 days to live, the spirit flower of the dark clouds treasures its time to grow. Therefore, once the filthy energy causes them to die, the withered flowers and leaves will lock in and strengthen the filthy energy. Once the flowers and leaves are completely burned or decayed, the filthy energy will return to its owner. The black smoke seems to have a spiritual nature, and pounces straight at the maid. The maid frantically tries to dodge, but she simply can't escape the black smoke. After a few short breaths, her face is completely wrapped up in the black smoke. Ah 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 ah, a mournful scream pierces the sky. The maid wails in anguish, desperately rolling on the ground. This kind of pain lasts for no less than a quarter of an hour, before the black smoke slowly dissipates, revealing the maid's pitch-black banana face. If one were to say, the maid's face could be considered pretty and pleasing, with red lips and white teeth. But right now, all that's left of her is a patch of blackness, even her teeth are black and yellow. Unspeakably ugly. She was even more like a village girl than a village girl. Pfft. Cough cough. One of the guards in black couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was so scared that he quickly held it in. Ha 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 ha. Han Yi doesn't want to endure it at all. He holds his stomach and leans on Ying Mei, laughing so hard that he can't stand straight. Ha ha ha, little shadow, look at that face of hers, don't you think it looks like a briquette? Ying Mei pushes Han Yi away in disgust. Seeing the maid's appearance, she can't help but curve up the corners of her lips. Mu Yan is also somewhat dumbfounded. She didn't know that the dark cloud spirit flower still had such abilities after it died. This method of revenge was truly ingenious. Pucci, Di Mingju looks at the smile on her face, and the coldness between his brows finally recedes a little, turning into a gentle pampering. The maid touched her face. When she put her hand down from her face, she saw that her palm was pitch black. This kind of blackness could not be erased or washed away no matter what. She was originally quite confident in her appearance and had always fantasized about being able to follow the young miss and marry the handsome son-in-law together with the young miss. But now, everything was destroyed. Han Yi has already stopped laughing, standing in front of the maid in all seriousness. Well, now that the dark cloud spirit flower has been proven, it's time for us to calculate the issue of compensation. The maid widened her eyes and opened her black mouth, revealing a horrified and despairing expression. Han Yi smiles even more gently. Don't worry, we won't make things difficult for you, just do as you said just now. Either he took out a dark cloud spirit flower, or he had to pay 10 million gold coins. Oh, right, don't forget the punishment of 100 lashes. Miss, may I ask if what I said is correct? The maid's body was on the verge of collapsing. If one could still see the color of her skin at this time, one would probably see a pale face. No. Forgive me, I can't afford it. Han Yi lets out a regretful sigh. He clapped his hands together and said gently, but don't worry. Even if you can't afford it, we won't force you. As you said, it's very simple. If I don't have enough money, I'll just sell you to the 10,000 cave. It's just that your appearance. Han Yi looks her up and down at her mushy appearance. Oh, the flesh business is no good, but it's still pretty good to be a slave in the beast fighting coliseum. After all, you also have an earth stage cultivation. Presumably, you'll be able to earn a lot of money from each match. There's still a long way to go. If he worked for a few decades, there would come a day when he would be able to pay off his debt of 10 million gold coins. Don't you think so? The maidservant couldn't hold on any longer when she heard this, and her eyes rolled back as she fainted. In the breeze, Mayan sits next to the dark cloud spirit flower. As the sun set in the west, the dark cloud spirit flower became more and more translucent. Its beauty was out of this world. But Mu Yan also knows that its short life has come to an end. In at most an hour, these flowers would completely wither and bear a pitch-black seed. Just like the 2 crystals left in her space, they had no vitality. Mu Yan sighs softly. In the end, she still reaches out and touches the sparkling and translucent petals, as well as the pink stamen in the center of the petals. The flowers swayed gently, as if expressing their affection and closeness to her. It also seemed to be telling him that he was fast. Their lives were like mayflies, short and helpless, but their short 7 days of life were more gorgeous than all the summer flowers in the world. Even if it was only 7 days, it was enough. Mu Yan gently plucks off the stamens in the center and carefully puts them into the jade box. The last ray of sunlight sank into the western sky, and the little flower withered completely, its life gone. Mayan raises her hand and gently waves it, collecting the dried leaves and seeds of the dark cloud spirit flower into her space. Then he gets up and hands the jade box to Di Mingju. These few hours, she quietly looked at the dark cloud spirit flower, unwilling to pick it. Di Mingju accompanies her at her side, not saying a word. Looking at this point, Mu Yan did not intend to argue with this man. After all, the seed of the dark cloud spirit flower was provided by Di Mingju. The dark cloud spirit flower was able to bloom because of Di Mingju. In the end, she doesn't have the qualifications to ask who Di Mingju wants to give the stamen of the dark cloud spirit flower to. You wanted the stamen of the dark cloud spirit flower, so we're even, right? Mu Yan said lightly. Di Mingju takes the jade box and immediately hands it over to Han Yi. Just a moment ago, Mu Yan thought that she had thought things through. Hearing this, the displeasure in his heart immediately turned into a raging fire. This bastard really wanted to give away the stamen of the dark cloud spirit flower that he had worked so hard to grow. He really wanted to snatch back the jade box that he had just handed over. However, Hanyi doesn't give her the slightest chance. He takes the jade box, and without even saying a word, he turns into light and disappears. From the looks of it, he was really anxious. Mayan's eyes are heavy. Without saying anything more, she turns around and leaves. She didn't care who this man was going to give the dark cloud spirit flower to, she just wanted to see her baby. However, he had only taken 2 steps. Di Mingju's figure suddenly appears, blocking in front of her. Mu Yan narrows her eyes, her expression exceptionally unkind. What is Jun Shang doing? You wanted me to help you take care of your flowers, and I did. I also picked the stamen that you wanted to give to your little lover. Now that I want to leave, could it be that Jun Shang still won't allow it? Di Mingju's good-looking sword-like eyebrows wrinkle. There's a trace of doubt in the depths of his eyes. What little lover? Hee hee. Act. Keep pretending. Di Mingju stares blankly for a moment, then suddenly comes to a realization. You mean Ling? How could she be? Suddenly, his voice paused. A trace of a smile appears in his eyes. He leans closer to Mayan and whispers in her ear, Mayan, hearing your tone, Ben Jun will think that you are jealous. Jealous my *SS. Mu Yan's face flushed red and she almost roared out loud. Looking at the man's smiling eyes, she felt even more annoyed when she saw her own angry look in his icy blue eyes. Pushing the man's face away, Mu Yan coldly says, it's your business how you like to fantasize, I'm not interested. Right now, I just want to leave. Juanshang Darren wouldn't go back on his words, right? Di Mingju clasps her wrist and forcibly pulls her to his side. Wait 1 more day. After 1 day, I'll definitely let you see Xiaobao. Why should I wait another day? Mu Yan coldly says, don't forget what you promised. As long as I grow the dark cloud spirit flower, you'll let me go. Before she could finish her sentence, the world in front of her started spinning. Di Mingju lifts her up again, hanging her on his shoulder. It was as if he was carrying a sack. Di Mingju. Mayan almost roars, you're going back on your word, you're shameless. The man stretched out his hand and gently patted her perky butt. His ears were suspiciously red. The voice that came out was still as cold as ever. No matter what you say, I won't let you leave before tomorrow night. A certain Juanshang, humph. What's so important about my face? Is it more important than my wife? Sob sob sob, miss, you have to save me. I don't want to be sold to Wan Renku, and I don't want to be whipped 100 times. Please help me plead with the noble. The maids who were scorched from head to toe knelt in front of Ling, crying bitterly as they begged. Opposite the maids sat a beautiful and refined woman dressed in white. Hearing the maid's pleading cry, the woman's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Her cold and otherworldly face immediately had a hint of gentleness and beauty, as if she was being held in her hands. She was indescribably delicate and lovely. Qing what exactly happened? I told you to go pick the stamen of the dark cloud spirit flower. How did you end up like this? This servant couldn't stand it, so I tried to reason with her, but I didn't expect that I would end up like this. She told him what had happened in the herb garden with a lot of embellishments. She focuses on how Mayan coveted the dark cloud spirit flower, and after discovering that it was given to Ling, she deliberately destroyed it and framed her. After Di Mingju appeared, how she seduced Di Mingju. The more Ling listens, the tighter her brows knit together. Her calm and tranquil eyes also slightly sink. Do you know where that person came from? The maid sees the displeasure in Ling's eyes, and a flash of happiness appears on her face. She immediately says, replying to Miss, that woman is called Mayan, and she's now a famous doctor in Tianyuan City. I heard that she also passed the senior doctor's exam of Xian Medical Pavilion. Xian Medical Pavilion? Ling lets out a disdainful sneer, clearly not putting Xian Medical Pavilion in her eyes at all. The maid still wants to say more, but Hanyi has already rushed over like a gust of wind. Miss Hanyi slightly gasps for breath as he takes out the jade box. He goes straight to the point, this is the stamen of the dark cloud spirit flower. Jun Shang wants it, please complete it as soon as possible. Ling takes the jade box, her fingers gently caressing the top. A man's incomparably handsome face seems to appear before her eyes. A slight heat rises on her cheeks. Why didn't Dijun himself come, she murmurs softly, and about today's matter, I heard from Qing. Oh, if Miss Shi didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Han Yi seems to have just discovered the maid's existence, curling his lips up into a sneer. Why are you still here? Didn't you promise to go to the ghost city to receive 100 lashes, and then go to the beast fighting coliseum to raise money to pay off the debt? Hearing Han Ye's words, the maid's eyes fill with fear. She looks at Ling with a pleading look. Miss. Ling's brows slightly wrinkle. Guard Han, there might be some misunderstanding in today's matter. Even if Qing was really framed and accidentally killed the dark cloud spirit flower, there's no need to be so overbearing, right? After all, Qing is my personal maid. I don't know if Guard Han can allow me to see Dijun, and ask him to make an exception. There's no need to make an exception. Han Yi says with a smile that isn't a smile, since Miss Shi is pleading for leniency, it's fine not to send that person to Wanrenku. Hearing this, the maidservant's face revealed an ecstatic expression. Ling also smiled with satisfaction, her face carrying a touch of pride and joy. Who knew that Han Ye's next sentence would make her so angry that she almost drops the jade box on the ground? As long as Miss Lan is willing to compensate my family's June with millions of gold coins, your maid naturally wouldn't have to go to Wanrenku. Of course, the punishment of 100 lashes is unavoidable. Ling clenched her teeth. Guard Han, do you think the Emperor knows that you are acting on your own? Han Yi has an indifferent look on his face. If Miss Shi feels that it is necessary, you are welcome to complain to my Jun Shang at any time. As he spoke, he clapped his hands. Immediately, someone rushed in and dragged the screaming maid out. 100 lashes, in addition to being sent to the 10,000 cave, sent to the beast fighting arena, to spend the rest of his life fighting with beasts and humans until his death. Piak, Ling heavily slammed the jade box in her hand onto the table, her face alternating between green and purple. But in the end, she still managed to endure it. Han Yi once again put on a smiling and gentle appearance. Miss Shi, 3 stamens of the dark cloud spirit flower, it wouldn't be a problem to refine at least 9 orifices golden dan, right? Refining a golden elixir of 9 orifices with 3 dark cloud spirit flowers was already a very high success rate. Ling arrogantly raised her chin. Of course, there's no problem. With my, Ling's, alchemy skills, the Emperor Lord doesn't need to worry at all. Once the elixir is refined, Ling will personally deliver the elixir to the Emperor. Others couldn't even refine a golden pill of 9 orifices with 3 dark cloud spirit flowers. But she insisted on making 2 or 3 pills. At that time, she would definitely make that person look at her in a different light. She would definitely let that person know that she was the best. Ling pressed her hand on the jade box, her eyes full of expectation, desire, and determination. She didn't even hear Han Ye's words. There's no need, Jun Shang doesn't see outsiders. He just immersed himself in his own world. From the first moment she laid eyes on Di Mingju, Ling has allowed her heart to sink completely into this man. Because she knows that in the Yanwu continent, there will never be another man like this person, handsome, powerful, and aloof. Only a man like this was worthy of her, Ling. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Mei carefully carried the dishes into the house. However, the room was quiet and the light was dim. There were no melodious zither sounds, no warm candlelight, and no refreshing fragrance. What made Mei uneasy was that she could smell a faint smell of blood in the air. He put down the tray, walked around the screen, and entered the room. Mei saw a figure moving slowly on the bed and called out softly, Miss June, it's time to eat. You haven't even had breakfast. Before he finished speaking, Mei's expression suddenly changed. On the bed not far away, a young girl in pajamas was leaning against the headboard. His face was pale, and his head was slightly drooping. He was so weak that he looked like he could fall off the bed at any time. What was even more frightening was that her pale lips and snow-white clothes were stained with captivating red blood. Miss June. Mei turns pale with fright and rushes over to help Mayan, whose life or death is unknown. She pinched her slender, jade-like wrist with her fingers and slowly injected spiritual energy into it. It had been a long time since Mei had been so afraid. His hands were ice cold and his body was trembling slightly. He was afraid that something might happen to Mu Yan. However, as the spiritual power gushed out, she felt that her eyelids were getting heavier and her consciousness was getting more and more blurry. His body began to sway uncontrollably. Yingmei struggled to open her eyes, but she couldn't control her body. She suddenly realized something. Raising her eyes with difficulty, she saw the young girl who was on the verge of death a moment ago. Her long eyelashes fluttered and her eyes shone with a crafty light. The corners of her lips curled up, revealing a charming smile at her. Yingmei's first reaction was, "Fortunately, Miss June is fine." Unable to hold on any longer, he fainted. Looking at the young man who has fallen asleep in her arms, Mu Yan cupped her hands guiltily towards her. "I'm sorry, Yingmei, I'll borrow your identity first. When I see my baby, I will definitely come back to treat your illness and maintain your figure." Mu Yan's speed is very fast, and she directly changes clothes with Yingmei. In the mirror, the black-clothed youth's face couldn't be seen clearly under the shadow, but the cold temperament around him was exactly the same as Yingmei. He believes that as long as he doesn't look closely, even Han Yi, who is most familiar with Yingmei, wouldn't be able to recognize him. She quietly leaves the room. As she passes by the food on the table, Mayan swallows her saliva, but in the end, she still restrains herself. In order to act more realistically, she didn't even eat breakfast. She's really hungry now. But in order to see her dear Xiaobao, what's a little hunger? Today is a rainy day, and the entire courtyard is dark and gloomy. Mayan pretends to be a Yingmei, effortlessly passing through the guards. Just as she's about to approach the courtyard gate, she sees a tall figure coming towards her. That cold and powerful aura, even from dozens of meters away, can't be ignored at all. Mayan's pupils contract, and she inwardly says that it's not good. How could she be so unlucky? She managed to deal with the Yingmei with great difficulty, but she actually bumps into the sky. However, there are no obstacles between the two of them. If she tries to hide or pretend not to see it now, it would only make things worse. Mayan takes a deep breath, and as Di Mingju slowly approaches imitating the Yingmei, she slightly bows, and deliberately lowers her voice, "Jun Shang." Di Mingju's expression is indifferent. "Where's Mayan?" Mayan's heart tightens, and she strives to make her tone sound as indifferent as the Yingmei, replying to Jun Shang, "Miss Mayan is currently resting." Di Mingju's brows slightly wrinkle, and a trace of worry flits across his eyes. He no longer pays attention to the Yingmei in front of him, and directly brushes past her, heading towards Mayan's room. The two brush past each other, and Mayan lets out a long sigh of relief. Then, just as she's about to take a step, the man who has already brushed past her abruptly stops and turns around. "Wait a minute." Mayan's heart suddenly jumps up to her throat. "Jun Shang, is there anything else?" She lowers her head, not daring to look up. So she doesn't see the man slightly narrowing his eyes not far from her. A pair of eyes unblinkingly falls on her, and then a dark light flashes. What did Mayan do today? Nothing, nothing. Miss June has been resting today. Oh? Is that so? Yes. Mayan grits her teeth. "Jun Shang, if there's nothing else, this subordinate will take her leave first." There's a moment of silence from the other side. Just as Mayan is about to break into a run, the man's deep voice slowly speaks, "Go prepare, Ben Jun wants to take a bath." What the hell? Mu Yan cursed in her heart, wishing that she could chop the man in front of her into 8 pieces. Bathing was one thing, but he actually needed someone to serve him. Did this man know that Yingmei was a woman? He asked a woman to help him bathe. This shameless hooligan. Pervert. However, ridicule is ridicule. Mayan knows that in front of Di Mingju, even if she exerts all of her skills, she still wouldn't be able to escape. Rather than being exposed now and being caught again, it would be better for him to go back. She might as well go to the hot spring with this man. Take a bath. I need to take off my clothes, right? You need to take off your pants, right? When the time comes, Di Mingju will strip naked and break into a run, conveniently taking his clothes along the way. Could it be that he would chase after her naked? Thinking of this wonderful idea, Mayan's state of mind calms down quite a bit. Even when Di Mingju opened his mouth to let her undress, she could even brace herself and do it. Isn't it just undressing? It's not the first time anyway. The first time they were strangers, the second time they were friends, the third and fourth time they were easy to get along with your sister. Di Mingju, this bastard, does he usually letting Mei undress him when he takes a bath? Robes, shirts, shoes were taken off one by one. Even if Mayan doesn't dare to raise her head, she can still feel the man's sexy abs and waistline in front of her. There was also the man's unique scent. Because they were so close, it kept drilling into her nose, making her head unconsciously dizzy. When there's only a pair of underwear left, Mayan's hand stops. However, Di Mingju still stands in front of her, not budging an inch. Then, she heard the man's deep and husky voice. Continue. What? Mu Yan almost raised her head and stared at him in shock. But Di Mingju says as if it's a matter of course, Ben Jun wants to take a bath. Don't tell me you want Ben Jun to take a bath wearing pants? Steam rose from the hot spring, blurring the faces of the two people. Therefore, even though Di Mingju's body is almost completely stripped right now, she can't see it as clearly as when she was drawing that day. But even if she couldn't see clearly, having her strip off every single one of his clothes was too. Mu Yan inwardly curses Di Mingju, this pervert, countless times. But in the end, the situation was stronger than the person. Moreover, wouldn't it be more convenient for her to escape if she stripped this man naked? Thinking of this, Mu Yan grits her teeth. She grabbed the waist of the man's trousers and pulled it all the way down. During the process, the back of her hand accidentally touched the hot spring. She was so scared that she almost kicked the man into the hot spring pool. Amidst the rising steam, Mu Yan can still see the man's straight and slender legs. Even if it was just a shadow, this man's body was still so seductive and perfect. Now, can I? Jun Shang. The last two words are squeezed out by Mu Yan's teeth. She swore that if this pervert dared to cause any more trouble, she would definitely kick him into the pond. Di Mingju lowers his head and looks at the young girl in front of him. The corner of his mouth hooks up into a shallow smile as he looks at the angry Mu Yan. This little woman, did she think he couldn't recognize her? In fact, her acting was very good. If it were someone else, he might not have been able to tell that it wasn't Ing Mei. However, the person pretending to be a shadow demon is Jun Mayan. In this world, he, Di Mingju, might not be able to recognize anyone, but he would never be unable to recognize Jun Mayan. Even if it was a wisp of aura or a tiny movement, he seemed to be familiar with it to the bone. Originally, he knew that Mayan wanted to escape, and his heart was still full of anger. At this moment, when he saw the young girl's indignant expression, all of this turned into gentleness and love. Usually, Mayan is always lazy and calm, as if she doesn't care about anything. What Di Mingju wants to see the most, is for her to reveal a different attitude of a daughter because of him. The atmosphere in the hot spring was especially strange because of the long silence between the two. Mu Yan's entire body stiffens, her heart pounding like a drum. Just as she was about to lose it, the man suddenly turned around and slowly walked into the hot spring. The milky white water and the steaming mist cover the man's body, allowing Mayan to heave a long sigh of relief. Now, she could finally leave. However, just as he took a step forward, she hears Di Mingju's magnetic voice slowly ring out with a bit of laziness and lust, "Come here." Mayan's footsteps stiffen, her hands clenching into fists. What does this pervert want to do now? She really wanted to leave, but the problem was that the exit was at the other end of the hot spring pool. She could not guarantee that she would be able to use her qinggong to escape. Will Di Mingju drag him into the pond midway? "Come here and scrub my back." The man's voice became hoarse and lazy, like a feather that drilled into one's heart. Mu Yan couldn't help but look up, her blood almost rushing to her nose. This scene was too against the rules. She saw the man lazily lying on the edge of the pool. Her long, jet-black hair was tucked in front of her chest, vaguely covering the spot on her chest. What was revealed, however, was her honey-colored skin and her sexy back that was submerged in the water. Mu Yan swallows her saliva and can't help but look at the man's face. Di Mingju's complexion has always been extremely beautiful. Sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, a straight nose, and thin lips. Not a single inch of his facial features was imperfect. When put together, he was even more handsome than a mortal. But usually, the aura around him was indescribably cold and distant. He was so high up that no one dared to get close to him and blaspheme him. But at this moment, Di Mingju has shed all of his indifference, and on the contrary, has added a trace of evil charm that can make people's hearts tremble. It was a person. No matter men or women, seeing this scene, no one would be able to control themselves. Di Mingju suddenly lifts his eyes, the corner of his lips slightly hooking up. What are you still staring at? Aren't you going to help me wipe my back? Mu Yan abruptly comes back to herself. That little bit of charm and reverie just now instantly turned into gnashing her teeth. Humph, so be it, hopefully, this man can take it. Mu Yan casually picks up a towel from the side, wets it, and wipes it on Di Mingju's back. Profound energy quietly circulated, and the ordinary towel even emitted a caw-caw sound of the thread breaking. With this kind of strength, even if it was used to rub a piece of granite, it would be able to rub it full of holes. But what makes Mu Yan dumbfounded is no matter how much strength she uses, Di Mingju's back is still smooth and sexy. Not even the slightest trace was left behind. F***ck. Was he still human? What was this bastard's skin made of? Out of curiosity, Mu Yan couldn't help but reach out and scratch the smooth and warm skin with her fingers. In a split second, Di Mingju's body shudders uncontrollably. Before Mu Yan could react, she only feels that the sky and earth are spinning. He was pulled over by a strong force. Thump, a large amount of warm water surged over and covered her head and face. Cough, cough, cough. Mu Yan comes out of the water with great difficulty, only to meet the man's scarlet eyes. The previously icy blue color had completely transformed into flames of desire at this moment. Mu Yan, do you know when a woman will grab a man's back like this? Mu Yan is startled. She is a little flustered by the flames in the man's eyes. She wants to escape. However, as soon as she moved, the man's lips fell on her. He held her tightly in his arms, as if he couldn't wait to swallow her whole. A hoarse voice, with a strong sense of expectation, intermittently rings in her ears, only, when we are in the bridal chamber. Mayan, do you want to try it now? Mayan. 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 Yen Yen, wait a minute. Mayan abruptly comes back to her senses from her confusion. She bends her knee and viciously knocks it. Di Mingju snorts, and has no choice but to let go of the person. No matter how high his cultivation is, no matter how impregnable he is, he still wouldn't be able to resist that kind of pain. Cough, cough. Mu Yan glares at him indignantly, cursing as she retreats towards the edge of the pool. So you really knew? Mayan stares blankly, a strange sweetness inexplicably welling up in her heart. Di Mingju's words simply tell her that, to him, she's different, and no one can compare to her. Wait a minute, now's not the time to be secretly happy about these inexplicable things. The most important thing right now is to escape from here, to see her baby. Mayan leaps and leaves the hot spring pool. Standing on the shore, she looks at Di Mingju, whose face is still somewhat distorted from the pain just now. She can't help but take pleasure in his misfortune, curling up the corners of her lips. Jun Shang, you can continue to take a good bath here, I'll go first. Saying that, his figure flashes, and as fast as lightning, he heads out the door. This hot spring pool is at the southernmost part of the courtyard, separated from the outside world by a wooden door. Mayan has just opened the wooden door, about to escape without a trace. She suddenly feels something tighten around her waist, and her whole body flies out. Before she could clearly see what's wrapped around her waist, she sees a silver whip flash in front of her, and the wooden door that was just opened is slammed shut with a bang. And Mayan's body falls straight down in midair. Below her is the hot spring pool. However, the scene of her falling into the water doesn't appear as she expected. Instead, she's being pulled into a blazing embrace. The man's low, hoarse, an angry voice rings in her ears. Dressed like this, where do you think you're going? At this moment, although Mayan is wearing clothes, she's completely drenched, revealing the curves of her body. Her hair bun was also disheveled from the action just now, and her long, messy hair drapes behind her, making her look even more enchanting and charming, like the most beautiful goblin coming out of the water. If Mayan leaves this courtyard like this, and is seen by the men outside, as soon as Di Mingju thinks of such a scene, he can't wait to dig out the eyes of all the men in his imagination. You don't want to stay with me that much? Why is it that from the moment they've met, this woman has always tried every possible way to escape from his side. Mayan feels that she's firmly imprisoned in the man's embrace. Through the thin, drenched clothes, she can even feel the man's skin's blazing heat and explosive power. She struggles to leave, but she's imprisoned even tighter. She can only brace herself and say, Deming-ju, you said that as long as I raised the dark cloud spirit flower, you'd let me go. We met by chance, why do you have to? Deming-ju snorts coldly. Strangers meeting by chance can also turn into mutual promises of life and death. You are destined to be my wife. Mu Yan grits her teeth. Who is your wife? Don't be so shameless. When did I say I wanted to marry you? You won't marry me? Not marrying. Deming-ju's expression is indifferent. Oh, then Ben Jun can also marry into your family. Mu Yan, what the F***ck? Deming-ju, do you know what you're saying? Jun Shangdaran, do you still want your face? Mu Yan takes a deep breath, then another deep breath. Deming-ju, what do you see in me? With your qualifications, what kind of woman can't you have? Why do you have to pester me, a married man with a child? Didn't you give your dark cloud spirit flower to that Xianxia? You're even willing to give her the dark cloud spirit flower, so Lanling's position in your heart isn't low. Isn't it better for you to find her and tie the knot? When he hears Mu Yan mention her ex-husband again, Deming-ju's heart sinks to the bottom of a valley. The anticipation in his eyes completely turns into pain and jealousy. However, the more he listens, the more the gloominess between his brows dissipates. Mayan. Deming-ju sticks close to her ear from behind, slowly saying, you still say that you're not jealous? You did everything you could to leave this place. Besides missing Xiaobao, was it also because you were angry that I gave the dark cloud spirit flower to Lanling? When he first met Mayan, our Jun Shangdaran was indeed a virgin brother without any experience in love. But ever since he was determined to chase after Mayan and obtain her heart, Deming-ju had Han Yi look for all kinds of stories and plays, just to learn a little bit how to make Mayan happy, how to move her heart, how to make her fall in love with him. Of course, these shameful things, Jun Shangdaran will absolutely not say it out loud. But the effect of this was also remarkable. From the very beginning, when the two people met, Deming-ju was inexperienced, being played in circles by Mu Yan. By now, Mu Yan was already unable to withstand this man's endless methods. You're thinking too much. Why should I be jealous of you? Let go. On the contrary, Deming-ju tightens his grip, his voice becoming increasingly hoarse. I won't let go. I won't let you go for the rest of my life. Bang, water splashed everywhere. Mu Yan presses her hand on the man, taking advantage of Deming-ju's momentary absent-mindedness. He soared into the air. However, before she could fly ashore, his ankle was grabbed and forcefully pulled back. This time, Mu Yan is pressed to the edge of the pool. He raised his hands above his head. Deming-ju looks down at her, his eyes slightly red. The water droplets on her hair drip down, flowing onto Mayan's body and face. Mu Yan is inexplicably flustered when she's being stared at by those blazing eyes. Her blood is boiling and her mouth is parched. However, before the two of them could speak or move, the hot springs door was suddenly slammed open. Jun Shang, this subordinate has already given the dark cloud spirit flower to Lanling, she guarantees. Han Ye's voice comes to an abrupt halt. Facing Deming-ju's murderous gaze, he quivered and shivered. At this very moment, Han Ye really wants to slap himself to death. Who asked him to push open the door? Who asked him to report the progress of alchemy with his cheap mouth, letting him have nothing better to do than to disturb Jun Shang and Miss Mayan? I didn't see anything, I didn't say anything, Jun Shang, spare my life. Woo woo woo. With a bang, Han Ye closes the door once again. Like he's fleeing, he slips away without a trace. Mayan, who has already sobered up, hooks up the corners of her lips. Doesn't Jun Shangdaran want to know what your soulmate, Xianxia, has promised you? I don't want to. Deming-ju clenches his teeth and spits out two words. The corners of Mu Yan's lips curve deeper, but I really want to know. Deming-ju lowers his head and gently bites her lips. You'll know soon enough. Also, I don't have any female confidants, only you, my future wife. Ugh. Mu Yan ruthlessly kicked him. This bastard was born in the year of the dog. It actually bit him. If you move again, I won't be able to hold myself back, and I'll make you my wife right now. A scorching breath breathes into Mu Yan's ears, as if carrying an infinite sigh and longing. Mu Yan's movements stiffen. In the end, Di Mingju doesn't move again. Instead, he carried her and flew to the edge of the hot spring. Water splashed everywhere and mist lingered. When the water falls back to the ground, Di Mingju has already put on his clothes. Mu Yan raises her eyebrows. Storage space? She had already guessed that Di Mingju should have a storage space, otherwise he wouldn't often take things out of thin air. But she has never felt it so directly like this time. Di Mingju doesn't answer her, but grabs her hand and flattens it. A moment later, a brownish red ring lies on Mu Yan's palm. The man's voice carried a hint of disdain. The storage rings on this continent are too crude and have no value. If you like it, it doesn't matter if you play with it. Mu Yan infused her internal force to feel it, and her head suddenly felt a little dizzy. In her previous life, Gong Qianxue also had a storage ring. However, the storage space was only dozens of square meters in size. Gong Qianxue treasured it like it was something. Its status could even be equal to that of Gong Qianxue's contracted holy beast. But the space in her hand is no less than several hundred square meters. Moreover, when internal force is injected, the space is very stable. Even the herbs and drafts inside can be kept fresh. But Di Mingju has the attitude of I despise this shabby thing, giving it away would simply throw Ben Jun's face. Mu Yan really didn't know what to say. Cough. Mu Yan returns the storage ring. I also have a storage space, I don't need this. Take it back. In fact, she always takes the Tian Emochin in and out of thin air, so everyone in the courtyard already knows that she has space. He just didn't expect it to be such a special space. Di Mingju doesn't take the storage ring back. Instead, he strings it on a chain and hangs it around Mayan's neck. In the future, Ben Jun will give you a better one. But it's good for you to carry it now. At the very least, it can help you cover up a little. Mayan stares blankly. She raises her head to meet the man's eyes that are as deep as the sea, and her heart trembles. Why does she always feel that Di Mingju seems to know something? He shouldn't be able to guess the identity of the Tian Emochin and her Shin musician, right? After all, Bailey Yin Lu had said that the Shin musicians had already disappeared from this world for thousands of years. In all the continents of the three realms, Shin musicians are an unspeakable, taboo existence. At this point, it should be impossible for anyone to know his identity as a Shin musician, right? With lingering fear, Han Yi scrambles out of the hot spring pool. After running for a long distance, he finally stopped, panting heavily. His heart was still filled with doubt and shock. Back then, Jun Shang didn't even allow people to get close to him, let alone taking a bath. Even Elder Chang, who has the closest relationship with Jun Shang. But now, Jun Shang actually pulled Miss Mayan to bathe in the pool. So much so that Jun Shang doesn't even have a single piece of clothing on him. Han Yi touches his nose, feeling a little dizzy. If he were to say these words to Little Shadow and the people from the polar domain, their jaws would definitely drop. Oh, right, where's Little Shadow? She remembered that he seemed to have said that he was going to deliver a meal to Miss Mayan, but he never came back. Could it be that he had been waiting for someone in Miss Mayan's room? Thinking of this, Han Yi promptly goes to Mu Yan's room. With Little Shadow's stubborn temper, if he doesn't see Miss Mayan return, he might keep waiting. Just as he reaches the door of Mayan's room and is about to enter, the door was opened from the inside with a bang. A tall and slender woman in a long dress with her hair draped loosely over her shoulders rushed out. As soon as Han Yi sees this woman, he only feels an explosion in his head. His heart seemed to have been hit by something. It was beating so fast that it felt like it was about to jump out of his mouth. Her figure was not petite like other women, but rather tall and slender. But those straight legs, those undulating and round chest lines, all made her full of seductive charm. Han Yi couldn't help but open his mouth, but his tongue and mouth are parched, unable to say a word. On the contrary, when this beauty sees him, she immediately reveals a familiar and anxious expression. Han Yi, Miss June has left. Han Yi? This beauty called him Han Yi, and why did the voice sound so familiar? It was cold and had a youthful feel to it. Wait a minute. Why does this beauty's face look so familiar? You are. little shadow? She hears something wrong in Hanya's tone. Yingmei seemed to be stunned, then looked down at her body. The first thing that entered his eyes was the undulating curves of her chest and the skirt that belonged to a woman. There was also her long hair, which danced in the wind behind her. Yingmei's eyes widened. She was actually wearing women's clothing, and it was even seen by Hanyi. Why was she wearing women's clothing? Right, it's Miss June. When Miss June left, they changed clothes. Little shadow, you can't be a woman, right? Hanya's eyes stare straight at Yingmei. He swallows, and swallows again. Yingmei's personality had always been cold, and her methods were even more ruthless than a man's. Moreover, there was not the slightest trace of femininity in her movements. Therefore, even though Yingmei is delicate and pretty, even more beautiful than many of the beauties in the polar domain, Hanyi has never doubted that she might be a woman. But the girl in front of him was too beautiful, too tempting. Her cheeks were as white as snow. Her dress fluttered gracefully in the wind. Saying that Yingmei was a girl really didn't feel the slightest bit strange. When Yingmei heard this, she was shocked. A hint of panic flashed in her eyes, and she quickly disappeared. Her expression was cold, and her eyes were piercingly cold. She said in a low voice, "Don't blame me for being impolite if you speak nonsense again." As he spoke, he released his ice-cold killing intent. Hanyi isn't afraid of Yingmei's murderous intent. But looking at her cold face, it was obvious that she was really angry. He quickly put away his emotions and said with a smile, "Little shadow, don't be angry. I was just joking. But your clothes are." Come to think of it, if he was treated as a woman, he would definitely be angry. Yingmei frowns in annoyance, then his face is dyed with anxiety. "It's Miss June. She changed into my clothes and left. I must go find her immediately, otherwise if June Shang finds out, it'll be troublesome." After saying that, he's about to dash out of the cold night. Hanyi promptly reaches out to block her. In the end, no one knew how the two of them moved. Yingmei's chest happens to bump into Hanya's arm. The soft touch makes Hanya's whole body stiffen, and his eyes widen. "Get out of the way." Yingmei's pretty face is flushed with anger, and she's about to slap Hanyi with her palm. Wait. Hanyi repeatedly begs for mercy, reaching out to grab Yingmei's slender wrist, urgently saying, "Miss June didn't leave, she's with June Shang right now. You mustn't disturb him, otherwise he would definitely die a horrible death like him." "Are you serious?" "It's absolutely true." Hanyi almost swears to the heavens, "I saw it with my own eyes, how could it be fake?" The air is quiet for a moment. "You still won't let go." Yingmei's face is flushed, and she struggles with all her might. End of chapter 345. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.